Trial by fire. Boom. Thunder crackled through the air as Mojus unleashed a wave of killing intent, his monstrous eyes blazing with fury. With a single leap, he launched himself skyward, his powerful legs cutting through the wind. Then, crack! His foot collided with the rolling mass of energy, a deafening explosion ripping through the battlefield as the two forces clashed. The shockwave blasted through the air, sending debris flying in every direction. Whoosh! The force of the impact sent Hong Tianlei hurtling backward, his spinning form losing control. His body trembled from the sheer force of the collision. That kick was brutal. His momentum had been thrown off completely. Damn! That was one hell of a hit. Mojus landed back on the ground, his feet pressing deep into the fractured terrain. He exhaled sharply, the bottom of his foot stinging slightly from the impact. His expression darkened. A sturdy little iron ball, he muttered. Boom! Before he could fully regain his footing, Hong Tianlei bounced back, higher, faster, stronger. Each jump sent him soaring further into the sky, his massive form tearing through the swarm of mechanical drones hovering overhead. Crash! The small robots were obliterated instantly, crushed under his immense weight. Sparks and twisted metal rained down as Hong Tianlei rebounded off the battlefield's virtual walls, using them as leverage to propel himself even faster. And then, he charged. Straight toward Mojus. Bang! Bang! The duel intensified. Xiao Chun, controlling Hong Tianlei's alien form, could feel himself adapting. His movements became more fluid, his strategies sharper. This wasn't just a fight. It was training. At times, he ricocheted off Mojus like a yo-yo, striking from unpredictable angles. Other times, he used the battlefield itself as a weapon, bouncing off the walls like a projectile. Each impact sent Mojus staggering backward. The battlefield was an unforgiving crucible. And Xiao Chun was evolving. Mojus' expression twisted in frustration as he realized what was happening. This brat, his red eyes burned with anger. He's using me as his personal training dummy to test his new alien form? Mojus' fingers twitched. No more playing around. I'll kill you. Xiao Chun, still caught up in the thrill of his growing power, let his guard slip. A single mistake. That's all it took. Bam! He crashed into Mojus, expecting to bounce off and reposition. But he didn't. Oh no. Mojus bent his knees slightly, absorbing the impact. A thin line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His teeth clenched. Then, his massive arms snapped shut, wrapping around Hong Tianlei's body like a vice. Boom! His grip tightened. His bulging muscles, like slabs of metal, strained as veins pulsed across his arms. A beast's grip. An unbreakable hold. Xiao Chun gasped, his chest constricting under the crushing pressure. Damn it! He struggled, but it was like being trapped in a cage of pure steel. His breath hitched. His vision blurred. Consciousness fading. I can't move. For the first time, the simulated battle felt too real. Outside the virtual device. In the real world, Tian Xiaowen, Tian Xiaoban, and Mark sat in the room, staring at Xiao Chen's still body. It had been over 10 minutes. No movement. Boredom set in as they slumped against the furniture. Ugh, Tian Xiaoban groaned, stretching his arms. This is taking forever. What's he even doing in there? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's face twisted. His eyebrows furrowed. His body shuddered. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. His mouth quivered, as if he were in pain. Mark's expression changed instantly. Xiao Chun. He stepped forward, his hand moving toward the power switch. I'm shutting it down. But just as his fingers neared the device. Beep. A calm, mechanical voice rang through the room. Warning, do not forcibly terminate the virtual session. Premature disconnection may result in severe mental damage, including neurological shock or brain incapacitation. Mark froze. His palm hovered over the power switch before he slowly withdrew it. Damn it, he muttered. Fine. But make sure he's safe. The virtual system fell silent. Back in the simulation. Gasp. Xiao Chen's eyes snapped open. His vision swam as he gasped for air, his lungs burning from the suffocating grip. Whoa-aha. In a flash, he ripped off the virtual headset and bolted upright. His body shook. His breathing came in ragged, uneven gulps. The world around him spun. Then, reality clicked into place. He was back. The simulation was over. The crushing grip of death had vanished. Xiao Chun collapsed backward onto the couch, completely drained. Aftermath. Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoban immediately rushed forward. Xiao Chun, what the hell just happened? You looked like you were about to die or something. Tian Xiaoban turned toward the virtual device, pointing an accusatory finger.
Hey you! Stupid robot!
What the hell did you do to my friend? If you don't talk, I swear I'll smash you into scrap metal. The machine responded in its usual monotone.
Challenge completed.
Duration, 8 minutes, 50 seconds. Result, challenger lost to virtual enemy Mojus.
Silence.
Mark and Tian Xiaoban exchanged glances. Did it just say Mojus? Xiao Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling sharply.
Yeah.
He let out a bitter chuckle. I didn't expect the simulation to have data on Mojus.
Tian Xiaoban's jaw dropped. You fought Mojus.
No wonder you looked like you just died.
Xiao Chun shook his head.
That was too real. The moment he grabbed me, I felt it. The pain, the suffocation, it wasn't just a game. His fingers tightened into a fist. Honestly, I never want to experience that again. Mark crossed his arms, nodding in understanding.
It makes sense. He took a deep breath.
You likely died in the simulation. That's why you felt so drained when you came back. Your brain registered it as a real event.
Then, he smirked.
Next time, just remember, you don't have to die. Xiao Chun raised an eyebrow.
What?
Mark tapped the virtual headset with a knowing look. If you feel like you're about to lose, just tell the system to eject you. That way you won't have to experience the whole dying thing.
Xiao Chun blinked.
Then, his eyes widened in realization.
Oh.
Tian Xiaoban burst into laughter.
Haha.
Wow, all that suffering, and you could have just left whenever you wanted.
Amazing.
Xiao Chun groaned, throwing his head back against the couch.
Damn it, Grandpa.
You really are a genius.
Mark smirked. Of course.
As the group shared a relieved laugh, the room's tension finally eased. But deep inside, Xiao Chun knew.
Next time, he wouldn't lose. Next time, he would win.
Virtual battlefield, the test continues. Xiao Chun quickly adopted Mark's advice. Now, whenever he sensed imminent defeat in the virtual battlefield, he would exit just in time to avoid the painful experience of simulated death. It was an effective method, allowing him to train relentlessly without suffering any negative effects. However, one question lingered in his mind. Grandpa, Xiao Chun asked, eyeing Mark with curiosity, why did you transform into a fully armed state when you entered the virtual battlefield? Mark let out a nostalgic chuckle. In my mind, those weapons are my old buddies, the same tools that have helped me survive as a plumber for half my life. The virtual battlefield must analyze a person's subconscious and recreate their most frequently used equipment. Xiao Chen's eyes widened. So, it doesn't just simulate our enemies, but also our strongest form?
Mark nodded.
It even restored my peak condition. Even though I lost, I wasn't exactly a frontline fighter to begin with. I relied on strategy, tools, and the battlefield itself to win fights. He turned to Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoban with a knowing smile. If Xiaowen enters, she'll probably get her magic pendant and spells. If Xiaoban joins, it'll simulate the reactor he always carries.
Xiao Chun rubbed his chin, deep in thought.
So that's why my Omnitrix was with me when I entered. Before he could continue pondering, Tian Xiaoban suddenly leaped forward, grabbing Mark's arm with both hands.
Grandpa. Xiao Chun. Let me try. I want to fight Mojus too.
He practically bounced on his feet, gripping the virtual glasses eagerly. Xiao Chun sighed, already predicting how this would go. Xiaoban, listen to me, if you're about to lose to Mojus, quit immediately. Tian Xiaoban waved him off.
Yeah, I got it.
Better to lose in a simulation than in real life, right? Mark hesitated for a moment, then handed over the virtual glasses. The moment Tian Xiaoban put them on. Beep. The laptop screen flickered back to life, now displaying the virtual battlefield from his perspective.
Virtual space, the warm-up.
Tian Xiaoban found himself standing in the middle of a metallic futuristic arena. His eyes sparkled with excitement.
Whoa! This is awesome.
It's so realistic. He spun around, admiring the virtual world as if it were a theme park. Tian Xiaowen folded her arms, watching with an unimpressed expression.
This idiot.
Instead of training, he's treating the battlefield like a playground. After a few minutes of aimless wandering, Tian Xiaoban finally remembered Mark's earlier explanation. He tilted his head back and spoke aloud.
Hey, virtual space.
Simulate 3 small robots. I want to warm up first.
BZZT.
In an instant, 3 robotic enemies materialized before him, their glowing eyes locking onto their new target.
Tian Xiaoban grinned.
Time to test out my gear. He activated his reactor.
SHZZT.
A surge of energy coursed through his suit, the lightning core flaring to life. Just as the robots unleashed a barrage of laser beams.
Boom. He vanished.
A streak of electricity zipped across the battlefield, and before the robots could react, Tian Xiaoban had already closed the distance. Crash. With a rapid sequence of attacks, he obliterated all 3 enemies in an instant. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the space.
Tian Xiaoban laughed. This is insane.
The impact is so real. If they made a game like this, it'd sell like crazy. Xiao Chun groaned, placing a hand on his forehead. Xiaoban, focus on the actual training. His voice carried through both reality and the simulation, making Tian Xiaoban jolt in surprise. Alright, I get it. He took a deep breath, stretching his arms. Time for the main event. His mask slid back over his face, his voice muffled as he gave the command. Virtual space, simulate Mojus. Facing Mojus.
Boom.
The atmosphere darkened.
And then, a colossal figure appeared before him. Mojus.
The towering alien's blood-red eyes locked onto Tian Xiaoban, his expression twisted in rage. Where are the Omnitrix and Xiao Chun? Tian Xiaoban smirked, mirroring Mojus' stance. You're even uglier in virtual reality. Mojus froze for a moment. You dare mock me?
His fists clenched, muscle swelling.
I've decided, I'll tear you apart first. Then I'll hunt down Xiao Chun.
Tian Xiaoban shrugged.
Please, you said the exact same thing to Grandpa. Do you have any new material, or are you this boring in real life too? Mojus' fury erupted. In an instant, his massive frame blurred. Whoosh. He closed the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Tian Xiaoban's pupils shrank.
He's fast. Before he could react. Boom.
A massive fist tore through the air, heading straight for him. At the last possible second.
Blast.
Tian Xiaoban ignited his thrusters, flames bursting from the soles of his feet as he rocketed into the sky, narrowly avoiding the devastating punch. Below, Mojus' strike created a massive shockwave, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. Hovering above, Tian Xiaoban wiped the sweat from his brow. Okay, definitely not fighting him up close.
Instead, BZZT.
He unleashed a flurry of energy blasts from his suit, raining down fire upon Mojus. The alien warlord raised his arms, unable to jump high enough to retaliate. For a brief moment, Tian Xiaoban had the upper hand. From the outside, Tian Xiaowen watched in awe. He's actually keeping Mojus at bay? But Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed.
No. He shook his head.
Xiaoban's reactor burns too much energy. He can't keep this up.
The fall. Minutes passed.
Tian Xiaoban continued his relentless barrage.
Until BZZT.
A flickering noise echoed through the battlefield.
His suit began to spark.
His reactor
was out of power.
The steel plating vanished, his body exposed as he plummeted toward Mojus. Mojus' lips curled into a wicked grin. I'll crush you like bread dough. He reached out, massive hands preparing to catch his falling prey.
But just before impact,
Tian Xiaoban screamed.
Quit.
Virtual battlefield, I won't fight.
Poof.
Mojus' hands closed around empty air. Tian Xiaoban's form flickered, then disappeared completely. All that remained were shredded fragments of his pants in Mojus' grip. The warlord's face twisted in confusion as the world around him collapsed into darkness. Back in reality. The laptop screen went black. Mark removed the virtual headset just in time to see Tian Xiaoban stumble backward, drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged. He sat on the floor, his face pale.
Oh man.
I thought I was dead. Xiao Chun smirked, arms crossed. Maybe next time, don't waste your energy playing around. Tian Xiaoban shot him a glare, still catching his breath. Why yeah? Well, you should have told me quitting was an option sooner.
Mark chuckled.
Seems like you learned the hard way. As the tension eased, the group exchanged looks. The virtual battlefield was no joke. But one thing was certain. If they wanted to defeat Mojus for real, they needed to be a lot stronger. And this training was just the beginning.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Tian Xiaoban's psychological quality is still not as strong as that of Xiao Chen and Mark. One can be considered experienced, while the other is experienced in many battles and naturally less sensitive to death. As for Tian Xiaoben, for the first time, he felt the terrifying and oppressive feeling of Mahaz, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Mahaz is really too strong. Tian Xiaoben got up from the floor with lingering fears and patted the dust on his trouser legs. This virtual battlefield is more exciting than my game cassette. Compared to this, the fighting on the game cassette seems very boring. Okay, you should use this thing sparingly, it's a heavy burden on your mind. I also have to use it appropriately. Xiao Chen took the virtual glasses and finally handed them to Tian Xiaohong. Xiaoan, let's try it for you too. That's great, my performance will definitely not lose to the idiot. Tian Xiaoan couldn't hold back for a long time, took over the virtual glasses, and his face was full of happy emotions. Xiaoan, remember, you must exit in time. Xiao Chen warned again and again seriously. Mark became more serious. Tian Xiaoan, you'd better not ask Mahaz to come out, get some robots out, almost done. When Tian Xiaoan heard her grandfather calling her name, he even shrank his head, his expression was a little dejected, and he put the virtual glasses on his face. Next moment, the picture of her being in the virtual space is displayed on the screen. Possess a pendant and magic? The virtual system summons 4 small robots. Tian Xiaoan was not as lively as Tian Xiaoben, he went straight to the subject, and said to the virtual space. Soon, 4 small robots were virtualized around her, and they developed a ferocious attack on her? Can Xiaoan be able to deal with so many summons? Xiao Chen was quite worried. After more than 10 minutes passed, Tian Xiaoan kept switching between the fire pendant, the floating magic pendant, and the lucky magic pendant, and finally defeated these robots and withdrew from the virtual space. You were almost caught by these small robots. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoan and said. Tian Xiaoan put the virtual glasses aside, with a lingering look on his face. If I was in the city, I shouldn't be so embarrassed and difficult. It seems that my hard power is not enough. She doesn't need virtual space very much, don't forget, she has exercises. Just like cultivating inner strength, spend more time practicing magic every day. I'll keep training for a while. Xiao Chen brought up the virtual glasses. In the end, this thing was mainly to give him special training. Xiao Chen, Xiaoben, and Xiaoan, the 3 of you remember it's late, the training is back to training, don't be too tired, combine work and rest. Mark said earnestly to the 3 of them. Tian Xiaoben's special training is simply to exercise, but it is also very useful. As for rest, both Xiaoben and Xiao Chen rested on electric beats. Xiaoan's way of rest is actually reading and writing topics, can you believe it? Night falls gradually. The day was very fulfilling, and the 3 of them slept peacefully. And in the universe, a small spaceship slowly flew to a base established in the universe. The shape of the base is like a huge pill, and it slowly freezes in the universe, like a miniature planet. Hey, the door at the exit of the small spaceship opened, and an aircraft flew out and landed above the base. Monument? The aircraft landed above the base, and it exploded instantly because of the huge impact. The spaceship turned into a pile of scrap iron, forming a cloud of smoke. A huge figure walked out of the ruins of the aircraft. He is tall and looks exactly like Mr. Extinction. The difference is that his arms are unmodified arms, but he wears armor on his shoulders. The armor is full of spikes, like a meteor hammer. The muscles of the upper body are also very burly, and after the acquired exercise, they have been honed to a terrible extent. Mocha smashed the shell of the base under his feet with 1 foot, showing a huge hole through which he could see the corridor of the base. Really vulnerable. After Mocha sneered with contempt, he jumped in from the outside and fell into the corridor, making a sound. Yet at this moment, an enemy attack. An enemy attack? The alarm sounded loudly inside the base, and the entire corridor flashed red light rapidly. Accompanied by the sound of increasingly loud footsteps, a group of robots were rushing towards the Mochina side of the corridor. Bang bang bang! They walked out from the front corner, each holding a laser gun-like thermal weapon, raised the thermal weapon and aimed at the Mochina in front. For flowers. Flavor? One after another, dark yellow lasers flew towards Mochina's body. Mocha's face was expressionless, his arms were blocked in front of him, and he walked forward as if nothing had happened, and rays of light fell on him, and then bombed away, forming smoke. The next second, Mocha walked out of the smoke unscathed, not only without any injuries, but even his footsteps were not affected in any way. With a round of firepower sweeping, Mocha walked to the front of the gang of robots. Go to hell. His eyes were extremely cold and murderous, he stretched out his arms and hugged some robots in front of him vigorously. Take it into your arms. Boom. It was clearly a robot before being hugged by Mochina, but after he finished hugging, a mass of scrap metal came out. 3 or 2. Mocha easily eliminated all the robots, stepped on their weapons, and headed for the deeper part of the base. When he reached the end of the corridor, there was a gate, and without hesitation, he lifted the solace of his feet and kicked the iron gate open. The iron gate instantly deformed and fell backwards, making a loud noise. Inside, it is the main control room of the spacecraft. In the middle of the main control room, there is an exhibition cabinet. Inside the exhibition cabinet is a very small cultivation warehouse, only about 0.2 meters in size. In this cultivation warehouse, there is a piece of extraordinary texture, shining brightly. Purple crystals? X element. Mochina silently read out the name of this element, walked to the front, tore up the display cabinet with his palm, and picked up the X element inside. Mission completed. He told the X-element to carefully put it in his pocket, then returned the same way, climbed out of the original hole, and jumped hard, jumping to the exit of the spaceship suspended directly above. After Mokina jumped in, the spaceship exit was closed again. Obviously, he was not the only one manning the spaceship to come over. Here's what you want. Mokina came to the cab of the spacecraft, walked to the back of the driver's seat. Shen Sheng took out the elements in his pocket and pushed them in front of him. The driver's seat turned slowly. 100 million. The seat turns around. It was a robot in purple armor with grenades, pistols, and katana. He slowly raised his right arm. A piece of the machine part on the right arm turned outwards. A tentacle like a rope stretched out from it, stretched out in front of Mokina, entangled the X-element on his palm, and sent it to him. Into their own hands. The X-element has already arrived. There is still one more Brindine alloy to fuse together before it can play a real role. Mokina said to the person in front of him. I know this. Outsiders' ears were vague monsters roaring, but Mokina could understand Liu Liu's words. Liu Liu raised his palm and patted the holographic projector beside him. Call out? The holographic projector instantly released a beam of light upward, and the beam formed the appearance of a planet in the half-773 sky. This is the real function of this holographic projector. What material you want, it can simulate that the material planet looks like, in order to quickly find the material. What planet is this? Mokina wondered. Earth. The face of Liu Liu monster's steel battlesuit suddenly became very complicated. He didn't speak for a long time, and the whole person was very cold. Mokina naturally knew what was going on. The 6-6 monsters almost died on Earth, and was defeated by an Earth kid, and even Mahaz disappeared after he went there, making it one of the most dangerous planets in the universe. If it hadn't been for the 666 monsters who were not paying attention to Diamond King and escaped, they might have been imprisoned in prison long ago. And now, if you want to play the role of the X-element, you must find a Basin-Diene alloy that can be fused with it, and the Basin-Diene alloy is in the Earth? Go to Earth. Liu Liu said without hesitation, I'm just looking for a material, it's impossible to meet Xiao Chen. Moreover, even if we meet him, we are only 2 of us, so it's enough to delay. Procrastination. Mokina smiled contemptuously. The target of the 6-6 monsters is too much looking down on himself, and Mokina, right? Are the 2 still delaying time together? Just now, his performance was quite brave. I feel like I'm no match for Mahaz. As for Liu Liuguai, he said that he might not be able to meet Xiao Chen. Mokina also hopes to meet this Xiao Chen, so that this Omnitrix kid will suffer a little, knowing that there are people outside the world. Looking at the dismissive Mokina, Liu Liu didn't bother to say anything, pulled the joystick of the spaceship, moved at a high speed, and rushed towards the ball. When you really meet Xiao Chen, you will understand everything. Mokina. Destination, Earth, ETA, 12 hours. The time of arrival at the destination is displayed on the screen of the spaceship. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours have passed. 9 in the morning. Xiao Chen was enjoying the shade under a pavilion. There were tables, chairs, and black tea on the table. He lay on the chair and drank the black tea on the table comfortably. Xiaoan and Grandpa are working too hard. I really don't know what fun this museum has, Xiao Chen said with emotion. Mark and Tian Xiaoan, in front of the statue not far away, commented back and forth, and shared a lot of words about the history of the statue Barabara. Fortunately, this open-air museum has a rest pavilion and a beverage shop where you can buy various drinks, otherwise Xiao Chen would really be bored. As for small classes, he was also standing in front of a statue, but he was obviously a drunkard, not drinking. His expression was intoxicated, his eyes were distracted, and he seemed to be fantasizing about something good. Xiaoban is really not afraid of heat, Xiao Chen said with some admiration. His eyes were a little blurry, and in this cool environment, he was a little drowsy, his eyes were half open, and he almost fell asleep. Although there are people walking around and looking at other statues in the museum, it is not noisy, but very quiet. Bang bang bang, go and see there. Is that true? Could it be a full cover or a prank? If it's really just a prank, it's too big, right? At this time, people suddenly became noisy, and they walked to a certain place together, and they were still discussing at random. This noisy environment suddenly made Xiao Chen sleepless. What statue is so attractive? Xiao Chen was a little dissatisfied, opened his eyes sleepily, and looked out of the pavilion. Seeing this, his eyes instantly widened. I saw that most of the people in the museum seemed to notice something. Instead of looking at the statues in the museum, they walked out of the gate and gathered outside. Xiaoban and the others also noticed this, and they each got out of their previous state and matched each other. Should be nothing good will happen. With instinctive intuition, Xiao Chen got up from the chair, quickly became sharp, and followed the people walking out of the gate with quick hands and shouts. Xiao Chen, I'll help you too. Tian Xiaoban also quickly stepped up to catch up with Xiao Chen. I'm coming too. Tian Xiaoan just wanted to go, but was stopped by Mark. Xiaoan, 2 people are enough. And you can't go out to save people without a disguise. What's more, it doesn't necessarily happen. What? Okay, listen to you. Maybe nothing happened, but these 2 friends of mine are too sensitive. Tian Xiaoan shrugged his shoulders and said, but well, in this world, most of the things that can cause people to move are not good things. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban walked out of the museum together and came to the street outside. There were actually people standing on both sides of the street, but the road was empty and there were no cars. Through the gap of the crowd, a black outline could be vaguely seen. The two are close to the crowd, but 4.5 can't squeeze in, and they can't see anything just by the outline. After squeezing for a long time, Xiao Chen stepped back in sweat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's still not as strong as an adult, and there are still so many adults. I can't use martial arts to clear the way. But we can't see anything. Tian Xiaobin reluctantly looked at the crowd in front. His eyes widened, trying to see something through the gap, but with that outline, he couldn't see it. You can see clearly when you get to the car. Xiao Chen immediately turned his head to look at the car parked next to him, and climbed onto the car swiftly. Standing in the car, the vision of the two of them broadened a lot. First they saw a large black and golden broom, and then the huge outline on the road. That is a small spaceship, stopped on the road motionless. The crowd couldn't see anything because of the blind spot, but Xiao Chen, who was standing in the car, could clearly see that a trace of smoke was rising from the front door of the small spaceship, which seemed to be opening outward. Boom! The next moment, the door of the spaceship opened outwards, and a staircase descended, landing on the ground. Send. Open. Can you go in and see? The crowd was full of curiosity, and many people were aroused by strong curiosity. Bang! Bang! Inside the spaceship, out of a figure comparable to a giant, a face like a demon, his arms are broad and strong, and his chin has a thorn like a devil's horn, just like a devil-like humanoid monster. This is the Earth. Mocha's icy eyes glanced around, thinking eagerly. I really don't know where that kid named Xiao Chen is 16. In the pilot seat of the ship, Liu Liu's expression was dull, and he looked at the scenery outside through the window. It shouldn't be so unlucky, just happened to meet Xiao Chen. Wow, it was an alien mistake. Quickly take a photo, this is something that can make headlines. Can you smile for the camera, friend? The crowd of onlookers were very excited when they saw the Mocha, and they whispered to each other. They took out digital cameras, mobile phones with high-pixel camera functions, and other digital products capable of taking pictures. They aimed at the Mocha in front, and they all wanted to capture this valuable thing. One scene. These people are really courting death. Xiao Chen looked at the actions of this group of people. His face was startled, and at the same time, he could also feel Mocha under the flash. The killing aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger, almost to the point of being out of control. Xiao Chen immediately flipped out of the car, leaned on the back of the car, and turned on the Omnitrix screen, as he expected. In Mocha's eyes, these earthlings with babble and weak breath are like a group of flies, making him irritable. Monument. One punch. He hit the ground in front of him heavily. In an instant, the huge force brought by Mocha's fist caused the surrounding ground to crack instantly, showing several ravines derived from the outside, and the crowd also fell due to the cracking of the ground, fell, and collided. Run away. In an instant, everyone scattered and ran to other places in a panic, and the streets were a lot empty all of a sudden. The corner of Mocha's mouth twitched, quite satisfied with his punch. Taste? The 6-6 monsters also quickly got out of the spaceship and said to Mocha, now join me in the search for the Basendine alloy, don't waste time. Okay, let's look for the Basendine alloy now. Mocha nodded. The voice just fell. Tell you, you can't go anywhere now. A steady, arrogant voice came from elsewhere. This voice sounded very familiar, and Lu Liuwei's expression became a little frozen, and he stared at a small car. Mocha is angry from the heart. Who on earth has such courage? How dare you threaten him? Under the gaze of the two, the diamond god of war slowly walked out from behind the car, raised his arms, clenched his fists, and the Omnitrix pattern on his coat was particularly eye-catching. What? Xiao Chen? Lu Liuwei was startled, and instantly had the thought of wanting to retreat. His eyes couldn't help recalling the scene of encountering Xiao Chen almost half a month ago. He's Xiao Chen. Mocha was stunned, and immediately became excited. He also rubbed his fists. What do you want? I want to see, you, the Earth Kid with Omnitrix, has any real skills? Make bounty hunters afraid of this. Liu Liuwei looked at Mocha, who was full of fighting spirit, and he also had some expectations in his heart, and also raised the laser pistol. If you play 2 against 1, you can win. I don't care about 2 against 1. I couldn't beat 2 before, but now I can. The diamond god of war's fists changed into a pair of warhammers. His eyes were sharp, like a pair of blades that cut through thorns. How about 2 bullying 1? Count me as 1. At this time, Tian Xiaobin, who was fully armed, flew out from behind the car again. He was floating in the air, full of confidence, breathing fire all over his body. 2. The fighting spirit that the 6-6 monsters had just raised began to waver again. Just. Mocha was even more satisfied and patted Liu Liuwei's shoulder. I will give that Xiao Chen to me. I will try to see if I can take the Omnitrix as well. As for the one who wears a steel battle suit like you, yes, it's over to you. He was still thinking of taking on Xiao Chen one-on-one. Okay, hope you make it. Looking at Mocha's appearance, Liu Liuwei sighed silently, and then he flinched. I am afraid that this colleague will look down on him. Taste? Liu Liuwei's rocket thrusters instantly spewed fire and flew right in front of Tian Xiaobin. Flying in the blink of an eye, Tian Xiaobin was stunned, and hurriedly raised the 773 gun in his palm and aimed it at Liu Liu monster's body. Boom! Liu Liuwei spun the laser gun, and the butt smashed hard at Tian Xiaobin's arms, causing Xiaobin's arms to tremble. Bloom like fireworks? Bang bang bang! The 6-6 monsters fought with Tianzioben in the air. Compared to Xiao Chen, this Tianzioben is easy to deal with too much. Small class. The Diamond God of War stood there with some worry, raised his head and shouted at Tianzioben, who was being beaten in the sky. It's okay, I can handle it. Tianzioben responded hurriedly while defending, and then he didn't speak again, presumably caught in the battle situation. Then this guy, the Diamond God of War, looked at Mokina in front of him while thinking. This moment, his expression froze, and his eyes remained motionless, looking at Mokina, who was already standing in front of him, raising his fist. Boom. Next second, Mokina swung a heavy fist and released a force like a heavy cannon. The air around him was bombarded in an instant, and the figure of the Diamond God of War also flew out. 6 or 6 strange attack. He also sneaks up. Moko looked at the Diamond God of War, who was knocked out, and immediately retracted his clenched fist, turned it into a palm, and used it forcefully several times. His entire face swelled. It hurts to death. This guy's the body is too strong, right? What a terrifying defense. Without any exaggeration, the body of the Diamond God of War is stronger than the so-called steel. I don't know how many times. It's a humanoid weapon. Boom! And the Diamond God of War fell heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. The cement floor burst open in an instant, and the surrounding area was shaken by the strong force of the dust wind, like a piece of flying sand and stone. He only fell for a second or two, then stretched out his double haul, propped himself on the ground, and slowly got up. Suddenly attacked me, making me so embarrassed. You are dead. The Diamond God of War got up. His expression became extremely cold. The whole person was like an invincible long spear, just standing there. He released an unstoppable momentum, extremely terrifying momentum. What a murderous aura. Is this kid really an earthling? Mocha's demonic face actually showed a hint of fear, and he stepped back without a trace, and he felt a great fear intuitively. Opposite, like a killing god who has experienced countless battles of life and death. Taste. The Diamond God of War raised his double hammers, like an agile cheetah, bursting out with an extremely terrifying speed, sprinting a few steps to the front of Mokina. His pair of diamond hammers swung towards Mokina's chest fiercely, and the force shattered the air, as if he wanted to smash Mokina's ribs in one fell swoop. Be sure to stop. Mokina's sense of crisis greatly increased, and he also stretched out his hands to grab the diamond hammer. Boom! Shuang Tang and Shuang Hammer collided head-on, which also caused the terrifying power of the two to collide at this moment. Time. Fixed. The figures of the two remained motionless for a second, and there was no change in their aura. And in the next second, boom! The two forces fought together completely, and the ground beneath the feet shook out a spider web-like crack, and spread to a very high speed at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a shock wave also spread along with the cracks, covering the ground like a tidal wave, and flying out the cracked cement on the ground. With this little strength, I don't even have the strength to tickle me. Diamond God of War's expression is not inferior. With a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, did the long flight take so long that you didn't even eat a bite? Hey. Compared to the relaxed Diamond God of War, Mokina's face changed dramatically, and a lot of blood spurted out of his mouth. His whole body seemed to be severely injured, and his body was trembling. Even a pair of his arms were bent into a bow shape and were suppressed to the death. Let you fly out like I did just now, the Diamond God of War shouted, and the double hammer blasted Mokina's body out. Strength. The two are like Tyrannosaurus Rex and Tiger. Although they are both strong, Mocha is no match. Boom! Mokina flew high, much faster than the Diamond God of War, and flew farther, and fell on the flat ground 30 or 40 meters away. There is a big pit on the ground. Mocha was lying in the pit, his limbs motionless, his expression full of astonishment, disbelief, and pain. Just like this, was defeated cleanly? After all, his strength is not inferior to that of the 6-6 monsters, or even stronger, but he was easily crushed by the Earth Kid in front of him? Is the Omnitrix terrifying to the extreme, or is this little devil of the Earth strong in itself? He didn't understand. But the only thing that made him understand was, finally I know why Liu Liuwei is so afraid of Xiao Chen. Who can stand this? Go to hell. In the distance, the Diamond God of War came to the place where Mokina fell to the ground again, and the heavy hammer in his arms changed into a pair of extremely sharp spikes, obviously, to kill Mokina. Sitsize. The spikes fell to the ground and dragged along. Along the way, two clearly visible scratches have been following the spikes. Hearing the sharp scratching sound, Mokina endured the severe pain, twisted his neck little by little, raised his head beyond the depth of the pit, and looked straight ahead. It was no longer possible to look up and see the face of the Diamond God of War. All I could see was that pair of spikes, slowly dragging over, like the scythe of the God of Death, to harvest Mokina's life. I didn't expect that I would actually die here. I'm not reconciled. Mocha's expression was extremely fearful, and his teeth were clenched tightly. He lost, not only because his strength was not as good as the Diamond God of War, but also underestimated the enemy. If you adopt the delay tactic of running and defending, you can play for a few more minutes before being overturned by the Diamond God of War. Hit the front. He is no match for this green monster at all. Impressive. That alien is really super strong. Alien brother, can you give me an autograph? Are you interested in reporting to the newspaper for an interview? We can give you unimaginable benefits. and those ordinary people who were scared away before, after seeing the domineering scene of the Diamond God of War in the distance, gathered around not far away, shouting at the Diamond God of War. Their emotions were quite eager. Zhao Ziyahao. After all, this alien looks much more aggressive than the one who fell to the ground. The most important is, shouldn't do anything to them. You guys are very discerning. Remember my name, Diamond Ares, a hero from Aliens. With a smile on his face, he stopped slowly. The pride in his heart was satisfied at this moment, so that he swelled a little. He stopped, turned around, and waved at the crowd. At this time, boom, the 6 monsters in the distance deliberately sold a flaw to Tian Xiaoben, so as to get out of this evenly divided battle. Not to be outdone, Tian Xiaoben punched Liu Liaguai's chest with a punch. This punch is for the one you started with. Taste? The figure of the 6 monsters flew out, and by coincidence it flew to the side of the crowd. Demon, what? He's flying over, take a photo? Give a close-up. The crowd screamed for a while, and a small number of people fled away in fear, and the rest were not afraid of death, and they took pictures one after another in the direction of the 6 monsters. Boom! The figure of Lu Liuwei instantly landed on the 2 people holding the camera, knocking them out. Before the 2 could fly out 1 meter away, Liu Liaguai stretched out Shuangtang and grabbed the clothes of the 2 of them, like holding 2 little rabbits, and pulled the 2 of them back into their hands, hanging them in the air. Middle. Scare? The 2 of them wanted to scream. Only a pair of sharp knives popped out from Liu Liuwei's hands and wrists, just hitting the hair of these 2 people. He was holding the clothes of the 2 in his palm, and there were 2 blades attached to his wrist. In other words, it only took the 6 monsters to put the 2 down and stab them to kill them easily. The cold touch instantly made people dare not speak, and the body was trembling all the time. It was also at this time that a large group of talents seemed to have exploded their nests, and fled to the distance in a panic, and they ran away in a short while. Die, come on, Mokana. 773 Diamond God of War raised the 2 spikes, not paying attention to the movement behind him, but wanted to take Mokana's life immediately. Hey, machine monster, let go of those 2. Come at me if anything happens. Until Tian Xiaoben's surging voice sounded. Only then did the Diamond God of War realize something and looked back suddenly. The 6 monsters also happened to be looking at him. The 2 look at each other. Liu Liuwei deliberately lifted the 2 frightened people, shook it in front of the Diamond God of War, and then shook it towards Tian Xiaoben. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Save me, please, you 2 heroes. The passersby's lips were trembling, and they were talking intermittently in fear. Threaten me. The Diamond God of War frowned and immediately looked back at Mokana. Taste? He stretched out a palm and grabbed Mokana's neck, raised Mokana's body over his shoulder with the left hand and one hand, turned his right hand into a diamond spear, and slowly touched Mokana's chest. He wanted to kill me. Mocha clearly felt the tear-like pain on his chest. Just touching it, the diamond spear left a tear-like scar on Mocha's chest. The blood slashed down the head of the emerald-colored diamond spear of the Diamond God of War and fell to the ground. Just let him loose his left hand. Mokana without a strength support point will instantly fall to the bottom. At that time, the incomparably sharp diamond spear will be enough to penetrate Mokana's body in an instant. Just being endured by this terrifying weapon, Mocha could feel uncomfortable all over his body, as if countless ants were biting his body, constantly twisting his body slightly. Liu Liuguai, have you seen it? The Diamond God of War looked at Liu Liu monster again, with a dull expression on his face, and said coldly, if you don't let those 2 people go, I'll kill this big guy now. Anyway, 2 ordinary people exchange an alien monster, worth it. No. The 2 ordinary people didn't expect the Diamond God of War to be so decisive, and they were dumbfounded. The 6 monsters also looked embarrassed. Threats to yourself don't work. Instead, Mokana fell into a painful situation where she would be pierced through her chest at any time. Xiao Chen, can't you? Are you kidding? Seeing this, Tian Xiaoben, the only coordinator, hurried to the side of the Diamond God of War and asked in a low voice, BGEF. The Diamond God of War replied forcefully, Xiaoben, don't be stupid. Mocha is the only bargaining chip in our hands. If Mocha is in my hands, the 6 monsters will definitely not dare to kill those 2 people. If you let Mocha go, set the will the 6 monsters turn around. But we can't afford to waste time. Tian Xiaoben said distressedly. Small class is right. The Diamond God of War used his brain a little and made a decisive decision. 6 monsters, I'll give you 5 seconds now. If you don't think well within 5 seconds, then replace the 2 with 1. So time? Then I can't make a sound judgment, let alone rescue that guy Mocha. 6 monsters, 6 gods, and no masters. In just 5 seconds, he suddenly became anxious when he was hesitant. Come up with a way, come up with a way, come up with a way. 3. The Diamond God of War doesn't care about the 6 monsters burning his brows. He is like an emotionless timer, counting 5 numbers little by little. As soon as the number arrives, it is the day of Mokana's death. In short, Mocha has to die. 4. To this number, the voice of the Diamond God of War suddenly lengthened, and the reverberation was lingering, short and powerful. Mokana's heart skipped a beat, and she stared at the 6 monsters in front of her, with only one thought in her heart, to live. Tian Xiaoben's face was very complicated. Could it be that these 2 people really can't be saved? Although they are annoying, they are also 2 lives. The face of the monster under the mask of the 6-6 monsters became more and more hideous, like a Krezet creature, fearful, unprecedented anxiety. Everyone has different thoughts, but the Diamond God of War is the most calm, and it is a big deal to exchange 2 for 1. Only, he didn't notice either. The reactor on Tian Xiaobin's chest. Flickering. 5. The Diamond God of War let out a low roar, and suddenly said the 5th word. At that time, everyone present, whether they were robots or ordinary people, had their hearts hung in their throats, and all their eyes were focused on the Diamond God of War. Yesterday, Xiuotang, the Diamond God of War, immediately retracted. And Mokuna's body, facing the diamond spear, was pierced with a chill. Tick-tock. Tick-tock? Mokuna hugged his chest with a small hole, and fell heavily to the ground. The dark yellow alien blood continued to flow out. He immediately began to gasp. His chest heaved constantly. His expression was unbearable, like it's like dying on the spot. Makana? When Liu Liuwei saw this scene, his eyes were about to fly out of his mask. An ally he finally found was going to die on the body of Diamond God of War? One move didn't kill you. The Diamond God of War used the blood-stained gun head, put it down, and transformed it into a heavy hammer again. This one hit your body, it will definitely kill you, right? Flavor? Liu Liuwei's tense nerves exploded instantly. He didn't have the courage or qualifications to continue betting with the Diamond God of War, and directly threw the 2 passersby to the Diamond God of War. Over there? Ah, save us, hero. The 2 passersby screamed while flying. Okay, stop screaming, nothing will happen if I'm with you. The Diamond God of War's expression was calm, his arms returned to normal, and his arms were bowed. Looking at the 2 people who were getting closer, Gang Zun had a chance. Grab it forward? Immediately, the 2 passersby fell into the hands of the Diamond God of War again. He touched the clothes with his hands and gasped in shock. This is my final plan to save Mokuna? Can't miss it. Seeing this scene, Liu Liuwei blushed. The rocket thruster behind his back erupted a burst of fire dragons, which instantly melted through a big hole in the ground behind him. His body was more like an aircraft carrier, and he flew out more than 10 meters in an instant. Far away, approaching the Diamond God of War rapidly. Unfortunately, the Diamond God of War had already determined the time, and would not give Liu Liu any chance at all. He casually threw the 2 passersby aside, and stood directly in front of Mokuna, blocking Liu Liuwei's sight. It's over. Liu Liuwei looked at the Diamond God of War in front of him, and felt a chill in his heart. Hit the Diamond God of War and die. His rocket thrusters went to the limit, and he couldn't turn or brake in time. Xiao Chen, I have to deal with this, right? Maybe after his armor is eliminated, he can upgrade my equipment. Tian Xiaobin walked out slowly and stood in front of the Diamond God of War with a high-spirited expression. Eager to try, he wants to report back the shame of being deceived by Liu Liu. Okay, I'll leave it to you. The Diamond God of War looked at Tian Xiaobin who was standing in front of him, shrugged helplessly, and agreed. Bayo. At this time, a special sound effect sounded. The face of the Diamond God of War changed dramatically, and he hurriedly looked at the Omnitrix pattern on his chest. Fortunately, the latter was still in a normal state and did not flicker. His heart immediately relaxed. The next moment was tense again. If it's not him, it means it's over. Tian Xiaobin looked at the rapidly flashing reactor in front of his chest. The expression on his face was extremely bad, as if he had eaten rice tiangong. Bio. In the next second, the nanotechnology of the steel suit came into play, and the entire suit shrank abruptly and was recycled into the reactor, and Tian Xiaobin also landed gently on the ground. 6-6 monsters. Oncoming. Little class? The Diamond God of War hurriedly shouted, and his palms instantly grabbed Tian Xiaobin's shoulders. Taste? However, the speed of the 6-6 monsters is even better. He pretended to be strong, and hugged Tian Xiaobin with his arms. He actually picked Tian Xiaobin up, and continued to slam into the Diamond God of War. His face was full of murderous aura. That's right, he didn't get a chance to corner, or break, then die with Xiao Chen. No, he died with Tian Xiaobin. Anyway, Tian Xiaobin was being held. Damn. The Diamond God of War's mood suddenly hit rock bottom. He forgot to pay attention to Tian Xiaobin's transformation time. Moreover, if the 6 monsters collided, he could indeed catch the 6 monsters, but Tian Xiaobin's flesh and blood body could not resist the terrifying impact brought by the collision between the machine's body and the diamond's body. Xiaobin will die tragically. Taste? The Diamond God of War leaned on his side, rubbed his fists, and gave the Liu monster a slanted way. Ask for flowers. The 6 monster's body naturally also turned over and turned into an upright state, which just happened to pass the body of the Diamond God of War perfectly. Bring the small class back. The Diamond God of War's hands immediately turned into diamond spikes, and once again touched Mokuna's throat. Moka's mouth twitched. It's him again? Impossible. The Liu monster hugged Tian Xiaobin and flew out dozens of meters before slowly landing on the ground, holding Tian Xiaobin on his chest with one hand, and said coldly to the Diamond God of War, "What bird language are you talking about? I don't understand you at all." The Diamond God of War frowned and said sternly. He said it was impossible. Mokuna breathed heavily and translated to the Diamond God of War, "I understand his language and can translate it for you. You, translator." The Diamond God of War looked down at Moka and said in an unquestionable tone. Mokuna nodded silently. "I can't let go of this little devil on earth. You let Mokina go first, or I'll kill him. The Liuliu monster is very tough, and with Xiaoben as a bargaining chip, he has the initiative. After the Diamond God of War heard the translation, he was silent for 2 seconds. I have many thoughts. In the end, he took a deep breath, and even if he was upset, he said unswervingly, no problem, I will return this person to you. Comment? The Diamond God of War directly lifted Mokina's body and aimed in the direction of the 6-6 monsters. No, Xiao Chen, don't give it to him. After you give it to him, you will be at the mercy of others. Tian Xiaoben was not stupid, and quickly and loudly reminded the Diamond God of War. He dares to lie to me, I will let them both die miserably. Let them be buried with them? The Diamond God of War paused for a while, and immediately, his face was filled with incomparably terrifying suffocation, and the whole person seemed to be possessed in white, full of chills. This moment, Mokina and the Liuliu monster couldn't help but have a cold war. On Xiao Chen, they seemed to have seen Mahaza's domineering, terrifying shadow. 100 million boom. Mocha landed heavily beside the 6-6 monsters. The thick-skinned it was not a big deal. After falling to the ground, it quickly supported the ground with both hands and stood up slightly. He pointed to his still bleeding chest, panting slightly, his expression a little weak, but it was much stronger than before. At least he could move slightly. I can barely stand up. Fortunately, that shot happened to be with me. The position of the heart has been wiped. Not a single kill. When the Diamond God of War heard the words, his expression was a little strange. He was deadly, and he stabbed directly at Mokina's heart, and there was no such thing as the wrong position. Unless 773. The Diamond God of War reacted. In his logical thinking, the location of the stab just now is indeed the location of the heart, but that is the location of the human heart, not the alien's heart location. In other words, the body structure of Mokina is different from that of humans on Earth. If he was an Earthman, he would have died long ago, but he is an alien. It's good not to die. Liuliu gave Mocha a look next to him, and said in a complicated way, now you know why I want to stay away from him. I know. Mokina took a deep breath and said, I just knew that this little devil on Earth named Xiao Chen is very strong, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. It's more exaggerated than what you said. What Liuliu said at the beginning was, Xiao Chen can beat him. But after a fight with Xiao Chen, Mokina and Xiao Chen found out, where is the problem of winning or not? It is clearly a problem of crushing. His strength is no less than that of the 6 monsters. He was crushed, and the 6 monsters had to be like this? No, it's not that I misrepresented his strength. Liuliu said word by word, it's that Xiao Chen has become stronger. I suspect that it is not necessarily the case that I joined forces with that crab. This guy's opponent. Hey, Liuliu, I've already given it to you. The Diamond God of War interrupted the twos, whispering impatiently, you better make sure he's okay, or you'll die too. If you are like this, how dare we trust someone to hand over to you? Mokina stabilized its own breath and said sharply to the Diamond God of War in the distance. What do you want? You beat yourself to death. We'll give you another man. Impossible. Negotiations between the Diamond God of War and Mokina clearly collapsed. If he was half dead, it would be even more impossible to rescue Xiaoben. Taste? The arms of the Diamond God of War turned into spikes again, and the diamond body all over his body was also covered with tiny needles, like a diamond hedgehog. Can't talk? Then stop talking? Storm? Wait a minute, don't force him so hard. You take a step back. Seeing this scene, 666 hurriedly warned Mokina beside him. Mokina also reassured the Diamond God of War, wait, Diamond friend. There's no need to beat you to the death. He and Liuliu are the most unlucky ones. Although they made a lot of nonsense about Xiao Chen before they came, they didn't come to Earth to seek revenge on Xiao Chen. It was to find that Demalloy, and it was these humans who bothered him, so he shot, and then Xiao Chen took the initiative to beat them. This feeling, as if the crime has not yet been committed, Batman has come to do justice. Isn't it necessary? I think it is necessary. The Diamond God of War narrowed his eyes, but continued to frighten the two in front of him. I continued to count down 3 seconds, and when the 3 seconds were up, I didn't hand over the small class. You guys, the two go to hell together. Transforming time cannot delay. The Diamond God of War will use his aura to create the greatest pressure on the Liuliu monster and Mokina in a very short period of time, forcing them to submit. 1, 2. The Diamond God of War counted down unequivocally. The Liuliu monster and Mokina became tense together, their hands clenched tightly. In these 2 seconds, there were thousands of thoughts, and an idea was born at the same time. Throwing Tian Xiaoben to a random place and letting the Diamond God of War save them, they should withdraw. 3. The Diamond God of War deliberately stretched the tone of the last number very long, as if giving the last chance. It's just for you. The 6 monsters let out a ferocious roar, lifted Tian Xiaoben, and threw it vigorously at the body of the Diamond God of War. Ah, Xiao Chen, you must pick me up. Even if you can't pick me up, you can't let my face hit the ground. Tian Xiaoben flew over, swinging his limbs in the air. 4.5, accompanied by bursts of shouting voice. Xiao Ban, I can definitely follow you? The spikes all over the Diamond God of War shrank back instantly, and his arms returned to normal. He spread out his body and hugged Tian Xiaoben. Taste. Liuliu monster and Mokina turned around and left. Bayu. Just listen. The Omnitrix pattern on the chest of the diamond god of war began to flicker and sparkle, accompanied by the unique sound effect. His movements froze instantly, and the expression on his face was described in one word, that is, I can't wait. The diamond god of war successfully caught Tianzioben flying over with both hands. Immediately, the Omnitrix in front of him released a red light, and the whole person instantly became smaller, and Tianzioben fell to the ground together. Oops. Tianzioben let out a cry, but there was not much pain in his tone, but he felt frightened. Xiaoban, you are pressing on me, stop screaming. The person who should be called is me. Xiao Chen, who was sitting under Tianzioben, protested to Tianzioben while rubbing the back of his head. Zioben was sitting on top of him, grabbing his shoulders with both palms, making him unable to move. I'm sorry. Tianzioben quickly stood up, stretched out his hands and pulled Xiao Chen up together, with a very apologetic expression on his face. This is not the point now. Xiao Chen's eyes fell to the front, his eyes were condensed, his whole body was in a tense state. Xiao Chen, you don't have 3 minutes to live. Mocha climbed up hideously, slowly lifted his footsteps and walked over, roaring, I didn't expect us to hit the time when your transformation was lifted. Don't talk nonsense. Kill him. The 6 monsters took off directly, holding a samurai sword, stirring up every inch of the blade, like the light of a crescent moon, so fast. Xiao Chen's eyes blinked slightly, the knife light almost made his eyes sting, and gusts of cold wind accompanied the 6 monsters, descending on him, making him feel cold all over. The 6 monsters must attack him first? Taste? At this time, suddenly a huge spaceship flew in the sky. The entrance of the spaceship suddenly opened, and 3 figures appeared abruptly, moving in front of Xiao Chen, right in the middle of Xiao Chen and the 6 monsters. The 3 shadows, first a light, blue light, blocked Xiao Chen's body. The sudden strong light made him move his palm immediately, blocking his line of sight, and was not hindered by the light. Liu Liu's face was full of murderous aura, although he had some vigilance in his heart, his killing intent towards Xiao Chen was countless times stronger. We must take this opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. Miss this opportunity. I don't know when the next opportunity will come. Call out. Without hesitation, he stretched out his samurai sword and stabbed the light ahead, no matter who it was. Die. Lu Wei, finally let our galaxy volunteer army catch you. I saw the blue light in front dissipated, and a righteous and awe-inspiring voice sounded. There are 3 people standing there. The person standing at the front is wearing a yellow Superman uniform with a white cape behind him. His skin is blue, his eyes have no black through holes, and the circle around his eye sockets is black, showing a sunglass shape. Like Batman's masked eyes. And his head. Bare. At first glance, it is the standard strong style, and the 2 beside him. One is of the same race as the 4-handed overlord, but a feminine 4-handed overlord, with long hair, golden breastplates, wrist guards, and knee pads on his body. The other person has a completely different body structure. His brain is directly exposed to the outside world. It is many times larger than the human brain. A proper alien brain has a transparent fish tank on the outside, which is used to protect this brain. At the same time, in front of the fish tank is a screen with simple facial expressions. That kind of expression is similar to that of penguins, with only eyebrows, eyes, and a hooked mouth. The lower body, an octopus body, has many tentacles, but it is golden. Moreover, this guy is directly floating in midair. It should be using the power of mind power. The galaxy volunteers, the 3 of them. Xiao Chen's palm dropped instantly, and he looked at the 3 in front of him in amazement. However, he was in the back, so he couldn't see the faces of the 3 of them. But this back is indeed the 3 people of the Galaxy Volunteer Army? Ultimate Superman, Tenny, and Psychic? Did they come to the rescue? Liu Liuwei looked at the Ultimate Superman and the others, and the movement of swinging the knife did not stop at all, and went straight towards the Ultimate Superman's heart, getting closer and closer. Mocha immediately flashed back and ran towards their small spaceship. Mound. In an instant, Ultimate Superman himself used his white-gloved palm to firmly grasp the katana that Liu Liu was stabbing at his heart. The tip of the blade was not far from piercing his clothes. Can't move. But Liu Liuwei's arms were trembling, his face was very twisted, and he exerted his strength to the extreme. He didn't move the samurai sword in the slightest, and the last little distance of 773, he just couldn't kill the Ultimate Superman? Liu Liuwei, do you still want to kill me? Ultimate Superman's voice was still awe-inspiring, and said, you can't succeed, including your conspiracy. Go away. Taney stretched out her forearms, clenched them into fists, and landed on the body of Liu Liu. Boom! Liu Liu immediately let go of the samurai sword. His whole body was like a cannonball, swept across the ground layer by layer, and fell to the ground next to the small spaceship, bursting into a huge pothole. Xiao Chen, who was behind him, could feel a huge fist wind, like a wave, so he couldn't help but take a few steps backwards, and Tian Xiaoben fell to the ground with his butt, until several seconds passed. The wind weakened, and it was barely able to adapt. What a strong punch, what a terrifying combat power. Xiao Chen looked at the Ultimate Superman and Tanny with shocking eyes. The fighting power of these 2 people is really strong. This is probably the first time he has encountered an alien from the Justice Camp with such a strong fighting force. Sorry, Earthchild, didn't hurt you. Ultimate Superman seemed to notice Xiao Chen behind him, turned around, and smiled kindly. It's alright. Xiao Chen's eyes met the kind eyes of the ultimate Superman. His face was calm, and he stabilized his body. Look at the alien criminals, they're going to run away. After saying that, he raised his finger anxiously and pointed to the 6-6 monsters not far away. What? Hearing the words, Ultimate Superman hurriedly turned around and looked in the direction where the 6-6 monsters flew out. Tenny's fist just sent the 6-6 monsters to the vicinity of the small spaceship. After seeing the terrifying fighting power of Ultimate Superman and Tanny, the 6-6 monsters ran into the spaceship, and the entrance door closed instantly. Their goal is to steal, not to fight. Xiao Chen here? Don't go, don't try to run, you two criminals. Ultimate Superman, Tenny and Shen Atong, the three of them are moving fast towards the small spaceship in front. Ultimate Superman is directly floating in the air, while Tanny is striding, and Shen Atong drives his mind to fly over. But how could the speed of three people match the terrifying speed of the spaceship? Taste? After hearing the sound of breaking the air, Mokana, who had been waiting in the cab for a long time, immediately used the spaceship after the 6666 monsters entered the small spaceship, pulled the speed to the extreme, and flew to the high altitude in an instant, flying quickly towards the distance, and soon became a smaller and smaller black spot in the air, until it disappeared. That's it. The two ran straight away. No arrogance like Maha's. Boom! Tanny gave up first, stopped running, and reluctantly stayed where she was. She knew she couldn't catch up and stopped. Ultimate Superman tried his best to fly high into the sky for a while, but after he couldn't see the shadow of the small spaceship, he sighed and had no choice but to fly back to Tenny and Shen Atong. Sorry, you two, I accidentally knocked him away. Looking at the dejected two, Tanny stretched out forearms instantly, 2 hands on each side, hooked the necks of the two, and said apologetically, with a warm smile on her face, Okay, we forgive you. The big deal is to catch it next time. Let go, you are about to suffocate. You are murdering. Shen Atong said angrily. Tenny, be careful next time. Ultimate Superman also said righteously. Tenny retracted her forearms and passed with a haha. It's like a classic combination of no brains and unhappy. The difference is that they have the backbone of Ultimate Superman. Everyone. What are they going to do? Why are they back on Earth? At this time, Xiao Chen walked slowly behind the three of them, and Tian Xiaoben followed, still very vigilant. What? After hearing Xiao Chen's doubtful voice, Ultimate Superman, Tai Ni, and the others turned around to look at Xiao Chen, looking at each other in disbelief. They have seen many alien children, rarely seen so daring. If you know the name of Liuliu monster, you have never seen it. Does this kid have anything to do with the most wanted criminal in the universe? Don't be surprised. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and said, I have fought with that 6-6 monsters before, and he is considered my defeat. So I know his identity information very well. Battle. How is this possible? Ultimate Superman, Shen Atong, and the others made eye contact again, and immediately, they all laughed. Don't laugh. Like you, we are heroes who protect the world. But we don't have the cool uniforms you have. Tian Xiaoben walked out a little unhappy and said, Little boy, thank you for complimenting our uniform. Ultimate Superman bent over, stroked Tian Xiaoben's hair gently again, and looked at Xiao Chen again. Okay, little boy, it's time for you to go home. Me and my companions still have a task to do. Still treat me like a child. Xiao Chen was speechless. In the original book, Tian Xiaoben was allowed to fight with the 6-6 monsters when he was transformed into a four-handed overlord. This time things have changed. Ultimate Superman, they did not see the picture after their transformation. It's natural to think of yourself as a kid who wants to trick or treat. Since I'm not convincing, what about it? Xiao Chen watched the three of them want to leave, and raised his wrist without hesitation. On the wrist, Omnitrix is charged. But that special shape makes it hard to forget at a glance. This is... Superman's expression had a hint of doubt at first, and the next second, his face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. His eyes were suspicious and shocked. Could it be the Omnitrix? Impossible. How can something like Omnitrix be possible? On a small child? This is Omnitrix. It is the intelligence that is the most powerful. He stretched out a touch finger and pointed at the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist, and gave an extremely affirmative answer. It is the greatest invention in the universe. At first, the inventor, Zhao Niu's, invented the Omnitrix. The original intention is to promote the communication of alien races in the whole universe, and at the same time, it is also for the destruction of the universe. Let this watch preserve the DNA of each race. The original intention was good, but the Omnitrix has become the most powerful weapon in the entire universe, and countless people want to get it. Unlike Tenny's nerves, he is extremely intelligent. Xiao Chen instantly gave Shen Atong a thumbs up and praised, That's right, it's Omnitrix. It's in my hand now, and it's still charging. It's actually Omnitrix. Ultimate Superman quickly accepted the surprising fact, and at the same time was convinced that Xiao Chen, the child in front of him, did not lie. Chances are, the 6-6 monsters are really his defeated generals. Just now, I had a fight with the 6-6 monsters, and another big guy, using the Omnitrix to fight. Now it's on a cooldown, and I can't transform. Xiao Chen got down to business and said solemnly, So, can we be together? Wait a minute. Shen Atong interrupted Xiao Chen and asked urgently, This Earth friend. How many people know the secret of your Omnitrix possession? Wouldn't it be as long as a white organization knows your Omnitrix? That's not it. Just my family, and a few of my opponents. Xiao Chen shook his head and said. Mainly because he knew that the Galaxy Volunteers were a group of righteous people, and they were outright messengers of justice, so he exposed his identity as soon as they met. Don't let others know about this next time. The more people who know, the more likely things will go wrong. Ultimate Superman also lectured Xiao Chen seriously. Don't worry, come on, I'm tight-lipped about this kind of thing. Xiao Chen also said decisively, completely forgetting that he showed aliens in a parallel universe in front of a global press conference. Xiao Chen, are you and Xiaoben all right? Who are these strange people? At this time, Mark and Tian Xiaoan also felt that there was no movement outside. They ran out of the museum and saw Xiao Chen, who was communicating with Ultimate Superman. Xiao Chen. Ultimate Superman remembered the name and pointed to Mark and the others suspiciously. Xiao Chen, who are they? This is Mark, this is my grandfather, this is Tian Xiaoan, and this is Tian Xiaoben and Xiao Chen. Ultimate Superman and the others also introduced their identities and names to Mark and others. Galactic Volunteers. Even Mark doesn't know much about this organization, but looking at the integrity of Ultimate Superman, it doesn't seem to be pretending at all. If it is pretending, it can only be said that this person is a genius. Xiao Chen, what's the matter? I'll take you and your family to the spaceship. It's a bit of a swagger to say it here. Ultimate Superman looked at Xiao Chen. Well, go to your spaceship. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement and looked around. There are already some passers-by coming from a distance, and there are very few people who seem to have discovered the existence of the Ultimate Superman, and began to fumble for something on their bodies. Most likely they are looking for objects such as mobile phones ringing, cameras, etc. Go. Ultimate Superman directly stretched out his palm and embraced Xiao Chen's body. Shenayatong raised all his tentacles, and his mind power wrapped Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and Tian Xiaoben, and Taini jumped directly with strength. Shhhhhhh. The crowd continued to move towards the sky. There is indeed a spaceship in the sky, a medium-sized spaceship, that is the spaceship of the Galactic Volunteer Army. They passed the entrance of the spaceship together and came to the hull of the spaceship. During the period, because of insufficient takeoff strength, Tenny also needed the mind power of supernatural powers to help her enter the spaceship. The spaceship hall is very vast, with various sandbags and other exercise equipment on the side, and the wardrobe on the other side, which contains the washed uniforms of the Galaxy Volunteers. Each set is customized according to the size of the three people. In addition, there are many small items. Boom! The spaceship entrance is directly closed. Shenayatong put down Tian Xiaoan, Mark, Taini, and others with a little difficulty. Ultimate Superman put Xiao Chen down easily and pointed around. This is the spaceship of our Galaxy Volunteer Army. How is it? Isn't it cool? Very good. Xiao Chen looked around, complimented, and then went straight to the topic. So, Ultimate Superman, shall we talk now about what the Liuliaguai wanted to do when he fell to the ground? And where did he go? Of course. Ultimate Superman just suddenly realized, patted his own bald head and walked towards a gate. You all come with me. He led Xiao Chen and his group through the gate and into the conference room behind the hall. The conference room looks cool. The light blue decoration style is full of sense of technology. It is the color from the floor to the ceiling. There is an oval conference table in the middle, and a light blue screen is engraved in the middle of the table, which is the holographic projector. Besides, there is also a huge screen on the wall of the conference room, on which the content of the holographic projector can be projected at any time. 6, and 6 blame them. Earlier, they attacked a cosmic mobile base and grabbed an ore called X-Element. Ultimate Superman walked to the conference room. His face was very dignified, while introducing, on the holographic projector on one side, the shadow of Liu appeared. On the curtain, there is also a picture of Mokana attacking Al-Qaeda, and with the sound effect, it gives people an immersive feeling. This made Xiao Chen feel a little bit dreamlike. He felt like he was in a future, and the Galaxy Volunteer Army had quite a lot of high-tech. And according to our findings, Ultimate Superman continued, X-Element has no effect, but if X-Element is fused with a material called Byzantium alloy, it will fuse enough to destroy an entire solar system terrifying weapon. This Byzantium alloy, according to the positioning, is on your Earth, and the purpose of the 6 and 6 monsters is exactly this. Get the Byzantium alloy on the Earth, Element X and Byzantium. After fusion, can the solar system be destroyed? For a moment, Xiao Chen immediately understood why Superman and the others were in such a hurry to catch the Liu monster. His fist was clenched immediately, and his face was full of uprightness. As an Earthling, if they want to destroy the solar system, they must ask me before. What? At this time, an alert from the system sounds ding. Sinuable object detected. Ultimate Superman, the backbone of the Galactic Volunteers. The host chooses to challenge the Ultimate Superman, defeat him, or kill him to complete the sign-in. This task. Xiao Chen originally thought that it was about the 6 monster stealing the X-Element, which triggered the sign-in. It turned out to be the sign-in of Ultimate Superman. When he looked up at the decent hero again, his eyes were a little stunned. It turned out that not only powerful enemies would trigger the check-in, but even some decent characters, as long as they could be challenged, could still trigger the check-in. As for killing the Ultimate Superman, forget it. Just win. Xiao Chen, is there anything else you want to ask? Why are your eyes so strange? Ultimate Superman noticed Xiao Chen's eyes and asked strangely. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. He couldn't think of what reason he should use to challenge the ultimate Superman. You seem to be fumbling, don't you want to fight with the ultimate Superman? Tanny on the side smiled heartily, teasing Xiao Chen. Tenny, stop joking. How is that possible? Ultimate Superman said angrily. Actually, just wanted to challenge it. What? Ultimate Superman's serious expression immediately became surprised, and looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Challenge me. Even Tenny, Shenatong, Mark and the others were all astonished. They couldn't figure it out. Why would they want to challenge the ultimate Superman? In my impression, although Xiao Chen was full of fighting spirit when he was fighting, he was not the kind of madman who couldn't control his fighting spirit. In addition to her surprise, Tanny still has a trace of anticipation to challenge their boss, the ultimate Superman. To be honest, she has never seen this Earthchild with Omnitrix, what it looks like in battle. Can you give it a try with their boss, ultimate Superman? Yes. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Chen explained, I just want to see how your strength is. There is nothing wrong with misunderstanding. After the ultimate Superman was speechless, he nodded and said neatly, I mean, it's important to catch the Liuliu and Mocha. If they really get the Basendine alloy, the consequences will be very serious. We'll talk about it later. Then, let's go to the raw material side of the Bixindian alloy first, and wait there. If the 6 and 6 monsters don't show up, then let's have a test, how about it? Xiao Chen asked tentatively. It's okay. Ultimate Superman responded with a cheer. This made Tenny, the wise man, a little disappointed. Their Galaxy Volunteer Army has a lot of tasks, and after catching the 6 monsters, there is a high probability that they will receive a new task, and there is no chance to compete with Xiao Chen at all. It seems that the heroism of this Earthchild will not be seen. Call out. Shenatong flew to the cab, located the origin of the Byzantian alloy, and controlled the spacecraft to fly at high speed. Xiao Chen, the ultimate Superman and the others were in the hall, opened the refrigerator in the corner of the hall, and ate alien food. The speed of this medium-sized spaceship is quite terrifying. Although it does not have the function of jumping at the speed of light, it also has the flying speed of supersonic speed. Just a few minutes. It flew to the origin of the Basendine alloy. Xiao Chen, Ultimate Superman, and the others came to the conference room after receiving the notification from Shenatong. The screen of the conference room actually projected the Earth under the spaceship, projecting the entire origin. The place of origin is obviously in the suburbs, with no one around, only the endless Gobi. A group of workers are working continuously in a large man-made pit in the Gobi, digging some large chunks of ore in the soil, and excavators behind them are continuously increasing the depth and diameter of the pit. Presumably, the ore mined by these people, after refining, is the Byzantian alloy they need by the 6 monsters. However, the construction site is very quiet at the moment. The workers are sweating and working, the foreman directs, and the excavator digs the soil. Everything is in order, and there is no suspicious person at all. That is to say, they came too early. Ultimate Superman, there's nothing going on underneath anyway. Xiao Chen glanced at the construction site of the curtain, and once again couldn't help but said, I want to challenge you, okay? This Ultimate Superman is still a bit of a struggle. It doesn't matter. If you and Xiao Chen don't join the war, Xiaoan and I, Grandpa, can all help you. Tian Xiaoban was a good assist, he said while the iron was hot, and pointed to the reactor on his chest. Tian Xiaoan also picked up the magic pendant. It is a machine suit with nanotechnology, with a lightning core chip, and with Singer sodium alloy as the main material. Xiaoban can turn into a strong steel warrior when he turns on the reactor. This reactor is designed so strongly that it is simply war machine. 0. Shenatong floated over from the cab, looked at Tian Xiaoban's reactor, and said in surprise. Don't look at Xiaoban's scratches several times, but he has also won many battles, especially those robots who single-handedly abused the demon JAS. It is enough to see the strength of this suit. It turned out to be Singer steel alloy. It's a bit of a mouthful. Only then did Tian Xiaoban know that the materials he grabbed from Crab were called Singer sodium alloy. And Tian Xiaoban's magic pendant, although it looks unremarkable, but there must be something magical. I can see that all of you have unique skills. Ultimate Superman pondered for a while, finally made up his mind, looked around at Xiao Chen and others, and finally, his eyes fixed on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I accept your challenge. Do we start now? I can anytime. Xiao Chen's face suddenly became extremely cold, his eyes stared at the Ultimate Superman, and he did not dare to act lightly. After he agreed, Ultimate Superman's overall aura has changed from your big brother to an ancient beast-like aura. It is full of terrifying coercion, and his strength is not comparable to Maha's, but it is definitely not the kind of 6 monsters. The colors are comparable. Taste? Xiao Chen directly pressed Omnitrix. Billion after pressing and holding the Omnitrix, the first alien popped up by the Omnitrix made Xiao Chen very satisfied and shot it down. He also looked up at Tenny in the audience by the way. Taste? A burst of light enveloped him. 4 arms, monster-like outlines, muscles everywhere, and the burly body of the fur-hand tyrant like a rainforest of needles appeared in everyone's sight. This is... Taney's pupils shrank suddenly, and her originally carefree expression suddenly became a little weird. The light spreads out. Just use my strongest alien hero against you. The rough voice, the dark red skin, the 4790 eyes that look like spider eyes, and the dark white coat make him a 4-handed tyrant. AI of the same race as you? Shen Naotong glanced at Tai Ni, who was a little surprised. Taste? Tenny's movements were faster than Shen Naotong's speech, and she came to the back of the four-handed overlord in a flash. What? The four-handed overlord felt the movement behind him, released the four clenched fists, and looked back curiously. Boom! Taney jumped directly from behind and onto the back of the four-handed overlord, two hands hooked around his neck, and the other two palms were waving happily. Tanny, can you calm down a bit? The four-handed overlord was forced to move forward by the sudden weight, but his figure was only slanted forward, and he straightened his body back easily with the strength of his feet. I didn't expect that you would turn into one of our clansmen. And you're quite handsome. It seems that the character of enthusiasm is shared by the race of Taney. She let go of her hands in embarrassment, fell back to the ground, and patted the ground. He patted the four-handed overlord on the back and praised. I didn't expect my image to be handsome in your race. The four-handed overlord said it quite unexpectedly, but then again, his aliens are indeed beautiful. In short, they are not too ugly. Okay, Tenny. Ultimate Superman put his hands on his face, sighed helplessly, and said, I have to compete with Xiao Chen. If there is anything, we will talk about it after the competition is over. Yeah. The four-handed bully also echoed. Why don't you let me compete with Xiao Chen? We are both of the same race, so let's compare pure power. Tai and I suddenly walked past the four-handed overlord, came to the side of the Ultimate Superman, and competed with the latter stand in one position and faced the four-handed overlord. No, Tenny, what I want to challenge is your Captain Ultimate Superman. When there is time next time, the two of us will face off. What do you think? What's wrong? Do you think I'm weak? Tell you, my strength is very strong. Taney first glanced at the four-handed bully with dissatisfaction, and then patted her terrifying muscles, full of confidence said, whether it is strong or not, it is not you who has the final say, nor I, but the system. The four-handed overlord complained in his heart, and looked at the Ultimate Superman with help-seeking eyes. He couldn't refuse Tenny, so he had to ask the Captain Ultimate Superman to help him refuse. Let me say, Tenny. Ultimate Superman also nodded understandingly, looked at Tenny, and began to preach tirelessly. Ding. Detected sign-in, Tenny from the Galactic Volunteers. The host chooses to win her by means of a test, or kill her to complete the sign-in. Suddenly, Tanny, recognized by the system? Here Ultimate Superman was still lecturing Tenny, when Tenny was so annoyed that she wanted to nod her head in agreement. Four-handed overlord suddenly said, wait a minute, Ultimate Superman, I think it's necessary for me to compete with Tenny before I fight you. I need to know how strong your members of the Guardians of the Galaxy are before I can find out about you. Strength. His expression was full of terrifying fighting intent, his four fists were clenched in unison, his steel-like muscles bulged, and the whole person was like a muscle chariot. Fighting spirit, attitude. It's all about a 180-degree turn? Ultimate Superman looked bewildered, looking at the fighting spirit of the four-handed overlord. It didn't seem like he was pretending. He murmured, why do you suddenly want to fight again? Oops, Ultimate Superman, don't worry about it. Hearing this, Tai and I showed a cheerful smile. Since Xiao Chen accepted my challenge, can you stand by and be a spectator obediently? This. Ultimate Superman took another look at Four Hands. The four-handed overlord nodded with certainty on his face, and he didn't seem to be joking at all. Okay. Although he didn't know what the two of them were doing, Ultimate Superman shook his head and walked to the side of Sheneatong, Mark, and the others, acting as a spectator. Xiao Chen, I won't show mercy. Tenny clenched her four fists and made a crisp click sound, the sound of the air being continuously squeezed and exploding by the terrifying grip. 4.5 Me too. The four-handed overlord took a deep breath and said decisively. But the two didn't do it the first time. The momentum on both of them is quite terrifying, colliding back and forth, entwining, like two phantom dragons, fighting silently. The momentum collision is quite fierce. If ordinary people stand in the middle, they will definitely faint. Very strong. This is Tenny and the four-handed king, their first thoughts about each other. So, look, Xiao Chen is sure to win. He is a man. Tian Xiaoban looked at this scene and said confidently. No, quite the opposite. Sheneatong suddenly shook his head. I think Tenny has a better chance of winning. Why do you say that? Tian Xiaoban looked at Sheneatong in confusion. Sheneatong said, the Tidroman are different from other races. The strength of women in the Tidroman race is stronger than that of men, and it can be said that the physical advantages of men and women are reversed. So Tai and I must be I can beat Xiao Chen. There is such a strange talent. Tian Xiaoban said with a look of surprise. Don't forget, stupid, before you drank the gene-enhancing potion, you were a little shorter than me. Tian Xiaoan did not forget to attack Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban immediately said angrily, you are obviously shorter than me, nerd. Call out? The quarrel between the two was interrupted by a gust of wind. In front of me, the four-handed overlord and Taney set off at the same time, rushing towards each other like two ferocious beasts. Just the range of running motions caused 16 violent storms to spread around. The bodies of Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan couldn't stop shaking. The ultimate superhuman, and Sheneatong narrowed their eyes. Boom, both are close. Punch at the same time, and it is a fist. It can be seen that this is only a tentative attack. When the fists of the two people collided, the force exploded together to form a harsh sonic boom. At this moment, even the sound could be blown up at once, and the surrounding whirlwind was instantly twisted into a ball. Ah! The four-handed overlord roared like a beast, and one arm was straight, full of muscles, and powerful. Well, what a terrible power. A hint of disbelief appeared in Tanny's heart, her face became surprised, and her arms trembled slightly. A little bit, unable to withstand the power of the hand overlord. Why is this guy stronger than her? He is still suppressing her faintly? It looks about the same. Four-handed bully, come on. Supernatural, Tian Xiaoben and the others haven't seen any drawbacks yet, but there is a trace of consternation on the face of Ultimate Superman. Tenny is suppressed? Tai's woman, men's strength should not be as good as women's. Even if Xiao Chen's four-handed DNA is good enough, Tai and I's talent is not bad. No, no way. Try another 3 fists. Unbelievable, Tenny threw the other 3 fists. Not to be outdone, the four-handed overlord vigorously danced his 3 arms, and the 4 arms exerted force at the same time, and a terrifying muscle group swelled from the back, like an inverted triangle shape, and the whole figure was like a red giant. Bang bang bang, 6 fists collided. This time, all of Tenny's fists were shaking slightly, and the pressure instantly multiplied, as if a flood was pushing her body, making her unable to move. Roar. The four-handed overlord let out another low roar, his face turned to the ground, his back turned to the sky, showing a leaning sprint state, releasing the power of his forearms crazily outwards. Monument? Tanny finally took a step back, overwhelmed. It's like opening a precedent. Bang bang bang. The four-handed bully pulled back his punches and punched one after another. Tenny also did the same thing. It is not that she has never encountered a powerful enemy in the universe. However, she had never encountered an enemy that suppressed her head-on in terms of strength. Tenny has fallen behind. As long as she's not blind, she can see Tanny's disadvantage, and she is also very surprised. It shouldn't be. Dude, don't be so surprised. This is Xiao Chen himself. He is better than me. Tian Xiaoben extended his hand familiarly and patted one of the tentacles of Shenayatong. Xiao Chen really has the upper hand. Ultimate Superman calmly analyzed, but if Tanny gives up pure power fighting and uses skills to delay time, she can win until Xiao Chen releases her transformation. After all, fighting is not just a fight to the death. And as a member of the Galactic Volunteer Army, Tanny has indeed changed her combat thinking. She resolutely retracted her 4 fists, and because of the successive collisions, as soon as her fists were clenched, they began to hurt. And the four-handed overlord is still a tiger-like posture, and the 4 fists are madly attacking. Xiao Chen's fighting ability is too amazing. I can't fight her head-on, I have to fight flexibly. Tenny thought briefly, and directly hugged her chest with her forearms. The bulging muscles and solid burrs protected her body like a breastplate. Monument? Forehand cream 790 Wong punched down. Tenny's body was only slightly bent, and her forearms felt a burst of tenderness, and she gritted her teeth to survive the pain caused by the fist, and slammed the fist of the four-handed overlord back. The four-handed bully's fist is powerful, but it can't bear the power and distribute it to the forearms, so Tanny will naturally be able to block it. Moreover, because Tenny's defense range is limited, the four-handed bully can only punch one by one, and it is impossible to fight together, and the hitting range is not enough. Oops, if you keep fighting like this, it's not a competition of strength, it's a question of who can last longer. The four-handed bully looked at Tenny in front of him, how his fists waved, attacked, and couldn't break through Tenny's defense. This made him look a little troubled. Whoever lasted longer, that was really his hard injury. It is difficult to break through Tanny's defense even with the 8 pulls. Unless, let her defense be cracked from the inside, not attacked. The four-handed overlord's eyes lit up, and a battle plan appeared in his heart. It was a simple plan, but it was enough to deal with a warrior like Tanny who was more impatient and didn't like to think. Boom! Another punch hit Tenny's forearms hard. She just bent her body, and returned to normal in the next second, blocking the four-handed overlord's fist back, and then, the forearms that were hugged together lifted outwards, a trace of dissatisfaction appeared on her face, and she wanted to punch beat back. Boom! But Tenny resisted the anger, put the 4 slightly raised hands back, and took a deep breath. In this case, delaying the time, Xiao Chen will lose. Counting the time, it's been almost 6 or 7 minutes. Keeping the current rhythm, Tenny should wait a few more minutes and it should be over. Ultimate Superman and Shenayatong had already reached their conclusion on the outcome of this battle, and decided Xiao Chen's defeat. The transformation time of Omnitrix is not eternal, this is the most fatal weakness. But, their conclusions seem to be a bit conservative. This time, the four-handed overlord did not easily withdraw his fists as usual, and then continue to fight back. Instead, he showed a look of being overwhelmed, his fists retracted, released in an instant, and he threw it forcefully several times. Well, is it dead? Shenayatong looked puzzled. The battle-hardened Ultimate Superman shrank his pupils slightly, looked at Tanny's expression, and glared in his heart. Not good. Tanny's character can be fooled, and she can't bear the humiliation of receiving so many punches. I'm going to chase after the victory? Tanny looked at the four-handed overlord with her hands, her eyes almost bursting with fire. Her forearms were instantly released, her muscles were directly stretched, and they slammed into the four-handed overlord's body in unison, and there were even streaks on the floor where the arms swept over. Crack marks? Her fists were getting closer and closer to Four-Handed King's body, but the latter didn't attack suddenly, or counter Tenny as Superman wanted. Instead, just stay where you are, waiting to be beaten. Is he really out of strength? Ultimate Superman's eyes suddenly filled with suspicion. This fist was a solid punch. If he really trades injuries for injuries, the Four-Handed Overlord will only be beaten even worse. It seems that Xiao Chen's racial talent is explosive in a short period of time, but he can't fight for a long time. It even only has an explosive period of a few minutes. Shen Atong said with some regret. So come on. In the minds of him and Ultimate Superman, Xiao Chen, an Omnitrix user, although his strength is good, he is not as powerful as he expected, and he has not brought the Omnitrix to the level it should be. King Kong not bad magic? Just in the nick of time. The Four-Handed Overlord recited this sentence in his heart, and the muscles on his body instantly burst into bursts of dazzling golden light. He was like a god descended from the earth, and his body was bathed in golden light. How is this going? What a bright light. Shen Atong and the Ultimate Superman were illuminated by this dazzling light and took a step back, covering their hands in front of them, looking incredible. What weird trick? Although Tai Enai was a little surprised, her 4 eyes were still squinting. Her strength remained unchanged. No matter what trick it is, I will take it back. Monument. Just hear a dull bang? Tenny's 4 fists were like hitting a meteor, but they were humming, and all 4 arms were stinged by the terrifying anti-shock force. The Four-Handed Overlord in front of him did not move at all, but the golden arrogance on his body seemed to be shaken by a terrifying force, and flickered slightly. Tenny's fist. It didn't work? What kind of trick is this? Taney said in disbelief as she stared at the golden Four-Handed King in front of her. The Shen Atong and the Ultimate Superman not far away are also in a state of confusion. I have never seen this form of power. It is obviously not the racial talent of the Tidromans. It is not like magic, psychic power, etc. Yay, I haven't seen it at all. Could it be some kind of trick on Earth? Before waiting for the 3 members of the Galaxy Volunteer Army to react, taste? The indestructible power of King Kong on the Four-Handed Overlord was suddenly lifted, and the rays of light converged back, revealing his ferocious and terrifying figure, looking at Tanny with a full face. Not good. Even if Tanny was heartless, she realized the danger, and her 4 fists hurriedly retracted. But, late, Beiji collapse. The fist of the Four-Handed Bully swung angrily, like a nuclear bomb that was launched, full of explosive destructive power. The muscles in this arm were twice as large as those of the other arms, like a string of large candied haws, and even more so near the fist. A burst of transparent shock waves gathered, wrapping the fist. Boom! Tenny didn't have time to react at all. This earth-shattering punch fell heavily on Tanny's chest. Her huge body was so vulnerable that she was instantly blown away by this punch. Everyone's eyes are full of flowers. Tenny, who was just hit. In the blink of an eye, it directly hit the wall opposite the Four-Handed Overlord. Boom! Tenny slammed into the wall of the spaceship and slid along the wall and fell to the ground. There were huge spider web-like cracks on the entire wall. Whoa. The Four-Handed Overlord still maintained his fist-stretched posture. Zhanyos, his entire arm was stiff, and he couldn't pull it back himself. And in the clenched fist, there is also a more terrifying force, which is the collapse force of Bejabang. This is even stronger than the punching force. Hit, fly. That punch was scary. Shen Atong and Ultimate Superman, whose jaws were about to fall to the ground, looked at the posture of the Four-Handed Overlord throwing punches, and then looked at Tenny who fell to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Especially the psychic. He was severely beaten in the face today. There are actually male Tidromans who have beaten women, and they have won within minutes. The most terrifying thing is, this Tidroman is still a minor? I won. The Four-Handed Overlord said each word with joy. I haven't lost yet. I can still stand up. At this moment, Tenny, who was lying on the ground, reluctantly raised her head. Although her face was full of twisted pain, she still tried her best to raise her 4 palms, put them on the floor, and slowly prop up her body. Boom! The body only held up a little bit of height, and it was lifted back to the ground at once, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. When Tenny fell, her whole body slumped to the ground, her eyes were listless, and she admitted it. Own failure. It's over. The Four-Handed Overlord's expression was tense all the time, watching Tanny completely collapse, and finally he could let go of his hanging heart. His 4 eyes landed on his own fist again, and he didn't have enough strength to pull the outstretched fist back, because a very terrifying force gathered. Pulling forcefully would only cause this force to devour his own arm. The best result is that the bones are broken, and the worst result is that the arm is abolished. Xiao Chen, it's over. Why are you still putting your fists there? It's so strange. Did he forget? But this reason is too ridiculous. Mark, Tianzioben, Shen Atong, and the others, looking at the strange posture of the Four-Handed Overlord, their faces were full of doubts, and they exhorted the Four-Handed Overlord. But they don't know. The Four-Handed Overlord has suffering and can't tell. With his last strength, he stretched out his fists, his clenched palms even burst into blood vessels, and the pain became more and more intensified, as if his entire arm was going to explode with this force. Xiao Chen? Ultimate Superman saw at a glance what was wrong with the Four-Handed Overlord, and flew to the Four-Handed Overlord in an instant, and said sternly, "Face me, release the power of your punch, hurry up, otherwise, your arm will it's gone." He has full self-confidence and can catch the terrifying heavy punch of the four-handed overlord. Even if it is the one that knocks Tenny away, he can also catch it. Good. The four-handed overlord made a low voice, and immediately, he slammed his fist mercilessly towards the body of the ultimate Superman. Ultimate Superman also clenched his right fist and waved it out lightly. It was this flat fist, but it contained incomparably terrifying strength. Boom! The fists collided fiercely. The arms of the two were stalemate in the air together, and strong winds broke out on both sides, and the air burst. The bloodshot arm of the four-handed overlord relaxed a lot in an instant, and the pain on his face also eased a lot, and he could feel the terrifying power from the ultimate Superman. So, no holding back is required. Let's unleash all your energy. Boom! The power on the fist of the four-handed bully was released like dynamite, and the air around the fist was instantly blasted with countless sparks, and it boiled. His arm returned to normal in an instant, his complexion was incomparably smooth, and his whole body relaxed. On the other hand, Superman's complexion changed, showing a surprised look. What a great strength. Did you hold this strength all the time? Yeah, thanks to you for helping me. Bjit. Four Hands is gratefully thanking Ultimate Superman. Cha. Moment? Ultimate Superman's white gloves were torn into pieces and scattered on the ground in unison. His motionless figure also stepped back several steps, and his entire arm trembled even more. His chassis is solid enough to turn the feeling of being repelled into retreat, otherwise he will run behind. Even so, Ultimate Superman also immediately let go of his palm and used it several times in pain. His arms were sore. So powerful. The four-handed overlord looked at the Ultimate Superman in front of him with admiration in his eyes. My strength just now has reached a very exaggerated level. The Ultimate Superman can barely catch it. I didn't catch it. I was indeed suppressed by your power. Ultimate Superman had some regrets on his face, but he still admitted his failure seriously. Your move just now is very strong. If Tanny came to pick it up, she would be directly knocked out. His power is still above Tanny. Tanny and Sheneatong watched this scene. Their eyes were full of horror, their pupils kept dilating. They were already shocked by the strength of this Earthboy. The extent to which strength has been able to repel the Ultimate Superman? I have never seen the Ultimate Superman be repelled by others. In my knowledge, only Morhas and those godlike beings have this kind of life ability. Sheneatong muttered to himself. Tenny, who was still a little unconvinced at the beginning, those unwilling emotions disappeared in an instant. It seems that I didn't lose at all. If the punch just now hits me, I'm afraid it's really like what the Ultimate Superman said. I'll be knocked out, and the loss will be even more ugly. She couldn't help but have a lot of affection for the four-handed overlord in front of her. This kind of powerful man is the type she likes. There. The Ultimate Superman and the four-handed bully are seating each other. Tanny slowly got up while holding the wall, leaned against the wall, and looked at the four-handed overlord. Tai and I'm sorry, I started a little harder. The four-handed overlord noticed Tai and I's gaze and turned to look at her, with a look of embarrassment on his face. It's okay. Tanny smiled and said, one of the rules of our race is that once a woman loses to a man, the woman must marry that man. Marry me, Xiao Chen. After listening to Tanny, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? There were 10,000 alpacas in the heart of the four-handed bully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. This is for later. The sign-in reward was issued on time, but it couldn't appease the wounded heart of the four-handed overlord. This F***ck Taney wants to marry him? Don't even kill him? His menacing expression instantly became extremely embarrassing, and his head was covered in cold sweat. Sheneatong and Ultimate Superman also looked at each other. What are you kidding? How is this possible? One is from the Earth, the other is from aliens. Tian Xiaowen's face was full of dissatisfaction, obviously without magic, but he was able to walk in front of Tanny aggressively, with his hands on his face. On his waist, he questioned Tanny. That's it. The four-handed bully also quickly echoed Tian Xiaowen. He would rather wait for the little cabbage to grow up than be with Tanny. What does that matter? Doesn't Xiao Chen have Omnitrix? Every time he transforms into what I want, isn't it? Tanny also said with a teasing. Bio. The Omnitrix pattern on the four-handed overlord's chest began to flicker, and with a burst of red light, he turned back into a human figure again. Tanny's hot eyes really became a lot colder, but she also had a good impression of Xiao Chen, and threw a look at his human form. Xiao Chen tried to change into the image just now. Too domineering. Cough. I'll try my best. Xiao Chen's face turned green. He could hear the ridicule in Tanny's tone. After so many years, this was the first time she was teased by a woman, and she was still an alien? And she's also a tank alien woman? Okay, stop joking, Tanny, I'll have a test with Xiao Chen later. However, the commotion ended when the Ultimate Superman came out. After a while of exhortation, he let Tanny, who was on the verge of moving, obediently return to the auditorium. Just like his supernatural ability, Tian Xiaowen also snorted when he saw this. Back to his place. On the field. Again, only the Ultimate Superman and Xiao Chen were left. Ultimate Superman looked at the spaceship window, glanced at the construction site, and made sure there was no abnormality at the site, and then calmed down. Then, now your Omnitrix has turned red. That is to say, I need to wait. How long? 4 minutes. More than a minute is enough. A very short time. Xiao Chen waved the Omnitrix in his hand and said, with more than 10 minutes of combat time and more than 4 minutes of cooldown time, the ultimate Superman nodded secretly. In fact, this time is enough. Xiao Chen's strength level, 10 minutes is enough for him to solve many enemies. The system, the reward is given to me, there is no need to give combat equipment. At this time, Xiao Chen said to the system in his mind, if you have to fight the ultimate Superman later, you can't take it lightly, you must use the sign-in reward and add it to your own strength. Get the blue reward. Omnitrix's transformation time is extended by 1 minute, and Omnitrix's cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds. This time, it is a combination of cooling and transformation. That is to say, at this time, Xiao Chen's combat time has reached 12 minutes, and the cooldown time has reached 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Each grows. If Tenny were stronger, the rewards would be even better. It seems that only the rewards given by Mahaz are the most powerful. Xiao Chen had to sigh in his heart that this guy Mahaz gave him too many rewards, can't count. Now, he has high hopes for the ultimate Superman. Ask for flowers. This guy's strength is unparalleled. Above Tanny, below Mahaz, he can also give Xiao Chen a single extraterrestrial hero booster pack. Ability. Why is his eyes a little strange? Ultimate Superman looked a little puzzled. He put on the white glove on his right hand and glanced at Xiao Chen. He felt that Xiao Chen's attitude towards him had become very eager. This is not a belligerent person, at least not Xiao Chen in Earthling state. Is it? Does his ultimate Superman have any appeal to Xiao Chen? Could this guy be gay? 0. Ultimate Superman was immediately frightened by this idea of his own and had a cold war. More than 4 minutes passed quickly in the eyes of the two of them. Seeing the Omnitrix turn green, Xiao Chen immediately raised his wrist and clicked on the Omnitrix's screen. The first pattern displayed on the screen looked like very unfamiliar. A new hero he had never seen before. It was the figure of a crocodile. It's a bit like the crocodile behemoth I saw on the Reaper of Souls arena before. You can't fight Superman with new heroes? Old heroes may not win, and new heroes are even harder to say. Having said that, Xiao Chen couldn't help but put his hand on the Omnitrix and slowly pressed down the screen. However, maybe this alien has some abilities that I didn't expect. Don't forget, every time Omnitrix pops up some new heroes, it will play a big role in the small class in the original book. Your own Omnitrix must have this function too. Taste. When Xiao Chen pressed Omnitrix, a bizarre behemoth appeared in front of the ultimate Superman. Tenny and others? Billion presented in front of Tenny, the ultimate Superman, is a crocodile. However, it is not the ordinary swamp-colored crocodile, but a fiery red skin, with eyes like white orbs without pupils, like a terrifying crocodile that has mutated. It is upright, like a naturally evolved spine, more than 2 meters tall, 2 or 3 heads taller than the ultimate Superman. At the same time, the sides of the crocodile's jaw, the neck, and even the shoulders and arms have iron armor that surrounds them in a circle, and the iron armor around the neck also protrudes terrifying spikes. It is like a red crocodile wearing heavy armor, and it also has its own anti-armor function. But don't forget, each DNA of 790s collected by Omnitrix, different people transform, and the effect is different. Some people turn into alien heroes who are domineering and adequate, and some people turn into alien heroes who are ugly and messy, and it varies from person to person. This is Crocodile Renekton slowly looked around, and through the mirror of the spaceship on the side, saw his appearance, and his face changed slightly. It seems to be the crocodile that I met on the Reaper of Souls arena? It seems because it is me. Transformed, so there is some kind of mutation. Moreover, the appearance of this alien hero looks very familiar. It is a character from a certain game in the previous life. Crocodile Renekton? Xiao Chen, are you ready? No matter what alien hero you turn into, I won't show mercy. The ultimate Superman on the side couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at the time on the clock on the wall, and urged Renekton the crocodile who was stunned. Good. Crocodile Renekton suddenly turned his head and stared at ultimate Superman. His mouth slammed open, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and his bloody mouth bit directly towards ultimate Superman's neck. Tricks, ruthless, and ruthless. It appears that Crocodile Renekton wants to put the ultimate Superman to death. In fact, it is difficult to defeat the ultimate Superman without using this ultimate move. The attack is strong, but it's too slow. Ultimate Superman commented casually as he leaned to his side, dodging the alligator Renekton's attack. Click. Crocodile Renekton's teeth slammed into a ball of air, the upper and lower teeth collided, making his teeth sore for a while, and a trace of anger suddenly ignited in his heart. Call out? Immediately, his tail was raised, like a meteor hammer, and smashed into the neck of the ultimate Superman. Monument? Unexpectedly, the ultimate Superman jumped directly on the spot, spread his arms, and hugged the tail of the Crocodile Renekton in his arms. Can't move. Seeing this, Crocodile Renekton hurriedly turned his back to the ultimate Superman, and walked forward, but he couldn't pull the tail locked by the ultimate Superman at all. Taste? Next second. The ultimate Superman's arms suddenly steeled his muscles, and each piece was obvious, angular, and quite strong. And the Crocodile Renekton's tail was actually regarded as a kind of rope by him, and it spun quickly when he touched the tail. Crocodile Renekton's body also keeps spinning, like a spinning top. I'm going to vomit. Crocodile Renekton's eyes flashed with gold stars, only to feel his head dizzy, his body and soul about to fly out, and he almost spit it out. Xiao Chen was taught a terrible lesson. Tian Xiaoben's expression was a little stunned. This ultimate Superman is actually so powerful. The enemy who could defeat Xiao Chen last time was called Mahaz. Xiaoben, Xiaoan, this is normal. Mark was very calm, patted the two on the shoulders with both hands. There are many powerful aliens in the universe. Xiao Chen is not invincible. As a boy, he is already strong enough. Also, he's using a new hero. Tenny also stirred up the topic dissatisfied. If he turned into the sturdy man before, he would definitely make the captain fight hard for a while. Now this new hero, it's not at all, will be the captain's opponent. From her and Shen Aotong's point of view, Xiao Chen will definitely lose against Ultimate Superman. It's just a matter of time. With a new hero, losing is especially ugly. Research? There? The Ultimate Superman's palms suddenly loosened, and the high-speed rotating crocodile Renekton flew towards the wall in an instant. The cumbersome body continued to rotate in midair until it hit the wall heavily and bounced back to the ground. This fall, I used enough strength. Is he alright? Ultimate Superman used his own arms and rubbed his muscles. He looked a little sore, and he muttered worriedly. Cough cough. At this time, Crocodile Renekton slowly stretched out two big claws, grabbed the ground, and slowly climbed up. However, the pain of the bruises coming from all over the body almost made him weak. At the same time, an unprecedented anger poured into the body, as if to make his blood boil. At this moment, Crocodile Renekton's whole body was hot with blood, his face was hot, and the pain was quickly subsiding. Those white pupils were full of bloody murderous aura. Roar! It let out a low growl, its arms violently exerted force, and it bounced off the ground in an instant, and its body swelled a little, as if it was approaching the shape of a thundering thunder. The momentum, a little stronger? No, it is some. Ultimate Superman looked at the Crocodile Renekton in front of him, his expression finally changed, and a hint of surprise appeared in his pupils. I thought this guy was only able to use brute force and the ability of beasts, but I didn't expect this kind of emotional transformation, the power of power. At this moment, a trace of fighting intent suddenly popped up in his heart. Looking at the Crocodile Renekton in front of him, he wanted to see it. Xiao Chen's new hero, how high is the upper limit? Taste? At this moment, the Crocodile Renekton ran towards the Ultimate Superman. His footsteps fell into the ground, and pieces of dust were instantly stirred up around the ground, with wisps of shadow fragments behind him, which seemed to be after images. It's a little faster. Ultimate Superman clenched his fists directly, bent his body slightly, and assumed a boxer-like stance, full of oppression. But in Crocodile Renekton's mind, he only had one idea. Do this Ultimate Superman. Momentum is not imposing, it doesn't matter at all. He is full of the aura of a violent beast. How could he care about the aura of the Ultimate Superman? Taste? When Crocodile Renekton appeared in front of the Ultimate Superman, it directly raised its big claws, no longer attacked with fists, but threw it to the chest of the Ultimate Superman like pulling prey. Sizzle. Moment. 16 Before the claws fell, there were clearly visible claw marks and 5 fingernail marks on the clothes in front of the Ultimate Superman. He even shivered slightly, as if he felt the coolness. All-round enhancement. Ultimate Superman immediately judged the situation of Crocodile Renekton, and without hesitation, he punched his right fist, and an uppercut hit Crocodile Renekton's jaw heavily, and the attack speed was much faster. Boom! Crocodile Renekton's head lifted instantly, his eyes were absent at this moment, and he unconsciously opened his mouth and roared, but his muscle movements still maintained an offensive posture, and his claws directly grabbed the body of Ultimate Superman. Click! The claws made a harsh humming sound as if they had caught steel, but after the claws fell, there were 5 clearly visible marks on the chest of Ultimate Superman. Although, it was only a white seal, but no blood was seen. But at least it works. It almost hurt me. Even if it gets hit, it still maintains an offensive stance. It's a completely irrational fighting machine. Ultimate Superman muttered to himself in surprise. Roar! Crocodile Renekton just lost consciousness for 2 or 3 seconds. His head fell instantly, and his claws were placed on his slightly deformed chin. Click. He twisted his hands like that, and his jaw returned to normal in an instant, but it was swollen. Immediately, the image of being beaten kept appearing in front of his eyes. His body began to change, his breath increased a little, his mouth opened sharply, and his originally knife-shaped teeth suddenly turned into terrifying steel teeth like a sledgehammer, almost close to the teeth of the big steel teeth. There is no pain at all. Alligator Renekton sees only the ultimate enemy, Superman, and the urge to defeat him. Taste? Crocodile Renekton strikes again, with teeth attacking, claws cracking, tail flapping, and the 3 weapons combine with each other. Bang bang bang! Ultimate Superman also clenched his fists, constantly unleashing his own double punches, and the power is also vaguely increasing. But every time the Crocodile Renekton stepped back and swayed, and another wound appeared on his body. As if he had unlocked the blood, his eyes were filled with more bloodshots, his body became taller, his muscles were exaggerated like the muscles of a 4-handed overlord, and his combat power was constantly increasing. This makes Ultimate Superman's offense less and less effective. My strength is still a little less than half of the strength required to face the 4-handed overlord. The Ultimate Superman became more and more frightened, and was surprised by the ability of Crocodile Renekton to exchange power with blood arrive. How strong can this guy get? Call out? Repulsed again. Crocodile Renekton's body has reached an exaggerated 3 meters high, not only a few heads taller than the ultimate Superman, but it needs to bend down and lower its head to meet the ultimate Superman. All the iron armors on its body were deformed and even cracked, as if they were about to be torn apart by a terrifying body. What's more exaggerated was that the air around it kept making noises and turned into wisps of smoke like steam. Its body temperature keeps rising, and it's no longer afraid of pain. Ultimate Superman saw this, and looked even more shocked. How can this species be so strong? Hey! Crocodile Renekton took a sharp step. Next moment, its figure is in the blink of an eye of the ultimate Superman, presented in front of the ultimate Superman. That huge black shadow shrouded the entire body of ultimate Superman like darkness. Boom! Also momentary. Crocodile Renekton's huge claws hit the body of the ultimate Superman heavily, making a thunderstorm sound, and the terrifying force suddenly shot the ultimate Superman flying out. In an instant, the figure of ultimate Superman collided with the wall, just like the scene in which the Crocodile Renekton was sent flying, slipped from the wall and fell to the ground. Roar! Crocodile Renekton's face instantly showed a touch of excitement, and a high roar came out of his throat, and the howling became like a thunderbolt from the sky, and it was loud. Mark, Tianzioben, and several other people from Earth covered their ears with their hands and closed their eyes, so they could feel the shock in their eyelids. You actually knocked the captain away? Are you okay? Tanny looked surprised. If she loses, it can only be said that Xiao Chen, an Omnitrix user, is truly strong. If the face of the ultimate Superman this captain loses, so Xiao Chen is too powerful, right? Take it easy. At this time, the fallen ultimate Superman rose from the ground with ease. Get your feet off the ground. He was bathed in blue light, floating above the void, his eyes twinkled with stars. While he spoke, his mouth spit out a burst of cold air, his fists clenched together with a sonic boom. This time, I will take out 4 countermeasures. The stance of the hand bully, to deal with you. Go all out, the ultimate Superman? Captain is serious. Tanny couldn't help but feel awe as she looked at the ultimate Superman in this look. This is a mode with full superpowers. Back then, when you faced Captain Tanny, you lost even more than you did today. Sheneo Tong teased Tanny. All of them are proving the powerful strength of the state of ultimate Superman. Call. Crocodile Renekton snorted like 2 steam clouds from his nose, and slapped his tail heavily, not afraid of the state of the ultimate Superman. Freeze light. The ultimate Superman's eyes narrowed, his mouth opened, and it was like a frozen lizard, spewing out a light blue light. Hey! Crocodile Renekton immediately stretched out his claws and grabbed the cold light very bravely. The condensed light was immediately smashed into a fog-like cold air by the huge force, which enveloped his palm. Haven't waited for Crocodile Rexton to be happy. His arm trembled violently. The cold air, cold into the bone marrow, seemed to freeze his entire arm. Freeze. Ultimate Superman whispered. Moment. Crocodile Renekton's palm was wrapped in mist and frozen by thick ice cubes. He hurriedly stretched out another paw and grabbed the frozen hand. No use. Click, click. His claws left thin claw marks on the smooth ice, but he couldn't break the ice at all. This is an ice cube thicker than steel. This kind of cold attack, can already be close to the cold attack of the frozen lizard. Tian Xiaoan said dumbfounded. Ultimate Superman is awesome. Tian Xiaoban was amazed. Laser light? Ultimate Superman released 2 golden thunderbolts from his eyes again, which slammed heavily on the chest of Crocodile Renekton, bursting like dynamite. Boom! The Crocodile Renekton's chest was billowing with gunpowder, and the terrifying explosive force was comparable to that of a large TNT. It directly blew him up, hit the ceiling with one head, smashed a small hole, and then fell from the ceiling to the ground. On the ground, there are also cracks in the ground. He was on the ground and rolled several times, and his entire chest was blown black. Even if the pain nerves have been dulled a lot, he can still feel this pain. Not bad. Even if Tanny was hit by a laser like mine, it would still hurt for a while, and your performance is not bad. Ultimate Superman praised. His eyes were still filled with wisps of gunpowder smoke, fluttering upwards, and after a short time passed, the golden light was radiated again. This laser light also stunned Tian Xiaoban and the others, and definitely surpassed the intensity of the lightning core. Who? Ultimate Superman, I'm so hot right now. After the Crocodile Renekton rolled a few times, a carp got up with a heavy blow, and the huge weight directly caused the ground to shatter, which caused his footsteps to be unstable for a while, and his body swayed from side to side, unable to control his center of gravity. Taste? The ultimate Superman flew to the front of the Crocodile Renekton in an instant, and his fists were powerful, hitting all parts of Crocodile Renekton's body like a heavy hammer. Clap clap. In an instant, Ultimate Superman's fist is like a continuous rainstorm, and it is as powerful as thunder, turning into countless phantoms and quickly hitting the Crocodile Renekton's body. He kept talking. His tone was full of apology. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen, I didn't mean to do this to you. It's just that the alien hero you transformed into has a stronger defense, so I have to attack. Of course, Crocodile Renekton was not beaten unilaterally, and he would stretch out his claws from time to time to tear at the Ultimate Superman, but he was easily avoided by the latter. Then came the endless fist rain of Ultimate Superman. Yeah, while his whole body was tingling, Crocodile Renekton was able to maintain a terrifying fighting consciousness. He clenched his teeth tightly and didn't let out a sound. His tail quietly passed over his feet and came to the feet of Ultimate Superman. In an instant, Ultimate Superman's feet are entangled in the Crocodile Renekton's tail. Roar. Crocodile Renekton's muscles swelled up again, like a crocodile muscle madman. The iron armor on his body was all cracked, his tail was as wide as a pillar, and his body was nearly 4 meters high, already reaching the level of a violent beast. Equivalent to the limit. His tail is tied to the feet of Ultimate Superman, and he uses it hard. Taste. Ultimate Superman, who lost his balance, was also thrown by his tail, but the alligator Renekton's attack method is not useful. He was like Hulk, grabbing the body of the Ultimate Superman suspended in the air, and slammed to the ground violently. Bang bang bang! Crocodile Renekton's tail actually produced bursts of afterimages, and the speed was as fast as a gust of wind. The Ultimate Superman intimately touched the ground 3 times per second, smashing the spaceship floor directly into a pit. Captain is being beaten. Can this guy fight back with that level of attack? When Shenayatong and Taney saw this scene, they were shocked again and couldn't help but have a thought in their hearts. Ultimate Superman, won't you lose? Taste? At this time, Crocodile Renekton's wildly wagging tail was suddenly enveloped by a blue thought force, stiff in midair, motionless, and could no longer swing. Ho is so careless. Your fighting performance is so outstanding that I almost embarrassed me. Ultimate Superman also froze in midair, but hung upside down by his tail, his palms raised parallel to his shoulders, flashing a faint blue light. He activated his mind. Can't move. Crocodile Renekton tried desperately to move his tail, but to no avail. Hey! Ultimate Superman's eyes flashed thunder again. Boom! This time, Xiaonyos hit the Crocodile Renekton's chest this time, but he gritted his teeth, and his pectoralis major muscles exerted force, forming pieces of balloon-like muscles, and resisted the move abruptly, but with his feet backwards slide 10 meters. Not bombed, but Ultimate Superman slowed down. Call out? When the Crocodile Renekton's chest muscles loosened and no longer exerted force to a point, the Ultimate Superman also flew in front of him again. He wanted to do it, but Ultimate Superman was faster. Bang bang bang! It was another terrifying blow, and the offensive formed by the Ultimate Superman's fist directly swept the whole body of Crocodile Renekton. Pain all over the body. This is what Crocodile Renekton's consciousness told him. Anger, also fading, is not infinite, eternal. Bayu donkey. And Crocodile Renekton's transformation time couldn't hold back. Lost. Bayu? With the last voice, the Omnitrix was completely red, and the Crocodile Renekton's body was also shrinking rapidly. Upon seeing this, Ultimate Superman hurriedly retracted his arms, retracted his strength in one go, arched his arms vigorously, and exerted his final strength in the air. Rumble. The air is constantly bombarded, making a roaring sound. Call. Xiao Chen looked at the red Omnitrix on his wrist, and said helplessly to the Ultimate Superman, I still lose to you. This is the first time I experience the feeling of being dominated by anger. Even in that state, I still not your opponent. Ultimate Superman, win. It was also rare for Xiao Chen to not win the system's sign-in reward. However, both Taney and Shenayatong maintained a look of admiration and looked towards Xiao Chen with indescribable admiration in their hearts. In their eyes, Xiao Chen can be regarded as a serious man, even though he is defeated. An Earthboy, who has only obtained 790 nitrix, may be able to make the Ultimate Superman, the captain of the Galactic Volunteer Army, to do his best in just a few months. Isn't this a talent? This boy may not be the Ultimate Superman yet, but one day, he will become a sword-wielding person that makes all the wicked in the universe terrified. Both spoke highly of Xiao Chen. Even the Ultimate Superman looked at Xiao Chen in a different way, and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder solemnly. Don't say that, Xiao Chen, you are really strong. We saw the owner of Omnitrix as a child at first, but in fact he was still very strong. I'm a little suspicious of you, but now I think, you are the most suitable candidate for Omnitrix, no one. Thank you, Ultimate Superman. Xiao Chen was also relieved, showed a smile, and stretched out his fist. What do you mean? Ultimate Superman was taken aback. Tian Xiaoben came over immediately, punched, BGEF, with Xiao Chen, and then looked at Ultimate Superman with your ignorant eyes. Hey, Ultimate Superman, this is our Earth's gentleman's etiquette shout. It means that in Xiao Chen's eyes, you are his friend. Friend? Of course. Ultimate Superman raised his fist, glanced at it slightly, and immediately stretched out his fist to touch Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen can also afford to lose and let go. Although he cannot complete the sign-in of defeat Ultimate Superman, he at least has the approval of these few friends, which is very rare. I'll come too. Tanny came with a smirk and raised her 4 hands. Well, there is no need for a fist bump between a man and a woman. It can only be viewed from a distance and not blasphemous. Xiao Chen immediately backed away, very wary of Tanny's appearance, for fear that this man would come to eat his tofu. Seeing Xiao Chen's appearance, the Ultimate Superman, Mark, and the others were all amused. It seems that this hero also has a weakness, and in the construction site below, a foreman hurriedly called a group of construction workers together. He held the walkie-talkie in his left hand, and covered the safety hat on his head with his right hand, so as to prevent the hat from flying out when he was running. The big thing is bad. The big thing is bad. The security guard outside found a head with wings and a monster with only 1 arm. It's coming this way. Everyone, hurry up and run. Ah, monster. Ha 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 ha. The workers first looked at me, I looked at you, and then burst into laughter, and everyone was amused by the foreman's silly words. Foreman, as a materialist, I have to say, you're either oversleep or you're just kidding. A worker still has a firm eye and seriously educates the foreman. Seeing the worker's appearance, the foreman instantly exploded with anger, and pointed at the group of workers in front of him with trembling fingers. I don't care about you, I'll leave now. If I want you to stay, life and death will be with me. Cursing and cursing, he suddenly stopped. Oh, I said, you can't catch a cold on this hot day, can you? Why is your face pale? So much sweat. The eyes are so big, it's scary. A group of workers gradually stopped laughing, because the overly frightened look of the foreman in front of them really scared them. It's not pretending. Taste, taste. The workers turned around in unison. Behind. It is a mechanical monster wearing purple armor and carrying a samurai sword. Then back. It is a tall monster with a wound on his chest that has been hemostatic and bandaged. Mokana and the 6-6 monsters. Ah! In an instant, the people fled, and the driver of the excavator hurriedly abandoned the car and fled. The foreman muttered as he ran, there's something wrong with this security guard's eyes, where do these two have wings? It's so noisy. Mocha frowned, but he just glanced at the backs of these humans in disgust, and had no intention of chasing after him. Now he and the 6-6 monsters just want to complete the task quickly, leave this ghost place, and never meet the monster Xiao Chen again. Be sure to leave this planet alive. They were all gone, and it was easy for the two of them to move around. They quickly searched the scene, and soon the two of them were holding a large piece of Byzantine alloy, which was just raw steel and needed to be fired before it could become a necessity. The Byzantine alloy. Go. The two of them did not ink, and looked at the spaceship parked at the edge of the workshop together, hurriedly, when they were about to enter the spaceship. Taste? Two figures suddenly landed in front of them. Where are you going? Ultimate Superman exuded blue psychic light all over his body and asked Mokana and the 6-6 monsters. The god's brain was electrified and used his tentacles, showing a fighting intent. On the spaceship, Xiao Chen and Tai Ni, who had already exhausted their stamina because of their sparring, could only watch the battle from a distance through glass get ready to do it. Liu Liaguai and Mokana exchanged glances, and the two immediately put the Byzantine alloy in their hands on the ground, and looked at the Ultimate Superman in unison. Hey! In the eyes of the Ultimate Superman, a huge laser light is instantly released, and the electric eyes are compelling. Boom! The 6 monsters lifted off, and Mokana swung to the side, and saw that the ground they were originally on instantly produced a huge explosion, and with a huge impact, Mokana was blasted out a dozen meters away. Bang bang bang. The 6 monsters in the sky were not affected. He decisively took out his laser pistol, aimed at the Ultimate Superman below, and released a dozen small lasers in a row. Supernatural power, it's up to you. Ultimate Superman didn't even raise his head, didn't look directly at the 6 monsters, but gave an order to his teammates beside him. Call out? Shin'eatong was surrounded by blue psychic power, and several tentacles were raised together, releasing an extremely terrifying psychic power. The complexion of Liu monster changed dramatically. I saw that the lasers that were shot out were actually wrapped by blue psychic power, and they were directly frozen in the air, and they couldn't even fall down. Too weak. Shin'eatong just randomly shook one of his tentacles. Bang bang bang! Under the control of psychic power, those lasers flew back in an instant, and launched a ferocious attack on the 6 monsters. For a moment, the body of the Liu monster was bombarded by lasers, and the lasers swept around, the air kept bursting, and he was bumped by his own attacks in midair. I'm going to kill you. At this time, Mokana, who was beaten and flew out, didn't know when, sneaked to the back of Divine Brain, holding both hands into a hammer, and smashed the pair of glass jars down. Don't think about it. Ultimate Superman immediately stretched out his left hand, grabbed a tentacle of Shin'eatong, and pulled it towards him. Call out? Shin'eatong was suddenly pulled behind the Ultimate Superman, and Mokana's heavy hammer attack naturally changed the direction of the attack, hammering straight at the chest of the Ultimate Superman, roaring in bursts, better than strength, I'm not afraid of you. The 6 monsters in the sky, although their bodies were damaged and embarrassed, they also took out a cold samurai sword from their waists, like a falling star, and swung the sword towards the Ultimate Superman. Boom! Ultimate Superman clenched his right hand into a fist and bounced out like a cannonball, not afraid of Mokana's two-handed attack. You want to catch my attack with one hand? I'll destroy your entire arm? Mocha is full of rage. Boom. Until the next moment, the big hammer he held in both hands froze in front of the Ultimate Superman. Block his hammer. Just a right punch from Ultimate Superman. Straight and straight, without the slightest bending, the feeling of labor. His face was also very relaxed. And around, there was a gust of dust, and the Ultimate Superman's cloak fluttered in the wind, like the banner of the Galactic Volunteer Army. What? Mokana's face became ugly, as if he had eaten Yanita. His face flushed, and his body kept trying to move forward, but he couldn't shake an arm of Ultimate Superman. It's just like once the city wall, it was blocked there. Ping! Another moment. The 6 monsters came to the sky above the head of the Ultimate Superman, and slashed the bare head of the Ultimate Superman with a clean cut. But Ultimate Superman raised his left hand straight up, without even looking up. He reached out and grabbed the samurai sword. How can this be? Liu's face suddenly became twisted, and his body trembled violently. How can it be so powerful? I saw that his samurai sword was rubbed in the palm of the palm by the left hand of the ultimate Superman. The most important thing is that when he holds the blade in his hand, sparks will be rubbed. That is to say, the ultimate Superman is as indestructible as a body of steel. Ask for flowers. It's not as good as the Diamond God of War, but it's also an unimaginable defense. Pulling, I can't move. Liu's feet spurted flames to help, and he leaned back, but he couldn't pull out his samurai sword, as if he was caught in a row of quagmire. Look at ultimate Superman. His face was calm. Holding Liu Monster's samurai sword in his left hand, his right fist collided with Mokuna's strength, no less. One person, suppress these two cosmic wanted criminals? It's so strong. Xiao Chen looked at the battle below and praised from the bottom of his heart. This is the first time I've seen the ultimate Superman show his combat power. Of course, for the first time. We've never been to Earth before, Tanny said. 0. Xiao Chen was non-committal on the surface, but in fact he knew very well that the first time he was referring to seeing it was really seeing it with his own eyes. In the original timeline, at this time, the ultimate Superman would not fight against these alien prisoners with great power. He should have eaten something given by Zioben, forgot what it was, and left after eating anyway. It surprised me that ultimate Superman is so strong. Tian Zioben and the others also looked astonished. And apart from them, the construction site is not far. A gigantic shadow was on the wasteland, and then covered by patches of grass. He kept looking at the situation in the construction workshop. Damn, it's okay to be taken to this ghost place for no reason. I finally received a business I didn't expect to be cut off by others. The worst thing is that these two beards were suppressed by a stronger one. Look, he is out of play. He also murmured, but I don't meet Xiao Chen anymore. Compared with Xiao Ban, I think Xiao Ban is very handsome now. Xiao Chen is a devil. Damn, he originally had no grievances with Xiao Chen. Okay, it's time to take the two of you together. After the ultimate Superman suppressed the two, his eyes released light again, and his speech was also cold. 100 million, no? Mokuna let out a low roar, retracted his hands in fear, and ran away decisively. Taste? The Liu monster also released his samurai sword, and the whole person lifted off at a high speed. Both were clearly planning to run away, but ultimate Superman wouldn't give them a chance. Let's grab this one from the sky first. Ultimate Superman looked up at the 6 monsters in the sky, and said lightly, supernatural power, the one on the ground will be handed over to you. No problem. Shenayatong shrugged. Taste? Ultimate Superman's knees were slightly bent, and his back was also slightly bent. With the sound of bang, a big hole appeared on the ground, and gusts of wind broke out around him, and his figure flew into the sky like a light. Shenayatong slowly looked at Mochi Jujan Karna's escaped back, and smiled. This wanted criminal Mo Karna's strength is really good, but his intelligence is not very good. Heaven. The Liu monsters only dared to look up at the blue sky and white clouds, but did not even have the courage to look down. They only cared to escape for their lives, and did not even have time to return to the spaceship. Run, run. There was only one thought in his mind. In an instant, a dark shadow appeared above his line of sight, blocked the blue sky, white cloud, and not so dazzling sunlight. It has become everything in the vision of the 6 monsters. It is the figure of the ultimate Superman aloof, and his cloak is like a wave that constantly rises and falls, and it is like a blue wave surging. You can't leave. Ultimate Superman looked down at the 6 monsters who came, and said lightly these words. Liu monster's tense heart couldn't hold back for a moment. The eyeballs under the mask were full of twisted bloodshots, like small earthworms, and a huge flame spewed out from under his feet, and the speed was even faster. Be an afterimage in the wind? A hint of surprise flickered in Superman's eyes, as expected of the most wanted criminal in the universe. He is still a bit ruthless. Don't want to turn around and run, but hit me with maximum horsepower. Pity. The 6 monsters encountered an opponent he could not defeat. Ultimate Superman, as usual, slowly extended his left hand downwards. Bang! It was followed by a loud crash. The entire body of the 6 monsters hit the left hand of the ultimate Superman at the same time, and the mechanical body plus the rocket thruster brought the impact force comparable to a small bomb. The surrounding air was shattered, and what was even more terrifying was that even the clouds were turbulent, torn apart near and shattered in the distance, as if subverting this world. And the ultimate Superman's cape flew up directly and touched the back of his head. Only his left arm, steady and steady, slowly suppressed the 6 monsters flying upward. No matter how powerful Liu's horsepower is, the ultimate Superman is as stable as a mountain and does not move at all. The Galactic Volunteer Captain, the ultimate Superman. The most wanted criminal in the universe, the 6 monsters, stole treasures from various planets, and also killed aliens from many planets. You were arrested by our Galaxy Volunteer Army. The voice just fell. Ultimate Superman grabbed Liu monster's shoulder firmly with his left hand, and when he mentioned what was in front of him, he released a large group of chills. The bottom plate of Liu's feet was instantly frozen, the flames completely solidified, and in the next second, except for his head, his whole body was covered with ice, and a large square ice block was frozen, like a prison. Liu's head was constantly twisting. Although he couldn't see his body through the thick ice cubes, he must be struggling violently. Solved. Ultimate Superman said calmly. I've solved it here too. Immediately afterwards, Shenayatong also flew to the side of the ultimate Superman, and behind him was Mokana, who was tightly wrapped by telekinesis. Moka's neck was constantly twisting. He looked at the 6-6 monsters. Silence. Stop struggling. Under. The huge black figure stared at all this, his mouth wide open. The impact of the scene just now was conceivable to him. This can't really be Xiao Chen's ghost world? Why are people in this world so strong? It's like encountering that powerful organization by chance, and then encountering this group of uniformed masters known as the Galaxy Volunteers. Who can tell him where he is? By the way, remember to recycle the spaceship. At this time, the ultimate Superman also glanced at the small spaceship below and said loudly. With his excellent hearing, the huge black shadow naturally heard all of this, and immediately stood up, waving the wings behind him continuously. With the blessing of the wings, he quickly ran to the opposite direction of the construction site. Only a faint black shadow could be seen, flashing fast on the horizon. Don't you just run away? Ultimate Superman and Shenayatong didn't find this monster, but put the two most wanted criminals in the spaceship's detention room. Shenayatong then manipulated the spaceship, approached the construction site, and stored the small spaceship in the spaceship warehouse. After the official recovery, it flew to the high altitude again. Avoid the use of small ships by some malicious people. In this process, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed that there was a string of strange footprints outside the construction site, extending far, far away, but in the direction behind the construction site. And the weird thing about the footprints is that it was not an ordinary footprint, but the footprint of a large animal. Not only that, but there was a round pit under the flat footprint. Such strange footprints. Let Xiao Chen think. The feet of the Flash Star? 4.5. Who is it, who has inexplicable thoughts about this alloy? Xiao Chen touched his chin with his hand, and looked at the series of footprints with particular attention. Until the small spaceship was recovered and the spaceship relaunched, he had no chance to see those footprints. Mission successfully accomplished? Ultimate Superman, and Tanny, all smiles on their faces, battling each other in the hall. At the same time, Tai and I also looked at Xiao Chen. Really, nice to meet you, Xiao Chen. Me, it's nice to meet you too. Xiao Chen forced a smile. Come on, Tanny, it's better not to see you. Xiao Chen, are you interested in join the Galactic Volunteers? At this time, Ultimate Superman made an invitation with a pleading face. Join the Galactic Volunteers? Xiao Chen's face became extraordinarily surprised, looking at the Ultimate Superman in front of him in surprise. You invited me to join the Galaxy Volunteer Army. Yes. Ultimate Superman nodded solemnly. Xiao Chen, your strength is unexpected, and you are also very talented. I hope you can follow me to become stronger. Ultimate Superman. Although he is not the guardian of Xiao Chen in name, Mark still fulfilled his responsibilities as a guardian and said euphemistically, with all due respect, Xiao Chen is only 10 years old. Besides, the most ferocious and wanted criminals in the universe, and your Galaxy Volunteer Army. Xiao Chen couldn't bear the desolate places that he needed to pass through. After all, Xiao Chen was really strong when he used Omnitrix, but once he released his transformation, he was just a little adult who was much stronger than ordinary children, and he was still an Earthling in essence. No. Unexpectedly, Ultimate Superman replied, according to my observation, Xiao Chen is more dangerous on Earth than in the universe? What? Everyone including Tai and I, Shenayatong, Xiao Chen, and Mark were shocked and looked at the Ultimate Superman in disbelief. Can just one planet on Earth be more dangerous than the universe? But Xiao Chen thought about it, but he still believed in the words of Ultimate Superman. Don't forget, Mahaz, Dr. Dongwu, horror, and even the main storyline of the entire universe revolves around the Earth. Really the most dangerous. And the Ultimate Superman also made a reasonable guess. The reason I say this is quite simple. First of all, the alloys they need to find are unique materials in the universe, but they can be found at will on Earth. This makes I am skeptical. Secondly, when Shenayatong and I were transporting Liuliu Monster and Mokana, we accidentally discovered another giant beast that was not sure whether it was an enemy or a friend. That monster. It is directly related to the series of footprints Xiao Chen saw. That is to say, the target of that monster is also this alloy, and his IQ is not low. After observing for a period of time, he found out that he was no match for the Ultimate Superman, and he left quickly. Even if the Ultimate Superman and the others find out, it will be difficult to catch up. Even if they do, the 6-6 monsters and Mokana will have a chance to escape. In other words, one alloy involves the 6 or 6 monsters, Mokana, and a monster that is both good and evil, and whose strength is much stronger than the 6 or 6 monsters. Your planet has a high probability of attracting hatred. Shenayatong immediately guessed the result. This Earth is not normal, like the center of the universe in the dark? Say so. Mark also recalled, yes, there are indeed a lot of unusual things happening on the Earth. Especially after the emergence of Omnitrix, the incidents surged, and the disaster at the level of Dr. Dongwu happened only once in the past few years. Now it is every few days. Done. Mark, Ultimate Superman, and others still looked at Xiao Chen in a strange way. Xiao Chen suddenly had black lines all over his head. You wouldn't suspect that it was me wearing the Omnitrix that caused these disasters, right? Haha, of course it doesn't mean that. Ultimate Superman immediately smiled and changed the subject. So, would you like to join the Galaxy Volunteer Army? As soon as the words fell, everyone looked at Xiao Chen solemnly again. Only Xiaoben was the most excited. The Galaxy Volunteer Army sounds cool. Xiao Chen, join in? Their uniforms are also very handsome. Children, if you want to join us, you have to memorize our rules and regulations. Shenayatong made fun of Tian Xiaoben, raised a tentacle, and book after book appeared on the tentacle. It was the Galaxy Volunteer Army's rules and regulations. The strength of Xiaoben is also good, and joining the Galaxy Volunteer Army is also a good choice. This Shimoda Xiaoben also needs to face a choice. This, let's forget it, it's too much to recite. However, Tian Xiaoben's reason for refusing is quite simple. To be honest, don't mention several books, but if the article I read exceeds 2 lines of words, you let me back. I started to have a headache. Ultimate Superman and the others suddenly had a black line, and this nonsensical answer actually left them speechless. I'm not joining either. Xiao Chen also answered slowly. Ultimate Superman sighed when he heard the words, but he was in a good mood and his expression was neat, while Tai and I suddenly became listless. Hey, I'll have to wait a long time to see that 4-handed man. Tai and I, you are also part of the reason for my rejection. Xiao Chen thought silently in his heart. Xiao Chen, since this is your choice, I will not interfere. Ultimate Superman respects Xiao Chen's idea. I will send you back. Good? Xiao Chen nodded. In his eyes, space exploration is cool, and 790 is safe with the Galaxy Volunteers, but he wants to be with his family, friends, and Xiaoan, and be with them, not be a tortoise. The spacecraft of the Galaxy Volunteers flew at high speed and soon returned to the vicinity of the museum. Of course, not directly falling, but after flying to the unmanned area next to it, and then sending a few people down by the general psychic power of the gods. Before leaving, Ultimate Superman patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Xiao Chen, remember, if I have a chance to come to Earth next time, I must fight your crocodile again. No one is allowed to miss an appointment. Of course, I will definitely take you. Xiao Chen also said that he was very concerned about the sign-in task of Ultimate Superman. One day, he will win this sign-in task and get the reward inside. It must be very rich. By the way, what's the name of that crocodile? Tian Xiaoben's focus has always been different. Why don't we call him the iron-armored crocodile? No. Xiao Chen hurriedly retorted, with a little starlight in his eyes, as if he remembered the things about the Earth in his previous life. Call him, Crocodile Renekton. I'll take the alien's name this time. Crocodile Rexton. The name is very long, but it sounds very suitable for this alien. Tian Xiaoben was quite satisfied with the name. Okay, remember, Xiao Chen, we have to meet again next time. We can't miss the appointment. Ultimate Superman finally told Xiao Chen carefully. Immediately after, he stretched out his right fist. Xiao Chen was startled. What's wrong? Fulfill your vows with punches, said Ultimate Superman solemnly. Xiao Chen almost fell down, unexpectedly looking at the serious Superman in front of him. Who would have thought that this responsible and warm-hearted Superman actually had a little bit of middle school, but it fits his Superman name. Fist. Xiao Chen just bumped fists with Ultimate Superman. Xiaoben also stretched out his fist and hit him. Tian Xiaowen's face was full of tsundere, but he secretly used the magic pendant to condense an invisible fist and fight against the Ultimate Superman in the air. Everyone, goodbye. There are many tasks, and the Ultimate Superman can't stay for a long time. He finally said goodbye to the 4. Taste. In an instant, the psychic rays of light wrapped around the bodies of the 4, acting as a super parachute, allowing the 4 to slowly land on the open space. The process was very safe. Ultimate Superman, go. Let's go right away. They also have their business to do. Ultimate Superman instructed Shenayatong, and Shenayatong immediately turned around and went to the cab to control the spacecraft to go to outer space. But Tai and I was puzzled. Captain, since you already know, there is a monster more dangerous than the Liuliu monster, trying to have a conspiracy against that alloy. Why don't you help Xiao Chen kill that monster? By the way, those guys are the enemies of the Earth. Leave it to Xiao Chen. Don't look at him as a child. When that guy fights, he is very powerful. After all, Ultimate Superman bowed his head with lingering fear, recalling the terrifying power of the Bajabang. He has the body of steel and the strength of breaking iron, but he is no match for the heavy punch of the 4-handed overlord, which really subverted his imagination. Even in the face of other heroes, you have to go all out. So, those enemies, leave it to Xiao Chen to deal with. What's the matter with the enemy? That Ultimate Superman said. Xiao Chen, who returned to the surface, followed the crowd to the old car, and recalled the series of footprints before. It looks like the footprints of a flash star. But, if it's just a flash star, race will leave no trace. The reason is simple. The flashing star is light and floats up, you won't even see the footprints. So, why does this person have the feet of a flash star and a lot more weight? Unless, this guy's legs are Flash Star's legs, but his body is another alien's body? It's a suture monster. Xiao Chen suddenly became enlightened and instantly understood everything. Just a footprint, he can analyze almost. The only one who can leave that kind of footprint is Ten, unlike Kevin who can do it. But, isn't that guy imprisoned in the nether realm of another universe? Gollum. Xiao Chen wanted to keep thinking about it, but because of the continuous battle and the lack of lunch, his stomach began to protest. He looked up awkwardly and looked at the other 3, just trying to find an excuse to explain the voice just now. Gollum. Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and Tian Xiaoban also protested together in their stomachs. Xiao Chen suddenly smiled tacitly with the three of them, and walked towards a restaurant in front of him in a tacit understanding. No matter what, he will fill his stomach first. In the restaurant, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan grabbed the last shrimp in a plate of shrimp. The two of you competed for each other, and after a lot of jumping, Tian Xiaoan was the final winner, and the shrimp landed on her plate. Tian Xiaoban looked annoyed. Damn it, it still fell into your bowl, Xiaoan. Haha, stupid, you have no chance. Tian Xiaoan smiled proudly and picked up the shrimp on the plate. This shrimp is on my plate, it's mine, don't have other ideas. It's catching shrimp again, is the charm of shrimp so great? Xiao Chen looked at the scene in front of him with amusement, but when he saw the shrimp in Tian Xiaoan's hands, he suddenly had an idea. Is there a possibility? 10 is not like Kevin, who came to the void and zero realm of this universe because of chaos. Foot #T. Stay here, instead of going back to your own nihilistic zero world? The more you think about it, the more likely it is. But how did he appear on Earth? Wasn't he another zero? It seems that even the most intelligent people in the universe have a hard time understanding about the time and space travel, and only those gods know it like the back of their hands. And this moment, in the base of a mysterious organization, the base, which is the basement, is very dark. There is only a small lamp on a table. Next to it is the leader of the organization sitting on a chair. Only he is enveloped in light, and the darkness behind him does not know how many subordinates there are. Failed, didn't grab that alloy. A deep voice sounded in the darkness, even if it was deliberately suppressed, but the voice was comparable to the roar of a beast. Why did you lose? As far as I know, Xiao Chen is not there. No one will be your opponent. The leader of the organization asked puzzledly. It seemed that Zhao Niu's understood Xiao Chen's movements. Damn it. I saw a very strong bald head there. He used his fist to beat other people who wanted to grab the alloy, and I left there. I know I'm not an opponent. The giant beast in the dark said unwillingly. Strong bald head? Boss, I've read a comic, in which there is a bald head and a very strong organization. In the darkness behind the boss, a subordinate said a comic with great interest. Shut up. The leader of the organization interrupted him ruthlessly immediately, looking at the dark behemoth again. This mission failed, it doesn't matter. I will still give you the reward, after all, you are penniless. Also, your identity I'll find a solution, don't say you came out of some cosmic explosion. Even if you are a black hole, I can give you an official identity, donkey. Thank you. The beast said respectfully no thanks, who made us meet fate. The boss of the organization was very carefree, and the behemoth was very attentive. He asked one of his subordinates to hand over a bank card, and then threw it to the behemoth in the dark. You are busy. Yours, I will notify you of new tasks. Good. The monster also took the bank card obediently and agreed. Immediately afterwards, a tentacle-like thing suddenly opened on the top of his head, flashing bursts of dazzling lights, allowing him to see the surroundings clearly. It was an electric light-like organ, which was deliberately pressed by the giant beast with both hands before, so it did not emit light. This time, he found the stairs step by step, then walked out of the basement and left here. After leaving, the expression of the leader of the organization instantly turned gloomy. Everyone, spread out and search for traces of him. Remember, turn off the lights, don't let him notice. Yes, boss. Dozens of people suddenly got out behind them, and they kept groping towards the entire basement. The reason is very simple. The monster did walk up the stairs just now, but there was only the sound of stairs. Who knows if he ever left? That illuminating light can make this 10 unlike monster see the surroundings clearly, but people in the distance can't see him. In other words, as long as he covers the 790 spotlight, he won't be caught. That secret, I can't let him know. The boss in the seat stood up slowly. Under the samurai mask, he was extraordinarily domineering, full of chills. He was an eternal samurai, the real boss of the TNG organization, the treasure to be obtained by name. The artifact that will allow us to conquer the world. A group of warriors all searched around, and after half an hour, they all returned to the Eternal Warriors after finding nothing. Boss, I searched back and forth 4 or 5 times, and we also disrupted the team and couldn't find him. A samurai reported the situation. Okay, with such a huge body, it can't be hidden anywhere. The Eternal Warrior nodded. Then let's talk about my plan. Basement, ceiling. 10 is not like Kevin leaning on the ceiling, as if he is slapping the law of gravity, but in fact his back is stuck with the slime of gliding King Kong, which is much stronger than 520 glue, sticking to it and can't fall off. When I'm a beggar, give me only a few 100,000, just want to fool me and dream? Although your organization found me first and cooperated with me, but you are just trying to use me. Can't come out. 10 unlike Kevin, he was in a good mood. He returned to Earth from the Zero Realm. Although the people around him seemed to have changed a bit, he was better than the ghostly place in the Nether Realm. That is to say, he was the most dangerous when he first came, and appeared in an explosion inexplicably, but he was fine, because the explosion was already the aftermath. It's the way it is. The Eternal Samurai didn't know that 10 unlike Kevin was on the ceiling, and he started talking about the plan directly. What? Unearthed. With it, our TNG organization will be invincible. The first one can kill Xiao Chen. The warriors were excited, listening to the important items of the Eternal Warrior and his snatch plan. All of them were excited. 10 is not like Kevin's eyes suddenly widened. What did he hear? Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen? Why is this name so fucking familiar? No, I've come to the wrong place. I should go to the world where Tian Xiaoben owns that watch. Kevin wanted to cry without tears. When the thing is unearthed tomorrow, go ahead and grab it. You can't move slowly, and things will change if you are late. Finally, the Eternal Warrior got up and said coldly, wait, if these two treasures they mentioned really have such powerful power, Bjit, then with them, I can defeat Xiao Chen. At least, I'm not afraid of him, I can grab money with peace of mind. 10 Unlike Kevin's eyes suddenly appeared light of hope. Fist clenched. He had memorized where the two things would be unearthed, and the names of the two things. Tomorrow, 10 Unlike Kevin, as long as he ambushed there earlier, and when the time is right, he will be able to grab those two treasures. At least, if there is a real fight, he may not be able to beat the Eternal Samurai. Anyway, Lao Zi flew out of the explosion, and then fell directly to the earth. Although it finally fell into a lake to buffer, it also shows that I am much stronger than these weak chickens. 10 Unlike Kevin murmured, take it easy. Next moment, he pulled his back from the ceiling in an instant, and then flew out of the ceiling. The warriors in the basement suddenly entered a state of alert. What sound? Sounds like a fly. No more flies, no more flies. It's better to kill by mistake and not let it go. The warriors looked around one by one, very vigilant. The Eternal Warrior raised his hand slowly, and said lightly, don't worry, I know who that is. It's the 10 Unlike monster. He didn't leave? The other samurai were all surprised. I know he didn't leave, and I deliberately left him to eavesdrop. The Eternal Warrior couldn't see his face, but his tone was very happy, and there must have been a cold smile on his face. It's only been 2 days since I was in contact with the 10 different monsters, but I also understood his character. Really let him accompany us to snatch those two treasures, he will think that we use him again, and even turn against the water? But, if he is eavesdropping and knows about this, then he will no hesitation to be our best thug. Kevin was left to eavesdrop on purpose. Boss, what do you mean? A warrior's face became frozen. Be smart. Tomorrow, there may be other people who come to grab it, for example, Xiao Chen. Let the 10 not be a monster and fight Xiao Chen. The Eternal Warrior slowly leaned on the chair, and at this moment, his whole person was bathed in darkness. It looks like a monster, but it is as deceiving as a child's heart. Although alert and cunning, it is not worth mentioning. His Eternal Warrior's hard power may not be able to beat this group of people. He is very good at playing routines and scheming. Eternal Samurai and 10 Dislike Kevin are eyeing the treasure that will be unearthed at the same time. And the other side. After Xiao Chen and the others were full, they returned to the old car and continued their afternoon tour. Perhaps it was because the 6-6 monsters and the Mokina invasion had already happened, so that they had been in peace for the rest of the day. Just like Conan, there are already dead people in one episode, so there is a high probability that there will be no new cases. During the afternoon tour, Tian Xiaoan was still acting as a tour guide and kept saying, because there are many museums and cultural relics in this city, there is an archaeological site nearby. I heard that the cultural relics in the site are being excavated, and it will be unearthed soon, and it will definitely be sent to a museum at that time. Nearby, is there an archaeological site? Xiao Chen didn't care about this, and said, when the cultural relics come out, let's have a chance to take a look. Archaeological site? It sounds very interesting, maybe you can find dinosaur remains, UFO fragments and the like. Tian Xiaoben was very interested. Tian Xiaoan endured Tian Xiaoben's sentence as usual, what's there to see in those things? We've even seen real dinosaurs and real UFOs. Stupid, your poor knowledge determines your level of understanding of cultural relics. This day ended in the part where the two surpassed each other. In the evening, Xiao Chen and the others trained for a while before falling asleep. While eating breakfast, Xiao Chen quickly picked up the remote control and turned on a small TV hanging on the ceiling of the old car. Xiao Chen, why do you always like to watch TV? Tian Xiaoben was eating delicious pasta and asked Xiao Chen in confusion. Xiao Chen bit the noodles in his mouth, chewed it for a while and swallowed it before replying, the latest news programs can be watched on TV, and we can learn about some headline crime news, which is also a source of intelligence. The news that can't make the headlines is basically the ordinary robbers, little gangsters, that kind of stuff. Unless the other party provokes Xiao Chen, he will take care of it. Local police. No news. The news was full of some bank robbers, and it was really unpopular, so bored Xiao Chen started to change channels. Changed from variety show to movie channel, and finally came to an archaeology show. The members of the archaeological team got up very early to excavate at the archaeological site, and their purpose is the same, that is, to excavate cultural relics in this land. According to the legend, there is a magical mask buried under this land, the mask of the devil god of Apuch. This is also the reason for the excavation of cultural relics at the archaeological site. The picture shows an archaeological site under construction, but it is similar to some construction sites. The difference is that there are no excavators or various large-scale machinery and equipment, just a group of people wearing hard hats holding various manuscripts, tools, dig the ground beneath your feet. The host's voice is basically a voiceover, and has been introducing the environment of the archaeological site. Apuch demon god mask? It's just something to fool children. Xiao Chen was a little disdainful when he heard the name, and spit it out. Xiao Chen, the historical information about the mask of the devil god of Apache is true. Tian Xiaoan started to popularize the science seriously. A push demon god mask has a very terrifying magic power. It used to be a demon god mask. If you have it, you can get the Excalibur, and if you get the Excalibur, you will have the power of the devil. Wait, what do you mean? The push demon mask itself is nothing, but it can elicit the AI you said. IQwa Excalibur. Yes, Excalibur. Is that what you mean? Tian Xiaoan nodded affirmatively when he heard Xiao Chen's question. For flowers. Xiao Chen suddenly pondered, and his eyes flashed with a wise light. In other words, the so-called push devil mask is just something used to attract new ideas. When this mask is unearthed, the Excalibur will be attracted. When Xiao Wen said this, I also remembered. The legend of the Excalibur sword is true. After eating the last bite of pasta, Mark's expression became serious. Once the villains find Excalia divine sword, the consequences can be imagined, and the divine sword will definitely be used to do evil. With the confirmation of Grandpa, Xiaoan's words have obviously become more powerful. Xiao Chen's expression also became solemn. He put down the knife and fork, and looked at the TV screen with bright eyes. So, this Apache demon mask must not fall into the hands of the wicked. We have to get it first? Point 0. Or, Xiao Juju moved in his heart, this Apache devil mask can still be kept with him. Although he is a selfish person, he won't do anything bad with the Apache devil mask. I remembered. The location of these archaeological teams is on the outskirts of this city. I noticed it when we came over. Tian Xiaoban looked at the picture, stood up suddenly, and said with joy, as if he had made a contribution general. In fact, he did make a difference. Xiao Chen immediately asked Tian Xiaoan to take out his laptop, searched the local forum, and he found out about the deeds of the archaeological team, and even found the place where the archaeological team excavated the mask of the demon god of Apuch. It is worth noting that the archaeological team did not deliberately expose such an important mask location. They did not believe that the Apucher devil mask really had magic power. They just regarded this Apucher devil mask as a general cultural relic. So I left the address. There is a location. It is also known that the archaeological team is excavating the mask of the Apuch devil. Xiao Chen has an idea in his mind. The location where the Apache demon mask was unearthed is here. Xiao Chen remembered the appearance of this area and turned to look at Tian Xiaoan next to him. Xiaoan, if we want to go to the archaeological site to get the Apache demon mask, I still need your help. Me? Of course, no problem. We must be the first to arrive at the archaeological site. Tian Xiaoan nodded heavily. Xiao Chen quickly instructed Tian Xiaoan, and then, his eyes became firm, and he said decisively, a push demon god mask, I will definitely get it. A push devil mask, I'm bound to get it. Around the archaeological site, the eternal warriors who were in ambush said in a low voice, holding the grass on both sides with both hands, and constantly grinding the 790 grass roots into their hands. The other samurai also looked solemn, and they knew very well how important a treasure the Apache demon god mask was. Don't forget, every senior executive of their TNG organization, that is to say, the level of the eternal warrior, has a special warrior mask, so naturally they have heard the legend of each mask. They will definitely get this Apache devil mask. A push demon god mask, I'm bound to get it. On a hill far from the archaeological site, 10 dissimilar Kevin's figure was hiding in the woods, and a pair of eyes passed through the gaps between the trees, surveying every move of the archaeological site. Although the line of sight is limited, because he is at a high place, his field of vision is actually very broad. It can even be said that all the people of the TNG organization, and even some things at the archaeological site, were all seen by him, and he had a feeling of being the top of the mountain, looking at the mountains and small. The next time has been quiet. The reason is also very simple, several people are waiting. Wait for the archaeological team to unearth the mask of the demon god of Apch, and then start. Otherwise, once the fight starts, the Apache demon god mask will inevitably be affected, and then they will be out of luck. If such a treasure is gone, there will be no chance to deal with Xiao Chen and develop the organization in the future. Archaeological site. There are cordoned off all around, and surrounded by cordon is a big pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and a depth of several meters. More than a dozen archaeological team members are holding manuscripts, and some are carefully around. Excavation increases the diameter of the pit, and some are still digging underneath. Bang, bang. An archaeologist, when piercing the soil with the manuscript, suddenly hit a hard object when he tried to push it out, and the manuscript hooked on the object and could not be pulled out. His complexion changed immediately, and when the others saw this, they heard the news and gathered around him. Several people did not move the manuscript that hooked the items, but used the manuscript in their hands to dig out the surrounding soil. In the end, not only the hard objects were unearthed, but the surrounding soil was also freshly unearthed. Well, it's time to witness the miracle. The most qualified old man in the archaeology team hugged the clod excitedly, and he didn't think it was dirty, and he grabbed the soil outside with his hands. Gradually, the silhouette of a mask appears beneath the already shallow soil. Even through some gaps, a faint luster shone. This kind of luster that only belongs to the Apush demon god mask cannot be imitated by any counterfeit, as if this Apush demon god mask really has the same magical power as in the legend, and can persistently release light. It's really the mask of the Apache demon god. The elder was excited, his hands were shaking, he picked up the mask in the mud, and then wiped the mud with his sleeves. Others take a look. His expression was also very excited. In the hand of the elder is a mask with a strange shape. The ears on both sides, like downwind ears, span directly from the forehead to the chin. A face, like the face of an evil spirit, with emerald eyes and 2 round holes in the mouth, as if prepared for 2 outwardly growing fangs, and with black cracks all over the face, vertical, horizontal, diagonal. Just holding it in the hand, everyone can feel a shuddering temperament. This feeling is the Apache demon mask, is right? It's really the mask of the Apuch demon god, an excited archaeologist exclaimed. The others were also excited, and it was time for them to gain fame and fortune. Unfortunately, I haven't waited for the archaeological team to be happy for too long. The Eternal Warrior slowly made a gesture and waved to the warriors beside him. Shhhhhhh. The warriors squatting in the grass stood up, the warriors hiding in the trees jumped down, and even the warriors in the stream came out of the water. Because the archaeological site is in the wild, there should not be too many hiding places. In an instant, more than a dozen ordinary warriors holding samurai swords, wearing light armor and wearing masks, walked towards the big pit step by step, and their bodies directly broke through the cordon. What are you doing? There are security guards at the archaeological site. A few security guards watched 4.5 to a group of samurai coming. Although they were very scared, they still raised the volume and dared to shout. Bang bang bang. The warriors swept past the security guards, and then all the security guards fell to the ground and died. Who are you? Everyone in the archaeological team was also horrified to find that around the pit, a group of weird people in medieval armor stood. Lethal weapon? They were trapped in the pit and couldn't even get out. Because the samurai surrounded the whole pit, the sense of despair is unimaginable. A samurai looked down at the terrified archaeologists in the big pit and stretched out his palm without hesitation. You don't need to know who we are, you just need to hand over the mask of the demon god of Apuch. No, the mask of the demon god of Apache is an archaeological relic. The old man holding the mask of the demon god of Apache is still weakly trying to explain something. Shhhhhhh. Next second, a samurai sword was raised and aimed at all the archaeologists in the pothole, and it could fall down at any time, allowing them to experience the pain like a knife cut. The expressions on the faces of this group of people suddenly became extremely stiff, and even their breathing stopped, and an unimaginable sense of fear spread all over their bodies. Fear of death? Here, for you. In the end, the old man had to lift the Apache demon god mask, and his hands were shaking. A samurai bent over and took the mask of the demon god Apcho, as if he had found a treasure, and carefully pinned it on his waist. Finally, he did not forget to look at the archaeologists in the pit. 10 minutes later. Get out and call the police. Otherwise, you'll die horribly. Hearing this, all the archaeologists' lips trembled, and they bowed their heads in agreement, not daring to meet the intense gaze of the warriors with a sense of oppression. Knock off. The samurai holding the mask of the demon god of Apchu walked out of the cordon first, and the other samurai stood around him, forming a circle, carefully heading towards the place where the eternal samurai was hiding. Just be wary of mask snatchers now. Midair. Tian Xiao was covered with bright light, and underneath was Xiao Chen, who was holding her with both hands. Of course, it was the magic that helped her, so that she could change Xiao Chen's body. A forest appeared in front of the two of them, there was a stream near the forest, and a hill behind it. It's just live TV. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen immediately said, and there are no TV cameras here, which means that the person has left. Xiao Chen, look. Tian Xiaoan looked towards the forest, suddenly raised his finger and pointed to the archaeological site in the middle of the forest. Xiao Chen's eyes followed the direction her finger was pointing. In the pit of the archaeological site, there are a bunch of archaeologists with fearful faces, and not far away, there are warriors who are holding the masks of the demon god of Apuch and preparing to escape. Just so Xiao Chen bumped into it? Fortunately, you asked me to use the floating magic pendant to bring us both here. Tian Xiaoan said happily that she was wearing her hero battlesuit at the moment. It's time to fight. This mask must not fall on their hands. Xiao Chen said righteously. His palm operated for a while, and a special sound effect popped up from the Omnitrix screen. The first alien that caught his eye made his eyes bright. It's actually it? I haven't used it for a long time. Monument? Xiao Chen photographed the Omnitrix, and a burst of light flickered on his body. Tian Xiaoan suddenly felt that his hands lightened, and even the consumption of magic power became much smaller. His expression was stunned, and he looked at Xiao Chen below. Bottom. But it's not Xiao Chen anymore. Instead, a white clothing is flowing in the wind. No, it's not the clothes. The clothes clearly have purple pupils, and with the cracks running through the whole body, they can move at will. It's a ghost? Ghost Shadow himself activated the transparency of his body, broke away from Tian Xiaoan's palms, and floated in midair, undisturbed by the gust of wind. They're done. Ghost Shadow let out a cold dry laughter, and his body disappeared in an instant as if the world had evaporated. Tian Xiaoan had goosebumps all over his body. Today, the ghost's voice is particularly terrifying. These guys are going to be unlucky. She also used magic power to drive the floating magic pendant and flew down. The warriors walked towards the hideout of the Eternal Warrior, carefully guarding the mask of the demon god of Apuch along the way, and kept looking left and right, for fear that Xiao Chen would transform into some kind of terrifying alien creature and attack them. However, the surroundings were quiet and calm, and there were only the whispers of archaeologists in the pit. Even the Eternal Warrior frowned. Is it too quiet? 10 in the woods is not like Kevin, his body is tense, like a beast. I'm going to order this Apache demon mask. It seems that the enemy is only Kevin. The idea of the Eternal Samurai is beautiful. But, boom, suddenly, the warrior in the crowd with the mask of the demon god of a push floated straight from the spot, rising 3 or 4 meters in height. At the same time, his head was raised, his limbs were constantly twisting, and his throat choked. It sounded like he wanted to speak but couldn't. Like, got slapped on the throat by an invisible ghost? All the warriors were extremely vigilant, and they stared at the warrior in the sky, and there was indeed a bit of fear in their hearts. Supernatural power? And the Eternal Warrior in the forest was even more surprised. Monument? In the end, the warrior fainted, stopped struggling, and the force that held him also loosened, causing his body to fall to the ground from midair. Enemy attack? The samurai suddenly stood back to back, the samurai swords outward, and looked around nervously. When the archaeologists heard the movement, they climbed out one by one and looked curiously at the warriors who were on alert outside. What's the matter? The old man looked surprised. Maybe, it's the aliens that have become popular recently, helping us? According to rumors, there are alien heroes in major cities who specialize in saving people. They look different, but they all have special medals, said a young archaeologist. Taste. The appearance of a ghost figure appeared on the top of a group of samurai warriors, with arms spread out, claws raised, and the whole body was bathed in sunlight, like a terrifying ghost. What monster is this? Eternal Samurai and 10 dislikes Kevin were the first to be stunned. Immediately afterwards, after seeing the Omnitrix pattern on the ghost's body, the Eternal Warrior immediately clenched his hands tightly. Sure enough, it came out, Xiao Chen. However, unlike she, Kevin looked in disbelief. No, it's impossible, it's not necessarily that guy Xiao Chen. Maybe it's Tian Zioben. He was constantly comforting himself. And the archaeologists saw the appearance of ghosts. Even recognizes the Omnitrix's pattern styling. They couldn't believe it either. This is also the saving alien. In the depths of his eyes, there was a color of fear, and even facing ghosts, he was more afraid than the warriors. For the fear of the samurai, ghosts enjoy quite a bit. Among the archaeologists, the old man was so frightened that even the reading glasses on his face fell on the ground not far away, and he didn't even notice it. Then now, it's time to hand over the mask of the demon god of Apache. The ghost figure slowly twisted his body, looked at the group of warriors in front of him, and ordered with an unquestionable tone, like a big devil. Impossible. A samurai refused decisively, instantly raised his samurai sword, and slashed towards the thin body of the ghost. The sword changed into a cold light. No matter what kind of monster you are, I will make you a dead soul under my sword. Ping! A knife fell into the ghost's claws. The tip of the knife was tightly hugged by his 5 sharp claws like small knives, unable to move, constantly wiping, sputtering wisps of sparks. Click! In an instant, the ghost's claws exerted a little force, and the entire samurai sword was torn apart, and several blades were scattered on the ground. Boom! Then he clenched his claws into fists and swung it at the warrior in front of him, sending the opponent's fist out and hitting a big tree, causing him to faint on the spot. His strength can actually knock down people wearing light armor. This is a monster. Everyone be careful, don't go up one by one. Go up together. After seeing the powerful combat power of the ghosts, the warriors instantly withdrew their fighting spirit, and they all leaned together, never fighting alone. I don't have this chance. Ghost Shadow Corner kissed. The smile was extremely terrifying, and the eyes released a shocking purple light, like a vortex, making people unable to extricate themselves. Okay. The warriors only felt a flower in front of them, and opened their eyes again. The surroundings were pitch black, and the whole world was left to themselves. There, a samurai suddenly realized that the ghost figure was in front of him, and immediately burst into flames. He raised his samurai sword and slashed at the samurai in front of him. Pile up! The entire warrior team was in chaos, and the warriors were killing each other there. They never thought that they were trapped in illusion, and it was such a real illusion. What's more, because the ghost's illusion is too superb, the world in front of them is a cliff and a sea. Some of them fell, some sank to the bottom of the sea. Same. The brains of these warriors were also deceived, and they really stood there screaming for a while, struggling, and then fell heavily to the ground. The whole process. The ghost figure floated high in the sky, the purple one eye widened, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The screams of these people reminded him of the screams of mice. And I am a cat. Plato ravaged this gang of samurai. However, although the ghost's character at this time has been affected, it has become cold and cruel, but the main character has not changed, and he is still calm in nature. Crushed. When all the samurai fell one by one, the ghost figure also slowly floated down, and his eyes filled with cold light looked around, but no one could stand up and fight him again. In the woods behind, the Eternal Warrior watched this scene stupidly. The ghost's attack method is beyond his imagination. With just one look, more than a dozen warriors who were born and died, killed each other, and even knocked down everyone without a single effort. Ghosts control people's hearts? Why didn't I copy such a terrifying ability in the first place? Kevin was even more distressed. Just the look in the eyes of this alien with the Omnitrix pattern was completely different from that of Tian Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben gave him the same feeling as Spider-Man, Xiao Chen gave him the feeling that he was a Batman, and occasionally even more terrifying. The ghost figure began to rummage through the bodies of the various samurai, and from the samurai who fell first, he found the mask of the demon god of Apuch. He held the demon god mask of Apache in both hands, facing his face, his fierce eyes made his eyes extremely cold. Like a devil. Met another devil? The murderous aura of both sides is evenly divided? The archaeologists looked at the ghost image, and in a trance, it was as if they saw the original Apache. Only, although the ghost in front of him is not so domineering, but his demon-like pupils and his claws-like divine weapons were enough to leave unforgettable memories for them. Seeing the ghost figure pick up the mask of the demon god of Apache, the eternal warrior stubbornly grasped the grassroots, unable to hold back, unlike Kevin, who was almost unable to hold back. But, to their surprise, the ghost did not run away with the mask of the demon god of Apache, but slowly floated to the front of a group of archaeologists. He showed a smile that he thought was kind. You are safe. The mask is also safe. Boom. Looking at the ghost's cracked smile, a timid archaeological team member blacked out on the spot and fainted. The scene was embarrassing. The ghost smile froze. The expressions of the archaeologists also froze. An unprecedented, violent feeling rose from Ghost Shadow's heart. He suddenly had the urge to tear apart all the people in front of him. Call. Ghost Shadow took a long breath, the violence in his eyes disappeared, and he returned to reason. He shook the Apache demon mask. Zhanyos, this Apache demon mask will bring bad luck to you. Let me keep it so that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. At least, he also asked the archaeological team members, those people were directly robbing, which is not the same. Okay, you can take it. Give it to you. A group of archaeological team members nodded and bowed, constantly scrambling to say to the ghost, that kind of fear makes the ghost uncomfortable. He's doing good deeds, and the gang is scary. Maybe, it's because of my terrifying appearance. At this time, Ghost Shadow was able to suppress the anger in his heart. He didn't speak. He planned to leave here holding the Apache demon god mask. His floating eyes suddenly noticed a reading glasses on the ground. The eldest member of the archaeological team just squinted his eyes and looked confused. Ghost Shadow wouldn't care about such trivial matters, but the way he looked at the old man, he should be of the same generation as Grandpa Mark. Out of respect, Ghost Shadow slowly picked up the reading glasses from the ground, without showing a smile, but tried his best to control his tone not to be so cold. This is your reading glasses, here are you? He, with his greatest kindness. The old man had a cold sweat on his face, and hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's not mine, you read it wrong. Take away the mask, we won't want anything. The corners of Ghost Shadow's eyes twitched, the violent aura in his heart instantly overflowed, and his claws landed in the gap in an instant, ready to pull off his clothes. This swift action startled everyone. They all jumped back one step, looking at the ghost in horror. Whoa. After taking a deep breath for a few seconds, Ghost Shadow strongly controlled his emotions, as if he was caught up in the problem of reading glasses, and looked at the old man with soft eyes again. Don't worry, old man, I won't trouble you. My goal is just to this mask and glasses are for you. It's all said, it's not mine, you've identified the wrong person. The old man's voice increased a little, and he was a little tougher. If you want to do something to me, just come directly, you don't need to find a reason. Taste. The reading glasses fell to the ground. Broken. 790 and a certain shackle in Ghost Shadow's mind were also broken. He slowly lowered his head, his eyes were switching positions frantically, and his body was constantly releasing bursts of purple light. Even the Omnitrix pattern is flickering. Call out. It was the Apache demon mask that flew out again, and was thrown into the grass not far away by the ghost as if it were garbage. I want, you, pay the price. The ghost suddenly raised his head, and one eye was erected in the middle of the body, becoming like a lizard eye, with a prismatic pupil, angry, furious. At this moment, the Ghost Shadow is releasing a monstrous murderous aura, but any creature within 100 meters can feel the trembling from the depths of the soul, and his murderous aura has turned into a tide-like aura, towards the earth continues to cover and spread to the distance. Behind the whole person, there seems to be a phantom of the devil, and that phantom is the real body? A group of archaeologists instantly made a sound of fear. Not far away. She didn't look like Kevin was confused. Isn't this, Jit, a problem with reading glasses? Is that guy Xiao Chen crazy? His body shivered involuntarily, because this was the first time he saw Xiao Chen go wild. The eyes of the Eternal Warrior slowly jumped up. I didn't expect, Xiao Chen, that person who didn't take reading glasses turned out to be the last straw that made you uncontrollable. The good things you did were misunderstood, just because your appearance, no matter how much you release your kindness. In their eyes, you are an existence that scares them, disgusts them, and hates them even more than those warriors. This feeling let the already hostile ghosts explode. And the mask of the demon god of Apache that flew out made the Eternal Warrior move Xiaojuju, and he immediately went over to take it. In the sky, Tian Xiaoan saw the ghost figure going wild. First of all, his body slammed into a cold war. An indescribable sense of fear appeared in his heart. The ghost figure gave her a strange feeling, as if the current controller is not Xiao Chen, but the body of this monster. No, it's impossible. Tian Xiaoan reluctantly comforted himself, I have to help Xiao Chen, let him stop, and can't let him do drastic things. The ghost didn't even notice the gazes of those around him. In his eyes, there is only the bloody world, and the archaeological team members who have turned into black upright shadows. Call out? The ghost figure flew in front of an archaeological team member in an instant, claws clenched into fists. The speed of that fist was comparable to that of a bullet, and the strength was even more unbearable for a human being. Puff! The body of the archaeological team member seemed to have been struck by lightning. They were blown away and flew to a big tree more than 10 meters away. It was unknown whether they were alive or dead while hanging on the branch. Ah, do not kill me. The other archaeologists fled around frantically. Bang bang bang, one counts as one. The ghost figure penetrated into the ground, and then suddenly floated out from the front of this group of people, causing them to collide with themselves. The extremely frightening scream made his whole body happy, revealing a sneer that made goosebumps. Eternal Samurai and 10 unlike Kevin, were all dumbfounded. They doubt. The villains are not them. Instead, it became Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is crazy? If you say it in the tone of middle school, it is Xiao Chen Blacken? As we all know, people in Blacken can't be provoked. Falling down one by one, Ghost Shadow's heart became more and more happy, as if he had released his own nature, and the blood-colored world in his eyes became more and more intense. Until he moved ghostly in front of the last old man, and a claw tore it away. Call out? A slender figure suddenly descended, blocking the front of the old man. Defense. At the same time, accompanied by a familiar, pleasant voice. Click. In the next second, Ghost Shadow's claws easily tore open the shield, and Yuli even knocked the person in front of him flying. What? A cry of pain. Very familiar. The crazy smile on the ghost's face stopped instantly. The blood-colored world in front of me kept collapsing and turned into layers of double images, and the double images were superimposed together and condensed into the original world. At the same time, screams and begging for mercy penetrated into Ghost Shadow's ears. He turned his head in disbelief and looked around. With the magic pendant in his hand, Tian Xiaoan fell to the ground. Unidentified archaeologists. There is also a big hole in the ground. This is what I did. Ghost Shadow raised his claws in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise, constantly self-doubting. Suddenly, the violent murderous aura resurfaced in his heart, as if he was going to turn his mind upside down and let him cut down the weeds. Because the old man was still not far away, so scared that he shrank into a ball and dared not move. Enough. You are not qualified to control my thoughts. But the ghost's low growl, accompanied by rage, his reason and tenacity erupted together, like a Tarzan motionless, ruthlessly suppressing the cruelty in his heart get angry. The fury in the depths of his heart suddenly disappeared without a trace. Accompanied by the Omnitrix, the ghost's wrath, I'm going to kill these goddamn humans, how dare I not know what to do. Only he can hear the voice of the ghost in the Omnitrix. He now feels more and more that this damn Omnitrix is like a prison for him. It's back, my body control is back. Ghost Ying took a deep breath of fresh air, his mind quickly calmed down, and he was a little afraid of the sudden situation just now. If he really started killing people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoan, are you alright? The ghost figure hurriedly flew to Tian Xiaoan's side again. His eyes were full of guilt. He hurriedly stretched out his claws and gently picked Tian Xiaoan into his arms. I'm fine. Tian Xiaoan was held up by the ghost, and half opened his eyes weakly. It's just a little injury. Fortunately I didn't use all your strength. Just now, I myself don't know what happened to me. Ghost Shadow said in a deep voice, and quickly looked at Tian Xiao's tattoo with his eyes, for fear that she might have missed any injuries. And Tian Xiaoan's face could also feel that the cold feeling of Ghost Shadow disappeared. Instead it was replaced by Xiao Chen's gentleness and affinity for her. This made her turn her head a little shyly, but held onto the ghost's arms with both hands. I'll go see others first, can you still move around? Gui Ying asked carefully, hugging Tian Xiaoan. No, I can't walk anymore. Tian Xiaoan lied because of ghosts and gods. Okay, I'll take you with me. Ghost Shadow picked up Tian Xiaoan's body and looked at the archaeological member beside him. The old man fainted from fright, and he flew in front of the other members and took a breath. These people were not in serious trouble, they were just knocked out. Fortunately, he was in a state of extreme anger just now, so he used his fists to beat the group of people to vent, instead of attacking with his claws. Otherwise you will die. And for the first time, Xiao Chen felt a little strange about the ghost that he had transformed into. Even for a violent alien like Crocodile Renekton, his nature is still there, and he abides by the don't kill concept of ordinary people, but just now it seems that he has lost control, and he is directly murderous. I can't turn into a ghost in the future, lest I hurt others again. Xiao Chen immediately made up his mind and thought. Xiao Chen, the Apache demon mask seems to be gone. Tian Xiaoan, who was held in his arms, turned his head away because he was shy, and kept looking around, but couldn't find the Apache demon mask. Xiao Chen came to his senses, his eyes immediately rotated 360 degrees, and he glanced around before realizing it. A push demon mask is gone, he said through gritted teeth. Missing the time when I lost my mind. The eternal warrior took the mask of the demon god of Apache, and kept driving out in the woods. When he passed the hill, his heart skipped a beat. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. This guy Xiao Chen suddenly lost control, and I had to grab Apache myself. The devil mask. At least, it should be easier to deal with this 10 unlike monster than to deal with Xiao Chen. Boom! Just as the Eternal Warrior was advancing, the two big trees in front of them suddenly tilted towards each other and fell heavily on the ground in front of them, stirring up a lot of dust and forming a crossed tree barrier. Eternal Warrior, where are you going in a hurry? A huge figure landed on the two big trees and said to the Eternal Warrior weapon. The Eternal Warrior looked intently. That man had black hair on his head, but red skin. One hand had fire, the other was diamond, the other was the hand of a beast, and the hand of a murloc. Feet with pulleys. There are wings on the back. It's 10 different. Kevin. Eternal Samurai was very calm about the arrival of unlike Kevin, and gently placed the mask of the demon god of Apache in the grass in the distance. Thank you for coming to help me. Xiao Chen is behind. Please help me, I'll deal with him. For flowers. Xiao Chen? Hearing this name, 10 dislikes Kevin seemed to be struck by lightning. The whole person was in a trance for a second or two. His expression suddenly became urgent, and he wanted to get the mask of the devil god of Apache. Eternal Warrior, stop pretending? 10 is not like Kevin said fiercely, clenching his four hands together and clenching his teeth. Give me the mask of the devil god of Apache, and spare your life. If you don't give it to me, I will beat you to the ground. Waste. If there is no way to cooperate, then we have to fight. The Eternal Warrior slowly took out a hilt from his waist. Ha ha ha. See this, unlike 10, Kevin laughed. You are in a hurry to go out and forgot your weapon? Why is there only one handle and no blade? 0. Taste? The Eternal Warrior activated a small mechanism on the hilt, and suddenly a purple laser was released in front of the hilt, condensing into the shape of the blade. Lightsaber? A kid's trick. 10 is not like Kevin's smile. His face became cold, and he moved his muscles and bones, and he couldn't help but attack the Eternal Warrior. His huge body was like a train, slamming into it. Taste? The Eternal Samurai made full use of the flexibility of his body, fell down, watched the 10 unlike Kevin flying from above, and then stabbed the 10 unlike Kevin's chest with the laser knife in his hand. Don't think about it. 10 is not like Kevin's diamond arm that immediately transformed into a diamond broadsword, making a heavy touch with the laser knife. Great strength. The hands of the Eternal Warrior trembled suddenly, and the laser knife in his hand was directly shaken back, and 10 unlike Kevin also flew out and hit a big tree not far away. The tree fell instantly. Fortunately, the mask of the devil god of Apsho is placed far away, so that it will not be affected by this battle. Neither of them went to get the mask. The reason is very simple. You can only get it if you win or lose. If you go to get it rashly, what should the other party do? 100 million. Taste? The Eternal Samurai instantly took out his laser pistol, and shot several laser bullets at the 10 dislike Kevin not far away. Bang bang bang! One of Kevin's arms was slightly arched, condensed a large group of fire, and threw it towards the laser projectile in front of him. Boom, boom, boom! The two sides were like mortars at each other, and violent explosions continued to be heard in the air, causing the trees around them to shake constantly. Click! After firing 7 or 8 shots, the Eternal Warrior pressed the trigger again, but it got stuck and could no longer release the laser. Damn, the energy is not enough, the chain will fall at the critical moment. Roar. 10 is not like Kevin's 807 steel teeth, and he quickly bites at the body of the Eternal Warrior. The Eternal Samurai immediately threw the laser gun in his hand and landed on the face of 10 disliked Kevin. You're courting death. 10 unlike Kevin, he caught the flying laser gun with his steel teeth in a rage, and directly smashed the laser gun in his mouth with a steel teeth. Monument? Moment. The entire laser gun exploded in his mouth with a dull explosion. Unlike 10, Kevin suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a thick black mist. A pair of eyes began to appear in a spinning circle and fell towards the ground. The Eternal Warrior looked at the fallen 10 unlike Kevin, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he sarcastically said, "Idiot." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the grass where the mask of the demon god of Apache was. It's just that I haven't taken the first step. The Eternal Warrior stopped in place. Because, standing in front of him was a huge black shadow. Only when 10 dislikes Kevin really stood in front of his Eternal Samurai could the Eternal Samurai feel the physical gap between the two sides. Do you really think that kind of trick can hurt me? It's just for fun. Unlike 10, Kevin spoke coldly, tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of mucus, which was mixed with a lot of gunpowder. Call out? His diamond arms transformed into monstrous diamond spikes, his flaming arms lit up with fireballs, the spikes thrusting into the chest of the Eternal Warrior. Ping! Too late to react. The Eternal Warrior felt the chill in his chest, and felt very flustered even through the armor, and immediately raised his samurai sword to block it. The two swords collided, and without a doubt, the Eternal Samurai was instantly knocked back several steps, and even the samurai sword clenched with both hands shook slightly. To know. 10 is not like Kevin just stretched out a diamond knife, which can resist the two hands of the Eternal Warrior. I'm sending you a flame. 10 unlike Kevin growled. The fireball in his hand immediately used it towards the Eternal Warrior, and at this moment, withdrew the diamond spike, and then used the speed to move to 10 a few meters away. A series of actions in one go. Boom! The Eternal Warrior who was caught off guard was instantly bombarded by a fireball, and the whole person was directly blown into the sky, flying high over the entire forest, and there were countless green trees below, like a green tide. Boom! He fell into a forest again, but he didn't know which tree he fell on. I can't move my bones, it seems like one of my bones is broken. I should bring all my alien weapons, or I will not stop there. The eternal warrior hung on a tree, his eyes were full of unwillingness murmured. If I can't beat Xiao Chen, I won't be able to beat you, a lonely warrior. Unlike 10, Kevin slowly retracted his flame arm, put his 4 hands together and patted the ashes, and then leisurely came to the grass, stretched out the arm of the super beast and grabbed the grass. The Apache demon mask from here? The sharp orange-red animal hair made it impossible for the little bugs in the grass to climb up, but would be stabbed down instead. How to use this mask? 10 didn't look like Kevin had a puzzled look on his face. He took the Apache devil mask in his hand and kept looking at it, turning it over, turning it over. There is no password listed above. Under curiosity. Unlike 10, Kevin picked up the Apache demon mask and put it on his face, trying to see if it was suitable for him. But when he put on the mask of the demon god of Apuch, the world was still the same world, but there was a virtual temple floating in the air in front of him. It was a temple almost identical to the pyramid. Could it be that the meaning of the existence of this demon god mask is to tell me what the temple is, and then in this temple, can I find that sword? 10 Unlike Kevin took off the mask in astonishment, and quickly deduced the function of the Apuch demon god's mask. Then he lifted it up and put it on again, and after looking at it for a while, he remembered the appearance of the temple. This temple, only I can know what it looks like. After remembering the location, he took off the mask again, and his eyes gradually became colder. It is not safe enough to wear the Apache devil mask on your body, and there is a risk of being robbed. He is going to destroy this mask? Anyway, I have already remembered what the temple looks like. There are many temples discovered by archaeologists nearby. It is enough to find exactly the same monument. 4.5 Plus Unlike Kevin, who threw the Apache demon mask on the ground, raised his solace, and stepped on the mask hard. Last night. If archaeologists, eternal warriors, and the others see this scene, they will feel extremely distressed. The priceless Apache demon god mask shattered into 3 pieces directly under the foot of 10 dislikes Kevin, and each piece was in the shape of a third. He was very satisfied. After kicking the 3 fragments into the distance, he muttered to himself, I have completely destroyed the Apache demon god mask, and no one will know what the temple looks like. Taste? 10 Unlike Kevin's figure disappeared in place with the gusts of wind. Archaeological site. The archaeological team members were barely able to walk, and they left the scene in exchange for each other. Xiao Chen was sitting on the ground beside him, the Omnitrix on his wrist was red, his expression was a little sad. Tian Xiaoan comforted him by the side. Until the old broken car drove over and Tian Xiaoban and Mark got off, they both looked confused. They have always been used to seeing Xiao Chen's victory, and this kind of dejected appearance is rare. Xiao Chen, what happened? As Xiao Chen's friend, Tian Xiaoban immediately squatted beside Xiao Chen and put his hand on his shoulder. I screwed up this incident, and I also attacked a lot of innocent people. I don't know what's going on. Xiao Chen glanced at Omnitrix and said with a complicated mood. Immediately afterwards, he quickly talked about the ins and outs of this incident. When she heard Xiao Chen say that she was out of control, Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others were even more surprised, including Tian Xiaoan, because she only knew that Xiao Chen suddenly lost control, but did not know the specific situation at that time. It's not out of control, it's out of control. I don't blame you for Xiao Chen, it's because the alien's DNA is a little evil. Even, the alien's DNA may be alive. Mark has traveled all over the world for countless years, and has a wide range of knowledge. He immediately guessed the characteristics of ghosts. He patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder encouragingly. Xiao Chen, if he were a normal person, I'm afraid he would have been controlled by this alien long ago. It's not easy for you to be able to overcome his control. I know. It's a pity that I didn't get the Apuch devil mask, but the secret organization took it away. God knows what they will do with the mask. After all, Xiao Chen stomped his feet angrily. Everything would have been successful. It doesn't matter, let's go to the neighborhood to find it together. I use the flying one, and Xiaoan can fly too, and everyone will find it very quickly. Tian Xiaoban also immediately activated the reactor in his chest, his body changed for a while, and he entered a fighting state. Tian Xiaoan also raised the floating magic pendant. Seeing everyone's appearance, Xiao Chen quickly regained his mind and stood up with a firm expression. Let's find the whereabouts of the TNG organization together. I don't believe they haven't left any clues. In addition, he looked down at the red Omnitrix again, took a deep breath, and said with determination, the ghost's ability is really useful, but he has too much influence on my mind. I'd rather use a vampire. I'll do it later. It won't turn into an alien ghost. Just let this alien's DNA be sealed in the Omnitrix forever, don't let him come out and harm others. The ghosts in Omnitrix can naturally hear every move outside. He was manic, but he couldn't break through the boundaries of this Omnitrix. This kid's willpower is too strong. If it were the brown-haired kid or the little girl, I could have escaped successfully. Ghost was very unwilling, and his murderous aura was suppressed by Xiao Chen, which made him feel uncomfortable. Since he can't escape Omnitrix, DAR. Borrowing the DNA of other aliens in the Omnitrix, copying a copy, as your own teammates, can you join forces to break through the Omnitrix? I'm going to try now. Xiao Chen, don't let me leave Omnitrix. As long as I find a chance to escape, I'll definitely kill it so you can't save anything. At this time, Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and others were looking around for the whereabouts of the TNG organization, and they had long stopped paying attention to the Omnitrix thing. They don't know that the ghost in the Omnitrix has the terrifying heart of revenge. They don't even know. In the future, because of the ghost's escape, and the copy of DNA he took away, a shocking event will be created. But it was all prophecy. About 3 or 4 minutes passed. Tian Xiaoben was the first to find some debris in the woods, and then, Xiao Chen and others quickly gathered to Tian Xiaoben's location. This is the mask of the Apush demon god. Xiao Chen picked up the 3 pieces of debris on the ground and frowned, but it has been destroyed by the people of the TNG organization. Would you like to try gluing these together? Tian Xiaoben took out a carry-on super glue from his pocket. Wait a minute, I'll try it. Can this upper part still be worn? The mask was divided into 3 pieces. The first piece was the piece from the forehead to the eyes, which just formed the shape of an eye patch, with a special magic power that still attracted Xiao Chen. 807 He has an urge to put on the mask of the Apsha devil. Is this okay? Xiaoben asked curiously. Next second, Xiao Chen actually put the blindfold version of the mask on his eyes, as if he was wearing a pair of glasses that were not fixed. And in front of him, it has the shape of a pyramid-like temple. It is a temple among many temples discovered by archaeologists nearby. God help me too. Xiao Chen took off the Apush demon god mask with great interest, suppressed the excitement in his tone, and clenched his fists and waved. The upper part of the Apush demon god mask is still available. As long as you put it on, you can see the temple's map. The IQ of the TNG organization has actually become lower, and if you destroy the Apache demon mask, it will also destroy it, but it is not completely destroyed. Now let him find a breakthrough? Let me see. Tian Xiaoben borrowed the blindfold version of the mask and put it on her face. Within 3 seconds, she exclaimed, I recognize this temple. I recognize this temple. Tian Xiaoben exclaimed, attracting the attention of Xiao Chen, Mark, and others. You recognize? Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoben in front of him in amazement and asked, which temple is this? Do you still remember? The nickname of this city is the City of Archaeology, the City of Cultural Relics, and one of the reasons why it is so called is that there are many temples that have been discovered by archaeologists and have been completely preserved nearby, and the temple shown by the mask of the demon god Apshu is one of them. Tian Xiaoben's eyes shone with light, giving full play to her talent as a tour guide. I know where to go. Then it's up to you to lead the way, Xiaoben. With some admiration on his face, Xiao Chen asked Tian Xiaoben, this is one of the few for him, and he feels that Xiaoben is more reliable than anyone else. Xiaoben is responsible for finding, and Xiaoben is responsible for memorizing the map. And Mark hurriedly turned around, drove the old broken car over, let Xiao Chen and others get in the car, and used the old broken car to go to the temple, so that he could save some effort to get there. Ten did not stop like Kevin. He looked at the towering temple in front of him, his face was a little surprised, and he had a panoramic view of this magnificent building. I don't know how many years have passed, the building materials on this temple have not been eroded by time, but it is obvious that Kevin is not the kind of person who knows how to appreciate cultural relics. He just glanced at it in surprise, then withdrew his eyes, came to the wall of the temple, and clenched his hands. I want to go in. Boom! Unlike 10, Kevin slammed a punch on the wall in front of him. In an instant, the dust that had accumulated for a long time filled the surroundings like smoke, and the entire wall seemed to shake off. Cough cough cough. 10 is not like Kevin was eaten by the smoke. He withdrew his fist while fanning the smoke away with his hands. After the smoke dissipated, his expression froze. In front of the temple wall, there are only traces of cracks, and it does not mean to collapse at all. My fist, just the punch just now, is enough to crush a small house, and the wall of this temple has only a trace of cracks. 10 didn't look like Kevin was in disbelief. He tentatively punched a few more times, that is, a few more cracks. It is almost impossible to completely break the outer wall of this temple. It must be made of some terrible material, otherwise it would not be able to be solid like this. I don't believe it anymore. There is no weakness in this broken temple. 10 unlike Kevin's expression instantly turned ugly. After cursing angrily, he spread his wings and flew around the temple, and he found the main entrance of the temple. There are more than 20 steps in front of the main gate, and you need to walk through long steps to reach the gate of the temple. The gate is also set with eaves, supported by 2 pillars, and the gate is a dark red iron gate, which looks very heavy. Unlike 10, Kevin landed directly in front of the big iron gate, took a deep breath, and the flame arm condensed a fireball, which must be bulged, with a big mouthful of mucus. Scare? He first spit out a mouthful of mucus, which stuck everywhere on the door of the big iron gate. Boom! The flame erupted onto the mucus, like 2 gunpowders touching each other, and a violent explosion occurred. In an instant, the door of the temple was full of fire, and the roaring sound continued, spreading to the woods in the distance, and countless birds were startled and flew high into the sky, which lasted for a long time. In the old broken car, Mark heard the sound of bombardment from a distance, and his face was dark. The secret organization actually used explosives. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, and immediately told Mark, Grandpa, you wait outside, lest the people from the TNG organization run out. I will go in alone. Xiaoben, you guard the back door. Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoben said righteously, I know that you are worried about our safety, so you want to go in alone and deal with the TNG organization. But as the iron buddy who supports you the most, how can I let you in alone? Unless you hit me up. With my lucky devil sitting, I'll be fine. Tian Xiaoan searched for the lucky pendant and winked playfully at Xiao Chen. Don't forget, I have good luck. I have saved you several times. Xiao Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, sighed helplessly, and said, you two must follow me and don't run around. Don't move. If he doesn't agree, Xiaoban, Qianzhao, will definitely take the lead in sneaking in. Xiaoan will come in order to take care of Xiaoban, and Mark will come in because he is worried. F***ck, then it's all in. Had to take the initiative to take them. A few minutes later, the old car drove out of the woods and came to a pyramid-shaped temple. At a glance, the temple is tall and magnificent. On the other side of the temple, thick smoke was also coming out, floating over the top floor of the temple, and scattered in the air, making it particularly conspicuous. The explosion point, right there. Not knowing that the opponent was Xiao Chen, who was not like Kevin, he opened the car door as fast as possible. What I say this time, I will also arrest all the younger brothers of the TNG organization with their heads together. Xiao Chen's feud with the TNG organization has not been a day or two. He knew before that the Eternal Warrior was commanding the TNG organization behind his back, but he never found a chance to meet. After leaving the old broken car, Xiao Chen stepped on the soft grass and walked quickly in the direction of the temple. Behind him, Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan also hurried down and followed. This is... Coming to one of the walls of the temple, Xiao Chen noticed that there were traces of cracks on the wall, and his face changed slightly. Could it be the marks smashed by the TNG organization with a hammer? It seems unlikely. Xiao Chen, let's look at the side of the explosion, there should be more clues there. Tian Xiaoban reached out and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder from behind, reminding, let's go. Xiao Chen didn't want to waste time on this little clue, so he nodded immediately and led Xiaoban and the others to the explosion site. Come to the front of the temple. Xiao Chen and the others couldn't go up directly, there were still long steps to reach the gate of the temple. Xiao Chen stepped 3 steps in one step and quickly climbed the steps in a continuous jump. When he approached the gate of Shen 807 temple, he covered his mouth with his hands, because thick black smoke was coming out of the gate in front, although it floated to the sky, but the door was also filled with smoke. If you guessed correctly, someone bombed the gate not long ago, and then walked in swaggeringly. I'm here to disperse the smoke. Tian Xiaoan, who came up, raised his palm, and a large pink light group suddenly condensed in front of him. Taste? The light group turned into bursts of pale pink winds, which were violently engraved on the smoke, and the smoke was blown away in an instant. Tian Xiaoan's magic can already change shape. No smoke cover. Presented to the public. It is the entrance to the unrecognizable temple. The gate at the entrance has disappeared, and in its place is a large hole, through which one can clearly see the interior of the temple, which is quite a vast space. Let's go. Xiao Chen walked into the temple with the brunt of the brunt, and when the soles of his feet stepped on the black hole, he could still feel a hot feeling, and his feet were a little hot. He looked up. The height of this hole is as high as 3 or 4, enough for a giant to walk through. Did the Heavenly Secret Organization enter a lot of people at the same time? Or is there a giant-level opponent among them? Xiao Chen inadvertently glanced at the Omnitrix. It was already fully charged, and it was flashing with a faint green luster. It was this light that gave him more confidence and courage. He was already full of challenges to the temple, and now he is not at all fear. Straight to the hall of the temple? It's so big here. Yes, and there is a musty smell in the air, which is very unpleasant. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan followed, all shocked by the huge space inside the temple. The size of the entire hall is equivalent to the size of a 100-meter playground, surrounded by dome-like pillars that are more than 10 meters high, which have been propped up on the ceiling. The air is full of that musty smell. After all, it's been a long time since the air was replaced, and it's a miracle to have air. Keep going. Don't forget, the Excalibur is here. If we got it, then there would be nothing to those people. On the other hand, if the Heavenly Secret Organization, JIT, arrived, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiao Chen said very solemnly. He first thought of going deeper into the hall, but luckily there were fireflies everywhere in the temple, which enabled him and Xiaoban to see the surrounding environment clearly. They found 2 corridors. 2 corridors, one on the left and one on the right, are symmetrical to each other, and the height and width are exactly 3 meters. The difference is, in the corridor on the right, the ground is full of cold arrows, there are traces of fire on the walls, and there are cracks drawn by wild beasts all the way along the depths that cannot be seen. Flame? Rift? Are there guardians in this temple? Xiao Chen was even more puzzled. And he looked towards the corridor to the left. Why is the corridor on the left calm? According to the logic of the TNG organization, it would be a waste of their manpower to only take one path. We must walk both paths together to find the quickest route. There is absolutely no way to go only one way. Is there someone else behind the scenes? No, don't allow me to think twice. Xiao Chen couldn't think calmly at all, because the corridor in front of him was already a trace of someone passing by. No matter who it is, this person is definitely ahead of them, and may even have access to the Excalibur. Bad visitor? Go? Xiao Chen made a decisive decision, just lifted his footsteps and leaned towards the corridor when Tian Xiaoan, who was behind him, grabbed his arm again and pulled him back gently. Let me lead the way, there is lucky magician. Tian Xiaoan looked at Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, took a deep breath, and showed a smile, shaking it, emitting a ray of light, a magical lucky charm? Small lines lead the way. This is too dangerous. Xiao Chen didn't finish a sentence. Tian Xiaoan pulled him to the back, but she was the first to walk into the corridor. Who knew she just went in? Flavor? The agency still exists. 2 rows of small holes appeared on the walls on both sides, and instantly released a terrifying cold arrow of quack quack, which was aimed at Tian Xiaoan's vital point, small grain. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban exclaimed at the same time and walked towards Tian Xiaoan uncontrollably, trying to rescue her. Taste? However, Tian Xiaoan was like a dance, spinning around in place, constantly changing the range of his body movement, but he perfectly avoided all the cold arrows. What the hell? The cold arrows stabbed the walls on both sides in unison, and those small holes also shrank back as if they had completed their tasks, turning back to the harmless to humans and animals bricks before. Don't worry, you too. Tian Xiaoan showed a bright smile at Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban, dressed as a lucky girl. She looked mysterious. This smile made Xiao Chen stunned for a moment. After his eyes stayed on Tian Xiaoan's face for a second, his expression instantly returned to normal. Let's go, little wrong, lucky girl, please lead the way. Small idea. Tian Xiaoan moved forward confidently. Xiao Chen was behind, Tian Xiaoban was at the back, and was in charge of breaking the back. Speaking of which, Xiao Chen felt the safest position for the first time. And this middle. Cold arrows appear from time to time. SHHHHHH, but they will all be hidden by Tian Xiaoan with a vigorous back. She is like her name, the lucky girl, and it is impossible for any dark arrow to hurt her. Along the way, there is no danger. Xiao Chen and his group walked for several minutes before they gradually saw the door at the end of the corridor, and outside the door was the deeper space of the temple. First, Tian Xiaoan walked out of the door. After she went out again, her body froze for a moment, as if she saw something incredible. Xiao Chen walked out again. It was only after he walked out that he realized that there was a cliff outside the exit. Coming to the edge, looking down, the bottom is bottomless, as if it is a huge abyss. The pit under this temple is so huge that it is unimaginable. In comparison, such a cliff can be considered insignificant. Because Xiao Chen walked to the edge, some small stones on the edge were kicked down and slid down the cliff. After that, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no movement, and only a sound came after a while. It's too high here. Tian Xiaoban was also surprised when he saw this scene. Jumping from this cliff to this pit, will you jump directly to hell? The more he talked, the more frightened he became, and his expression began to look wrong. So, the mask of the devil god of Apshu, the name is the mask of the devil god. The big pit under this temple may really be the entrance to hell. It's dark here. After the small class said so, Xiao Chen had goosebumps all over his body. Moreover, the location of this cliff is not outside the temple, but under the ground. That is to say, the top is hard soil formed by layers of mud, and this cliff and big pit are more terrifying creature, dug out the shape of a hill under the ground. I don't know why. Even though it was a confined space, Xiao Chen felt a little cool in his waist, as if the wind was blowing. Xiaoban, you are someone who uses nanotechnology anyway, why do you still believe these words that lie to children? Tian Xiaoan was the most calm one. Put on your armor, go down and have a look. Xiaoan and I Chen stays here. This good proposal. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This way, I don't need to use Omnitrix to transform. If there is a movement below, I can immediately transform into an alien to save Xiaoban. The best of both worlds. In the first half, Tian Xiaoban was still timid, but in the second half, his face instantly turned awe-inspiring, and he said loudly, Xiao Chen, don't underestimate me. Isn't it a pit with no bottom? I'll go. For flowers. Monument? Tian Xiaoban patted the glowing reactor on his chest. Whoa, whoa, whoa. His body, limbs, and even the whole body were covered with steel armor, and the armor also extended his height, forming a steel battlesuit of adult height. In this dark cave, after the transformation, Tian Xiaoban looks extraordinarily domineering. I'll go down and have a look first. Take care of you too. Tian Xiaoban's voice became very low through the mask, but his tone became more confident. 2 flames spewed from his feet, and the palm cannons in his palms also burst into flames. The whole person clings to the cliff and dives quickly towards the bottom of the big pit, like a goddess descending from the sky. Soon, his figure disappeared, leaving only the crimson fire. Immediately after, the fiery red light beam became weaker and weaker until it turned into a small red dot, and finally disappeared, leaving only the slight noise from the rocket thruster's eruption flame. It would be too dangerous to let Xiaoban go down alone, right? Tian Xiaoan, who was beside Xiao Chen, expressed his concerns. It doesn't matter, he can handle it alone. Filled with trust, Xiao Chen said lightly, for him, this difficulty is just a commonplace. Even if he encounters the guys from the TNG organization, Xiaoban can kill them alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he still looked at Tian Xiaoan with a look of anticipation. Maybe when Xiaoban comes up again, he will come up with the body of the boss of the TNG organization. Taste? As if Xiao Chen's words came true, the originally dark pit suddenly appeared again with wisps of fire, and it was not difficult to tell from a distance that there was a fire-breathing person coming up. It's done so soon. Xiao Chen looked surprised. But the lucky magic pendant in Tian Xiaoan's hand swayed slightly, and she suddenly felt a bad premonition. Billion taste? Suddenly, Xiao Chen found that there was another firelight next to the firelight under the big pit, and it turned into 2 firelights. In other words, 2 people are flying up? Tian Xiaoben is not the only one here? Who is that? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Chen's mind, and can you beat Xiaoben to fly back directly? This kind of strength seems to be only the Eternal Warrior can do, even higher level characters. You don't look like a monster, don't be too proud. Ha ha ha, Tian Xiaoben, you in this universe are as innocent as ever, and you were even attacked by me. As the 2 firelights flew higher and higher, they gradually turned into 2 huge figures of 807. However, one figure was obviously much stronger than the other figure, equivalent to the difference between the Hulk and Iron Man difference, and the voices of the 2 people also came from below, the kind with a lot of information. 10 unlike monsters, this universe? Xiao Chen's expression became wonderful. Tian Xiaowen is holding the magic pendant with both hands, the floating magic pendant is tightly held in his left hand, and the right hand is wrapped in a ball of magic that symbolizes the strength of the fire demon. She is ready for battle. Flavor? In an instant? As the 2 figures got closer and closer, their figures clearly jumped in front of Tian Xiaowen and Xiao Chen. One, of course, was Tian Xiaoben, who was wearing a steel battle suit and refused to admit defeat. Another one, like a pieced-together monster. He has the diagnosing light of the big steel teeth, and also has the arms of the super beast, the arm of the flame man, the arm of the diamond god of war and the 4 arms, which also correspond to the 4 arms of the 4-handed overlord. Not to mention his wings and legs, which are basically the body parts of other aliens in the Omnitrix. It's like a fusion of Omnitrix aliens. The appearance of this monster instantly made Tian Xiaowen dumbfounded. She also glanced at the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist from time to time to make sure that the Omnitrix was not on the wrist of this 10-odd monster. Yes, is it 10 unlike Kevin? How could it be him? Seeing that he didn't look like Kevin, at that moment, Xiao Chen's heart was turbulent, the expression on his face was also very shocked, and he almost cried out. Fortunately, he is also a person who has seen countless big scenes, so he has stabilized his emotions. What's going on? How did 10 dislike Kevin appear here? And listening to this guy's tone, it should not belong to this time and space, that is to say, he is 10 dislike Kevin from a parallel universe, and the probability is the 10 in the void is not like Kevin. 10 is not like Kevin, who is constantly fighting with Tian Xiaoben? Said to be fighting. 10 is not like Kevin grabbing Tian Xiaoben's arms with both arms, the other pair of arms, one turned into a diamond knife and stabbed at Tian Xiaoben's chest, the other wrapped around a fireball and smashed it. Tian Xiaoben could only twist his body as hard as he could, avoiding the terrifying offensive of 10 dislike Kevin. The cliffs behind him were poked out one after another, and one big hole after another was blown up. He was completely suppressed by Shibuya Kevin, leading him by the nose. This guy, isn't it too strong? Tian Xiaoben looked incredulous. As soon as I went, he was attacked by him hiding in the dark, and then he grabbed me all the way and took me up. Not at all. Give me a chance to distance myself. The key is, the 10 in front of him is not like a monster, and he seems to know him. He has been calling him Tian Xiaoben, obviously he knows him. When did you get revenge with this monster? Anyway, on the cliff, the doubts in Xiao Chen's eyes were replaced by a sharp color, the whole person became sharp-edged, and raised the wrist-wearing Omnitrix. I have to solve the 10 dislikes Kevin first? What's the matter? Let's save Xiaoben first, I can't let him continue. If he is replaced, then it is not like Kevin should be beaten. Wait a minute. Tian Xiaowen on the side suddenly stretched out his slender hand, separating Xiao Chen's left hand from the Omnitrix on his right wrist. What's wrong, Xiaowen? Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaowen beside him with a puzzled expression. Let me save that idiot Xiaoben. Tian Xiaowen waved the waist pendant in his palm, his pretty face full of seriousness. I and Xiaoben have no chance to fight alone, let's be heroes for once. Having said that, Xiao Chen also knows that Tian Xiaowen doesn't want Xiao Chen to save the scene every time. She and Xiaoben can also save the scene. 07. Time was imminent, and Man Tianyu trusted Tian Xiaowen. Without hesitation, he slowly stepped back and gave the stage to Tian Xiaowen. Thank you. The corners of Tian Xiaowen's mouth suddenly raised a slight 4.5, revealing a slight smile, which looked a bit playful and cute. Call out? Next second. Her slender body leaned forward like an eagle, the front of the cliff was the void, she fell into the abyss below, and fell at a high speed towards the place where Kevin and Tian Xiaoben were fighting. This scene. Seeing that Xiao Chen was sweating. Tian Xiaoben, you're finished. 10 unlike Kevin dispatched 3 arms together, pressing Tian Xiaoben on the cliff, the remaining diamond arm turned into a diamond sword. No one can save you this time. Taste? I saw she unlike Kevin's terrifying diamond knife, stabbed fiercely at Tian Xiaoben's steel battlesuit, getting closer and closer to his chest, even wearing the icy feeling on the diamond knife. Through the steel battlesuit, he got into Tian Xiaoben's body. It's so cold. This is how he feels. It's like a cool breeze is pouring in. There is a high probability that the enemies who were executed by Xiao Chen with the diamond god of war felt the coldness. Tian Xiaoben slowly closed his eyes. He only hoped that before he died, he would be like a hero without making any noise. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The cold feeling stayed in front of Tian Xiaoben all the time, never got close to him or pierced his steel suit. What happened? Tian Xiaoben curiously opened his eyes and caught them. It was the diamond knife hanging over his chest. The tip of the knife was able to slide slightly on his steel battlesuit, spattering a trace of 16 sparks. But it was like being pinched, unable to continue the attack at all. What happened? 10 did not look like Kevin's face turned red. He tried his best to swing his diamond knife, but the diamond knife seemed to be manipulated by a pair of invisible hands, unable to move at all. Tian Xiaoben also looked confused. Why are you posing like this? It's strange. Taste? The truth is revealed in an instant. 10 is not like Kevin's diamond knife flashing a dazzling pink light. That light wraps the entire diamond arm tightly, like a force, pulling it. 10 is not like a monster, don't think about it. Not far from Tian Xiaoben and Shivyu Kevin, Tian Xiaoben was floating in the air, his jade hands were raised, and his palms were aimed at the diamond arm that was not like Kevin, exuding a trace of magic. Obviously, the magical power of pink is exactly what Tian Xiaoben exerts. Another one. She, unlike Kevin, was startled at first, but then he reacted. You are that girl from the Tian family, Tian Xiaoben's stupid little sister. On the question of whether Xiaoben is stupid, I think I agree with you. Tian Xiaoben was stunned for a moment, then, his face showed a curious look. I'm just curious, who are you? How do you know who I am? Also, why can you guess who I am? It doesn't matter how I know you. 10 is not like Kevin with black lines all over his head, and growled hysterically, but, you are just wearing a Halloween costume, your hair is still the same color, and your height is the same height. Do you think that Kevin is blind? Can't even see that. His roar suddenly shocked Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben. Do you think my Kevin is blind? This sentence. In other words, the 10 unlike monster in front of you is actually Kevin? 10 like Kevin? However, isn't Kevin already dead? How come he has come back from the dead again, and has come back like this? There are many doubts in their hearts. Of course, they also understand that, regardless of these issues, it's the most important thing to win the 10 different Kevin first. 10 is not like Kevin growling. The blue veins on his forehead burst out, the eyebrows are twisted into a ball, and the diamond arm is constantly exerting force. Click, click. The pink light that enveloped the diamond's arm turned out to be like glass, and a trace of cracks began to appear. What a lot of strength. Tian Xiaoben's expression changed. His body suddenly bent slightly in the direction of 10 unlike Kevin, and his eyes instantly showed a trace of difficulty. It seems that your magic is not strong enough, Tian Xiaoben. 10 unlike Kevin, who saw Tian Xiaoben's appearance, he sneered, and the diamond arm continued to exert force, completely forgetting Tian Xiaoben who was suppressed on the cliff. Did you think I was vegetarian? Kevin. Tian Xiaoben let out a low roar, and the palm cannons in both palms slammed out huge artillery fire, which was released down against the cliff, suddenly igniting the cliff below, brightening the entire dark pothole a lot, especially his red and gold steel body looks radiant. Boom! This sudden and huge impact was such that Kevin couldn't suppress Tian Xiaoben's hands in an instant, and his palms were directly bounced back by the terrifying impact. Boom! Tian Xiaoben immediately pursued the victory, raised his right fist, and slammed the face of She unlike Kevin. Puff! Unlike 10, Kevin tilted his head to the left, spit out a large piece of mucus, and his face became a little more painful. Boom! Another punch. Tian Xiaoben swung his left fist, like a boxing champion, and hit 10 different Kevin's jaws. Boom! The iron fist is paired with the force 807 Emperor, which is calculated by tonnage. When he reached the cliff opposite the ground, a pothole as big as his figure was smashed inward. This punch, perfect. Tian Xiaoben cheered excitedly, posed as a winner, and said sarcastically to Kevin who was lying in the pothole, Kevin, didn't you sneak attack on me? Now you know who is the winner? Now, explain clearly why you are here, and why you are suddenly so hostile to me. Boom. Who knows? 10 is not like Kevin is not a big deal at all. His head rushed out of the pothole first, and the steel teeth that opened his mouth turned out to be screaming towards Tian Xiaoben's position, as if he was going to bite Tian Xiaoben's neck directly. Don't take it lightly. In the distance, Tian Xiaoben immediately raised his right palm, spewing out a large burst of flames, and at the same time it exploded on Shivyu Kevin. He did not forget to glance back at Tian Xiaoben and exhorted. The afterglow of the explosion made Tian Xiaoben's profile very clear, illuminated by the light, and the brightness in his eyes was even more clearly visible. Unlike 10, Kevin was blown back into the big pit again, and the pothole was covered by even thicker smoke. Looking at Tian Xiaoben said angrily, I owe you a favor, nerd. It's good to know. Tian Xiaoben responded with some tsundere. Taste? Next moment, 10 unlike Kevin's huge figure flew out of the thick smoke, his eyes were full of anger, and his diamond arm was in the shape of a shield, which must have resisted a lot of impact. But at this time, his heart was full of anger, he clenched his fangs tightly, and his 4 fists burst out. Keep fighting. Seeing that 10 dislikes Kevin came out again, Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben were no longer busy bickering, but each put on a serious look, facing disliked Kevin. Hey, 10 is not like Kevin's wings oscillating, his body leaning like a helicopter. He immediately approached Tian Xiaoben, raised his 2 arms that were not capable of long-range combat, and punched Xiaoben and I punched each other. Bang bang bang. The other side. Xiaoben continuously released magical attacks, and the fireballs of the fire demons attacked, trying to help Tian Xiaoben. 10 is not like Kevin's other 2 hands, one is a diamond arm and the other is a flame arm. He resisted Tian Xiaoben's magical attack with a diamond shuriken. clash with the flames of the fireball and the fire pendant? So, unlike Kevin, he can maintain a one-on-one match with Tian Xiaoben without being disturbed by Tian Xiaowen. Bang bang bang, Tian Xiaoben gritted his teeth, and punched again at Shi's face, which was not like Kevin. Puff. 10 is not like Kevin spit out several pieces of mucus, his head was constantly shaking from side to side, and he was dizzy. Bang bang bang, it's me. Seizing the opportunity, 10 unlike Kevin's fists also aimed at Tian Xiaoben's head and kept hammering, as if to shred Tian Xiaoben's steel suit. Good star? Tian Xiaoben in the steel battlesuit, because the whole battlesuit was shaking violently, so that he was spinning around inside, and the world was spinning. What a tough armor. Unlike 10, Kevin smashed for a long time, his face wrinkled, and he retracted his palms. Both hands were actually red and swollen, and the pain caused his teeth to grin. Hot. Look at Tian Xiaoben's steel armor. Not even a single crack can be seen on it. The defense is pretty solid. Bite with your teeth. The thought flashed across Kevin's mind, and his mouth opened wide, revealing steel teeth that looked like 7 heads. Tian Xiaoben's figure was reflected in his teeth, because he was dizzy, so he was still shaking his head slightly, but he didn't react. Small class. Tian Xiaowen felt bad when he saw this, and immediately switched the fire magic pendant to the floating magic pendant, and his body radiated pink light and flew towards 10 unlike Kevin. You better get away. Unlike Kevin, who suddenly widened his flame arm, he actually condensed a huge fireball that was as big as his body and several meters high, and threw it out heavily. This fireball exhausted the strength of his entire arm, and the flame burning on the flame arm disappeared for a short time. Boom! And this huge fireball with a fire tail pushed Tian Xiaowen, who flew down. Hey! Unlike 10, Kevin continued to bite. Now, no one can stop him. Kevin, long time no see. At this time, a dull voice came from the cliff. Because of the openness and depth of the potholes, the sound rammed back and forth in this space, constantly wandering, as if coming from countless places. What the hell? Hear that very familiar voice. 10 is not like Kevin's teeth just touched Tian Xiaoben's neck, just collided, and then stopped. His mind was in turmoil, his expression stiffened, and his eyes looked up. The fear in the DNA was awakened. On the cliff, Xiao Chen stood there. Bowing his head, he looked at Shi. Unlike Kevin, that knife-like gaze seemed to be able to penetrate what was not like Kevin's heart, causing him substantial pain. Just one sentence was enough to make Shibuya Kevin's whole body stiff. It's really the 10 different Kevin I encountered in the Void Zero realm. Xiao Chen also judged that the 10 unlike Kevin in front of him was the one who almost died by his own hands from the 10 unlike Kevin's expression. If it weren't for him being anxious, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to save Tian Xiaoben. Boom! Compared with smashing Tian Xiaoben's steel battlesuit, 10 different Kevin thinks running for his life is more important. After using Tian Xiaoben heavily in the pothole on the side, he flees to the depths, and the whole person disappears into the dark pit. In the hole? What about hiding in? I'll tell you what it means to catch a shadow in a urn. Xiao Chen finished speaking calmly, and while speaking, he opened the Omnitrix, the screen popped up, and he patted it. Taste? The diamond god of war was firm and ruthless, and appeared in place. He took the lead to look at Tian Xiaowen, who had been pushed to the edge of the pit by the big fireball, and immediately ran towards Tian Xiaowen, crossing the Qianzhao cliff in one step. Just at the moment when the diamond god of war was about to fall down with one foot. Ping ping ping! At the edge of the cliff, a stair-like, beautiful and luminous diamond body suddenly grew, and it grew until the foot of the diamond god of war. Then, he quickly ran forward, and the diamond stair continued to stretch. This emptiness. He was forcibly walked out of a way by the diamond god of war. Soon, the diamond god of war came to Tian Xiaowen's side, fisted hard. Research. The first punch, the diamond punch knocked the huge fireball off Tian Xiaowen's body. Boom. Second punch. The diamond god of war waved the diamond arm that had turned into a meteor hammer, jumped down, smashed the huge fireball into pieces, and countless fragmented flames fluttered in the dark pit like a goose feather snow. Xiaowen, is it okay? The diamond god of war standing on the diamond ladder slowly retracted his pair of diamond arms, and asked Tian Xiaowen a little worriedly in front of him. I'm fine, it's just that my hands are a little hot. Tian Xiaowen landed on the diamond steps, and the halo on his hands disappeared, because he had been pressing against the super large fireball, so that both halls were red, but there is no burn. Okay, I'll go save Xiaoben again. The diamond god of war lowered his head again to look at Tian Xiaoben leaning against the cliff, and jumped directly down the diamond stairs, grabbing the edge with one hand, and leaning towards Tian Xiaoben with the other hand and most of his body. Boom! Until he could grab Tian Xiaoben's shoulder, he used one hand to lift Tian Xiaoben's body easily over his head and used it on the diamond ladder above. The diamond god of war turned it up again all at once. Both were rescued. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaoben, who was in a daze, slumped on the diamond ladder, rubbed his head, and his tone gradually became clear. No, it's the diamond god of war. Anyway, there's no one here, you can call me anything you want. The diamond god of war shrugged, and 807 said casually. No, Tian Xiaoben said, you must call every alien hero's name habit, or one day in a crowded place, your real name will be called out. Small class, the logic is quite clear. The diamond god of war glanced at Tian Xiaoben, looking at you, you should have recovered too, right? I'm so much better now. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly got up, patted the dust on his shirt, spewed out 2 balls of flames from his feet, and his body was slightly suspended. If Kevin hadn't suddenly attacked me, I would have also. It won't be so miserable. Let me go down and fight him. He was wary and full of confidence. Let's go down together. Don't forget, the magic sword is also below. Even if the 2 of you are not like Kevin in dealing with 10, there must be someone to get the magic sword first, right? The Diamond God of War said to the 2 of them. Immediately, he looked at the bottomless abyss below, and his right arm turned into a sharp long knife. The ceiling fan stabbed the cliff in front of it with a knife, completely submerging it. Xiaoan, I'll take you down. With an unquestionable domineering, bjit, the Diamond God of War stretched out his other hand, stopped Tian Xiaoan beside him with ease, and jumped down hard. Clap clap. The diamond longsword brings a good buffering effect. The Diamond God of War slides down the cliff rapidly, and the longsword cuts out long ravines on the cliff, constantly splashing a lot of sparks on both sides. Falling like crazy? Okay, say it first, don't help me. Tian Xiaoben shook his head helplessly and flew down. The 3 figures fell into the dark abyss together. Quite a few minutes passed. The Diamond God of War saw the ground under the cliff, but the cliff did not land directly on the ground, but was in a suspended state, still several meters above the ground. Call out? Pulling out the long sword, the Diamond God of War hugged Tian Xiaoben again, and jumped gently to the ground, enduring all the impact. Tian Xiaoben landed very easily. How is it, Xiaoben, are you alright? The Diamond God of War let go of Tian Xiaoben in his arms and asked with some concern. Fine. Tian Xiaoben showed a smile, shook his head at the Diamond God of War, and even hoped to do it again. Xiaoben, can you do it too? The Diamond God of War looked at Tian Xiaoben again. Tian Xiaoben nodded. The 3 people's attention was on this road. The place under their feet had no other forks, only a passage to go forward, with fireflies passing by from time to time on both sides, so it wasn't dark, but it felt rather groggy. Taste? The Diamond God of War's arms turned into diamond spikes, and without saying a word, he walked towards the road ahead with incomparable domineering. I'll open the way for the 2 of you, follow me, and be careful not to be attacked. His lingering aura was like a long spear, and just moving there, it carried a murderous aura that ripped apart the world. Tian Xiaoben followed, and Tian Xiaoben came to the end to prevent sneak attacks. It was another quick step forward. In front of them, a light finally appeared, and when they approached, they found that it was a semicircular gate, which was big enough for Kevin's size to get in and out. The Diamond God of War was the first to walk in. Inside the door, it is a very spacious underground space. As high as the ceiling, it was dark, and nothing could be seen clearly, and the surrounding walls were all far away, basically the same size as a 200-meter runway. Right in front, there is another tall staircase, and there is a platform on the staircase, and the platform floats with a dreamlike purple light. It's too far away, so you can't see anything. Then above the stairs, is the Excalibur Divine Sword. The Diamond God of War stared at the Excalibur on the stairs, thinking about it. Taste? Next second. From the dark ceiling, the figure of 10 dissimilar Kevin appeared, his face full of fierce light, and he threw himself on the Diamond God of War. Boom! The Diamond God of War was directly crushed to the ground by Kevin. I don't want to fight with you, you forced me. She, unlike Kevin's tone with a hint of innocence, opened his mouth wide, ready to bite. Boom! The 2 palms of the Diamond God of War landed directly on She, unlike Kevin's shoulders, pushing hard. Unlike 10, Kevin was pushed away directly, and ran several steps behind him with a look of disbelief. How come your strength is so much stronger than before? Do you think I'll be idle the rest of the time? The Diamond God of War stood up calmly and gave Kevin a cold look. Sneak attack on me is your stupidest act. Diamond God of War, agreed, he gave it to us. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan came to the left and right sides of the Diamond God of War and said to him, if you want to fight, I'll leave it to you. The Diamond God of War was stunned for a few seconds, then helplessly shrugged his shoulders, as if deciding on the ownership of an object, and gives the 10 dislikes to Kevin to the 2 of them. 10 is not like Kevin's brows are constantly bursting with blue veins, very unhappy, and on the platform, a dark, huge figure slowly got up, attracted by the movement at the door. Roar! A low roar erupted from its throat. What sound? Suddenly there was a strange cry. The Diamond God of War, who was still in a confrontation state, was not like Kevin and the others, who looked up at the dangling platform almost at the same time. Monument? I saw a slender monster with both hands and feet, climbed out of the platform, and climbed down the steps. A pair of scarlet eyes stared at 10 unlike Kevin, the Diamond God of War and others. The most terrible thing is that it has a very dangerous aura all over it, like a violent beast. The messenger of the Guardian Sword. Apache. Plus unlike Kevin who reacted immediately, he shouted directly at Apache, Excalibur Guardian Apache. These 3 people are the thieves who came to steal the Excalibur. I am alone, I can't deal with them. Please help me. Kevin? You bastard. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan immediately glared at each other with Shivyu Kevin, very angry. On the contrary, the Diamond God of War scratched his nose slowly, appearing a little uncomfortable. He pretended to be calm. It's okay, Xiaoan, this monster doesn't seem to have a high IQ, can't hear us, understand our words. Roar. Apache's eyes were murderous, and he roared at the Diamond God of War. The speed of descending the stairs suddenly accelerated, and he climbed to the ground in 2 or 3 times. It stood up straight, with its 2 front paws clenched into fists, like a human being. Standing up to a height of 5 or 6 meters, Kevin was considered a teenager in front of it. Diamond Ares is more like a baby in front of him, and obviously, Apture clearly understood the words of the Diamond God of War and 10 dislikes Kevin, and at the moment was staring at the Diamond God of War in anger, clenching his teeth. The Diamond God of War was slapped in the face, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Ha 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 ha, why did you come down to trouble me? Why don't you just let me go? Shivyu Kevin sneered and shook his head sarcastically. That's it, you have to face a powerful enemy. It's okay. The Diamond God of War gave him a cold look, and then walked towards Apache without looking back. Xiao Ban Xiaoan, according to the plan, Kevin will be handed over to you. I will meet this divine sword guardian. Boom! Tian Xiaoban immediately activated the Thunder Light Core, and the body of steel hit Shivyu Kai Kevin like a ray of light, directly blasting him out. He and Tian Xiaoan are both full of firepower, for unlike Kevin, the battle is stable. The only thing to worry about is the Diamond God of War. He stopped when he was 3 or 4 meters away from Apache and looked up at the behemoth in front of him. And actually, dark waves surge. Around the person and the beast, gusts of wind were constantly stirred up, making people's eyes hurt, and wisps of dust were lifted up, forming flying sand and rocks. Invisible momentum, like a diamond knife, and a monster, constantly fighting. It seems like a tie, but in fact, the diamond knife did not have the slightest injury. On the contrary, the scars of the monsters are getting more and more, and it is about to rout. Boom. Apache stepped back slightly, looked down at the Diamond God of War in front of him, his pupils widened. It actually had a trace of fear for the little man in front of him. The power of the Diamond God of War is his body, like a 10-meter giant. What? Check-in object detected, the ancient monster guarding the Excalibur, a push. The host chooses to defeat a push, kill a push, or snatch the Excalibur and leave directly to complete the sign-in. The system also triggers the sign-in. Let the Diamond God of War unexpected. 10 is not like Kevin's voice just now. Under the circumstances, he actually sent him a sign-in immediately. He is full of fighting spirit. Taste? Apache couldn't bear the fear of being suppressed any longer, turned the fear into anger, sighed, and appeared to be deafening in this space. It stretched out a long hand first, grabbed the legs of the Diamond God of War suddenly, and used it towards the wall next to it. For flowers. Boom! The Diamond God of War, caught off guard, was thrown out like a bowling ball, and a large pit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was smashed into the wall. It was bottomless, showing its weight. Okay. 10 unlike Kevin cheered. Apalesh's face was also full of joy, his fists clenched, full of self-confidence. Boom. The body of the Diamond God of War immediately walked out of the deep pit, and his body was completely unscathed, which made 10 dislikes Kevin's cheers stop abruptly, and the smile on Apache's face also slowly disappeared. I was attacked by you. 0. The Diamond God of War put his right hand on his neck, twisted his joints. His eyes were cold. Just now your strength was just right, and you can massage my neck. I don't know what the words massage and strength mean, but Apache could feel the arrogant mood of the Diamond God of War. Roar. It roared again, used its hands and feet again, and rushed out like a wild horse. Looking at Apache, the Diamond God of War took a deep breath, leaned forward, and stretched out his arms. Monument. Apache bumped up. The arms of the Diamond God of War suddenly bent a lot, the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and his feet fell into the ground in the next instant. But Apache's 4 feet stopped. Stopped under the palms of the Diamond God of War? Your strength is not so great. Looking at the stunned Apache, the Diamond God of War's face was tense. Even though his arms were sore and tired, he was full of arrogant sarcasm. Taste? He leaned back, his palms changed from receiving to grasping, grabbing Apple's shoulders. Boom! Apache was caught over his head by the Diamond God of War and fell to the ground behind him. The pain at the moment of the heavy landing told Applash that this was not a dream. How powerful is the Diamond God of War in front of him? 100 million, accept. The Diamond God of War turned around, his right arm had turned into a floating diamond spike, and without hesitation, he poked at Apache, who had not gotten up yet, as fast as lightning. Click. One stab, stabbed the ground, and the diamond spike sank into the ground, as if cutting through a pile of tofu dregs. Apache curled back at a fast speed, and was able to escape. It stared at the ground that was pierced in shock. If it was still there just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Call out? The Diamond God of War looked cold, and quickly retracted his diamond spikes. The other arm also turned into a long spike, and both spikes attacked. Click. A push hurriedly reached out and grabbed the ground, and as soon as he pulled it out, a large hole appeared out of thin air on the ground, and a large lump of soil was pinched in his hand. Taste? It threw this piece of mud and quickly smashed it into the head of the Diamond God of War, and the other hand was not idle, leaving one hole after another in the ground, just to attack alternately. Crack. The 16 thorns of the Diamond God of War flashed at will, and the chunks of mud that hit him shattered in midair, cracked into countless pieces of mud and scattered on the surrounding ground, and even a lot of pieces were sprinkled on himself. On the body, some of the bits splashed on his eyes, making him itchy unbearably. So sad. The Diamond God of War's arms changed to normal, and he quickly reached out and wiped his eyes. Next second. Taste? Taking this opportunity, Apush swooped down in front of the Diamond God of War, stretched out his arms, hugged the Diamond God of War, and held it high. When the Diamond God of War removed his arms and his eyes returned to normal, his body was like a ball and was thrown heavily by Apache, and hit the mud wall again, smashing out a body the size of his figure. Mud pit. Whoa. Apache continued to take deep breaths and his arms were shaking. Obviously, it was really difficult for him to throw such a heavy Diamond God of War. That's right, you can actually play a few tricks with me. As expected of the Guardian Sword. The Diamond God of War suddenly stretched out his palms and grabbed the edge. Immediately afterwards, his entire body stretched out from the dark mud wall, like a terrifying demon crawling out of hell. Although Apache couldn't speak, the sudden contraction of a pair of red pupils could already represent a bit of fear in his heart, guarding the divine sword in the temple for many years. He met the beast. I have also encountered thieves who accidentally broke in with bows and arrows or gunpowder. The result is the same. Killed easily by him. Only this monster. It can give him an incomparably terrifying sense of oppression. As soon as possible in 3 minutes to solve you, the Diamond God of War twisted his neck, moved his joints, and walked towards Apache with ease. For him, it was just a warm-up. Roar. Looking at the Diamond God of War coming, Apache let out a low roar, raised his head suddenly, and jumped up. It sank into the dark ceiling, and after several seconds, there was no movement on it, as if it had jumped into a bottomless abyss. Ran. The Diamond God of War looked up at the darkness blankly, stunned. Is this Apache so weak? Call out? His thoughts were instantly slapped in the face. Apache seems to be hanging upside down on the ceiling, his head is facing the ground, his upper body is cooked from the dark ceiling, and that position is just in front of the Diamond God of War. Research? The Diamond God of War was almost startled, his expression stunned, his body didn't move, and he didn't react. But his arms were crossed and turned into a half-human high diamond shield, and he reacted with the battle memory? Apache's heavy punch landed on the diamond shield, with such force that the shield made a loud noise and shook several times. The Diamond God of War also took a step back. Roar? Seeing that the attack failed, Apache let out a low growl in exasperation, released his fists again, grabbed the diamond shield, and threw the Diamond God of War fiercely again. When the Diamond God of War fell to the ground and got up, Apache fled into the darkness again and disappeared. This guy, taking advantage of his length, climbed above the dark cave and attacked me. The Diamond God of War had a dignified expression, his arms were changing normally, he looked around with vigilance, and there was a faint pain in his back. This guy's strength is indeed great, he is a monster. The diamond body hurts a bit. Taste? Apache's upper body sticks out of the darkness again, this time right above the Diamond God of War. Although the Diamond God of War could not see it, he could feel the whirlwind roaring above his head and immediately looked up. Fall asleep. It is the face of a monster, almost occupying more than half of the field of vision, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Apache met the awe-inspiring eyes of the Diamond God of War, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Before it completed the attack, it made another smell sound, curled up, and immediately retreated into the darkness. Not only is the strength strong, but also the physical coordination is very strong. Damn. The Diamond God of War looked unhappy, rubbed his fists, and muttered, it still can't defeat me with this tactic. However, it is also difficult for me to hit it. If this monster delays time, the consequences will be disastrous. So bad for him? We have to come up with a way of fighting to take down Apache. SHHHHHH. The arms of the Diamond God of War were directly transformed into a terrifying honeycomb-shaped gatling, aiming at the endless darkness on the ceiling, and began to continuously release the terrifying diamond shuriken. Emerald, the cold diamond shuriken, penetrated the layers of darkness and made a sound. It was the sound of the diamond shuriken stabbing above the cave. The Diamond God of War kept releasing the diamond shuriken, spinning his arms, sweeping the entire dark cave back and forth, ensuring that there was nowhere to hide. Bang bang bang! Soon, after a part of the diamond shuriken flew into the darkness, they were immediately bounced back by a force in the darkness, and flew from the opposite direction to the location of the Diamond God of War. Boom! The Diamond God of War looked at the diamond shuriken flying towards him, his left hand raised, and immediately turned into a shield. The shuriken exploded on the shield with such force that it almost made his left arm. They all trembled several times. The right arm continued to be raised, aiming at that area and quickly sweeping the diamond shuriken. Part of it flew in and was immediately bounced back, continuing to explode on the shield of the Diamond God of War, causing him to retreat one after another, and traces were drawn on his arm. Another part, after flying in, never came out again. Roar. Apush let out a low cry, and the voice was filled with a trace of pain and anger. In an instant, its huge body fell from the top of the pitch black, and it fell to the ground with a boom, and several diamond shuriken were stabbed on its back, submerged in the flesh, and a trace of blood seeped out. This guy is really thick-skinned and rough. The Diamond God of War looked at Apache's back injury in surprise, and murmured, the diamond shuriken that is enough to blast rocks can only give him a little skin trauma. And this monster seems to be even more angry. Who? Apache got up from the ground, roared loudly at the Diamond God of War, and landed on all fours again, posing as a fierce beast. The Diamond God of War immediately raised his arms, not yet aiming at Apsh's figure. Taste. Like a ball of blue lightning, it quickly moved to the front of the Diamond God of War, hugged the body of the Diamond God of War with both palms, and threw the latter upwards as if it were thrown on the earth. Boom! The figure of the Diamond God of War sank into the darkness, smashed hard to the top, fell from the top again, and fell to the ground. It hurts enough. The Diamond God of War rubbed his head with his right hand, buzzing in front of his eyes, and his left hand propped up on the ground alone to get up. Bang bang bang! Apache raised the solace of his feet again, towards the waist of the Diamond God of War. One stroke, another stroke, many strokes. The Diamond God of War was stepped on, and a big pit appeared on the spot, sinking deeper and deeper. Hoo. After stepping on it vigorously for a few times, Apache's own foot was sore. He retracted this foot, raised the other foot, and stepped on the Diamond God of War in the pothole. Boom! This time, the solace of his feet are suspended above the pothole, unable to move down, as if touching some air wall. Enough is enough, bah! The Diamond God of War in the pothole stood up at some point. Use one of his shoulders to stubbornly resist Apple's foot. A push looked at the Diamond God of War like this. There is some fear in my heart. I want to retract the solace of my feet. Boom! A pair of palms of the Diamond God of War hugged the ankle of Apsher's foot. Applash wanted to retract his foot, but he couldn't. Those two hands are like a pair of iron pliers. Oh no, diamond pliers? Hold the solace of its feet firmly so that it can't move. After hitting me so many times, it's my turn. Facing the panic-stricken Apache, the Diamond God of War showed a penetrating smile. Taste? His body began to spin on the spot, like a big windmill, and his hands rubbed Apple's ankles firmly, so that Apple would not be thrown out by inertia. Exactly. Apache also spun along. At first, it was still a golden rooster, and it hopped on one foot and spun with the Diamond God of War. Until it couldn't keep up with the terrifying speed of the Diamond God of War, it suddenly fell to the ground, and was dragged by the Diamond God of War on the ground to spin rapidly. The face dusted the ground from time to time. Faster and faster, faster and faster. The Diamond God of War has turned into a green afterimage. Although he can't turn into a green storm like a flash star, nor does he have the power of a four-handed king, he can throw the Apache like a ball. But he has a tough warrior body. Grit your teeth and keep spinning. After 10 seconds, APU not only followed the rotation, but also floated into the air and turned because of the excessive speed. As the inertia reached the extreme, the Diamond God of War suddenly stepped out with his right foot and stepped on the ground in front of him. The ground suddenly cracked, and the body came to a sudden stop. Put your hands together. Boom! Apache, which was spinning at a high speed, was like a runaway car. While spinning, it turned into an afterimage and flew out of the hall. It crashed into the corridor where it came, and when it flew to no shadow, there was a sound of landing. At least it was thrown dozens of meters away by the Diamond God of War. Quite a while. There was no sound from Apache from the corridor. Drilling, Zhao of Qian, Stone God of War's fighting state quickly receded, and the body that still felt extremely powerful, felt a sense of fatigue. The whole body was heavy, and the muscles in both arms were sore, probably diamond muscles. Keep breathing deeply, keeping your breath. With all his strength, he knocked Apple down. Moreover, Apache's counterattack also made the Diamond God of War's back still sting, and it was thrown. The guardian of this temple is really powerful. It's all Kevin's fault to sow discord. The Diamond God of War thought. But he seems to have really come to get the divine sword. It's not stealing, it's taking? Yes, divine sword. The Diamond God of War hurriedly looked at the platform suspended in the air deep in the hall. Bet. Divine sword, right there. Ding. A voice came out of my heart. It's systematic. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to get it directly. The Diamond God of War answered without any hesitation. He wanted the reward that he could get immediately, not that he wanted to apply it to the combat equipment he had applied. The enemy data of the combat equipment was temporarily enough. Get the blue reward, the right to use the Excalibur. Note, the Excalibur is a magical weapon. If the user holds the Excalibur, it will be unstoppable. Magic weapon, if the thief got the Excalibur, then the artifact Excalibur will disappear like dust. Because the Excalibur is magical, it can tell whether it is its host or not. This is actually the reward this time? The ability to control the Excalibur? What the Diamond God of War did not expect was that this Excalibur had such an ability to automatically destroy itself. His eyes turned to the platform again, and he was excited. The Excalibur is bound to win? Boom, bang, bang. At this time, suddenly there were 3 sounds from behind. The Diamond God of War suddenly came to his senses, and quickly turned to look at the place where the sound of 807 sounded. Don't forget, although his personal battle is over, Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben's 10 different Kevin still don't know the result. 10 is not like Kevin lying on the ground on one side, with wounds and burns all over his body, without any sound. He has been blasted past. Not far away, is Tian Xiaowen, who is exhausted, and Tian Xiaoben, who has been released from his transformation. His reactor energy is completely exhausted. The 3 of them have all reached the point where the lamp is running out of oil. I'll kill 10 disliked Kevin first and then go get the Excalibur. The Diamond God of War had a fierce look on his face. In his mind, it was more important to kill Kevin from another universe than the Excalibur. Kevin, but the enemy who gave him a lot of headaches. Bayu. Before he could go out, the fierce face of the Diamond God of War was stunned. The Omnitrix pattern in front of him began to flicker, and when he looked down, it was exuding red light. Oops. Call out? Accompanied by a flash of red light, he changed back to a human state, and his back suddenly ached because of the minor injuries left over from the previous battle. And the killing intent in his heart also unknowingly weakened. I can't move him now. Xiao Chen gave Kevin a bitter look, shook his head helplessly, and looked at the platform again. Go and get the Excalibur first. He walked quickly to the steps, crossed 2 or 3 steps at once, and leaped onto the platform. Come to the platform. Shine brighter. A golden, sharp longsword was stabbed like that on a stone slab and placed in the middle of this platform. Its shining light was even more dazzling, like Ling's sword energy. That is the Excalibur. Xiao Chen held his breath and slowly came to the platform, his palm resting on the black hilt of the Excalibur. The hilt of the sword in hand feels very cold, like an ice cube, which makes people panic. At the same time, it is also full of terrifying chills. Just holding the hilt of the sword made Xiao Chen a bit hostile. Is this the demon god's weapon? Now, it's mine. Xiao Chen roared, pulled the Excalibur from the slate, and held it high. Under the black hilt, there is a golden sword body, 2 feet long, and it is always flashing with golden light. In this dark cave, this golden light is like lightning in the night, splitting all the darkness. Xiao Chen's eyes jumped up instantly, and he could feel that the hand he was holding the Excalibur had an inexhaustible power, although it wasn't as good as his transformation, Jeff J's superhuman power. Strong combat capability. But, compared to his own child's body, he is already many times stronger. Call out? The golden light instantly shone on Xiao Chen's body and wrapped around his torso, confirming Xiao Chen's identity like a scanner. This moment, he had a slight connection with this Excalibur sword, as if he was recognized by this sword. At the same time, the terrifying murderous intent hidden under the dazzling light of the Excalibur. It also shocked Xiao Chen. Even if you don't use this weapon, there will be a lot of chills in your heart. This is as expected of a weapon that the demon god wields. God knows what this Excalibur was used by the demon god to have such a strong murderous aura. Too frightening. Xiao Chen slowly put down the Iqwa divine sword. The dazzling light on the divine sword also subsided, and the golden body of the sword looked unremarkable. But, Xiao Chen is very clear. Once this divine sword is used, how powerful it will be. Cough cough. From behind, there was a sudden burst of low-pitched coughing. Xiao Chen immediately turned around, walked to the edge of the steps, and looked down. Below. Unlike 10, Kevin rubbed his neck with one hand, wrapped his chest with one hand, stood up slowly, lowered his head, and couldn't see his expression clearly, but from his slightly trembling, bent body, it was not difficult to tell that this was the case. The guy is just a little weak, not dead. You still have the strength to stand up. Tian Xiao looked in disbelief, and moved his neck with difficulty to look at Shivyu Kevin. Tian Xiaoan was also surprised. Sure. Unlike 10, Kevin raised his head slightly, and his tone was very dismissive. Your abilities may seem powerful, but they are all external changes. Only this uncle and I have changed the essence of biological abilities? In other words, we get down together, and the first person to get up is definitely me. After that, he retracted his arms, stretched out his body, moved his muscles and bones, and kept his head looking back and forth, left and right, as if he was looking for something. To him, killing Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan are secondary goals. Mainly to find out where Xiao Chen is. Originally, he thought that there was only one enemy, Tian Xiaoban, but who knew that Xiao Chen was actually behind and killed him halfway. Otherwise, he won't be shot. Okay. She, unlike Kevin, who never found a figure, looked up slowly. This moment, his eyes met Xiao Chen's. One looks up, one looks down. 4 eyes facing each other. Looking at Xiao Chen in a human posture, 10 unlike Kevin smiled slightly. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect the time to transform your broken watch. She, unlike Kevin, walked slowly to the platform steps, looking up at Xiao Chen, who was motionless as he walked up. I think it is necessary for the two to chat about some personal grievances between us. His eyes glanced at the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's right wrist from time to time, and after confirming that it was red, he became more at ease and bold. Shit. Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan saw this scene, and their emotions instantly fell to the bottom. The two of them were completely immobile. Even Xiao Chen's Omnitrix transformation, time is running out. Could it be that this is their grave? No, I don't want to die in this dark cave, Tian Xiaoban wailed. Duotu, don't say any more depressing words. Didn't you notice Xiao Chen's expression? He didn't have any fear at all, he looked very calm. Tian Xiaoan was upset and interrupted Tian Xiaoban's wailing. Tian Xiaoban looked towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression was just like what Tian Xiaoan said, very calm, even standing still, waiting for 10 different Kevin to come. 10 unlike Kevin's mouth curled into a smile. You know you have nowhere to go, so you just stand there and don't move? That's fine, so I don't have to catch you everywhere. That Omnitrix. He is bound to get it? It's not like when Kevin walked to the upper steps, although he hadn't reached the platform completely, but just stood there. His huge body was already several heads higher than Xiao Chen. The situation across the platform is also at a glance. There is a flagstone behind the platform. There is a gap on the slate, but there is nothing in the gap, as if something is missing. Did you take something here? Seeing this scene, 10 unlike Kevin looked down at Xiao Chen on the platform and questioned. Xiao Chen's posture is a bit strange, his right hand wearing Omnitrix is outside, but his left hand is behind his back. What's behind you? Unlike Kevin, who had a bad premonition in his heart, he abruptly accelerated his pace and walked up, grabbing Xiao Chen with all four hands. Taste? Xiao Chen's left hand suddenly stretched out, releasing a ray of light that was the first to be released on Shi, unlike Kevin's face. Ah! My eyes. 10 is not like Kevin, screaming in an instant, covering his scorched eyes with his palms, screaming, and waving his other hands indiscriminately, unable to keep his balance on the steps. Xiao Chen held the Excalibur sword in his left hand, as bright as a star, tearing the surrounding air. Call out? He waved his sword towards the 10 different Kevin in front of him, and the light on the sword showed a crescent-shaped sword energy, bursting out of the sky like a rainbow. Boom! The terrifying sword chi slammed into plus unlike Kevin's body, making a huge explosion sound. 10 unlike Kevin's body was directly blown out, flying out of the high steps, and after a certain distance in the air it hit the ground hard again. The power of the sword chi is amazing. Looking at the Excalibur again, the light on the sword dimmed a bit, but it quickly regained its previous splendor. What a terrifying power. Xiao Chen was holding the Excalibur sword, feeling the tremendous power. His expression became cold. I will use this sword to kill all the people who make me uncomfortable. That's the Actua divine sword. Tian Xiaoban exclaimed while looking at the divine sword in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen got it. Tian Xiaoban said. Call out? Xiao Chen jumped on the high platform under the eyes of everyone, and suddenly jumped several meters high, 3 or 4 meters away, and landed heavily on the ground from midair. When he landed, he only slightly bent his knees, and then he stood up straight with ease, without the slightest effort, in a proper superhuman state. For flowers. He walked straight to Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoban's side, and then stepped over without looking at it. Xiao Chen, can you help me get up? I'm exhausted. Tian Xiaoban shouted wearily to Xiao Chen, who was walking over, and grabbed Xiao Chen's trouser legs with his palm. Xiao Chen stopped. He lowered his head without saying a word, and looked directly at Tian Xiaoban with those cold eyes. Xiaoban, get up by yourself. I have no time. Good. Tian Xiaoban shivered violently, looking at Xiao Chen's cold, empty eyes, as if he saw another person. 0. Another devil. Xiao Chen raised his head again and walked towards Shivyu Kevin, and Tian Xiaoban looked nervous after Xiao Chen left. Xiaoban, what happened to Xiao Chen? Could it be that he has turned into a ghost again? No, he is not in the transformation state now. Tian Xiaoban asked Tian Xiaoban in a low voice. Tian Xiaoban's eyes trembled fiercely. The legend is right. What legend? The Excalibur sword is the weapon of the demon god. Although the demon god's host is dead, this weapon still possesses a huge magical power. Possessing the divine sword also possesses powerful magical power. Similarly, people will also be infected by the demonic nature, with the use of the longer, and finally become a devil. Tian Xiaoban said nervously. If Xiao Chen is allowed to continue holding the Excalibur sword, the consequences will be disastrous. Tian Xiaoban quickly deduced the result. If you want to gain super strength, it is not so simple, and you need to pay a price. And if Xiao Chen wasn't strong enough willpower, I'm afraid he would have completely lost his humanity the moment he mastered the Excalibur sword, and his 6 relatives would not recognize him. Between speeches, Xiao Chen has come to Shivyu Kevin. 100 million, cough, cough, cough. Unlike Kevin, he got up, leaned over and coughed again, and there was a clearly visible scar about 0.2 meters long on his chest, which was burning and painful. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was walking in front of him, and his expression was even more incredible. How can you have such a strong power? And what you have in your hand is sudden. Unlike 10, Kevin suddenly realized when he looked at the Excalibur sword. Xiao Chen mastered the Excalibur, which is why he was able to possess such a powerful power. This artifact actually allowed Xiao Chen to take the lead. Xiao Chen didn't say a word. He held his right hand. The small fist was actually carrying a huge force, and there was a crisp sound of air bursting between swings. He didn't use the Excalibur because he kept the sword energy when he was going to kill. Boom! 80710 is not like Kevin raised his diamond arm in a hurry, bending it into a triangle to block in front of him. Even so, that small heavy punch made him take a few steps back. Hiss. Looking at his diamond arm, there was actually a crack on the arm, and there was a little numbness. Die. Xiao Chen just shook his fleshed right hand expressionlessly, and continued to carry the Actua divine sword. No, I can't beat him at all. Although I can move freely, but my physical strength is not enough, and my injuries have accumulated a lot. It is really possible to die under Xiao Chen's Excalibur sword. Unlike Kevin, who was nervous, Xiao Chen took a step forward, and he took a step back, his brain spinning quickly, thinking about countermeasures. He thought about countless battle plans in his mind, and it was one thing that he might not be able to implement them, and another thing to succeed. There is only one way to go. Boom. Unlike Kevin, he stopped escaping directly, opened his mouth, a large mass of mucus condensed in his mouth, turned his head and spat heavily towards Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban, who couldn't move, saw the mucus bomb flying, and suddenly shouted, "Let's go save that idiot Tian Xiaoban now." She didn't say to Xiao Chen weakly as Kevin covered the injury in his chest. Who knows? Xiao Chen didn't look back at Tian Xiaoban at all, but took advantage of this time to walk in front of 10 disliked Kevin, slashing with a sword, like a golden sky. What? 10 is not like Kevin standing on the spot in astonishment, and a long crack is left on his chest, which directly forms an X pattern with the previous crack. Taste? After the sword was slashed, Xiao Chen wiped the Excalibur sword again, and stabbed Shibuya Kevin's heart heavily, with a very simple purpose. Just to kill you? In the bones. There is sheer ferocity. Hey? The excitement brought by the pain finally brought back the stunned Shibuya Kevin. He hurriedly took a few steps back, and then he managed to avoid Xiao Chen's stab. The distance from the chest is really only a few inches away, which is extremely dangerous. Look up at Xiao Chen again. That cold, sure a look. Unlike 10, Kevin broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be? Aren't you guys friends? It's not a friend, it's a brother. However, I want to kill you more. Xiao Chen replied simply and frantically, the corner of his mouth drawing a crazy arc. At this point, he seemed to have completely changed. Taste? The slime bomb that flew towards Tian Xiaoben was also enveloped by a pink light and landed on top of Tian Xiaoben's head. Go. Tian Xiaoben used his hands to the side, and the slime bomb flew to the side under the control of magic and hit the wall. Thank you, Xiaoben. Tian Xiaoben breathed a sigh of relief and said to Tian Xiaoben who was beside him. Tian Xiaoben's face was very dignified. He did not respond to Tian Xiaoben, but looked at Xiao Chen and stood up slightly. It is the most important thing to prevent Xiao Chen from being controlled by the devil, than to deal with Kevin. My physical strength has also recovered. Almost there? Xiao Chen must not be manipulated by demons, otherwise they will lose their best friends, and the world will have one more terrifying demon, a demon god who can transform into an alien, hold a divine sword, and finally evolve? Xiao Chen, we don't have a deep hatred between the two of us. I don't know what hatred you have with me in this universe, but I didn't do anything too bad. Although I really wanted to kill some unpleasant people, I didn't do it. Take real action. 10 is not like Kevin looking at Xiao Chen like this, sweating profusely persuading him. Not afraid of the powerful Xiao Chen, but most afraid of the mad Xiao Chen. Taste? What responded to him was Xiao Chen's slash. You pissed me off? I'm going to kill you. 10 unlike Kevin was completely angry. The left half of his body was full of fire, and the right half of his body was wrapped in diamond spikes, forming a fighting state. Click. A burst of lightning and flint collision. Xiao Chen's clean and neat slashes seem to be random and disorganized, but in fact every sword is full of ultimate murderous aura and the most straightforward ultimate move. Unlike the flames on Kevin's body that were easily torn apart, the diamond armor was transformed into countless broken crystals, scattered on the ground. No, I don't have the strength to fight at all. 10 is not like Kevin has retreated to the corner, his brain is confused. Xiao Chen stepped on the scattered crystals and stabbed she unlike Kevin's heart again with a sword. Next moment. Taste? A stone-shaped crystal floated up, wrapped in a pink light, and hit Xiao Chen's left wrist. Break. There was a slight pain on Xiao Chen's face, his left hand went numb for a moment, he subconsciously let go of the Iku divine sword in his hand, and fell straight to the ground. His sanity came back in an instant, occupying the highest position in his big 4.5 brain. Same. Heiken's power is also rapidly fading. Killed, knocked out. Tian Xiaoben continued to breathe deeply, looking at the Ektowa divine sword that fell on the ground, his mood relaxed a lot. Hey? Unlike 10, Kevin took this opportunity and immediately moved to the entrance of the corridor, looking at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Kevin, just go. If you want to keep fighting, Xiao Chen will really perish with you. Remember, don't do evil things. Tian Xiaoben looked at she unlike Kevin, his face cold frostly warned. I see. Unlike Kevin who didn't talk nonsense, 10 looked at the three of them deeply and rushed into the corridor. What did I do? Xiao Chen, who was completely awake, looked at everything around him, and the Ektowa divine sword fell to the ground. His face a little dull. Looking at the Ektowa divine sword on the ground, Xiao Chen came to his senses, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Xiao Chen, it's like this. Tian Xiaoben also walked slowly, wanting to explain a few words. Needless to say, Xiaoben, I remember. With a heavy expression, Xiao Chen pulled up the Excalibur on the ground. Why did you pick it up again? Tian Xiaoben was startled when he saw this scene, and looked at Xiao Chen in front of him in disbelief, thinking that the latter was completely controlled by his demonic nature. Don't worry, I'm pretty normal. Xiao Chen took the Excalibur in his hand and explained, this divine sword, as long as I don't urge its sword energy and don't actively use its power, it won't work. It doesn't affect me either. After he explained the principle of the Excalibur, Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoben were relieved. The magical nature of this divine sword is terrifying. Xiao Chen looked at the Excalibur in a complicated way and said 16, if it weren't for an emergency, I would never use this Ike with a human body again. Kiwa divine sword. Save it for the last minute. Fortunately, the Excalibur fell into your hands. If it fell into the hands of Kevin or the Skyrim organization, the consequences would be disastrous. Tian Xiaoben said. Kevin ran away. As soon as Xiao Chen thought that she did not look like Kevin, he immediately looked towards the corridor. Where could he see Kevin in the dark and deep corridor? It's not like Kevin has long since disappeared without a trace. This is a tough opponent. However, what reassures Xiao Chen is that this 10 unlike Kevin is definitely not as brutal as the Kevin in this universe. After all, he did not inherit the DNA of Mahaz, and he was abolished by Xiao Chen without superpowers at the beginning of the game. So angry. Still a dangerous character, but not as brutal. It's better not to let me touch you again, Xiao Chen said silently. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a series of rapid footsteps from the corridor. Soon a blurry, huge black shadow appeared in the corridor, getting closer and closer. It's Kevin? Xiao Chen looked startled, and involuntarily clenched the Excalibur in the palm of his hand. If Kevin really turns around, then I will use the Excalibur again and die with him. There was a stern look in his eyes. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan stood behind him in unison. Their physical strength had obviously fully recovered, and their faces had a firm look. Xiao Chen, don't worry, we will definitely assist you. Although my reactor is not fully charged, I will support you. The sonorous and powerful words of the two also made Xiao Chen full of confidence. But, as the shadow gets closer, Xiao Chen noticed that it was a shadow with only 4 limbs, while Kevin had 4 hands and 1 pair of legs, that is, 6 limbs. Not Kevin. Closer. It's a blue shadow. Red eyes. Roar. Apache is as fast as lightning, and is coming quickly from a dozen meters away. It's a push. Xiao Chen made a bad voice. It seems that its physical strength has recovered, and it is full of energy. Taste. He subconsciously raised the Excalibur sword. And when Apache saw the Excalibur, a pair of red-shaped pupils that were full of murderous aura suddenly froze, and his feet braked hard on the ground, dragging out 2 long lines. Mark of? Because of inertia and dragging for several meters, Apache was able to stop. It took a deep breath and watched in disbelief that Xiao Chen was holding the Excalibur in his hand, and a storm had already set off in his heart. What's this guy's face? It's looking at my Excalibur. Xiao Chen noticed a strange expression, and couldn't help but look at the Excalibur in his hand suspiciously. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben also looked at each other. You, how did you master the Excalibur? Xiao Chen's face was suddenly startled. It was from Apalesh's deep throat. It was no longer the roar of a beast, but a male voice that had been through the vicissitudes of life and was full of composure. You can talk. Xiao Chen looked at Apache in surprise. It's not that I can speak, but as long as the demon god who can master the Excalibur can understand what I say. Apush continued to say 807 in a deep voice. Its pupils were full of surprise, and then asked, you answer my question first. How did you master the Excalibur? Iktuwa divine sword? I just put my hand on the hilt, pulled out the Iktuwa divine sword on the slate, and got it. That's all. Xiao Chen answered honestly, except for concealing the existence of the system. Everything said is naturally true. Apache's eyelids twitched, and his expression seemed very speechless. Can you answer seriously? It raises the volume to ask. That's exactly how I pulled out the Excalibur. I didn't lie, and there's no need for me to lie to you now. Xiao Chen shrugged and said truthfully. Apshur was restless. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoben were also shocked. This man is a beast. One speaks human language there. One speaks animal languages there. How do they keep answering each other? Even being able to put on different expressions. According to what Xiao Chen said, he just grabbed the Excalibur. That is to say, the human child in front of him looks weak and looks like a small animal. The blood of the devil is flowing in his body, and he can activate the power of the devil? Apache was a little unbelievable at first. But it noticed the Omnitrix on Xiao Chen's wrist again, and it suddenly opened up. This strange shape also appeared on the little green man. And that little man possesses the power of a demon. It made Apple tremble with fear. If the little man were given 2 more minutes, he would surely die at the hands of the latter. And this little human boy in front of him. It is a human who can transform into a green demon. The real devil? Finally wait for the descendants of Lord Demon God. When Apache thought of this, he knelt down on one knee and looked at Xiao Chen respectfully. I've been waiting for so many years. In these long years, many people eyeing on the Excalibur. I want to take it for myself, but only you have the qualification to use the Excalibur sword. Xiao Chen was a little confused. He was a little surprised when he came, that he could understand Apush's words after he mastered the Excalibur. Second come. Why did Mao Apache suddenly change from the unbelievable look just now to the respectful look he is now? This change is too fast. If I guessed correctly, the little green man just now is your demon incarnation, right? The strength is really terrifying. Apache said eagerly. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. When Xiao Chen heard this, he suddenly realized, and immediately said, that's just one of my incarnations. One of the incarnations. Apache's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, do you mean you have other incarnations? Like that incarnation? Xiao Chen slowly raised his hands and raised all his fingers. I have more than 10. Each of them is extremely powerful and has different abilities. At this time, Apache felt the shock from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Xiao Chen in front of him, it was like seeing an ancient demon, and he couldn't help but have the urge to bow his head to the court. Dozens of demon gods incarnate. Moreover, this descendant of the demon god is still so young, his potential will be very terrifying, and his strength will leap forward when he reaches adulthood, even more than the ancient demon. It's just wrong. Xiao Chen didn't intend to explain the Omnitrix thing, so let's just use something like the incarnation of the devil. Even if he told the truth, Apush couldn't understand what high-tech, what kind of transformation stellar things like that. It's better to explain it in simple terms. Tian Xiaoben on the side couldn't sit still. He came to the center of a person and a beast, his face full of doubts. Hey, I want to ask, what are you two talking about? Xiaowen and I really don't understand. Xiaoben, it's like this, I have the Excalibur. Xiao Chen patiently explained the fact that he was able to communicate with a push, and let Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen understand the cause and effect. I didn't expect that APPLS had such a high IQ. Tian Xiaoben sighed subconsciously. Apache glared at Xiao Ban fiercely and grinned. What does this mean? Apache, calm down. Xiao Chen quickly helped Xiaoben to say a word. His words came down. But it is heavier than a mountain. Apache's expression was immediately retracted, and the fierce expression turned into politeness, and even showed a smile to Tian Xiaoben. In his mind, the incarnation of the demon god Xiao Chen is almost his master? To be so obedient. Xiao Chen moved a little in his heart, and immediately walked in front of Apache and patted his shoulder. Apache, do you want to go out with us? Let's travel around the world together. In this way, his power can also be expanded by a point, not just a genocide who sits in the base. No. Apache shook his head bluntly in this regard. I have lived in this temple for a long time. It looked nostalgic. I don't want to leave here, even if the Excalibur is gone. I have no idea of leaving. I will be here for generations to come. Everyone has their own aspirations. Even if you are a monster, you also have your own aspirations. If you don't want to, I won't force it. A look of disappointment flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he said softly to Apache, very generous. But Apache's words changed, sonorously and forcefully, if you really encounter an unimaginable danger in the future, or need my help, then I will definitely stand up. With your words, I am relieved. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at Apache's eyes. That is incomparably tenacious, decisive, unshakable like Mount Tai. It doesn't tell lies. When that day comes, APPLS will definitely come forward. However, how should I, Qianzhao, contact you? After I go out with Xiaoben, Xiaowen, and the others, they may leave here and go far away. We will not be able to contact you at that time, and you will not use it either. Human communication equipment. Xiao Chen said with some embarrassment. This it doesn't matter. Apache looked at the Excalibur in Xiao Chen's hand and took a deep breath. Young master, the Excalibur has been guarded by me for countless years, and I also have a lot of experience with this sword, and it's even better. A demon god taught me many secrets to control the Excalibur before he died. You give me a day, and I will teach you to cast the Excalibur better. Hearing the front, Xiao Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. How could he be less master? Hearing the back, his eyes lit up. The way to control the Excalibur. Although the Excalibur is not as invincible as the Omnitrix, it is also a very powerful artifact. The most important thing is that this thing has no cooling. However, like Omnitrix, it has a debuff, and it is a terrible debuff, which will make people lose their own debuff. If a push can help Xiao Chen master the Excalibur, then it will definitely help his combat effectiveness. I don't know if the young master has time. It only takes 1 day, Apache said sincerely. Of course there is time. Xiao Chen didn't even think about it, just nodded affirmatively and said, okay, start training now. By this time tomorrow, you will have mastered the basic tricks of the Excalibur. A push nodded and said in a deep voice, wait. Xiao Chen also looked back at Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben, and told them about the conversation he had just had with Apache. The two of them froze in place, and did not answer Xiao Chen's words for a long time. First, Apache recognized Xiao Chen as the main player. Then Xiao Chen will stay here for a day and master the Excalibur. 807 is too much information. Wait a minute, Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaowen quietly walked to Xiao Chen's side and approached his ear. When he spoke, Xiao Chen's ears tickled. Are you sure that the monster named Apache is really at ease? Maybe it wants to let us go, and then find a chance to secretly attack you. Her worries about Xiao Chen are not groundless, because Apache was Xiao Chen's life and death enemy not long ago, and it is too outrageous to reconcile so quickly now. Don't worry, in addition to the Excalibur, I have it. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen proudly raised the Omnitrix on his wrist. At this time, the Omnitrix had come from a red state. In the state of charge, the energy has been filled. He can transform into an alien hero anytime. But Tian Xiaowen was still a little worried. Okay, Xiaowen, don't be such a jerk. Don't you still believe in Xiao Chen? Let him stay here for special training. Tian Xiaoben continued to support Xiao Chen. He also came to Apache's Bjit, specially, and said with his teeth and claws, by the way, that big weirdo named Apache, you must not think about attacking Xiao Chen, or I will find him. You are troublesome, and you will be beaten all over the place. Don't worry. Apache roared twice, which was a response to Tian Xiaoben. In its eyes, Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen are not two ordinary children. How can the partner of the descendant of the devil be a generalist? Wearing steel armor, a weapon of war with super firepower, Xiaoben. From the ancient magic kingdom, the ancient witch, Xiaowen, can release fireballs and lightning with a wave of her hand. This is the image in the eyes of Apache. Therefore, it is also somewhat respectful to Tian Xiaowen and Tian Xiaoben. Then, see you later. Tian Xiaowen finally said solemnly, before turning around with Tian Xiaoben and leaving the place, returning to the old broken car, and talking to Mark about the ins and outs. So that's how it is. You have really gained a lot in this temple. Mark looked surprised. As for Xiao Chen's special training, I believe him, he is no longer a child, so let him stay in and let's practice with Apple. Underground. Pick up the Excalibur. A push said profoundly to Xiao Chen. Pick it up. Xiao Chen looked at the Excalibur. Don't forget, this weapon can control people's hearts. If you want to gain the power of the demon god, you must first approach. You can't have any thoughts of escaping. With me here, you won't be completely controlled. Apache said solemnly. Rao is so. Xiao Chen still had a trace of worry buried in his heart. What if a push wanted to use him to let the magic of Excalibur into his body? Then it's all over. But, on second thought, now that I have only traveled for more than half a month during the summer vacation, this child's body has encountered many dangers, and in the future, there will be many dangers. It can be expected that the Excalibur will not necessarily become a trump card, but will become a life-saving tool. He must master this magic weapon. Good. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, stretched out his hand without hesitation, and grasped the Excalibur. As expected of a person with the blood of a demon god, he has extraordinary courage. Apache respected Xiao Chen even more. And it also watched Xiao Chen exude an icy, terrifying aura again, the feeling of the return of the killing god. By killing you first, I can make my Excalibur sword more magical, right? Xiao Chen slowly revealed a cold smile and said coldly to a push in front of him. Say it. He also held the Excalibur sword in his right hand, clicked on the Omnitrix pattern in his left hand, and moved the pattern to the position of the electric lizard. Taste? Apache didn't talk nonsense, and hit him directly with his body, completely giving Xiao Chen no chance to use Omnitrix. Bang bang bang, that's all? There was a continuous crashing sound from the ground. 24 hours passed quickly. Xiao Chen was holding the Excalibur sword, and with one strike, the huge rock several meters high in front of him was instantly torn into powder by the extremely terrifying sword energy, like tofu. And in his eyes, there is a 5-point murderous aura, a 5-point tenacity, and the willpower is free between madness and reason. 24 hours. Young master, you have found a balance point that allows you to obtain the power of the Excalibur tile, and at the same time, will not let your sanity be completely engulfed. A push on the side was completely a humane smile was revealed, and that smile was full of exhaustion. Taste? The Excalibur fell to the ground and stabbed into the ground with ease. Xiao Chen's face was full of exhaustion, and his body was almost leaning on the sword. Although I'm not as embarrassed as before, but just wielding the Excalibur a few times, I'll be completely powerless, and my senses will never fade away. Is it unable to suppress the murderous aura? Or there are many drawbacks? But, saying so, the trump card of Excalibur has changed from use it and play it out to can only save one's life occasionally, and the progress is quite remarkable. And Xiao Chen also learned a few tricks in Apuchina, and the attack method is no longer as simple as activating the sword energy. Young master, the power of the Excalibur is far more than the current power. As long as you practice diligently, you will definitely exert the greater power of this divine sword. A push slowly lay on the ground. You haven't closed your eyes for a day of training. You must be tired. We will have a period later. His farewell was straightforward, without any hypocrisy. As a half-human, half-beast existence, it would only express the purest emotion, nothing more. Apache, a teacher for one day and a father for life. Although we haven't reached the master-apprentice relationship yet, thank you very much for your day's teaching. And Xiao Chen slowly clasped his fists and looked serious. I won't be rude to you anymore. If you don't leave, Grandpa Xiaoan and the others should be worried. Then I will take a step first, and there will be a period later. If you need it, remember to call me with that trick. Apache said with concern. There will be a period later. Xiao Chen still has a trace of gratitude towards Applash in his heart, and a little bit of guilt. After all, in the final analysis, he is not a descendant of the demon god. He just got the bloodline of the demon god given by the system, and now he is enjoying the wholehearted training of Apache. As soon as it came, he was at ease, and he remembered this love. Taste? Xiao Chen threw the Iqwa divine sword to the front, and the Iqwa divine sword did not land on the ground, but lay flat in the void, just like those swords in Xiangxia novels. Then, he jumped on the Iqwa Excalibur tile, as if stepping on a hoverboard, stood firm with his feet, and drove the Iqwa Excalibur to fly forward. Taste? The Iqwa divine sword flew into the corridor carrying Xiao Chen's figure. Apache looked at the disappearing figure, and finally closed his eyes. After a day of training without sleeping, he was exhausted. The main reason is that he was extremely tired because he was beaten by the Diamond God of War the previous day. Leave the hallway. Xiao Chen stepped on the Iqwa divine sword and continued to rise and fly until he left the big pit and returned to the cliff. Only then did he take back the Iqwa divine sword. The golden light on the Iqwa divine sword had already dimmed a lot. All of this was driven by the sword energy. Although the sword energy was continuous, there is a certain limit, just like a person's physical strength, which can be recovered, but the upper limit is there. Unless users are more powerful. According to a push statement, when I become an adult, the power of the Excalibur will also increase. I don't even need to become an adult. After a year or two, my height will increase by leaps and bounds, and the sword chi will also increase by leaps and bounds. Xiao Chen touched the Excalibur and walked into the corridor in the cliff, heading towards the temple hall, thinking along the way, not forgetting to avoid those random arrows. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! A few shouts in the distance interrupted Xiao Chen's thinking. He suddenly quickened his pace and walked forward. There were also a few figures, rushing towards this side from the corridor in the hall, and just happened to bump into him. It's Mark, Tian Xiaowen, and Tian Xiaoben. All three came. How late am I? Xiao Chen looked at the three of them, slowed down, and asked with a smile on his face. 3 minutes. Mark looked at the watch on his wrist. We were worried about you, so we rushed in. It seems that Apache is very sensible and has nothing to do with you. It should be afraid of my iron fist. Tian Xiaoben said triumphantly. After the conversation changed, he asked with great curiosity, Xiao Chen, what did you learn in it? Did you take a break? What did you eat during the period? Talk while you walk. Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders casually, said to the three of them, followed them out of the temple hall, and returned to the old broken car parked outside. Mark, they have already had breakfast and lunch. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was holding a large bowl of bread made by his grandfather himself and devoured it constantly. The three around were shocked. So, for 24 hours, you haven't slept or eaten, and you've been training. This is your first meal. Tian Xiaowen couldn't believe it. A push is abusing you. For flowers. It's actually okay. While eating the bread vaguely, Xiao Chen raised his other hand and grabbed the Excalibur on the side. The two fingers clamped the divine sword and lifted it easily. My physique has been strengthened a lot. It doesn't matter if I eat less food and don't sleep. As long as it doesn't last too long, I'll be fine. But it still belongs to the category of human beings. The strengthened physique he showed is naturally comparable to that of an adult man. After eating, Xiao Chen took a shower, changed clothes, etc., and cleaned up. It took more than half an hour before and after. Finally, he cleaned himself up and threw himself on the bed, ready to go back to sleep. The Qiwa divine sword was placed beside the bed. You have a good rest, let's drive out of here first. A lot of living supplies have to be replenished at the next tourist destination. Mark urged, then started the accelerator and drove the car towards the city. Although Xiaoben and Xiaowen, mainly Xiaoben, would like to know what abilities Xiao Chen has mastered in Iqua Excalibur, but judging from his appearance, let him have a good rest. The temple expedition should also come to an end. This is an abandoned apartment building. A pale-skinned man wearing a red sleeve robe held a staff made of bone and kept wiping it with a handkerchief. Finally, I found the sleeve robe of the same size before, applied magic, and obtained a stronger bone staff. I will take my revenge and take everything back. The corpse is back. Niece, you will help me, right? Hacker slowly raised his head and looked at the dark place beside him. At this time, a girl wearing a long purple dress and long white hair, called White Long Straight, walked out slowly. Her purple pupils that were as charming as gems stared straight at the corpse. Of course, uncle. I will help you get the magic pendant back. Yi Horror Corpse is quite satisfied with the answer of the evil cursed witch, at least. The two have a good relationship on the surface. Uncle, it's a pity that when you were put in prison, I was practicing black magic, and I couldn't help you, so I'm only here now. The Witch of Evil Curses is still like a little girl who did something wrong. She slowly lowered her head, apologetic look. These are not important. Xian's face was indifferent. He slowly got up and said, today is a big day. I found a new staff, and you rushed over. It's time to take back what belongs to me. Xiao Chen's revenge, he must avenge it. Moreover, he has to take back everything that Xiao Chen stole from him. Uncle, with me here, that guy named Xiao Chen will definitely be no match for the two of us. The evil curse witch had a serious face. Before she came, she had heard about what happened between the 807 corpse and Xiao Chen. The things that happened, those magic pendants, were also the purpose of her trip. They want to seek revenge on Xiao Chen and get the magic pendant back. According to the broadcast of this TV station, there will be a rare total solar eclipse tonight. At this time, a news report came from a mobile phone that the Witch of Evil Curses carried with her. Both were stunned. Total solar eclipse? Okay. The corners of Haishi's mouth twitched. What a total solar eclipse. Let's go, niece. He set up his staff, knocked heavily on the ground, closed his eyes, and quickly opened them, full of terrifying murderous aura. I sensed where the magic pendant is about to go. Whoa, next second. The two figures disappeared. Boom. Only then did the special forces slam open the door of the abandoned apartment, and came in to look for the traces of the corpse, but they couldn't find it. According to the broadcast of this TV station, there will be a rare total solar eclipse tonight. Some time has passed. Xiao Chen also got up from his sleep. After only sleeping for a while, he was in high spirits, chatting with Xiao Wen and the others, and he turned on the TV because he was bored on the way. As a result, I received this news. Total solar eclipse? Sounds interesting. Xiao Chen was quite interested in astronomical landscapes. Xiao Chen, a total solar eclipse is not a good sign. Tian Xiaowen raised a finger, again posing as a little teacher, and explained Xiao Chen's popular science. In ancient legends, during a total solar eclipse, the power of the black magician it will become more powerful, and often those black magicians will be more rampant. Okay, I know, after the black magician comes out, I will defeat them. If the magician catches this warrior for me, the game is over. Xiao Chen raised the Excalibur with a half-smiling smile. Tian Xiaoben discussed the game with him enthusiastically. Only Tian Xiaowen, with a worried look on his face, he looked at the lucky pendant in the magic stick he was wearing. The lucky magic pendant gave her an ominous feeling. Is it something to do with a total solar eclipse, or something to do with the black magician? And she looked up at the car window, and there was a city 100 meters ahead. That city. But it gives Xiaoan an indescribable feeling, as if you are a superpower. You can sense that there are things in a city that have the same superpower as yours. It's that feeling? Car. Soon into the city. Stopped for a while at the gas station to refuel, and then bought supplies. After buying supplies, Mark continued to drive forward without letting Xiao Chen and others go out to breathe fresh air. Grandpa, what are we going to do? Xiao Chen lay on the chair and stretched. I'm sitting on the seat, my skin is going numb. You should have also heard the news of the total solar eclipse, right? Mark said, I'm going to take you to a very interesting place in this city called the Magic Fair. Every year when there are astronomical phenomena related to magic, the city will hold a magic fair. Magic. Xiao Chen subconsciously turned his head to look at Tian Xiaoan and the magic pendant in front of her. Tian Xiaoan hurriedly sat upright and tried his best to show a smile, making the magic pendant look better when he wore it on his body. Don't get me wrong, the magic fair I'm talking about isn't real magic, it's that kind of thing, it's the equivalent of a fan fair. You know what I mean? Maybe it's not a detective coming to the detective fair, but a group of people who like to dress up as detectives? Mark explained. Hey, you mean, the people who come here are cosplay magicians. Xiao Chen understood it in simple and easy to understand words. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that the magician was already rotten, and he could open an exposition, and he was so blatant. Right? Mark nodded. That must be cool. Maybe I can also buy a magician's costume. Tian Xiaoban was the most enthusiastic one, and when he heard something interesting, he couldn't rest. The car quickly came to the gate of an exposition and parked in a parking space. Mark took Xiao Chen and others out of the car, and they came to the door of the expo together and pushed in. The moment you enter the door, the lights are bright and the voices are endless. To the left of the door, there are several magicians playing Gwent cards. To the right of the door, is a group of magicians sitting on chairs while playing magic games on a large table. In the area inside, there are people wearing magician costumes, running small stalls, or simply laying a street stall, where they sell all kinds of rare magic things. Very lively, extraordinary, like coming to the Magic 4.5 law world. Hey, these people are too ordinary. It doesn't look like a magician. When some magicians near the door noticed Xiao Chen and others, they looked over and immediately lost interest, shrugging their shoulders, thinking that these people were boring. Is it someone who doesn't know magic? They are all ordinary people. Tian Xiaoan looked around without expression and said in a low voice. Xiao Chen put his watch-wearing hand in his pocket and nodded. Well, I see. Then I'll let go of it. A group of seemingly ordinary people entered the assembly under the strange gaze of a group of ordinary people pretending to be magicians. The front foot just went. Back foot. Taste. Two figures moved out of the darkness and appeared at the gate of the exposition. It's the Witch of Strings and Curses. My niece, there is the power of magic in this place. You go here to find a way to get the magic pendant, and then use the power of magic to cause even more riots. I will go to the observatory, the largest building in this city, and occupy it. Buildings, we meet there during the total solar eclipse. The corpse unceremoniously directed the evil curse witch, and the troops were divided into two groups. Yes, uncle. The cursed witch nodded obediently. Taste. The figure of the horrified corpse once again retreated into the darkness and disappeared. After a few seconds, the evil witch herself also walked into the darkness, and then walked out of the darkness to ensure that no one was there, and then she became angry, it's easy to say, and handed over the most difficult things to me. However, I bite the bullet. Going up. She looked up at the exposition in front of her, with countless expectations in her eyes. There was the magic pendant she needed. Power. Boom. The door to the exposition was pushed open. The one who walked in was a girl with long white hair and purple pupils, who was as beautiful as a 16 doll. She had an air of repulsion all over her body, and she looked like an authentic magician just by dressing up. Are you alone? Would you like to play Gwent with us? Immediately, the hormones of many young men were burning, and it was difficult to suppress their love for the evil witch, and they came one after another. No need. The evil witch with a pretty face rejected these people and avoided them. Che, what are you pretending to be cold? A man behind him cried out in disgust. Hey, the evil curse witch's palm flashed a little purple light. Next moment. Puff. The man's face turned green. Fuck, it stinks. What are you doing? The man's expression was like a pig's liver, and he said in a lack of energy, I just farted. Damn, do you fart so stinky? Something slipped down your pant leg. F***ck. A riot. The evil cursed witch left expressionlessly and walked towards the power of the magic pendant that attracted her, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. Magic. Tian Xiaoan suddenly stopped and looked back, as if he was about to pass countless people and see the gate. But the magic power came and went quickly, and disappeared in an instant. Maybe it's an illusion. Tian Xiaoan didn't take it to heart, but looked at a booth not far away with his eyes. That stall gives her a sense of magical power? There must be something good, baby. It's really interesting here. Xiao Chen was wandering on the other side, looking at the stalls around him. He was quite interested, just like going to a night market. The difference is that he would not spend money in this place. He has seen true magicians, and even captured them alive. How is it possible to still pay for a bunch of fake stuff? Joke. Hey, I'm about to catch something. Why did you hit me with your body on purpose? Little devil, I warn you not to talk nonsense. If it hurts my business, I will definitely pick you up. Come on, let's see who is Habian and who. At this time, there was a dispute in a booth ahead. Xiao Chen looked around. It's actually a small class, standing in front of a doll machine, arguing with the boss about something. Because he was emotional, he jumped onto the chair, straightened his back, just as high as the boss, and kept slapping the doll machine. Grass. The boss is also furious. Why did they quarrel? Just as they split up, Xiaoben ran into trouble. Xiao Chen shook his head speechlessly, and suddenly found a burly figure passing by. It was Grandpa Mark, who walked towards Xiaoben's position. If Grandpa is there, then there is a high probability that nothing will happen to Xiaoben. Xiao Chen is relieved, and he turns around and wanders around the market in other areas. After a minute or two, Xiao Chen came to another corridor and continued to walk forward. There were markets on both sides, and there were all kinds of them. It was very interesting, and it was more fun than staying in the car. The only difference is, it's noisy here. Okay. Directly in front of Xiao Chen, there were two figures standing in front of a stall arguing constantly. There were some onlookers nearby, and the quarrel came from there. It's so annoying. What's so noisy about these things? Xiao Chen was about to turn around and leave. Those two girls quarreled really badly. Yeah, it's obviously just a pendant, and it looks like a real magician's pendant. Two people approached, past Xiao Chen's side, and kept sighing. Xiao Chen, who had turned around, immediately turned around. His footsteps were firm, and he walked towards the two figures without looking back. There were 820 fun watching. When approached, that orange hair, how conspicuous. The smile on Xiao Chen's face froze, and he hurried over to walk over. No way, Xiaoan doesn't look like someone who can quarrel with others. He was getting closer and closer, only a few meters away. It was Tian Xiaoan, standing in front of the booth with a small pendant in her hand. She couldn't see what it was, but she kept it in her hand. This is what I saw first, it's mine. But I paid first. Even if you get it first, if you don't pay, it doesn't belong to you. Next to her was a girl in an elegant purple long gown. She had a delicate face and an elegant conversation, but she quarreled over this pendant. This is the reason why others were shocked and looked at it all the time. This girl is so beautiful. Xiao Chen saw the evil witch's appearance clearly, stopped. A look of surprise appeared on her face. Obviously she was surprised. Pretty girl, he's seen it a lot, but it's nothing unusual. But the one in front of her, like a magical girl from the Middle Ages, has a unique temperament that deeply attracts people. There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, he also knew which was more important and which was more important, so he took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his heart, but he smelled a nice smell of lavender in the air, which came from the body of the cursed witch. No, it should help Xiaoan. Can't see the color and forget the righteousness. Stall owner. The evil curse witch looked at the stall owner, staring at the stall owner with big good-looking eyes. Her tone softened a little. According to the trading rules, do I pay the money and the things belong to me? Yes, that's the truth. The stall owner's face suddenly turned a little red, and he said weakly, being stared at by such a beautiful girl. His expression was full of unnaturalness. Please. Tian Xiaoan said in disbelief, I came to your booth first, and I picked up this pendant, and I also had to pay, but she paid first. This belongs to me. Ah, my stall owner is speechless. Taste? The witch of the evil curse made a decisive move, and while Tian Xiaoan was talking to the stall owner, she snatched the magic pendant from Tian Xiaoan's hand and put it in her pocket. My magic pendant? You robbed me. It was only when Tian Xiaoan turned his head that he realized that his hand directly caught a ball of air. I'm sorry, the thing is mine, and I have paid for it. It's not a robbery. Shaking. The magic sword is not big, it is fiery red, oval, and there are black patterns on it. Bezier pendant. I'm sorry, I think I need to come out and say something. Seeing this, Xiao Chen walked out decisively and arrived at the side of the evil witch. What's wrong? The evil witch looked strangely at the handsome boy beside her, but suddenly felt a little familiar. Her pupils contracted suddenly, and a picture appeared in her mind. It was a photo that my uncle got after he got out of prison. The person in the photo was Xiao Chen, and he sent it to her so that she could remember it clearly. That face appeared in front of me. Her body tensed, holding the Bezier magic pendant in her hand, daring not to take it lightly. The boy in front of him, but a powerful enemy that even his uncle can't defeat. Xiao Chen, are you here? Tian Xiaoan was very surprised when he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded calmly, aware of a trace of nervousness in the evil witch, and he was a little surprised, and reached out and touched his face. This girl is very nervous about herself. Could it be that he is too handsome? Calm down, he doesn't know me. The cursed witch kept comforting herself in her heart, strong and calm. What do you want to say? Nothing, I just want to praise you that your eyes are beautiful, they are rare purple pupils. Xiao Chen started sugar-coated cannonballs as if he had eaten honey, and praised the evil witch, without the slightest hint of generosity in his tone. Shyness, just an appreciation for good things. And this sudden compliment made the witch's heart pounding, who was rarely praised like this, and her pretty face was a little unnatural. Xiao Chen, you. Tian Xiaoan was dumbfounded and looked at Xiao Chen who was praising him in disbelief. When is this all? Xiao Chen is still helping this girl. Next moment. Taste? Xiao Chen made a decisive move and snatched the Bezier pendant from the evil curse witch's palm. His palm naturally and accidentally grabbed the evil curse witch's hand. It's cold and soft. Here. He patted the Bezier pendant in his hand into Tian Xiaowen's hand, and turned to her and said, I will always give priority to helping you. Although the girl in front of her is very beautiful, when you praise her, in addition to distracting her, there is a certain degree of sincerity, not pure deception. But, no matter what, he will always put Xiaowen first? Thank you. Tian Xiaowen held the Bezier pendant in his hand, his expression instantly moved, a little shy inadvertently, and at the same time the other hand pinched the corner of his clothes tightly. I shouldn't have doubted you just now. Just get the things. Xiao Chen shrugged. Seeing the appearance of the two, the evil cursed witch was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a trace of anger rose in her heart. Yinya bit her lower lip and glared at Xiao Chen. Except because of my uncle. She felt a trace of anger towards Xiao Chen. It's like the feelings have been deceived. I'm sorry. Xiao Chen looked at the evil witch again, and innocently admitted the mistake. This magic pendant is a small pattern. If you are really upset, I can refund you the money. While talking, Tian Xiaowen decisively gave the money to the stall owner, and took out the money from the evil curse witch, ready to give it to the evil curse witch. No. The evil cursed witch refused directly, her pretty face covered in frost glanced at Xiao Chen, then turned and walked away, hurriedly walking, and quickly disappeared into the crowd. He looks beautiful, but has a bad temper. Xiao Chen silently commented on the evil witch. When the others saw the evil witch left, they also felt bored, and gradually dispersed. Even the stall owner ignored the stall, took the money and left, leaving only Xiao Wen and Xiao Chen still in place. Xiao, money, Wen, is that magic pendant so important? Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaowen with a puzzled look on his face. I don't think you would quarrel with others over magic toys people. No, it's not an ordinary magic pendant. Tian Xiaowen picked up the Bezier magic pendant in his hand and said seriously, this is the Bezier magic pendant. In other words, she and the lucky magic pendant, the fire magic pendant, these are the same, can strengthen people's magic. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted suddenly. What's wrong? Tian Xiaowen thought that his Bezier demon Jian had appeared immediately, and asked quickly, look at the money in your hand. Xiao Chen raised his finger and pointed to the money in Tian Xiaowen's other hand. In Tian Xiaowen's other hand, there should have been the banknotes of the evil witch. But they all turned into blank sheets of paper. All the money has turned into white paper. Xiao Chen looked forward in disbelief, trying to find the figure of the evil witch again, but he couldn't see anything and was disappointed. Is this magic? Or something new? Tricks? No, not magic. Tian Xiaowen put down all the white papers in his hand, and said solemnly, I can feel the magic power on these white papers. They are the power given by people's magic. You mean, the girl just now, like me, has all the magical power, so she competed with me for the Bezier pendant? And her magical power is higher than mine. Tian Xiaowen said affirmatively. Why are you so sure? Xiao Chen puzzled. Because when I came to this booth, I wasn't sure which one was the Bezier magic pendant, but I just held it in my hand and looked at it carefully, but she could tell at a glance that the level of magic was higher than mine. Tian Xiaowen recalled the scene of meeting the Witch of Evil Curse before, which was full of details. Since the money is changed by magic, it's fake. Then the Bezier pendant in your hand. Xiao Chen also recalled the picture of the evil witch robbing the 820 Bezier pendant. Xiaowen reminded. Tian Xiaowen hurriedly held up the Bezier magic pendant, placed it in front of him, and observed it carefully for a while. Her face gradually became ugly. The other side. The evil curse witch had a trace of unhappiness in her heart, but when she came to her corner and turned over the Bezier magic pendant in her hand, she suddenly felt a lot better. He snorted coldly, Xiao Chen. I have mastered the power of Bezier's magic sword, and I will snatch all the magic pendants on Tian Xiao's tattoo. At that time, you will definitely lose. She picked up the Bezier magic pendant slowly again, took out a chain from her pocket, and then hung the Bezier magic pendant on the chain, thus forming a beautiful necklace and wearing it on her body. Coupled with the smooth beige skin, the grade of the Bezier magic pendant has improved a lot. What a powerful magic. The moment when the evil curse witch put on the magic pendant, the magic intensity in her body suddenly rose to a new level, her beautiful eyes lit up suddenly, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. What's the matter? Such terrible magic. Tian Xiaowen immediately raised her head and looked towards a corner of the fair. Because there were so many people and stalls, she couldn't see what was going on. She could only feel a very powerful magic power. The momentum alone is much stronger than her. What's wrong? Xiaowen? Did the lucky magic pendant sense something? Xiao Chen asked worriedly, looking around from time to time. There were few people, and even if he transformed, he would not be discovered. No, it's not, but a very powerful magic force came from there. I guess that the girl put it on after she got the Bezier pendant, and the magic suddenly increased, so she couldn't control her breath. Tian Xiaowen said as he strode towards the corner, and Xiao Chen followed closely behind. The Witch of the Evil Curse didn't have time to be happy for too long, and she could feel a tit-for-tat magic force approaching rapidly. He raised his head and looked at the crowd in front of him. A figure with orange hair was quickly squeezing in from the crowd in the distance, seeing the distance getting closer and closer. No, I can't face Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaowen at the same time. I will lose, badly. The Witch of Evil Curse instantly restrained the magical power on her body, Her pretty face was rarely nervous, and she looked around. Taste? In the next second, Tian Xiaowen and Xiao Chen crossed the last fader together. There was a dead end in front of them, and the corner was less than 3 meters away. No one. Are you sure you're here? Xiao Chen asked. Well, that's right. However, her magic is powerful, and she knows a lot of magic skills. Tian Xiaowen gritted his teeth, unwilling. She and Xiao Chen were both deceived. In a dark corner, the witch of the evil curse curled up inside, looking like a pitiful girl, but in fact, she completely put her figure in the shadows, and with black magic, it was possible to hide people's eyes and ears. This is a dead end, and she can't escape by teleportation. She can only hope that the two of them leave quickly. The slender body allows her to support for a longer time, but the knees are squeezed a little. Let's go if there's no one there. Tian Xiaowen watched for a few seconds before he sighed helplessly, and returned to the market with Xiao Chen, and gradually left here. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Seeing the silhouettes drifting away, the Witch of Evil Curse carefully raised a hand and released a faint black magic. With the sound of wow, the faint purple light star condensed into a very small arrow and flew towards Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen was defenseless, and Tian Xiaowen didn't notice the weak magic power. There is no killing intent at all, it is purely to bring debuffs to people. At this time, the Evil Curse Witch's delicate face had a hint of black belly. I hope you can't go out of the toilet today, Xiao Chen. And in the old broken car? Because it was going to the market, the Excalibur sword, which was left in the car, shook slightly. It felt the maliciousness of the host being targeted. Taste? The Excalibur released a weak sword energy at this moment. Don't forget, Divine Sword and Xiao Chen are interconnected. A faint golden light also appeared on Xiao Chen's back. The sword of Ektua and the Witch of Evil spells fight in the air. Click. The arrow fell on the golden shield behind Xiao Chen, the arrow shattered, and the shield shattered at the same time. What? The cursed witch was dumbfounded. According to the information given to her by her uncle, Xiao Chen was just like an ordinary boy before using that strange watch to transform. It seems now that Xiao Chen must have some means at his disposal. Moreover, his height and appearance seem to have matured a bit. No more sneak attacks, or I may be found. In desperation, the evil witch could only grit her silver teeth, and she was so angry that she could only watch Xiao Chen's back and leave. After the two left, she could also quietly walk out of the corner and escaped through the back door of the expo. Finally out. Looking at the deserted street, the evil cursed witch showed a smile, looked up at the roof of a building, walked quickly into the corner of the building, and teleported through the dark corner. Exhausted, but fast, she came to the top of the building with ease. Looking down at the whole street, looking at the few pedestrians, he murmured, "You are unlucky, I need to cover my uncle, don't blame me, blame my uncle's ing." Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaowen searched around the entire expo, but they couldn't find the Witch of the Curse again. The two came to the gate of the expo. According to speculation, the Witch of the Curse must have gone out, and they must go out together, to find the whereabouts of the evil witch. Soon, Tian Xiaoben and Mark also came to the door, and the four of them gathered together again. Xiao Chen briefly recounted the ins and outs just now. Vessel's pendant. Mark frowned and said, "Although I don't know much about magic, since it's a pendant, it must be very dangerous. We'd better go out and take a look, lest what that girl is. Someone with bad intentions. If she's not, then the pendant belongs to her." Very good. Tian Xiaoben cheered, "Let's go out now, really fight against magicians. Don't stay with these boring fake magicians. Since there is a consensus, let's go." Xiao Chen naturally had no objection. He pushed open the gate of the expo and walked out, and the other three also walked out one by one. Others listened to the words of several people, but also showed a look of disdain on their faces. "Che, you said we were bored. Have you seen the magicians' movies and novels? It's nice to dress up like this. What they said is too funny. Could it be that there really are magicians in this world? Don't be too funny." Many people sneered fiercely. Xiao Chen outside the door naturally couldn't hear these nonsense. Because most of the people came to the exposition, or went to other magic exhibitions, the streets were very deserted, there were few cars, and the air was quite fresh. Only a few passers-by are walking occasionally. "Xiaowen, can you feel the location of the Bezier pendant?" Looking at Tian Xiaowen, Xiao Chen asked. "No, the city is too big, unless her magic is very powerful, it is impossible for me to find her location." Tian Xiaowen frowned slightly, holding the lucky magic pendant to sense it, and quickly let go with the lucky magic pendant. A helpless look appeared on his face. "Then go back to the old car." Xiao Chen looked around vigilantly, his eyes became sharp. "I have a bad feeling that it is safest for us to hide in the old broken car. No one else has an opinion." It was still early in the morning. The first one walked to the old car door, opened the door, and walked in. The other three were not in a hurry, and they did not have such a strong sense of crisis. Until, from a building in the distance, a piece of steel bar suddenly fell from the top, and at the same time as the steel bar fell, it was wrapped by a purple force. Taste? The steel bars suddenly stopped in midair, under the control of this purple light. For flowers. He flew obliquely towards where Mark, Tian Xiaowen, and the others were. Tian Xiaoben got on the bus second. Mark held the car door and wanted to get in the car. Tian Xiaowen was behind him. Suddenly there was a sound of ho-ho breaking through the air next to the two of them. "Turn around and look. A heavy steel bar is flying towards the two of them." Mark subconsciously stretched out his arms to block Tian Xiaowen. Xiao Chen saw this scene through the car window. He put his left foot on the glass and prepared to kick the broken glass with one foot. He grabbed the Excalibur sword with his right hand, exuding waves of Australian swordsmanship. Ripped to shreds? 0. All of a sudden, the whole team is murderous. Grandpa, I'll help you. Tian Xiaoan raised her slender hand, pushed Mark's arm back, and immediately, her hand lifted. Call out. The pink light enveloped the rebar, and the rebar instantly stalemate in front of the two of them. It is filled with pink and purple rays of light, and the two rays of light seem to be blending with each other, and they also seem to be swallowing each other. On the roof of the building, the hidden witch of evil curses looked calm and raised one hand. I have been practicing magic since I was a child. You are a beginner who relies on magic to enhance magic. How can you beat me? She and Tian Xiaoan, one is Guo Jing, who has been practicing martial arts since childhood, and the other is Duan Yu, who accidentally picked up super magic. What a powerful magic. Tian Xiaoan's body is slightly bent, his arms are trembling, and the magic in his body is rapidly consumed, and he can't keep fighting? Taste? The steel bars also moved a little towards the two of them. What are you doing? At this time, Tian Xiaoban, who was fully armed, slowly got out of the car, grabbed the steel bar in the sky, and used it to the side. Boom! The steel bar fell to the ground, blasting a big hole, and two magical forces also burst open. He cursed. Nerdy cousin only I can bully. Billion, Xiao Ban. Tian Xiaoan was angry and funny when he heard this. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, put down the IQ divine sword for the first time, then calmly and quickly came to Mark's back and pulled Mark into the car. Grandpa, let the transform Xiaoban go. To deal with it, the two of us will stay in the car, and we will go on another occasion. Okay. Mark also nodded. This time, there are only Xiaoan and Xiaoban outside. This person who looks like a blue-headed man has such high technology. The witch of evil curse couldn't believe it. Except for the old man, basically everyone in this family is full of martial virtues, and it seems that they are not easy to be provoked. The presents? Come out. Tian Xiaoban was still clamoring in place. Naturally, 820 won't come to the fore. She kept raising her hand, remotely controlling the object, and smashing it towards Tian Xiaoban. Scrap iron, stones, and even jars can all be used to attack Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban kept throwing his fists at the surroundings. Although he could easily block many attacks from the evil witches, some jars always hit the back of his head. Not much damage. Very insulting. When the can rolled to the ground, Tian Xiaoban angrily raised the solace of his feet and stepped on the can. As a result, his other foot stepped forward and stepped on the flat can. Yeah, the can flew out and became even more flat. Tian Xiaoban fell to the ground all of a sudden, and he fell backwards. Small class. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoan looked directly at each other for a while, which was too embarrassing. Taste? The witch of evil curse made a decisive decision. The steel bar that fell on the ground floated up again. Because of Tian Xiaoban's iron fist, the steel bar was twisted into an arc, just like a ring. Boom! The ring was directly buckled on Tian Xiaoban's head, pressing his just raised head directly on the ground, and even more embedded in the ground. No strength. Tian Xiaoban turned on the tactical taunt, and his voice was loud. He placed his palms on the ring, and the ring was easily opened. Taste? Next moment, the witch's pretty face was full of chills, and her dissatisfaction with this family reached the extreme. The purple light not only enveloped the ring, but also enveloped Tian Xiaoban's whole body. Taste? His steel body took off directly, flew several meters high, and then fell down hard. This time, there was no sound, only his dizzy voice. Oops, I accidentally unleashed the power of Bessel's magic sword. The evil-cursed sorceress was smug at first, but the next second she was immediately startled, covering Cherry's mouth with her hand, her pretty face looking very stunned. She was even shocked by Tian Xiaoban's wisdom and deliberately used sarcasm to provoke her to go all out. Over there? Tian Xiaoban also raised his finger and pointed to the roof of a building, which was the hideout of the evil witch. Taste? The magic light on Tian Xiaoban disappeared, and it was too late. The location of the evil witch had been exposed. Xiao Wen, get in the car. Chase that girl. Xiao Chen and Mark were one in the driver and the other in the co-pilot. The former shouted through the window. Tian Xiaoban also got into the car directly. Tian Xiaoban shook his head, his feet erupted a long string of flames, and flew into the air, just above the roof of the old broken car. Taste? The old broken car and Tian Xiaoban walked towards the building together. The evil curse witch flashed with purple light instantly, flew in the sky, and flew out of this building, and the whole person flew in the sky, like an elf. When the gates of the fair opened, all the cosplay lovers who mocked Xiaoban and others were stunned. What happened to the soaring armored warriors? Also, why did the old broken car suddenly deform while driving, with more wings on both sides and start racing mode? Farther away, there is a girl flying in the opposite direction, and it is flying at a high altitude, looking at a scary height. Who are they? No matter who they are, we all seem to have offended the wrong person. The gang swallowed their saliva and muttered to themselves. Xiao Chen and the others kept chasing, and the witch of the curse kept flying. Even if the old broken car turned on the modification mode and Tian Xiaoban was still flying, they could only keep the distance between them and the witch of the curse not too far away. Evil curse witch, that is desperately long. How could she be alone against such a virtuous horror family? It doesn't work. I'll use the Omnitrix to transform into an electric lizard. No matter how fast she is, she can't beat the speed of an electric lizard. Xiao Chen gestured to open the screen of the Omnitrix, and wanted to transform into an electric lizard. Tian Xiaowen stopped him. It's okay Xiao Chen, a magician has an upper limit of magic power, she always needs to rest, it's impossible to fly alone. 2. Xiao Chen thought about it for a while, and for the same reason, he reserved the opportunity to transform. Soon, they followed the evil witch and flew through street after street. I have to say that there is really a magic atmosphere here, and each street has various attractions, which is very interesting. During this period, a helicopter also flew from the next street, heading towards the observatory. The people who were busy chasing the evil witch naturally did not notice the helicopter. Taste? As Tian Xiaowen expected, Sorcerer Witch landed in the first 45,000. But, that's no ordinary place. When the old broken car parked in front of that building, Xiao Chen got out of the car and took a look. In front of it is a huge labyrinth. Even the entrance to the labyrinth is very spacious, and it is open and free. You can directly enter the labyrinth to start the labyrinth, and the walls are made of plastic grass, which is 4 meters high. The place where the cursed witch fell is the inside of this labyrinth? She wants us to enter the maze and wants to defeat us one by one. It is not difficult to guess the evil witch's intentions, but Xiao Chen still frowned. Because if you don't act separately, in front of this huge maze, they can't finish walking for an hour. Xiao Chen, I'll go first. Who knows? Tian Xiaoben's solace of feet spurted out flames, flew into the labyrinth in high spirits, and disappeared at the first corner. Hey, Xiaoben, you can keep flying? Why do you want to enter the maze? Xiao Chen's mouth twitched, and then he hurriedly shouted at the place where Tian Xiaoben disappeared, but he didn't get Tian Xiaoben's respond. He also wanted to know that the flames spewed out by Tian Xiaoben's rocket thrusters, the loud noise was enough to cover up Xiao Chen's shouting. I think he might be trying to play the maze. When Tian Xiaowen got out of the car, she was already wearing her uniform. At this moment, she was no longer Tian Xiaowen, but a lucky girl. Taste? She flew up slowly, but did not directly cross the maze, but rushed inside. Tian Xiaoben turned to the left, and she turned to the right. Why did Xiao Hong act so resolutely today for 16 days? Xiao Chen looked at the two who disappeared with a helpless expression, and looked at Mark. Grandpa, then you stay in the car, I'll come when I go. Okay, Xiao Chen, remember to be safe. Mark didn't have time to tell the other two, so he could only comfort Xiao Chen who was the only one left. Grandpa, you too. Xiao Chen also solemnly warned Mark, then walked to his wife's car and took down the Excalibur from the car. Call out? He stepped on the Excalibur sword with both feet and flew into the labyrinth, making him speechless. The power of the Excalibur cannot be driven too much, otherwise his mood swings will also be very large, that is to say, he can only rise 2 or 3 meters high at most. No matter how high, he needs stronger divine creation power. Reason will be swallowed up? Xiao Chen can only be like Xiao and Xiaoben. He has the ability to fly, but he can only spin around in this maze. He did not disappear at the first corner, but flew straight to the bottom, then turned to another place, and began to search for the whereabouts of the 3 people in this slow maze. Tian Xiaowen kept flying at a high speed all the way, her face was a little unhappy, and she was always haunted by what happened before. The evil curse witch suppressed her magically, and deceived her with her schemes. Include Xiao Chen's praise for the evil witch. I don't know why, but she was very unhappy about this last point. Find the cursed witch? 3 people, all here. The evil witch hiding in the dark is constantly teleporting with black magic. Unlike her powerful uncle, her magic tends to be varied, that is, she can use all kinds of small tricks with little lethality, as well as many magical props. Not as good as uncle, but stronger than Xiaowen. She noticed Tian Xiaoben and immediately ruled out this guy. It's so heavy, he can't hit me, and it's hard for me to hit him. No, let him fly slowly. This fool will run out of energy and fall straight from the sky. As for Xiao Chen, the moment she saw it, Xiao Chen was excluded. A very strange and powerful magic sword. A watch that can transform into an alien monster. He, without a doubt, is the strongest, his uncle will be crushed, and he even has to join forces with her to dare to take revenge. It's just you, Tian Xiaowen, just right, the magic pendant is also on you. If you win, I can also get the magic pendant to enhance my strength. The witch of evil curse hid in the dark, looking at Tian Xiaowen who was running around in the labyrinth, with a cold smile on her face. The other 2 are still far from here. Are you looking for me? Just when Tian Xiaowen walked to a dead end of the maze, he was about to turn around and leave. In the shadows, the cursed witch walked out slowly. It's you? Tian Xiaowen was suddenly stunned, with a surprised look on his face. No wonder I didn't find you before, so you know such magic. Next moment, her words came to an abrupt end. The world in front of me turned upside down. I don't know what your fighting style is. When you fight, do you talk so much nonsense? The evil cursed witch raised one of her hands and launched a terrifying magic first. The purple light wrapped around Tian Xiaowen's body and knocked her upside down. Taste? Raise your hand? Tian Xiaowen also flew to a height of 4 or 5 meters. Under the violet light, there is still a faint pink light, but unfortunately it is difficult to fight. She kept twisting and twisting, unable to break open. Taste? The cursed witch suddenly retracted her hands. The magic on Tian Xiao's tattoo was instantly eliminated, and his body fell to the ground. Your body should be the same as mine, 820 is just an ordinary person. The evil curse witch said slowly. Crucial moment. The lucky magic pendant on Tian Xiaowen's chest shone brightly. She suddenly felt that her hands were full of strength, stretched out towards the ground, just enough distance, fell to the ground, rolled forward again, and directly reached the evil curse witch by rolling. The witch's expression changed, and she didn't have time to defend herself. Taste. Tian Xiaotatu flew up, and a pair of small feet kicked on the fragrant shoulders of the evil witch. What? The cursed witch let out a slight scream, her face wrinkled slightly, and she took a few steps back in pain. Tian Xiaowen, like a stunt performer, got up easily by inertia. With fighting intent on her face, she clapped her hands. Do you still underestimate me now? Damn magic pendant! I will get all of your Guangjian. The evil curse witch bit her lower lip, and said with a frosty face. The jade hand suddenly burst into a terrifying purple light. Taste? Tian Xiao's tattoo is flashing with pink light, and the flames are burning in front of him. It is a fire magic pendant. A duel of magicians. Taste. Taste? Two groups of fireballs roared and flew towards the location of the cursed witch. Hey! The evil cursed witch did not cast magic, but picked up a cloth pocket that had been tied to her waist, opened the zipper of Bumin, and took out two round purple balls from it. She threw the ball at the fireball. What is that? Tian Xiaowen looked puzzled. Who knows? After the small ball touched the fireball, the inner energy was instantly stimulated, it exploded like a bomb, and a huge purple smoke appeared. Boom! The two small balls and the two fireballs burst apart heavily, and the smoke of the two colors intertwined for a while, blocking the sight of Tian Xiaowen and the evil curse witch. Shhhhhhh. Tian Xiaowen was unequivocal, waving his jade hand continuously, releasing energy bullets condensed by pink magic. The size was only the size of a football, but the speed was amazing, and the attack frequency was very high. Shield? The cursed witch spit out a word, and her palms drew a circle in front of her, forming a purple energy shield that covered most of her body. Bang bang bang! The energy bomb exploded on the surrounding ground, blasting cracks. At the same time, it also fell on the protective cover. The witch's expression remained unchanged, and she easily blocked the attack of the energy bullets. The protective shield did not move at all. Only the smoke rising from the shield could prove the offensive of the energy bullets. The smoke dissipated. Tian Xiaowen looked solemn when he saw this scene. Strong opponents? It's time for me. The evil cursed witch said coldly, holding the shield in her right hand and waving her left hand towards Tian Xiaowen. Shhhhhhh. Just waving between. 4 or 5 purple energy bombs were released instantly and flew towards Tian Xiaowen. At the same time, each of them was much bigger than a football. Oops. Tian Xiaowen looked at the purple energy bullet that was coming so fast, he couldn't dodge at all, he could only squat down on the spot, hold his head in his hands, and grit his teeth to resist these attacks. Taste? The purple energy bullet didn't hit Nakata Xiaowen, but she hit other places along the back. It seems that your tricks aren't that powerful, you can't even hit me. Tian Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and asked sarcastically. Yes. Instead, the evil cursed witch slowly picked up her hands and looked at Tian Xiaowen with a look of interest. Not good. The lucky magic pendant in front of Tian Xiao's tattoo trembled again, a bad premonition arose in her heart, and she looked back quickly. I see. The grass walls on both sides seem to be alive. Shhhhhhh. Countless plastic vines stretched out and attacked from all directions. Even if Tian Xiaowen reacted immediately and twisted his body to avoid, he would not be able to resist so many attacks. Call out. An arm is entangled in vines. Boom. Legs tied again. Immediately afterwards, vines extending from all directions tied Tian Xiaowen tightly except for his neck and head. Countless intertwined vines formed a cobweb-like offensive. Tian Xiaowen was like a prey on a spider's web. He couldn't struggle to break the vines tie, and he couldn't cast magic in this situation, because these are plastic vines that are harder to struggle with than real vines. Now I know, why can't I hit you? The evil curse witch slowly walked up to Tian Xiaowen and smiled. Your talent and magic pendant are very strong, but you still lack experience in fighting magicians. We magician, but you can do anything. At this point, I have nothing to say, admit it. Although Tian Xiaowen was angry in his heart, he still said sullenly, I won't do anything to you. Take back your waist pendant first, you can still be a hostage. The Witch of Evil Curse quickly calculated the value of Tian Xiaowen, and immediately reached out and grabbed the magic pendant on Tian Xiaowen's tattoo. Lady over there, you can't take the magic pendant from the small tattoo today. But I heard a very familiar voice in front of me. It's Xiao Chen's voice. Holding the Excalibur sword in his hand, he was standing at the corner of the road. He was obviously running fast, but his complexion was very good and his physique was quite strong. Hearing the words, the witch's expression turned cold again. Instead of slowing down, the speed in her hand increased by 1 point. As long as she got the 4 magic pendants, she could greatly strengthen her magic, and it was time to leave. Call out? Xiao Chen made a decisive decision and threw the Excalibur in his hand as a stone, which could not only exert a certain lethality, but also ensure that he would not be affected. Call out? The murderous Ektuwa divine sword pierced the air, swept past Tian Xiaowen's side in an instant, and stabbed at the body of the cursed witch. Bloodthirsty and scary. The evil cursed witch felt the shocking murderous aura of the Excalibur at close range. even feel. She can't all call it the witch. This sword is the real devil. With money, forcibly take the magic pendant, and she will be penetrated by the Excalibur. You're lucky. The evil cursed witch was very unwilling to leave these cruel words, leaning towards the grass wall next to her, dodging this terrifying stab. Click. Excalibur flew past the evil witch, stabbed the wall at the end of the labyrinth, and instantly created a big hole, which was comparable to Barrett's cannon. Hard rubbish? Not far away. Xiao Chen also opened the Omnitrix long after he threw the Excalibur sword. At this time, he just selected the alien to be cast, and took a picture of the Omnitrix's screen. Taste? The body emits a green light that symbolizes the energy of DNA. An alien, revealed in front of the evil witch, if it weren't for the Omnitrix pattern in front of the electric lizard, which is exactly the same as Xiao Chen's watch pattern, I'm afraid the witch of evil spells wouldn't believe that the monster standing in front of her was Xiao Chen. Save Xiao Hong first. The electric lizard noticed Tian Ziaoan, who was bound by vines, and his eyes narrowed. Seeing this, the witch of evil curse immediately raised her pair of slender hands, trying to stop the electric lizard. Call out? In the blink of an eye, even the witches of evil spells have no time to cast their magic. The electric lizard teleported from its original position to Tian Ziaoan's side, and the speed was astonishing. Electric slash? The right arm of the electric lizard straightened up, and a circle of electric current erupted, forming a terrifying thunder and lightning slash, and the vines around it were all cut clean in 3 or 2 clicks. Boom! Tian Ziaoan fell from the top to the ground, unable to sit on the ground, and said to the electric lizard, "Thank you, Xiao Chen." She was still rubbing her arm and was bound for a long time, so there was still some pain in her body. Boom! 820 At this moment, the witch of evil curse flicked her hands, and a huge sphere formed by a large group of purple magic power flew towards the location of the electric lizard. Magic attack, hit the back of the electric lizard directly. Xiao Chen, be careful. But Tian Ziaoan in front of the electric lizard could see clearly. She pointed to the back of the electric lizard and reminded loudly, "Do not worry." Electric lizard shrugged his shoulders, but turned around with a relaxed expression, looking at the huge magic ball. His expression remained unchanged. Sit size. A burst of electric light erupted from his arms, which was instantly dazzling. I don't know if the magical attack under the blessing of the Bessel pendant will have any effect on him. The evil witch stared at the electric lizard and thought silently. The electric lizard slowly raised both hands. The palms were wrapped in layers of electric light, ready to use this casual push to block the attack of the evil cursed witch. Be careful, her magic is very strong. Tian Ziaoan exclaimed. The evil witch, Bjit, showed a cold smile, and the murderous aura in her beautiful eyes was astonishing. Do you look down on my tricks? Don't be blown away. Boom! The cursed witch's expression suddenly turned ugly, and her smile instantly retracted. The electric lizard did not move, and the huge magic ball stopped in front of his hands, unable to move. Just some electricity wrapped around the palm of the hand is enough to easily block the evil curse witch with all her strength. So powerful, this intuitive performance completely made Tian Ziaoan look up at the electric lizard and more deeply realize how big the gap between her and Xiao Chen's strength is. Taste? Dennis raised his palms high, and threw the magic ball into the sky heavily, and the electric current in his hand also burst out. As a thruster-like existence, he pushed the magic ball into the sky, until it disappears in front of the electric lizard. He smiled and turned his head back, and said to the evil curse witch, "You magic ball, it's quite fun." Shhhhhhh. The witch's pretty face was covered in frost. She took out 3 magic bombs directly from her cloth pocket, and rushed towards Dion Si without hesitation. What's this? Dennis looked curiously at the flying magic bomb. Xiao Chen, that's a bomb? Hurry up and avoid it. Tian Ziaoan had already seen the terrifying power of this bomb and hurriedly reminded him. Taste. The electric lizard looked at Tian Ziaoan curiously. His body swayed slightly, and with every slight sway, he could easily avoid the attack of the magic bomb. The 3 magic bombs passed by directly, and they couldn't even touch him. Boom boom boom. Behind. 3 explosions. 3 clouds of smoke. Seeing this, Tian Ziaoan and the evil curse witch were stunned. Electric lizards are like spiders. You can easily avoid it without even looking. This level of attack is really too slow. I don't have to look, I can easily dodge it. At this moment, the electric lizard turned around and shrugged his shoulders. In the virtual combat device, fight against Mohatha's robots for countless rounds. The speed of the laser is countless times faster than the speed of the bomb. He even had the experience of being killed by a laser. What a terrifying enemy. At this time, the evil curse witch's jade hand sweated slowly, and the anger towards Xiao Chen at first disappeared, replaced by a nervous expression, silver teeth clenched. Her tricks are not enough to see at all. Contrary to electric lizards. A pair of leisurely wandering, crazy water, not like to fight, like a vacation in general. Hard to imagine. If this guy is serious, I'm afraid he will really become a monster. You'd better surrender and hand over the Bezier pendant. I can consider opening the door. Electric lizard is still more tolerant towards evil curse witches. First, he is mainly open to the evil curse witch. Second, the evil witch did not cause much damage, not like Mahaz and Kevin who deserved death. There must be punishment, but he didn't want to go all out and beat the evil witch too hard. Impossible? I won't. The evil curse witch's pretty face instantly turned cold, just about to say a few cruel words. She straightened up, her hands exuding rays of light. Taste. In an instant, the figure of the electric lizard appeared in front of her. A hand, a strong hand knife, touched the fair skin of the evil curse witch, terribly cold. I advise you not to move, otherwise, you will die. The electric lizard stood in front of the evil cursed witch, with a knife in one hand against the evil cursed witch's neck. That long figure, with its back against the sun, turned into endless darkness in the evil cursed witch's field of vision. Senran's words made the evil cursed witch shudder. The evil cursed witch could feel that the sky-high murderous aura on the electric lizard made him look like a killing god. And she is just a little lamb, a lamb to be slaughtered, without the ability to fight back. Same. Electric lizards are also proven by action. Want to kill her? Electric lizards only take a moment? She won't even be given a chance to make a move? It can be imagined to what extent the electric lizard released water before. You'd better be obedient, hand over the Bezier pendant and your magic book, give them all to me, and then make it clear about your identity. I won't do too much. The electric lizard spoke slowly, as if he didn't put his knife against the cursed witch's neck, like. The evil cursed witch instantly smiled, revealing a sweet smile. If she hadn't known that she was very good at acting, seeing her icy look before, electric lizard would have really believed in her acting skills. No problem, as long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything. The cursed witch's tone softened and she said pitifully, take out the Bessel waist pendant first, immediately. Electric lizard ordered with an unquestionable domineering tone. $7? The evil cursed witch didn't have time to hesitate, sighed, took out the Bessel waist pendant from her pocket, put it in one hand, and the sea was in front of the electric lizard. Wait a minute, isn't this Bethelmo chase a fake? After the electric lizard had been deceived before, he became alert and stared at the evil curse witch and asked, how is it possible? The evil curse witch turned her head away unnaturally, and touched Zhang's smooth face with the other hand. Taste. In just a few seconds, the Bezier pendant on the palm of the witch's hand dissipated, turning into a cloud of purple smoke. In an instant, Electric felt that Lizard's own IQ was greatly insulted. Sit size. Lightning flashed from the rest of his body. Do you know horror corpse? The evil cursed witch was shocked when she saw this. She was very smart and knew that the electric lizard was really annoyed and would not be pity for Xiangziyu, so she quickly changed the subject. Go on. The electric current on the electric lizard gradually dimmed, said a cold voice. The corpse, it's my uncle? I'm his niece, the evil curse witch? This time I am here to avenge you. The evil curse witch simply revealed her identity. Evil cursed witch. There was a wave in the heart of the electric lizard. Looking at the evil cursed witch in front of him, it was a bit unexpected, but it was reasonable. This dress is indeed the style of an evil witch. It's just that he didn't think about it before, nor did he expect that such a beautiful girl would be his enemy. Lawful evil? Chaotic neutrality, to be exact? Yes, it's the magician who gave away the magic pendant, and that's all Tian Xiaowen's impression of horror corpse is. You know me. Looking at the response of the electric lizard, the evil witch was still a little puzzled. No, I don't know. Electric lizard sneered. I'm just surprised that he still wants to seek revenge with you. It's really over his own power. Leave the scholars for 3 days, and treat them with admiration. Although he did not have a qualitative leap in strength from the time he encountered Horror Corpse, it has also improved a lot, and Horror Corpse has no chance at all. I don't think I'm self-sufficient too. The evil cursed witch quickly said good things. Now, tell me where the corpse is, and I can consider making up for it for you. Electric lizard said lightly. Of course, he knew very well that it was impossible for the girl in front of him to reveal the corpse's location, and he had to find a way to find out. Uncle, you are here. The cursed witch suddenly raised her head and shouted in surprise to the sky above the electric lizard. Tian Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, and looked at the sky suspiciously. There was a hint of imperceptible speechlessness in Dennis' eyes, and he thought to himself, is this a little trick that was still in demand many years ago? Then he looked up at the sky, and even the knife in his hand retracted a little. For flowers. What he and Tian Xiaowen saw, of course, was a clear sky. The two idiots. Especially this Xiao Chen, who looks strong, but in fact it's nothing more than that. The evil curse witch was overjoyed, and instantly pushed the palm of the electric lizard away with her palms, her body emitting a purple light. Call out. She took off in place and flew out of the labyrinth at a very fast speed. Her whole body almost turned into an arrow. No, the evil witch is gone. Tian Xiaowen reacted immediately, turned around and looked at the evil witch who had already flown out, shouting loudly. Damn, let her run away. 0. The electric lizard also pretended to shrink back and looked at the figure of the evil witch, pretending to be annoyed. Xiao Chen, why did you watch it with me? The two of us watched the sky and watched the witch of the curse alone, and it was all right. Tian Xiaowen felt a sense of exhaustion, and she suddenly felt it. Has Xiao Chen's IQ decreased? Or are you really infatuated with that evil witch? Taste? Next moment. The electric lizard's fingers patted lightly. The Excalibur flying out of the labyrinth flew into the air, and flew towards the figure of the evil cursed witch who had left. With the sword energy restrained, it is not easy to detect in the air, and the speed is extremely fast. Followed by the evil curse witch disappeared in the sight of electric lizard and Tian Xiaowen. The electric lizard in the transformed state could clearly feel that the magic of the Excalibur had little effect on him. At the same time, it cannot enhance his strength much. However, his manipulation of the Excalibur has become so high that he can play with it at will. You sent the Excalibur to follow you. Tian Xiaoan was very smart, she wanted to understand the cause and effect, and her eyes became apologetic again. I was negligent. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to be more than I thought. If you don't think about it, how can you deceive the two of you? Electric Lizard said to Tian Xiaoan with emotion. 100 million. Tian Xiaoan just wanted to answer after hearing what the Electric Lizard said. Bang bang bang. Next to him came the sound of footsteps. Tian Xiaoban panted and ran to the end of the maze, propping his right hand against the wall on one side. Xiao Chen, Xiao Wen, I'm here? I rushed over immediately after hearing the sound here. Small class. The Electric Lizard looked a little curious. How did you come here? The reactor is exhausted. I transformed too early. Tian Xiaoban said angrily, and then, he looked around the Electric Lizard and Tian Xiaoan, and suddenly became curious. Chen, what about the magic girl you are tracking? Why is it gone? He also said angrily, I haven't got August 20 revenge yet. She's called the Evil Cursed Witch, and she is from the Cord Corpse group. She came to seek revenge on us. I let the Evil Cursed Witch go, and sent Ico Excalibur to follow her, so that we can find their lair. Snatch the corpse and the Cursed Witch in one sweep. Electric Lizard quickly talked about the ins and outs. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, teleported to Tian Xiaoban's side, directly hugged Tian Xiaoban with one hand, and raised the other hand to hug Tian Xiaoan. I can feel the Witch of the Curse is leaving quickly. Let's not say, let's go to the old car first. Let Grandpa drive us to track the Witch of the Curse. The sense of connection between the Excalibur and him has become weaker and weaker, and if you go further, I am afraid that the Excalibur will escape his perception range. This is an amazing thing. We must hurry to track down the Excalibur and the Cursed Witch. Call out. Electric Lizard took Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaohong back to the old car. Seeing Electric Lizard's fiery rage, Mark returned to the driver's seat without saying a word, and asked, where are we going? Grandpa, which direction should you go? Go straight. After the Electric Lizard put the two of them on the sofa, he pointed to the west side and said with certainty, good. Mark immediately stepped on the accelerator and kept moving in the direction of the Electric Lizard's finger. Electric Lizard could feel that the sense of connection between himself and the Excalibur was gradually strengthening again, a little bit, obviously. Baya. At the same time, the Omnitrix pattern on the Electric Lizard's chest flickered, and he lowered his head, looking at the pattern full of red light. His face was a little helpless. It is exactly this time. In the middle of the conversation, he changed back to Xiao Chen, and his voice was a little lower. Grandpa, slow down the car, just make sure not to be thrown off. I'm afraid that I will chase too fast, and I won't be able to wait for Omnitrix's next transformation time. Don't forget, he and Xiaoban can't both transform. Can't let Xiaoan deal with the corpse and the evil witch alone? Good. The old broken car slowed down a bit, keeping a little faster than the evil curse witch, but not catching up too fast. That's all. The old broken car began to track the evil witch. The sky is also darkening little by little. The sun in the sky seemed to have a hint of red, as if it was swallowed up a little bit by the red. There are fewer and fewer people on the street. Stop, come on, the evil witch's breath has stopped, and it's at a very high place. It should be on the roof. Xiao Chen slightly raised his eyebrows. He raised his head, and looked at the vague shadow of a building in the distance. He can confirm that the Excalibur is over there. I'll go over there, Mark said, following Xiao Chen's gaze. Taste? Suddenly, the old broken car braked suddenly, and due to inertia, it slid forward for a full 10 meters before it stopped. Xiao Chen, who was in the car, was standing and looking out the window, and fell to the ground unexpectedly. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban also leaned forward and almost fell off the seat. Are you all right? Mark asked back with concern. It's okay, Grandpa. Why did the brake suddenly stop? Xiao Chen rubbed his chin with the palm of his hand, holding it a little painfully. He got up after Tian Xiaoan's change, and immediately came to Mark with the two beside him. Look. Mark's expression became solemn, and the four looked at the situation outside in unison. Central Street. Is a helicopter. Ruins of a helicopter. The helicopter that was supposed to be intact turned into a mass of blackened scrap iron, smoking gunpowder, its wings shattered to the ground, and there was a charred person lying inside, probably a pilot. In addition, the surrounding streets are also faintly smoky. That building is the one that was attacked by the corpse, and after the attack, he also destroyed the helicopter that came to encircle it. Xiao Chen reasoned. That building is so important to hacking corpse? He was puzzled. I'll go around. Mark carefully drove the old car around the helicopter ruins and continued to drive forward. At this time, Xiao Chen's connection with the Excalibur is even stronger. In the row of 4.5 buildings directly in front, there is a building that is extraordinarily tall, almost towering into the sky, more than 30 floors high. Just looking up has a feeling of chills, and the terrifying murderous aura of the Excalibur. It also came from far away from the top floor. It's there. Xiao Chen pointed at the tall building and said. Mark also drove to the door of that building. The three big characters observatory are written on the building sign. What a tall building. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban also raised their heads and sighed at the height of the building. Only, the strong sunlight made them bow their heads instantly. Red, sunshine. Xiao Chen stepped out of the old broken car. He also looked like Tian Zioben and Tian Ziowen, looked up at the sky, and suddenly realized. A small part of the sun in the sky has been swallowed up by the red light. The red light is like a tide that quickly covers the golden sun, and the earth is gradually enveloped by a layer of red light, as if the sunset is coming. Why is the sun in the sky in such a state? Xiao Chen looked at the strange picture of the sky and muttered. It's a total solar eclipse. Tian Ziowen, who got out of the car, came to Xiao Chen and said with a serious face, the total solar eclipse is gradually swallowing the sun. We must move faster, otherwise once the total solar eclipse comes, the magic power of the corpse and the evil witch will be very powerful. No wonder their base is in this observatory, because this building is the tallest and receives the most total solar eclipse light. 16. Xiao Chen suddenly realized after hearing Tian Ziowen's explanation. 4 people can also determine a basic fact. Horrible corpse and cursed witch are definitely on the top floor. You 3 take the elevator, I'll wait for my Excalibur. Xiao Chen immediately ordered in an orderly manner. Good. Tian Ziowen, Tian Zioben, and Mark, the 3 walked into the center of the first floor of the observatory, and soon found some of the staff who were beaten inside, carefully bypassed these staff, and got on the elevator. Fortunately, the observatory was only knocked out, and the facilities are all normal. Taste? The Excalibur fell from the sky, like a golden galaxy falling from the sky, moving to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen jumped on the Ico Excalibur tile with ease, but some uncontrollable violent thoughts appeared in his mind. His expression turned grim. But soon, a touch of rationality appeared on his face, and he suppressed the killing intent in his body abruptly. Murderous aura, not many, can be suppressed quickly. It's still necessary to use it sparingly, otherwise this murderous backlash will be too terrifying. Xiao Chen glanced at the Excalibur under his feet with lingering fears, stepping on the sword and rising to the height unhurriedly. Higher and higher. He didn't look down. Definitely high. After flying over 30 layers, Xiao Chen could feel his breathing a little thinner. Moreover, the wind around him was very strong, making his footsteps a little unsteady, and thinking that it was more than 30 floors, it was even more depressing. Finally, it was on the roof. The roof of the building is like an ordinary residential building. It is completely flat without railings. There is only an access gate built into the ground, and 2 parasols on the side. Nothing at all. Xiao Chen's expression instantly revealed a hint of suspicion. He jumped from the Excalibur and jumped off the roof, grabbed the hilt of the sword with his hand, and carried it behind him, like a knight. Boom! The door on the roof was pushed open by the people below. Xiao Chen drew his sword. It was Mark who climbed out. It's me, Xiao Chen. Mark explained, leaning down and pulling Tian Ziowen and Tian Zioben up one by one, not forgetting to hammer the waist with his hand. What about them? Xiao Chen retracted his sword and walked to the 2 parasols very curiously. Under the umbrella is darkness. If you look closely, there are reclining chairs and small tables inside, which look very comfortable. Could it be that they found out that the Excalibur had left early? Tian Ziowen walked to the side and guessed. It's unlikely. Xiao Chen shook his head. The Excalibur is very concealed, and, if they really leave, the Excalibur will continue to track them. Unless they are still here? Please, the 2 of them are big living people, and they are not ants. Where can they hide? There is absolutely no hiding place here. Tian Zioben also came over and said. The 3 of them gathered beside the umbrellas. Taste? Now, sunset roof. The sun in the sky was completely dyed red, like a big fireball ignited. The red light, first of all, shrouded the roof, the ground under his feet was blood red, and even the hair color of the person in front of him changed color. Flavor? Under the darkness of 2 parasols, 2 figures flew out first. A figure moved in front of Xiao Chen, and another appeared in front of Tian Ziowen. Xiao Chen, long time no see. The icy appearance of the corpse was full of murderous aura, and he gave Xiao Chen a sinister smile. He was wearing a terrifying sleeve robe, bathed in red light, and the skeleton staff in his hand stabbed Xiao Chen 820's body. Boom! Xiao Chen, who was caught off guard, was severely hit, took off on the spot, and took his sword directly, flew out of the top floor, and fell towards the ground below. Boom! The witch of the evil curse was full of hostility, and slapped Tian Ziowen's body with a heavy palm, but was blocked by the other arm? How? The cursed witch looked surprised. Call. Tian Ziowen raised his left foot and kicked the evil curse witch's pale jade shoulder, directly kicking her back several steps. That's the lucky pendant. That should be mine. The corpse was keenly aware of the magic fluctuations of the lucky pendant, and immediately became envious. Xiao Chen, Tian Ziowen, Zioben, and Mark couldn't take care of them anymore, and tried to run to the top floor to find Xiao Chen. Call out? The hacker and the evil cursed witch both moved in front of the 3 of them, blocking their way. It doesn't matter what luck is in now. Without Xiao Chen, the 2 of them are sure to lose. Haishi said confidently. Who said I'm gone? It's too unlucky. Xiao Chen's calm voice came from the bottom of the building. The expressions of hacker and evil cursed witch changed at the same time, and the 2 of them, together with Grandpa Mark, looked at the place where Xiao Chen flew out. Taste? Excalibur came up first. Then there is Xiao Chen, who is holding the hilt in both hands and hanging in the air. He looked at the few people in front of him calmly. His heart was indeed a little flustered, and his legs were shaking a little bit. He didn't want to experience the uncontrollable feeling of falling from a high altitude just now. If the mental quality is not good enough, I am afraid that I will faint from fright. Boom! Xiao Chen jumped to the top of the building again, and took off the Ektuwa divine sword that was suspended in midair, and stabbed it into the ground, as if it was rooted in it. What is that sword of yours? Horror Corpse greedily looked at the Excalibur and asked. I also want to ask, what is that wand of yours? Are you here to give me something? Xiao Chen stared at the bone wand in Hazy Corpse's hand. For a while, it was really unclear who was the prey and who was the hunter. Court death? The corpse was stabbed in the pain point, and suddenly full of anger, looked at Xiao Chen furiously. The bone wand in his hand flashed with bursts of purple light. Niece, you go to deal with Tian Xiaoan and the others, I will deal with Xiao Chen. Good. The Witch of the Evil Curse confidently looked at Tian Xiaoan and the others. Her palms released bursts of light, which were even more dazzling than before, and they were also covered with a layer of red, blood red. Taste? Tian Xiaoan's side was brightly painted and flew up in the air, as did the evil witch. The two women fought a guerrilla battle in the air. Monument? Xiao Chen turned on Omnitrix and immediately transformed. Boom! All over. Burning flames flow. Just standing there, it is like the stars in the night, piercing the day of the sky, releasing a dazzling light. Fireman? The flaming monster. The corpse saw the familiar alien, and more blue veins burst out in the hand holding the bone wand, and the light on the wand instantly condensed into the sky, quickly forming a mass of black energy ball. Boom! The flame man raised his palms, and also held a large fireball in his hand, and pushed it out fiercely. Two spheres of different colors collided in the middle of the distance between the two. Boom! With a deafening explosion, fire and black light suddenly erupted. Countless flames were scattered on the ground, forming a spot of light, and black light particles were scattered in the air. As the light dissipated, both are found. The other party is still standing still, but they all looked vigilant and looked at each other. The strength of the corpse has increased a lot. Is it because of the total solar eclipse? The flame man has a look of vigilance. There was a hint of disbelief in the corpse's eyes, and the anger in his heart was even more. In the increase of the total solar eclipse, under the blessing of the new wand, he still can only achieve the stage of being equal to the flame man. Hard to imagine. Without a total solar eclipse, he would definitely be defeated. I have to slaughter you. Horror Corpse's killing intent was even more serious. He waved his bone wand, and released a large black energy ball between his waves. Bang bang bang! The flame man also attacked with fireballs. The magic ball and the fireball constantly collided in midair, no matter which side was in the slightest. Seeing this, he immediately lowered his head and uttered a spell in an ancient, jerky language. The light on the bone staff turned into a black wolf. It's the shadow of a wolf? Taste? The wolf phantom swayed its limbs in the air, driving the 3-meter giant beast body, and slammed into the flame man, and the ground where its feet were smashed in an instant. Fire punch. The flame man's face froze, his right fist clenched tightly, and a large amount of flames gathered in an instant, so that the flames on his body seemed to dim a little. Boom! With fist waving, the huge flame in his hand turned into an arm shape, erupted like magma, and smashed heavily on the magic phantom. Boom! The wolf phantom created by magic suddenly stopped, and the whole body shrank a lot, and the violent flame almost melted its body. And a scorching hot wind is coming. The temperature of the ground rises sharply, and the flames also spread into traces of fire, but it only spreads silently around the flame people. Yes, good. When the strong wind swept past the corpse, he directly threw off his sleeve robe, exposing his somewhat strong chest. His forehead immediately sweated, and his mouth even cracked. A pair of eyes stared at the flame man, as if all the water in the body was sucked away. The temperature of this monster. It's even scarier. With money. Not a flame man at all, but the sun man. Boom! After all, the fire fist crushed the wolf shadow into pieces and flew to the corpse's position without hindrance. Fortunately, although the wolf shadow was no match for the fire fist, it also supported enough buffer time. Call out. The corpse fluttered to the side, the fire fist flew over him, and the hot light fell down, and the ground was scorching hot, and the corpse stuck to the ground, so hot that the body was covered in blisters. Ah, it hurts to death. The corpse rolled back and forth. Vaguely, there were burn marks on some of the skin on the body. The temperature of the ground alone is terrifying. If it weren't for the scope here is too small, you would have been burned to scum by me. The flame man looked at the corpse in front of him and satirized indifferently that the current child's corpse is powerful, but he can at most be on an equal footing with the previous flame man. Now, the flame man has been strengthened more than once. A sign-in reward in the parallel universe has made all heroes slightly enhanced. For an ordinary person, the slight enhancement may be really insignificant, but for aliens with the intensity of the flame man, that's the little gap that will allow him to win. Hey! A terrifying corpse with blisters all over its back was so hot that it jumped up from the ground when a carve hit it, and behind it was the huge fire caused by the explosion of the fire fist. It was called a super bomb. Even his sleeve robe was constantly rolled by the hot wind. Give you a chance, surrender. Then hand over your bone wand and everything. The flame man looked up and down the corpse a little greedily, just treating this man as his small mobile vault. Horror Corpse continued to chant a jerky and incomprehensible incantation. The flame man stood on the spot, his hands were burning with flames, and said lightly, "You can cast magic at will, just this trick, I can solve you." Break. The corpse suddenly turned hideous, raised the bone wand and pointed at the flame man. Break? The flame man showed a puzzled expression. He groped for his 820 body, and he didn't feel any pain, no itch, not even a little feeling. Boom! The ground under his feet exploded directly, showing a big pothole, and what the magic broke was the ground under the feet of the flame man. Taste? Without a support point, the unsuspecting flame man fell directly from the roof to the corridor on the next floor. Boom! On the waist. Sigh. The flame man gave a slightly painful cry and rubbed his waist. Fortunately, his body was much stronger than that of ordinary Earth people, so there was no serious problem. He is ready to get up. Boom! There was a big hole in the ceiling next door again, the corpse was floating down, and the bone wand was condensed with purple light, aiming at the flame man. Crap. There was only this thought in the flame's mind. Taste? A group of purple electro-optical balls was released, hitting the flame man who was half up, and the driving force was very strong. Research? The electro-optical ball exploded suddenly, and the body of the flaming man was blown out. When it hit the wall, a pothole with the same proportion was smashed out in an instant, and the whole person fell down the pothole. This place is more than 30 floors high. Even if you have a superhuman physique, you can't get up if you don't die. Hao Hu landed on the ground with satisfaction, looked at the hole, and muttered. He looked up and down the hole to the top floor. In the sky, Tian Xiaoan and the Witch of Evil Curse are playing a shooting game. You give me a shot. Although Tian Xiaoan's dodging points are full, the Witch of Evil Curse attacks very quickly and can always suppress Tian Xiaoan. The outcome will be revealed soon. The Fire Magic Pendant, the Incarnation Magic Pendant, the Lucky Magic Pendant, and the Floating Magic Pendant. I am the one who has the full power of the 4 magic pendants. Horror looked at the magic pendants greedily and said, "Where do you want to go, magician?" The flame man's voice came from outside. The corpse suddenly lowered his head and looked intently. Outside the wall, it is a flame man floating in the air. At his feet, it's a somersault cloud-like fireball. The fireball was constantly burning in the air, forming a terrifying power, actually carrying the flame man floating in the air. Hackers were dumbfounded when they saw this kind of anti-human trick. His face was full of astonishment. This does not conform to the laws of physics. The corner of the flame man's mouth twitched. You are a magician, tell me this? If you really want to talk about the laws of physics, you are also the one who does not conform to it. Bjit, a storm surged in the heart of the corpse. The flame man's fire control ability has reached an extraordinary level, and the corpse who cast the fire magic pendant is very clear. Die? Horrified corpse quickly adjusted his condition and raised his bone wand again. This time, his sleeve robes rose without wind, and his aching body was illuminated by purple light, as if the sun was shining brightly. Boom! Before the bone wand, there was a burst of purple shock waves, and when passing through the corridor, the lines of the corridor were clearly illuminated. When passing over a pothole in the wall, the entire wall begins to loosen, and the potholes are directly cracked. Shenhuo, Shiranui. The flame man took a deep breath. His right arm gathers a huge flame. Taste? The huge flame shrank suddenly and was compressed into a thin hemp fire. But color? It suddenly turned dark red. Turned a horrible crimson. Boom! When the hemp-like Shiranui was thrown out, a burst of flames exploded. Aside. It is a huge, terrifying magic shock wave. The other side. Just a spear of thin fire, but when the two collide, Shenhuo Shiranui first bent slightly, and then, boom! The magical shockwave of the corpse was smashed into pieces, scattered into countless light particles, causing a bombardment in the air, scaring some residents of this building to hide under the bed. Taste? Shenhuo Shiranui rushed out of the light particles and swept out towards the location of Hacker. Slower? The flame man was far away, and with a pull of his hands, he secretly slowed down the speed of Shenhuo Shiranui, so that even if Shenhuo Shiranui exploded, it would not blow up innocent people. Hao Hu immediately raised his bone wand and began to chant again. Monument? The horrified corpse was knocked out by Shenhuo Shiranui, followed the hole above, and flew back to the top of the building, and then continued to fly, flying into the air on the top floor, and the flames exploded. The diffused light and smoke directly swallowed the figure of the terrifying corpse, but the terrifying shockwave spread out, like a tornado. Soon, a ragged beggar fell out of the smoke. The corpse's magic sleeve robe was directly blown to pieces. His body was originally very thin, his bones were obvious, his skin was white, and he looked like a skeleton. Even if it fell to the ground. Horror corpse also opened his eyes, holding the bone wand in his hand tightly. What a loud noise. Be quiet and don't let them find out. Mark, Hishin Zioben, was hiding in the stairs next to the top floor at this time, listening to the movement outside with his ears close. Mark knew very well that in such a situation, when the two of them were incapable of fighting, they had to stay away. Tian Zioben was eager to try and wanted to go out, but his grandfather wouldn't let him. The corpse. The relaxed voice of the flame man sounded. It was he who flew out of the hole, came to the front of Zion's, jumped off the cloud of flames, snapped his fingers, and the flames dispersed. I want to kill you. Hao Hu stared at the flame man word by word, but his mouth could not utter the incantation, and the light on the bone wand was also very weak. Your physical quality is also different from ordinary people, you just can't get up. The flame man walked to the corpse's side, skillfully looked at the bone wand in the latter's hand, and snatched it directly from the hacker's hand. Horror Corpse's eyes widened, looking at the flame man, and his heart kept mourning. It looks pretty good, but it doesn't quite fit Xiaowen's style. The flame man held his bone wand and thought deeply. He didn't want Tian Xiaowen's magic path to be related to these strange wands. You'd better put that staff down. At this time, a cold voice came from behind the flame man. It's the evil witch. The flame man turned around, and the pupils in his eyes contracted, like Maymang. The evil witch stood there, the wind was blowing on her sleeves, and strands of blue silk draped over her pretty face, causing her to keep holding hands and lifting them away, and those charming eyes stared straight at the flaming man. And behind her, it was Tian Xiaowen, who was wrapped in purple light and fell to the ground, unable to move. There is no doubt that Xiaowen lost. What conditions? The flame man spoke calmly. The evil cursed witch was stunned for a while, and said something different. I haven't said it yet. You didn't do anything to Xiaowen, and you didn't attack me. Obviously you want to negotiate a deal? You don't need to go through those long-winded procedures, just open the conditions. The flame man was blunt, and he still had the upper hand in his gestures. This made evil cursed witch a little frustrated. Before Xiao Chen, she couldn't be arrogant. Because the strength gap is too big. Hand over my uncle, I'll give you Xiaowen. The evil curse witch's cold voice softened a little, and talked about the conditions. Good niece. Horror is a little moved. Huoyin just glanced at Tian Xiaowen, and said without hesitation, deal. Both parties are handed over, so they cannot cheat. Tian Xiaowen was moved by his refreshing nature. Taste. The evil cursed witch is also a straightforward person. With both palms raised, Tian Xiaowen's body slowly floated up and flew towards the flame man. The flame man picked up the horrified corpse with one hand, and after Tian Xiaowen flew over halfway, he threw the corpse towards the evil curse witch. Seeing this, the evil cursed witch hurriedly used magic to catch the flying corpse. And the flame man also took advantage of the situation to move forward, stretched out his hands and hugged Tian Xiaowen who fell from the sky. He restrained the flames on his body. Before Xiao Wen could scream, he suddenly fell into the arms of the flame man. The flame was not only not hot, but also warm, making people reluctant to leave. It's okay, even if one fights too, I don't care. The flame man said slowly to Tian Xiaowen, with a hint of domineering in his words, and gently placed her on the ground beside him. The cursed witch also put down the horrified corpse. The flame man looked ahead. His whole body was full of fire, and the color changed. Like the fire of red lotus, the ground under his feet showed signs of melting, and the flames around him gradually became small fires. Are you two going together? Ask for flowers. In his words, there is undoubted domineering, and his body is full of anger. The fire burns like blood boiling? What a terrifying aura. The witch's pretty face turned pale. She involuntarily took a step back. In a trance, she did not dare to treat the person in front of her as her peers. As if facing a terrifying warrior? Niece, hurry up, help me up. Horrified corpse was in a hurry and raised a thin hand tremblingly, like a skeleton. Ah, uncle. The evil curse witch retracted her thoughts on the flaming man. Her eyes fell on the horrified corpse in front of her, and she stretched out her slender hand with a concerned face, smiling like a flower, very beautiful. 0. For the first time, seeing the evil curse witch showing such a sweet smile, the flame man was slightly stunned. The smile was so beautiful that he couldn't help but feel a little bit of reverie, wishing he could kiss him. But the corpse was trembling violently. My niece has a cold attitude towards everyone. Although she is polite to herself, she can't hide her indifference. And she suddenly laughed, especially the attitude was very enthusiastic. Then explain. Someone is going to be unlucky. Boom. The cursed witch grabbed the other hand of the corpse. That is, the corpse's hand holding the bone wand. Taste. Next moment, there were bursts of purple light flickering on the witch's body, and bursts of swirling light condensed on her hand. Ah. Hacker screamed. There was a dazzling black magic on him. Then, the black magic actually escaped from his body and spun around the evil cursed witch's palm. Finally, it was taken away by the cyclone and sucked into the evil cursed witch's body. This wave of uncle and nephew's great filial piety. Both Huoyo and Tian Xiaowen were stunned. I've fought so many battles in my life. I have never seen such a good scene. 100 million. The corpse was also stunned. He first clenched his fists tightly, and looked at the evil witch in front of him with a bewildered expression. He knew that this niece had a plan, and she definitely didn't honor him as she seemed. But this direct, well-rounded backstab still let the child corpse stunned. After reacting, he looked at the evil witch in disbelief. His voice was amplified, and his emotions were a little excited. The evil witch? You, what are you doing? Do you know that absorbing other people's black magic is a death penalty? Also yes, where did you learn this crooked trick? The evil cursed witch glanced at him lightly, and let go of the hand holding the corpse, and the magic on the surface of the whole person disappeared completely, without any light. Only. 82. Her breath has become long and deep. The whole person is unfathomable. In the past, she was like a spear. Just looking at her, she felt sharp-edged. Now, she is like the universe, deep and invisible. Give me the magic back. Horror roared. The witch of evil curse kissed a cold arc on the corner of her mouth, with a trace of mockery in her eyes. Uncle, you are joking. You said it yourself. This is a death penalty. I will return it to you. I am afraid the first one. Am I the one who suffers? Why? Horror corpse asked with a bit of a breakdown. Use each other. If you want to use me, I want to use you too. The evil cursed sorceress raised a hand slowly, and a purple light jumped on her palm, which shone like thunder. My magic talent is in above you, the tricks you can't learn, I can learn without a teacher. So, it's better to leave this magic to me. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she said condescendingly to the corpse, now, give me the bone wand in your hand, don't force me to do it to you. Uncle, you look at the cursed witch with terrifying eyes. That? Interrupt. However, the flame man walked over slowly and said to the evil curse witch, I don't know what the two of you are playing, isn't it bad to just leave me and Xiaoan aside as if they don't exist? You'd better go away. At this moment, the witch of the evil curse is not afraid of the flame man at all, and even looks at the flame man with a cold and arrogant look. The two of us have no injustice. Mr. Vigilante. Say it. The sleeves were blown by the wind of magic. She is not afraid of fighting. The flame man sighed softly and looked at the unlovable Xian corpse. Your uncle just wanted to use you, and you were hurt like this. I have used you several times, you are now even if you don't take revenge on me, you will inevitably attack in the future. That being said, there is no need to talk. The evil curse witch's palms shone directly. Deep purple glow, and in an instant, an explosion magic ball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter condensed in front of Shuangtang. No talk. Let's get hold of it. The eyes of the flame man gradually became cold, which formed a sharp contrast with the terrifying temperature on his body. Boom! With the solace of his feet, he kicked the corpse that fell to the ground in front of him, and kicked it to the area behind the cursed witch. Ouch! The corpse fell heavily to the ground again, screaming while hanging from the kicked chest. I'm also doing it for your own good, lest you die fighting between us. The flame man glanced at the corpse and said indifferently, if it weren't for the corpse's bad deeds, it would be considered minor, and he wouldn't take care of the corpse like this, so he would save a life for him. You wanna die? See. The evil cursed witch even had a frosty expression on her face. She also knew that if she really wanted to attack the corpse, then this Xiaochen would definitely not ignore it. Just right. She also wants to be ashamed of Xiaochen. Before, the humiliation of being threatened at close range and facing death. She still remembers it. She wants to wash away the shame, won't lose to Xiaochen again. Taste. 2 huge magic balls were pushed out. Boom. This time, the violent magic ball flew in the sky, and indeed it crushed the ground at a certain distance to create cracks, and it flew with the magic ball all the time. Look at the flying magic ball. A long-lost voice also sounded in the mind of the flame man. Ding. Sinuable objects detected, the nephew of the corpse, the genius girl of black magic, the witch of evil curse. The host chooses to defeat the evil witch with the blessing of a total solar eclipse, and you can complete the sign-in. Is the sound of the system. In other words, the evil curse witch in front of her is already powerful enough to allow the system to sign in. Enough to see its strength. Taste. The flame man immediately waved his left fist, erupting a fierce fire fist, which exploded on the 2 magic balls. Bang bang bang. However, the 2 magic balls were unstoppable. After colliding with the fireballs, they only paused for a few seconds, and then they defeated the fists of the fire fist and continued to fly towards the flame man. Seeing that this attack is about to collapse. 4.5. The flame man actually waved his right fist again, and a terrifying flame was released again, reaching the side of the fire fist released by his left hand. Double fists side by side. Like a pair of rocket launchers. Boom. This time, the magic ball finally stopped in midair. It looks like an even split. In fact, a pair of fire fists have been burning roaringly, with flames constantly falling to the ground, increasing the wisps of fire on the ground, and it seems that there are signs of slowly collapsing. Magic ball, but always stable earth shape. The cursed witch smiled. Bezier magic pendant, plus total solar eclipse, plus Uncle Zion's smana. I can finally let her suppress Xiaochen. Repressed. There was a hint of surprise on the face of the flame man, but he didn't panic. He has also experienced a more ferocious battle than this. Change the combat mode? The thought flashed through the flame man's mind quickly, and then, his several fingers were facing a pair of fire fists in the air, spinning gently in a circle. Taste? The 2 huge fires were entangled together, forming a spear, and there was a circle of entangled circles outside. From fire fist, to Shenhuo Shiranui? What a terrifying ability to control fire. How can he change his attack method during the battle? Horror looked like a ghost, looking at the flame man over there. He felt that he had lived for so long, it was like living on a dog the same. Comparing the fire control abilities of both sides, he was embarrassed to use fire magic. Boom. The flame man stretched out a finger in one hand and gently moved forward again. The spear incarnated by Shenhuo Shiranui stabbed at 16 2 balls of energy like a broken bamboo. In an instant, the sharp spearhead pierced into the energy ball. SHHHHHH. The originally extremely stable magic ball also began to flash with bursts of dazzling purple light, which is a symbol of energy leakage. What? The evil curse witch was so angry that Lu Mei jumped and jumped, her face was full of disbelief. Haha, good niece, when I lost to Xiaochen, it was because of absolute power. Now you have absolute power, but you lost to his ultimate control of flames. Do you have such ability? Seeing this scene, the hackers in the back were very happy to see it, and immediately became angry with the evil witch. Good niece. Give me. The witch of the evil curse took the risk and did not care about the tricks that were about to be penetrated. You, the corpse is half dead with rage. Crack. Right now, The two balls of energy were forcibly penetrated by the flame man's divine fire, Shiranui, and burst open in midair. The endless rays of light accompanied by a huge impact force spread out in all directions like waves, first dazzling, and then strong wind. The light shrouded the entire roof. Although the eyesight was blocked, the flame man still did not forget to control the tricks and quickly attacked the evil curse witch. Heart. I still hope that the witch of evil curse will surrender voluntarily. But he didn't hear the soft voice of the evil witch's clothes. Goodbye then. The flame man's heart was also stern, and there was no tendency to slow down his tricks at all. The two spears were getting closer and closer to the evil curse witch. Her clothes were all red, and they were about to be ignited by the terrible temperature at close range. Mound. Suddenly, a crisp metal collision sounded. Tricks. Stopped. The flame man's expression was stunned. The dazzling light on the roof has gradually weakened. He could vaguely see that his own moves in front of him had somehow stopped, and even if he actively drove, he would not be able to break through. It's like there's a wall blocking his moves over there. The purple light faded quickly. The cursed witch stood where she was. Holding a bone wand in his hand, there is a layer in front of the wand, a square magic barrier as thin as a cicada's wings and about 3 meters high. Don't look at it thin, the defense level is as terrifying as the city wall. Shenhuo Shiranui stabbed on the barrier did not move at all, and only a very shallow crack could be seen. My mana is stronger. The evil curse witch was holding the bone wand, her face was full of surprise, and she released such a terrifying barrier just by waving her hand. Her mana. It even gave her a feeling that she could destroy the world and be the only one. Give you a chance, you're useless. The corner of the flame man's mouth twitched, and he understood when he saw his bone wand, turned his head to look at the corpse behind the cursed witch, and said viciously. The corpse fell there with a bruised nose and a swollen face, with a desolate look on his face. Boom! The evil curse witch raised the bone wand again. In the sky, a dark cloud quickly gathered, covering the roof. The roof is getting darker again? Dark clouds. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, the flame man's expression changed. Is it going to rain? If it rains. Wow! The dark world lit up with an uproar. It was a dazzling light. Boom! Immediately, there was a huge roar from the sky, and the thunder rolled, like the wrath of the gods. This sound directly interrupted all the thoughts in the flame man's brain, and almost didn't startle him. His eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, Ray, I saw a thunder that was about the size of a snake falling from the dark cloud, and the darkness was torn apart wherever it went, bringing endless rays of light, and the destructive power was extremely powerful. This is Ray, the most powerful element. Except for the extreme destructive power. Its speed was astonishing 820 people. The flame man just looked up to see the thunder and lightning falling rapidly. That lay landed on the two groups of Shenhuo Shiranui. Boom! The terrifying thunder and lightning tore the flame man's tricks into countless sparks in an instant, and fell to the ground one after another, without even the slightest resistance. And heaven and earth. It also quickly darkened and quieted down, as if thunder and lightning had never come. Only the flame man's mind still remembers the speed and power of the thunder and lightning rolling down. Whoa whoa! The evil curse witch waved her bone wand, and the barrier in front of her disappeared suddenly. She raised her right hand and placed it in front of her forehead. Because it was inconvenient to hold the wand in her hand, she slightly wiped the sweat from her forehead with the sleeve under the back of her hand. That move, the consumption is very amazing, the power is also obvious. Although her strength is not comparable to the legendary black magician who destroys the world, she has also reached the level of displaying various natural elements, and is no longer limited to darkness. Small pattern. There. The flame man slowly lowered his head, not knowing if he was scared or what. He just said softly, "Get out of here now and take Xiaoben with Mark. It's going to be dangerous. Let's go. Are you afraid that you will lose too badly, so let them go further?" The evil curse witch looked like she didn't know the danger at all, still mocking the power max. The flame man slowly raised his head. At this moment, his entire face was filled with terrifying fighting intent, and his whole body released an unparalleled aura like a god of war. Fighting mentality. He is not afraid of any enemy. That tenacity and persistence. It also made the ecstatic witch who was ecstatic at the moment restrained, and her pretty face was a little angry, because even in this state of stronger combat power, when facing the flame man, she always had a feeling of being at a disadvantage. Okay. Tian Xiaohong nodded and ran back. Taste? The evil witch waved her bone wand, and immediately a purple shock wave flew to the location where Tian Xiaoan fled. So fast? The moment Tian Xiaoan turned her head when she heard the movement, a purple light instantly reflected in her pupils, making her close her eyes subconsciously. Her body was wrapped in magic light. Taste? Another figure moved in front of her. It was a burning man with crimson flames all over his body, like a three-dimensional hedgehog. Boom! The purple shockwave fell on the flame man's chest. The flames on his body suddenly burned, his figure was frozen in place, and the magic ball also stopped in front of him motionless. Xiaoan, go! The flame man spit these words out of his mouth with difficulty. Good. Tian Xiaoan heard the difficulties of the Huoyan people, and she also understood that it was difficult to help the Huoyan people in such a big battle, so she continued to run away without hesitation. According to the instructions of the lucky magic pendant, she ran to the life-saving passage with good wind, left the top stairs with Grandpa Mark and Tian Xiaoben, and came to the next floor. The safety factor is raised, and the situation of the flame people can be grasped at all times. Naturally, it is the best of both worlds. Boom! After all, the magic ball broke apart, like a high-powered explosive. The flame man was repelled by the terrifying impact force for 7 or 8 steps. Every step he fell, he would burn hot footprints on the ground. It could be seen that he was very difficult to sweep. Hoo-hoo. After he settled his body, the terrifying crimson flame on his body slowly subsided, turning into an initial orange-red flame, and his appearance returned to normal, with a look of exhaustion on his face. Vulnerable. I just hit, and you're about to die. The evil curse witch is proud of the spring breeze. She looked at the flame man calmly, and said. At this moment, she is no longer afraid of the terrifying aura of the flame man. No matter how terrifying the momentum, under absolute hard power, it is all nonsense. Xiao Chen, use your strength to hit me. Haishi cheered Xiao Chen frantically in his heart. Anyway, he knew that if Xiao Chen won, he would probably survive, and if the Witch of Evil Curse won, he would probably die. Right? Now, is the official battle between us. The flame man's body slowly bent, his arms also bowed, and the orange-red flames all over his body suddenly switched to deep red, as if the ultimate evolution had been opened. All around, lit by fire. All around the ground, a fire was ignited, and the fire centered on the flames looked like a prairie fire. Don't ignore me, I'm still here. Horror Corpse was so frightened when he saw the appearance of the flame man, he wanted to cry without tears. Bluff. The Witch of Evil Curse raised the bone wand heavily and tapped the ground. Boom! Another thunderbolt was released. It was a purple lightning condensed by magic. It was as thick as a bucket, and its power was unimaginable. Flame ring, flame pillar. The flame man's bowed arms began to appear spiral flames, wrapping around his arms round and round. Move your palm slightly, aiming at the evil witch in front of you. The spiral flame also turned out its arm, came to the front of the double hall, and quickly gathered a giant flame about 3 or 4 meters high. That flame is just a cannon, a platform used to release more terrifying flames. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the spiral flame actually erupted into a huge pillar of flame, blasting over like a cannon. Boom! The whole building trembled violently because of this, and the floor on the top of the building was instantly divided into 2, showing a huge crack, and it was possible to jump from the crack into the first floor below at any time. Look at this trick, like a god descending from the earth. The evil cursed witch was dumbfounded. She stayed where she was, motionless and stiff, only hoping that her magic tricks would work. Bang! It's just a moment when the two collide. Magic, like a man's arm as a chariot, is beyond its own power. The lightning magic was directly engulfed by the fire column, and the fire column erupted without hindrance, which can be called a terrifying energy activity like a volcanic eruption. Fuck. Horrified Corpse was so frightened that he immediately got out of the lying, moneyed, corpse state. His legs hurt and his waist was no longer sore, and his heart stopped beating immediately. Pity. The flame figure seemed to be exhausted, sitting on the ground a little tired, the fire on his body dimmed a lot, and the move just now, he also expanded his strength. It's one of the most powerful moves. If the cursed witch could beg for mercy, he might even let her go with the heart of Liang Xiangziyu. But that doesn't mean he'll be a licking dog. Cursed witch and cord corpse, let's hit the road together. Boom! Next moment, the terrified pupils of the evil cursed witch were reflected with dazzling firelight, and her body was dripping with sweat in an instant, as if she was fished out of water, and she was about to be swallowed by the flames. Hacker jumped into the first floor below by crawling along the crack. The cursed witch seems to be sure of death. Only, at this moment, the red sun gradually returned to plane, and instead of directly changing back to the sun, it completely dimmed, bringing shadows, which first shrouded the observatory building. The corpse was wrapped in shadows, and his eyes were staring straight into the sky, so it was finally not uncomfortable. During the previous total solar eclipse, his eyes would be very uncomfortable when stimulated by the red sun. Wait, Darkstring suddenly remembered something. Goodbye, cursed witch. The flame man said silently in his heart, looked up at the total solar eclipse that was gradually engulfed by darkness, and now, the total solar eclipse is over. Without the increase of the total solar eclipse, the evil witch will only lose even worse, and there is no other possibility. Dark. At the moment when the evil cursed witch was swallowed by the flames, she was enveloped in darkness, and her pretty face with some fear gradually revealed a touch of excitement, and in her eyes, there was a ray of light called hope. Taste? The ruthless pillar of fire engulfed the body of the cursed witch, and before it stopped, just like a red shock wave, it flew out of the roof dozens of meters before a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 820. The endless flames bloomed like a kaleidoscope in the sky, and suddenly, thousands of shattered flames fell to the earth like a torrential rain. Everyone, watching the fire rain, slashed the glass, or went straight to the ground, hid in their own homes, surprised. Everything is over. The flame man looked at the location of the original evil witch with a bit of loneliness. The ground there has been burned to ashes, and there are only a few places left where people can stand. If the cursed witch surrendered, she would not face the consequences of turning into ashes. After all, the evil curse witch has not killed anyone, at least, the flame man has never seen it. He regards those who subjectively want to harm people, and take action to make money and kill people, as objects that must be eliminated. Secondly, there is the evil witch, who cannot be said to be a good person, but can only be said to be a complete and dangerous ambitionist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, budget, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. As if to comfort him, there was a clear sound of the system in the mind of the Flame Man. Is the system? Save first. The Flame Man was stunned at this time, but he did not rush to sign in, and saved this opportunity. He thought about getting the evil witch under the total solar eclipse into the fighting machine. The main reason is that his combat experience with magicians is still too little, and he will easily suffer losses next time. He must find a way to figure out the tricks and routines. Xiao Chen, are you alright? After hearing the explosion of the fire column and seeing the spectacular fire rain through the window, Tian Xiaoan and others hurriedly ran towards the top floor. After a while, they opened the door of the stairs and came to the top floor. Only saw a dazzling, but lonely figure. The ground in front has turned into ashes, showing a huge hole leading to the bottom floor. I'm fine. Putting his heart away, Xiao Chen put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly from the original position to Tian Xiaoan and the others, accompanied by bursts of unique sound effects. How are you? Are you alright? It's alright. Everyone is fine. Mark patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder and used his eyes to stop Tian Xiaoban and Tian Xiaoan, who wanted to ask questions. Don't think about it. He also knows what the evil curse witch is, otherwise Xiao Chen wouldn't be a little depressed. He was also a little embarrassed. It's a pity that such a young girl has gone astray. You, who will save me? Cough, cough. I'm about to be choked to death by the dust. It was a voice like a corpse killing a pig again. It turned out to be the floor of the top floor, equivalent to the ceiling of the floor of the horrific corpse. It was all burned to ashes. As a result, the brushes fell on him on the spot, and the whole body was buried. Only one face was exposed, and his face was covered with dust. Black as coal. You have today too, horrible corpse. Xiao Chen sneered and walked to the side of the big hole, looking down at the horror corpse buried in dust. Remember, don't escape from prison next time. Have you watched TV dramas too much? Have you lost all your magic this time? Come out next time, be careful to lose your life. Then, in front of the ghastly corpse, he called the local police detective and asked them to escort the corpse. The detectives acted quickly after receiving the news, and when they arrived at the scene, they did capture Zhangxi. This terrifying magician could not even be caught by a special agent, but he was beaten to the core. The detectives even thought that God had come down to accept this evil magician. Only Xiao Chen and the others, who hid their merits and fame, left the scene with the Excalibur sword before the police arrived. Everyone. Back in the old car, Xiao Chen quickly walked out of the previous matter, trying not to think about it, so Mark didn't stay in this city and drove the old broken car directly to the next city. The brilliance of the setting sun shrouded the road. The old broken car seems to be running along the sunset. City. Some corner. A slender figure escaped in embarrassment. It was a girl with waterfall-like silver hair and shatterable skin. She looked very delicate, but her clothes were covered with dust, and she looked like she had escaped from the desert. Generally, she almost died in that fire, although it's been a few hours. However, the witch of the evil curse did not dare to relax at all. She kept running, and only dared to stop when she fled to the corner of the city. The next time I meet Xiao Chen, I won't lose so ugly again. Up to now, even the courage to speak ruthlessly in the face of Xiao Chen, the witch of evil curses, has little left. Time came night. The total solar eclipse is gone. With the departure of the Mark family, the city returned to safety and tranquility. The cursed witch also quietly left the city. The most unfortunate one is Horror. He was accused of committing heinous crimes, especially the attack on many people in the observatory, which caused serious injuries and even death of many innocent people. I am afraid that he will be imprisoned for hundreds of years. Although, he won't live that long. Hundreds of years? That's cheap. He's the damned guy. Xiao Chen looked at the report on the horrific corpse on TV, and said rather unhappily, picked up the remote control and changed the channel. Xiao Chen, rest early. After driving for a day, Mark was also very tired. He yawned and went to sleep after washing up. Tian Xiaoan and Tian Xiaoban were also lying on the bed and fell asleep. Xiao Chen, after watching the news TV station, closed the news station. He put the remote down, stretched, and yawned. Yawning is a contagious thing. I'm so sleepy. However, you have to take a shower. Xiao Chen walked to the toilet, opened the toilet, and walked in. Because the toilet is very small, the toilet is on the left side of the door, the sink is on the right side, and the shower room has no special arrangement, just a shower and a drain. In addition to this, there is a round mirror on the wall on the sink. Xiao Chen looked at himself in the mirror. With a standard handsome face, he was quite satisfied with his appearance. However, it seems that because of poor sleep, his eyes are very tired, with a little bloodshot feeling. Am I too sleepy? Xiao Chen lowered his head again and fumbled for his toothbrush and towel on the sink. His right hand stopped. Eyes jumped. Own Omnitrix, pop up the screen. And the pattern on the screen is a ghost. A never-before-seen icy feeling crazily wrapped around every part of his body. Xiao Chen had a creepy feeling. He has seen terrifying robots, and he has seen the universe overlord Mahaz, but he has never encountered such a natural phenomenon. How does my Omnitrix automatically pop up the screen? I've never touched it at all. Xiao Chen's brain was in a mess, and he kept patting his chest. He calmed down and his mood gradually stabilized. It's just that I touched it accidentally. He raised his left hand to retract the screen, gently, to avoid accidentally touching the transformation. Boom! After retracting the screen. The next second, the Omnitrix screen pops up again. Xiao Chen's pupils contracted suddenly. Ghost pattern on Omnitrix screen. No longer just a black shadow. It was the original face of the ghost image. It was fixed on the screen. Its hands opened the gaps in its body to reveal a terrifying face, and it roared silently at Xiao Chen. Bang bang bang! Xiao Chen took a few steps back suddenly and slammed into the door of the toilet with a loud bang. The shock made his back go numb. Ghost, go back to me. You won't scare me. Xiao Chen suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, but he didn't show any signs of timidity. Instead, full of anger, he turned the Omnitrix screen press back again. This time, he put his hand on the screen and didn't move away for a long time. It should be fine. After Xiao Chen moved his fingers, he also stared at Omnitrix for a while, and the screen did not automatically pop up again. This made him very happy. Just as he was about to brush his teeth, his outstretched right hand stopped again. Wait. Xiao Chen quickly analyzed, what if the ghost is deliberately showing weakness? What if the Omnitrix screen pops up when I'm not paying attention, or when my hand is leaning against the wall? You must see the aliens in the Omnitrix clearly, it's not a ghost anymore. Think of this. He didn't dare to breathe. Press your finger towards Omnitrix again. Ding dong. Ask for flowers. The screen pops up. The pattern of the electric lizard suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen's whole body was relieved and relieved. Ding dong, ding dong. After clicking and switching several times, the Flame Man, the Four-Handed Bully, the Crocodile Renekton, and various aliens appeared impressively. Because there are more than a dozen aliens, the probability of the first ghost appearing is quite low. It's over. Xiao Chen put down the screen in peace, took out his toothbrush, brushed his teeth, and was absent-minded. This time, it can be said that the ghost has the greatest influence on him. Gotta find a way to fix the ghost thing? Xiao Chen opened his mouth again, his teeth closed, brushed the 2 rows of front teeth back and forth with his toothbrush, and habitually looked up at the teeth in the mirror. 0. His movements suddenly stopped. A terrifying coolness rose up his back. Monument? Hand trembled. The toothbrush fell to the ground. Xiao Chen's expression was extremely stiff. In the mirror, it was a ghost with an equally stiff expression. One eye, looking at Xiao Chen's 2 eyes. It seems that the ghost is really a mirror image of Xiao Chen. Seconds. Xiao Chen, who reacted first, took a step back with his left foot, and immediately grabbed the toothbrush cup with his palm, and slammed the glass door angrily. Click. After the mirror was smashed, cracks appeared, and finally it was completely broken, and the slag fell to the ground. Whoa. Xiao Chen took a deep breath as if he had just breathed fresh air, and collapsed on the toilet door. The moment they looked at each other, that supernatural feeling. It can definitely scare a lot of people. Fortunately, he was still able to maintain his fighting spirit and smashed the glass after being frightened. Breathe. Xiao Chen suddenly raised his head again. Why is it so noisy inside? Grandpa Mark outside, but they haven't moved at all? Aren't they coming to see? Xiao Chen immediately turned around and opened the toilet door and ran out. But, going outside, Xiao Chen was even more frightened. He looked at everything around him and felt extremely unfamiliar. The living room is still the same living room, the innermost is still the sleeping area, and the old broken car is still the same old broken car. But, the combat equipment on the table was gone. The beds changed from 3 to 2. Everything, representing Xiao Chen's imprint, disappeared. Here, it doesn't belong to you, you are just a visitor, you should go. The faint voice of the ghost's shadow resounded throughout the old broken car. Shut up. Xiao Chen roared, as if he was touched by something, and his hands burst into blue veins. I don't care what you do to them, I will transform now and kill you again. He wants the ultimate evolution? He wants the ghosts to suffer forever. 8-2 he wants to. Xiao Chen raised his right wrist and patted it with his left hand. He didn't have to look down at all during the whole process, and his body movements had already formed proficiency. But this time, right wrist shot with left hand. Is empty. It hit the wrist directly and made a click sound. What? Xiao Chen's eyes twitched and he looked down. Right hand Omnitrix. Also gone? I said, none of this belongs to you, nor does the Omnitrix belong to you. The ghost's voice sounded again. This time, it was full of decisiveness, coldness, and viciousness, like a devil returning from hell. Taste. Front. A ghostly figure appeared. Shanran is a ghost. Its big eyes stared at Xiao Chen in a particularly horrifying manner, and a pair of black claws penetrated the white leather jacket draped over the body, and swept lightly on both sides of the body. Suddenly, 2 rows of huge cracks penetrated the old broken car. The power to smash Xiao Chen to pieces. No, it's impossible. How could Omnitrix disappear? System. After Xiao Chen couldn't feel the existence of Omnitrix, he hurriedly shouted the name of the system in his mind. System. No respond. No, not right. Xiao Chen instantly realized that something was wrong. If the Omnitrix is missing, it may be a ghosting method, a trick, or something like that. However, the system is only known to him, and regardless of whether he is in illusion or not in the current universe, as long as he calls out to the system subjectively, the system will answer. In other words, here is a place where the system won't answer, can't hear. Where did you take me? Xiao Chen raised his head abruptly, stared at the ghost and questioned. Okay. Ghost Ying's expression was stunned for a moment, and then he said that he looked at Xiao Chen from a different place for a while, and then showed a faint expression. You are really smart. Realizing this is beyond my expectations. I think it's a pity to kill you. Your performance is quite good. He said to Xiao Chen, how about joining us? We? Xiao Chen said solemnly, what do you mean? Together, make this world a kingdom that belongs to us? Your strength, my means, what can't you do? You just lack enough viciousness, enough darkness? Counting the power of that sword, we can control the world. Ghost Shadow's words are very tempting, but Xiao Chen adheres to the bottom line, how can Ghost Shadow touch it? Okay, I promise, let's cooperate. Xiao Chen smiled and said. Ghost Shadow was stunned for a while, and sighed, you still refused. According to your character, either you refuse directly, or at least you have to fight fiercely for a long time. How can you agree so easily? Xiao Chen clenched his fists, he couldn't deceive ghosts. Ghost is a devil who gathers fear, conspiracy, and superpowers in one, how can he be deceived? Then go to hell. Ghost Shadow raised his claws and stabbed straight at Xiao Chen's body, sharp and cold. The icy feeling is getting closer and closer. Xiao Chen can even feel an inexplicable aura on the ghost, like the feeling of death. Xiao Chen, at this time, inside the car. No, it should be the whole world. There is a familiar and pleasant voice. Xiao Chen, why are you shaking? Grandpa, what happened to Xiao Chen? Did he have a nightmare? In the world, came the conversation between Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen. Ghost Shadow's expression instantly stiffened, it was very ugly, and he tightly clenched his fist. Xiao Chen's brain seemed to flash like a thunderbolt, and his thoughts became clear. When people are dreaming, their logic and memory are wrong, that is to say, you are a student in reality, and you may be a teacher in a dream, and you will not notice the abnormality, and you will forget everything after waking up. And Xiao Chen clearly remembered that he brushed his teeth and washed his face and lay in bed half an hour ago, and even started to dream. Why did he suddenly return to the car, go to the toilet to brush his teeth, and then encounter a ghost? I can't kill you? You are so lucky. The ghost stared at Xiao Chen. When people know that they are dreaming, everything in their dreams will collapse. I will only kill you when you don't know it. To fool your brain. Otherwise, everything is in vain. Then, goodbye. After thinking clearly, Xiao Chen's fear was swept away, and now he is the real him? On the contrary, he was still full of anger, looking at the ghost with murderous intent, not afraid at all. It doesn't matter, you always have a time to dream. Tomorrow night, I will let you fall into a deep sleep. Unless you realize that 4.5, no one will wake you up. I will kill you bluntly and no longer waste it. Time scare you? This is the last word of the ghost. Next moment, the world around them shattered. Become void. Without color, it is nothingness. Call out? Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It's not nothingness, it's that you close your eyes. In front of him is a familiar, quite handsome face. Tian Xiaowen was bending over in front of him with a worried look on his face. The distance was so close that even the faces of the two were facing each other. Tian Xiaoben was standing next to him, and Mark was at the back. Because of his tall stature, he was also very conspicuous. Came back. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaowen and said these words excitedly. Sure enough, I had a nightmare. Tian Xiaowen saw Xiao Chen wake up, so full of anger, and the worry on his face faded a lot. Tian Xiaoben was teasing Xiao Chen and smiled. Xiao Chen, you are too rude, aren't you? Ho ho, it's nice to hear you guys talking. At first, Xiao Chen was a little uncomfortable panting, but his mood gradually calmed down. He looked at the Omnitrix on his right wrist, and it was enough to confirm that he was now in the real world. However, what Ghost Ying said before still made him feel a little complicated, especially Ghost Ying's sentence you don't belong to this world. Could it be that his identity was mastered by this monster? Xiao Chen, are you alright? Mark asked with concern when he saw Xiao Chen's appearance. He could see that Xiao Chen's expression was not right. Fine. Xiao Chen smiled reluctantly at Mark, but his heart was a mess. He is not afraid. Rather annoying. I really don't belong to this universe. Let's rest first. Looking at Xiao Chen's appearance, Mark knew that he needed to be quiet, so he immediately stayed in Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen in 16th place, and let them go back to their respective beds. Lights out. The car fell silent. Only Xiao Chen, who was lying on the bed, couldn't sleep for a long time, tossing and turning. Unable to fall asleep, he simply got up slowly, leaned his back on the edge of the bed, his eyes were wide open, and they were extraordinarily clear in the darkness. Xiao Chen. At this time, Yu Xiaowen slowly fell from the other bed, and came to Xiao Chen's bedside on tiptoe, and called out to Xiao Chen, who was leaning on the head of the bed in the dark, very lightly. Xiaowen. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaowen, his eyes suddenly became alert, he stared at Tian Xiaowen, trying to confirm whether this was a nightmare. System? Does the host sign in once? The old-fashioned answer from the system sounded, and Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The system was there, indicating that this was the real world. At least, where the system is. Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaowen thought that Xiao Chen didn't hear it, and asked again. What's wrong? Xiao Chen also lowered his voice and asked in a subtle way. Tian Xiaowen sat on the edge of the bed and looked back at Xiao Chen. I see that you have been very confused before, so I want to enlighten you. Her voice was soft and contained concern, but she was too embarrassed to make it clear because of the girl's shyness. I'm fine, alas. Xiao Chen sighed and replied. Xiao Chen, don't lie to me, I can feel your emotions. I'm one of the top talented girls in the school, you can't lie to me. Tian Xiaoan changed his normal behavior and asked again. Xiao Chen felt the concern in Tian Xiaoan's heart. Hard, quite emotional. He immediately said, that's it. He repeated the ghost's words. Tian Xiaoan in front fell silent. Because she didn't know how to understand Ghost Shadow's words, let alone why Xiao Chen cared about Ghost Shadow's bullshit. Xiao Chen suddenly became nervous. Are you really an outsider? This is his knot. If he doesn't break this knot, I'm afraid he will spend the rest of his life in a state of self-doubt and confusion. Xiao Chen. A long time. Tian Xiaoan opened her mouth, and her eyes seemed to carry stars. I don't know what world or universe I am in. I don't know if you and Xiaoban, Grandpa, are real or fake. But the only thing I am sure about is that the friendship between the two must be real. If I don't see you, I will be very sad. So, if Ghost Shadow really wants to attack you, I will protect you too. Just like you protected me before. Her words are not as gentle as most girls, and they are not like each other, but they carry direct, pure emotion. This moved Xiao Chen very much. He looked at Tian Xiaoan in front of him, the knot in his heart was broken at once, his fists were slowly clenched, and his eyes were replaced by a firm look. No matter if this world was real or fake, no matter whether he exists or not, as long as they are still family or friends, then he will always be the Xiao Chen who came forward. The knot is broken. Xiao Chen's heart was suddenly enlightened, and the prospects were clear. Thank you, Xiaoan. He thanks. It's fine if you're fine, I'm so worried that I can't sleep. Tian Xiaoan patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief, and said to himself. It's so late, you're tired too, do you want to stay and rest? Xiao Chen also joked about Tian Xiaoan. He couldn't see Tian Xiaoan's expression in the dark, but he just knew. Tian Xiaoan fell silent for a moment, as if a heartbeat came from his chest, and immediately fled back to his bed at a sprint speed of 100 meters. Xiao Chen also lay on the bed with peace of mind, closed his eyes, and fell asleep with peace of mind. Come on, ghost. It is uncertain who will kill the deer. Before a person falls asleep, and after waking up, it seems that it is only a few seconds apart, but in fact, 8 or 9 hours have passed. In a blink. 820 Xiao Chen opened his eyes and ushered in the early morning. This night, he slept extraordinarily sweetly and woke up relatively late. Good morning, Zazan. Tian Xiaoan sat comfortably drinking coffee and greeted Xiao Chen. While typing on his laptop, Tian Xiaoban said, Xiao Chen, you are too rude today, why are you up so late? Grandpa doesn't like people who sleep in late. Tomorrow I'll get up at 4 in the morning, and I'll take you for a long run. Xiao Chen got up and put on his clothes, and even frightened Tian Xiaoban. Xiaoban agreed very stubbornly. Mark looked at the three and shook his head helplessly. He was driving. Xiao Chen, hurry up, we're going to visit a good place later. You'll find it very interesting. Haha, good place? Which museum? Xiao Chen asked with a smile. It's not a museum. Mark shook his head mysteriously. It's not a museum. Xiao Chen's mood recovered a lot, and he suddenly became happy. What is that? A place like Mirage Park? Resort? Grand Hotel? Video Game City? Mark continued to refuse. At last, he smiled and said, we're going to visit a famous school? How about it, isn't it interesting? The car was instantly quiet. Seeing Mark's smile, Xiao Chen's face was very calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Tian Xiaoban said bluntly, Grandpa, have you misunderstood the word interesting? Why do you always give us a realistic iron fist when we are full of expectations? This. Mark's expression of astonishment, isn't this interesting? They are famous schools. You can visit famous schools, which will be of great help to your future studies, isn't it? His words. Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoban were speechless, but Tian Xiaoan was still looking forward to it. Grandpa, what academy is that? Bancroft College? That's a pretty good school. Wow, there must be a lot of good students there. Tian Xiaohong and Mark discussed eagerly. Tian Xiaoban whispered, there are only nerds like their nerdy cousins, and repeaters who are stupid enough to read. Sure enough, Tian Xiaoan heard this, and started the interaction mode with Tian Xiaoban again. Xiao Chen, however, felt a little sleepy. A ray of sunlight shone on his body through the window, which matched the drowsy environment. His eyes blurred. The car became empty again. A ghost appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen struggled with it. Just when he was about to lose. Call out? The old car braked and stopped at the gate of Bancroft College. Tian Xiaoban slapped Xiao Chen, who was taking a nap, with his palm. Xiao Chen, don't sleep in, let's go. We arrived at Bancroft College. After that, you will surely hear the best lullaby in the world. Under double stimulation, Xiao Chen woke up. He recovered all his memories, but didn't say anything, just patted the dust on his body and got up. Let's go. Fighting with ghosts, there is still a long time to go. He has to figure out a way to solve this problem. When several people got out of the car, Xiao Chen finally communicated with the system in his mind. Sign in. He was straight to the point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host can choose to apply the check-in reward to the combat equipment, or choose to store it, or use it immediately. This is for later. Get the blue reward, a random transformation. Okay. Seeing this reward, Xiao Chen's face became surprised. The answer given by the system this time is really too general. What does it mean to transform randomly? System, explain. Xiao Chen asked. A random transformation means that after the host uses it and chooses to transform with Omnitrix, it will randomly transform into an alien who has not transformed. It may be a weak race, or it may be an extremely powerful alien god race. All possible. The system explained coldly. Outer gods? It seems that the system is indeed a more advanced existence, and even a god race like X-Superman can give Xiao Chen the ability to transform. But, as the system said, it may also be a weak race, maybe it is a creature with a body and a small soldier, and a brain that is more direct than a four-handed overlord. If you have time, just transform and try it out. Xiao Chen didn't know at the moment that this sign-in opportunity would turn the tide of the battle in the future. He walked into the legendary Bancroft Academy with Mark, Tian Xiaoan, and others. Hello, I am the student who will show you around. A beautiful-looking girl with fluttering blue hair walked towards her, wearing the school uniform and a delicate little suit. She came to show Xiao Chen and others. Hello, Xiao Chen said to her politely. Everyone else said hello. Only, the blue-haired girl looked at Xiao Chen with a trace of contempt, as if she looked down on his identity. But she hides it well. Even if Xiao Chen found out, although he was upset, he didn't bother her, just followed behind Mark Xiaoban and the others, keeping a low profile. The blue-haired girl also led a few people along the way to introduce the school's gymnasium, swimming pool, and in short, various luxurious places. Wow, how can I come to this school to study? Tian Xiaoan looked at the atmosphere of this school and was extremely envious. It's not for ordinary people to read. The blue-haired girl looked at the group of people proudly, her eyes fell on Mark's worn clothes, and she had a domineering attitude. Only people like me in the middle and upper classes can come here to read, just come and see. After speaking, she walked to another place and continued to introduce with a high attitude. It's called what? Tian Xiaoan felt a trace of unhappiness in his heart, but he didn't show it, and continued to observe this famous school patiently. So many students. Xiao Chen looked at the students going back and forth, feeling a little strange in his heart. The blue-haired girl reprimanded Xiao Chen very rudely. I said it before, because there are many activities in the school, so everyone basically stayed at school during the summer vacation. Are you listening? After saying that, she gave Xiao Chen a contemptuous look. As if the latter is a child, she is an elder. Hey, Tian Xiaoban was instantly upset. Mark hurriedly stretched out his hands. One hand, Qian Zhao, pressed Tian Xiaoban, and the other hand patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. I can understand. Xiao Chen looked at Mark, took a deep breath of air, and looked at Tian Xiaoan in front of him. Tian Xiaoan also looked angry, but she was also full of yearning for this school. In order for Xiaoan to listen, Xiao Chen doesn't care about this. The blue-haired girl thought they were fighting. She turned her head proudly, and began to talk about the security system. Our security system is very strong. There are basically cameras in public areas, and there are many security guards, all of whom are charged. Stick, no one's coming in. She pushed open the door of a gym ahead again. Inside the gym, the three weirdos turned around and looked at the blue-haired girl who opened the door. Time, so fixed. Our security system is very strong. There are basically cameras in public areas, and there are many security guards, all with electric batons, and no one breaks in. The words of the blue-haired girl are still like a handed-down classic, rippling back and forth in the minds of Xiao Chen, Mark, and others. No one broke in. And in the gym, they are three old acquaintances? It looks like a super stinky weirdo. A sturdy, tall man with a bald head in a prison uniform. And the hair is flowing in the air. Carefully look at the tip of the hair or the head of the snake. Snake hair girl? The three of them used to be Posang's subordinates, and then Posang exploded and died at the circus. But did not expect. Came across here. Xiao Chen actually is him. The snake-haired girl, the bald-headed bully, and the others directly and tacitly ignored the blue-haired girl at the head, and their eyes fell on Xiao Chen, including Tian Xiaoban. They were awakened by certain bad memories. Even just watching 837 Xiao Chen there, I was faintly sweating in my vest. Why are they here? Looking at the familiar trio, Xiao Chen was stunned, a little puzzled in his heart. What? At this moment, the blue-haired girl came to her senses. She put her hands on her mouth, her face turned pale, and she screamed. The sound was about to tear Xiao Chen's eardrums. Xiao Chen, don't disturb our good deeds. The stinky roared at Xiao Chen bluntly. How could I not bother? Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders and asked the stinky weirdo with a relaxed expression. This made the faces of the three people on the opposite side look extremely ugly. You know them? I'll leave it to you here. The blue-haired girl glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. After all, she couldn't hold back the fear in her heart, and pushed open the door and ran out. As soon as she left, Xiao Chen breathed a sigh of relief. She's here, and it's really not easy to transform herself. Taste. Xiao Chen raised the watch-wearing Omnitrix. Puff. Don't transform. The bald bully let out a low growl, picked up a barbell from the ground and threw it heavily at Xiao Chen's body. The Gorgon also wrapped a lead ball in her hair, and the sour monster even spat at Xiao Chen. 3 attacks flew towards Xiao Chen's side at the same time. The purpose is also quite simple. Stop Xiao Chen from transforming with Omnitrix. Taste. Shot put. Barbell. All suddenly stopped in midair. Even the corrosive liquid of the stinky sour monster hovered in place. This scene seemed weird. What? The three stared wide-eyed. Until he transforms with Omnitrix, you can't disturb him. Tian Xiaoan smiled at the three of them, his hands flickering with rays of light. Bang bang bang! The shot put and the barbell showed pink light, and they suddenly fell to the ground, and the corrosive liquid even flew towards the stinky sour monster and the others. This caused the three to spread out in a hurry, avoiding the terrifying attack of this corrosive power. After the three of them avoided the attack of the corrosive liquid, Xiao Chen's location. It is no longer Xiao Chen. Instead, Dao Ghost? What's going on? The ghost bowed his head, Jit, in astonishment, looking at his palms, his pupils constantly expanding. I remember very clearly, when I pressed Omnitrix, I was transformed into a four-handed overlord. Not a ghost at all. How could it be? Ghost? Ghosts? Oops. Xiaoan, Xiaoban, and others also looked at the ghost with nervous expressions. Xiaoban's hand was directly on the reactor, ready for emergency. They all know that the ghost at this time may be the real ghost, not the ghost transformed by Xiao Chen. It's this monster. And the stinky weirdo, bald-headed over them, saw a ghostly figure, and there was a sense of fear in his heart. This terrifying monster, the last time they met, they fainted from fright. This time, I won't be frightened. But still frightened by the evil, terrifying aura of this monster. Do not care. The ghost shadow clenched his hands tightly, and his cold pupils looked at the three people in front. Just use the ghost shadow to solve you, and quickly solve it. Taste? His figure flew directly towards the ground, not directly hitting the ground, but penetrating into the ground. Gone. The sour monster was instantly panicked. The bald tyrant opened his arms with a hard face. The snake-haired girl wrapped her hair around the basketball hoop of the basketball hoop, ready to jump away at any time. Taste? Ghost's body. Shuttle out from the earth behind the bald bully? There. When the sour monster and Gorgon exclaimed. The bald man turned around and saw the terrifying pupils of ghosts. Call out? In an instant. The bald man was plunged into boundless darkness around him. Vision, deprived. And there was no sound in the ears. Because of hearing, also deprived. Where are you? The bald man panicked and yelled around, but he couldn't even hear his own voice. Boom! Suddenly, the bald bully felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He bent up directly, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Here, where did you hit? Boom! Another slap in the back. Boom! Another slap on the chin. The bald head continued to fight frantically, but in the face of the darkness, he didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Bang bang bang! The ghost shadow spins fast beside the bald fighter, so that he can avoid the bald fighter's counterattack with every punch, and he can also hit the bald fighter from all angles. Although the bald head is domineering and powerful in all aspects, the defense is very impressive, but he can't even touch the ghost's body, let alone fight back. Soon, the bald tyrant is blue and purple, and there are bruises and scars everywhere. Bald head. No, I can't just watch him take the fight like this. Gorgon and Sour Strange watched anxiously. The bald man was beaten. However, Gorgon did not dare to move forward. Although she is a person with superpowers, she is also a woman, and her fear of ghosts is even stronger. The sour monster is not much better. The point is, if he attacks the ghost, what to do if you are dodged? That is the bald bully suffer? That's straight up hit teammates. Boom! Another punch. The ghost's fist hits the bald man's chest. This time, the bald-headed tyrant with the back and the waist did not fight back like before, but his eyes quickly swept away, leaving only a piece of white. His mouth opened but no sound came out, and his body froze in place. Pushing slowly. You can't take it anymore. Ghost Shadow said coldly. Boom! The bald tyrant immediately spread out his limbs, showing a big shape, and fell heavily on the ground. Bald head. This guy, didn't even last 3 minutes. This kid's transformation time is at least 6 or 7 minutes, right? The Gorgon and the bald tyrant were anxious and stared at the ghost figure, hoping that the ghost figure would notice the two of them later. The first is him. Next is you. The ghost figure turned around immediately, and his icy pupils swept back and forth between the sour monster and the Gorgon. Don't be like this. The stinky weirdo argued rationally. We are just short of money to spend. We just want to come to this aristocratic school to get some money. We have no grievances. Don't trouble me. I'll let you go. When I'm released, I'll let you get revenge on me, right? The ghost sneered. He's not such a gullible fool. If it is Dr. Dongwu, there may be a possibility of reconciliation. The grievance between him and Dr. Dongwu has not yet reached the level of blood feud. However, he was the boss person who killed the three. There is blood feud, and reconciliation is impossible. Puff puff. The irritated stinky man was like an alpaca, spitting 3 times in a row. You are too unqualified, aren't you? While the ghost figure was sarcastic, he raised his eyes, flashing with a trace of purple light. Taste? The eyes are like a fort, directly releasing a high-temperature, terrifying purple light wave, bombarding several pieces of corrosive liquid in the sky, and instantly exploded into clouds of corrosive smoke, making the air turbid. But, damn it! The sour monster looked angry, clasped his hands tightly, and wanted to spit out the corrosive liquid, but he was already thirsty and couldn't spit it out. Hey, don't you know that spitting is a very uncivilized thing? The ghost shadow educated the sour monster unceremoniously, and quickly flew to the front of the sour monster. Boom! He punched the sour monster in the chest again, just like he did against the bald man before. This time, however, the strength was somewhat reserved. Even so, puff. The sour monster spit out normal blood directly, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, and ran a few big steps behind him. Almost got knocked down on the spot. How could he be able to bear the heavy punch of Ghost Shadow? Boom. The second punch hit the sour monster in the face. His nose was crooked, his eyes were half open, his face was twisted, and he was dazed and slumped on the ground again. Taste? Ghost Shadow raised his fist slowly, ready to hit him one last time. For flowers. No, don't fight, I surrender, you send me to jail. Stinky Sour Strange endured the severe pain on his face, stared at the ghost above, and shouted in horror. He would rather go to jail. Don't face this ghost. At least you can eat. Taste. Ghost Shadow's fist froze in the air. The sour monster also shut up and sat on the spot, not intending to attack, and even took out an iron mask from him and put it on his mouth. It looks like surrender. At last. Ghost Shadow's gaze turned to the pale, trembling Gorgon. How about it, Gorgon? Are you going to be punched by me too? I don't want to slap your pretty face crooked. I won't fight anymore. The snake-haired girl couldn't hold back her fear. Her hair flew up, twisting towards her own delicate body, and she tied herself tightly. Just words and deeds. The ghost was so frightened that the two surrendered. You can see how high his intimidation index is? Okay, I'll tie you with ropes later. Don't play tricks. Ghost Shadow said to the two of them, and still showed mercy. Anyway, the two just didn't want to go to work and chose to grab money. Just as he was about to take the rope, his eyes flashed suddenly. My heart was pounding violently. Can't let them surrender so easily? Absolutely not. Break their hands and feet and feed them to the dogs. Bone to ashes? 10,000 evil thoughts erupted in Ghost Shadow's heart, and at this moment, the world in his eyes was like hell. Countless ghosts are roaring and roaring. Kill? A terrifying murderous aura emerged from the ghost's body. Gorgon and Sour Strange were stunned for a moment. The look in the guy's eyes. Why did he suddenly change into a person? So scary. Billion, you three, you must die. The ghost figure stared at the three people in front. His eyes were extremely cold, and he directly waved his fist at the sour monster. The sour monster only felt a flower in front of his eyes, and the fist had already landed on his abdomen. The power was extremely terrifying. Ugh! The stinky and sour monster directly spit out a large mouthful of blood from his throat, and then his body took off directly from the spot, and flew out 20 or 30 meters toward the rear. Research? In the end, it fell heavily to the ground. Get the first one. The whole place was dead silent. Only the indifferent, chilling voice of the ghost is left. He slowly retracted his fist. The snake-haired girl was trembling all over, only knowing 1,837 steps. She stepped back, and subconsciously wanted to stay away from the movie in front of her. Taste? Who knows? The Ghost Shadow widened his pupils and kept looking at the snake-haired girl. The boundless dark aura, the killing energy, was suppressed on the snake-haired woman. She fell to the ground immediately. The whole body is soft, and there is no strength at all. Totally intimidated? It's your turn. Be good, go to hell. The ghost figure showed a sneer and floated towards the Gorgon quickly. Xiao, what's the matter with Xiao-chan? All of a sudden the attack became so ruthless. Tian Xiaoban already felt something was wrong. Stupid. Tian Xiaoan looked horrified. It's not Xiao-chan fighting anymore. It's ghosts fighting? It's the original aliens in the Omnitrix fighting. What? Tian Xiaoban was stunned. We must find a way to stop the ghost, not let him control the body. Mark patted Xiaoban and Xiaoan on the shoulders, and woke up the dreamer. But the two of them could not be opponents at all in the face of an extremely powerful ghost. Seeing that the ghost figure has floated to the front of the Gorgon, one hand grabbed the latter's neck. Boom! Suddenly, another hand firmly grasped Ghost Shadow's wrist, making its fist freeze in front of the Gorgon, unable to move. In an instant, the expressions of snake-haired girl, Tian Xiaoban, and the others became extremely strange, and they looked at the ghost in front of them with strange eyes. The reason is simple. Grab the ghost hand. It's your own shadow. His right hand desperately grabbed his left wrist and didn't let it go, so that his fist couldn't fall. At the same time, he also anxiously reminded the snake-haired girl, idiot, stand up quickly, dodge this punch. Do you want to die? I know. The snake-haired girl suddenly woke up, suddenly got up and took a few steps back. Boom! At this time, Ghost Shadow's left fist smashed to the ground uncontrollably, directly smashing a big hole, and the floor was pierced. Xiao-chan, why don't you let me help you get rid of these black sheep? Don't pretend to be a good person. Your so-called help is nothing more than indirect manipulation of me. Less nonsense. Ghost Shadow and Xiao-chan's voice are the same, but the tone of the two is completely different. The former is completely cold and evil, while Xiao-chan's voice is also cold, but the tone is more firm. Bang bang bang! The most bizarre thing is that Ghost Shadow's fists smashed each other. It seems that Xiao-chan and Ghost Shadow each have half of the body control, and they fought each other on the spot. It doesn't help at all. Mark is all confused. It is the first time he has encountered such a difficult situation. Quick, let's go. After a period of rest, the bald man who fell to the ground slowly got up, limped to the side of the sour monster, hit the latter on the shoulder, and said loudly to the Gorgon, you can still go. Be quiet, they all heard. Gorgon looked at the bald man's stupidity, shocked and angry. However, Ghost Shadow, Tian Xiaoan and the others just glanced at them lightly, and didn't care about them. The most important thing is Xiao Qian. The three of them, at most robbing money, must be heinous in the world of normal people, but for Xiao Qian and the others, they are just ordinary enemies. Okay, let's go together. The bald tyrant was still showing loyalty, and he insisted on carrying the stinky weirdo on his back, and slipped away from the back door with the snake-haired girl. And the fight between Xiao Qian and Ghost Shadow continued. Bang bang bang, the body fell directly to the ground, rolling back and forth. Who can win? Tian Xiaoban said anxiously. The right hand is Xiao Qian, the left hand is the ghost. Tian Xiaoan reminded. Bang bang bang, another round of boxing. Ghost Shadow raised his left fist the size of a sandbag, and smashed his right wrist fiercely. His wrist was smashed to the ground, and he struggled violently. As the number of attacks increased, he gradually stopped struggling. At last, his entire right arm fell unconscious on the ground. I won. Xiao Qian, the owner of this body is mine. Ghost Shadow dragged his injured left arm, raised his body excitedly, and made a cold voice. Taste? Tian Xiaoan's palms instantly glowed pink, and Mark and Tian Xiaoban also wiped their fists, and the three immediately entered a state of waiting. 3. Don't be nervous. Ghost Ying looked at the three of them calmly, and smiled. This is Xiao Qian's body. If you hit me, you are also hitting him, right? Why don't we put down our force and have a good talk? Taste. The 4.5 level Tian Xiao on the opposite side also took back the light, and the expressions of Mark and Tian Xiaoban relaxed. So easy to talk about. The ghost figure was stunned for a moment, and immediately, his face was ecstatic. This group of people is so naive. Negotiation? When he takes a breath and restores his right hand, it will be the death of these three people. Right, the right hand is. Ghost's thoughts stopped abruptly. He looked down at his right hand. Face stiff. I saw that the palm of the right hand landed on the screen of the Omnitrix, and with a weak force, pressed the pattern of the Omnitrix. As an intelligent creature in the Omnitrix, how can the ghost be unclear? Pressing the Omnitrix pattern means switching the alien hero? At the same time, the transformation time will be shortened a lot. Xiao Qian also knows what the next Omnitrix represents. He didn't use it before, just because he almost made no mistakes in his transformation. There is no need to use this function. This function also has a debuff, which means that it will shorten his transformation time. And now, this is the best way to beat the movie? Ghost Shadows should never be wrong, just underestimate Xiao Qian's determination? Taste? As the special sound effect sounded, the right hand controlled by Xiao Qian pressed the Omnitrix pattern, flashing a faint burst of green light. The ghost's expression instantly became fearful, and a green light appeared on his body. But, this time, the green light has been flickering, but it did not disappear in an instant as usual, completing the DNA switching. What's going on? Ghost Ying and Xiao Qian wondered at the same time. While Omnitrix was releasing DNA on the ghost's body, it suddenly recognized that in addition to an intelligent creature host, there was another intelligent host 16. This made Omnitrix, which should have input DNA to a host, be instantly confused. Who was the DNA input to? It seems that this Omnitrix is malfunctioning? Ha ha ha. Ghost Shadow still didn't know what was going on, and with an excited smile on his face, he mocked Xiao Qian. Next moment. Turn on self-protection mode. Omnitrix has turned on protected mode because of a recognition error? Taste? The Omnitrix pattern changes from green to red, and inside the watch, an incomparably terrifying elastic force was released, dispelling Xiao Qian and the ghost at the same time. Obviously. Who is the host of Omnitrix, who will not be hurt by this protection mechanism? I'm okay. The other half of Xiao Qian's body didn't feel anything, and even the other half of the body was regaining consciousness and control. Boom, and the perception and control of ghosts are quickly stripped. Omnitrix recognizes Xiao Qian's DNA and automatically expels ghosts. At the same time, because of pressing the pattern, the DNA on Xiao Qian's body quickly switched and transformed into another hero. Taste? A more vigorous light covered the whole earth. In the end, what happened? Xiao Qian, how are you? It was difficult for Xiaoban, and others to move forward, so they had to cover their eyes with both hands, and kept shouting Xiao Qian's name in their voices. Such huge energy light waves, they have never seen before. Xiao Qian is inside, nothing will happen, right? I'm fine. Xiao Qian's voice came from the light. Listen to the voice, sharp and long, it is the voice of a flashing star. The light faded quickly. The one who stayed on the spot was the flashing star with a slender body and spread claws. He slowly raised his palms and shook it. My body control is back. Can. On the opposite side, Tian Xiaoban, and the others suddenly looked wrong. Why are your faces so ugly? The flash star looked at the three people puzzled. I'm really full. He suddenly realized. The three of them were face to face with him. That is to say, they might not be looking at him. But the back? Taste? The flashing star spun around. A ghostly figure appeared in his eyes. Yes, ghosts. What's going on? I actually came out of that damn Omnitrix. Ghost Shadow looked bewildered, and he looked at the flashing star in front of him in disbelief. Are you out? The flashing star was surprised and happy. The ghost left, which was a good thing for him, because the ghost would no longer invade his consciousness. However, he also has one more difficult opponent. I understand. The ghost suddenly woke up. The protection mechanism of Omnitrix just now is to disperse my consciousness. But while the protection mechanism is triggered by Omnitrix, it also triggers the switch of DNA. That is to say, the DNA was expelled along with consciousness. If it is a switch, the ghost will be replaced with other aliens, and if it is a protection mechanism, the consciousness of the ghost will disappear. However, the superposition of the two will cause the ghost of the independent consciousness to leave the Omnitrix with his DNA and become an entity that lives in the world. Taste? The flashing star stretched out his sharp claws without hesitation, and penetrated the ghost's chest in an instant. Ah, I've been on guard against you for a long time. The ghost figure had a transparent body, slowly twisting his neck, with a penetrating smile on his face. It is worth mentioning that the evil energy on his body has dropped a lot, because the enhancement given by the previous system cannot be taken away by ghosts. However, Ghost Shadow knows his body better, which can be regarded as making up for the combat ability 837. Your transparency will not be permanent, the flashing star said slowly. Of course I know, but I didn't plan to confront you, Xiao Chen. The ghost figure slowly descended towards the ground, and instantly the whole body seemed to sink into the sea and disappeared on the ground. Ghost, nowhere to be found. Where is he? Flash Star looked at the ground nervously, and said loudly, Xiaoan, take the lucky charm to ensure the safety of Grandpa and Xiaoban? To prevent ghosts from sneaking up on you? Good. Tian Xiaoan immediately hugged the lucky magic pendant when he heard the words. The four stayed in place for a while. The whole gym was silent and empty. If the ghost figure is underground, then his energy has long been insufficient, and he will definitely show up. Now there is only one possibility. Ghost is gone. Let the tiger go back to the mountain. The flashing star looked ugly and said word by word. Bayu bia bayu. It's time to transform. He changed back to Xiao Chen. Mark and others also rushed to his side to prevent him from being attacked by ghosts, but the ghosts did not appear after that. The ghost has come out. Xiao Chen looked ugly and whispered, it's not too late, we have to find a way to find the ghost's whereabouts and catch him. Don't worry, Xiaoan and I will definitely help you. Tian Xiaoban said loudly and forcefully. As everyone knows, in the gym, a rack dedicated to basketballs is full of basketballs. Behind the shelf is the slender figure of the ghost. He is almost transparent, even if there are still some gaps in the pile of basketballs. Xiao Chen and the others are almost impossible to find him. As a veteran in Omnitrix, Ghost Shadow is quite aware of Xiao Chen's fighting power. If it is a play of yin, of course he has a chance to defeat Xiao Chen, but if he fights openly and honestly, he has absolutely no chance of winning. In particular, there are two more troublesome fighting forces besides Xiao Chen. Ghosts are even more hopeless. His eyes fell on the reddish Omnitrix. Only, after the Omnitrix is fully charged, I can get some of the things I want from it, so that I can have more combat power. Let alone Xiao Chen. If you want to conquer this world, Ghost Shadow will have to face many enemies. How can you do it without a helper? Here. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and the others were about to walk outside the gym. Boom! The gate of the gymnasium was suddenly pushed open by someone outside. It's them. It was none other than the blue-haired girl who was introduced to Xiao Chen and others. She strode up in front of everyone, looking indignant, raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Chen and the others. They and the group of people who came to loot are together. Xiao Chen and others haven't had a chance to explain. Another group of people got into the gym, all of them tall and sullen, and they all came to the blue-haired girl's side, staring fiercely at Xiao Chen and the others. They were dressed in uniform and armed with electric batons. Most of them were black, and they were obviously school security. What? We are in the same group as the robbers. Xiao Chen almost suspected that his ears were wrong, and looked at the blue-haired girl in disbelief. Don't forget, if it wasn't for us, they would be the first to catch them. It's you? If we were with them, would you run away? Give me a break. With a disdainful smile on her face, the blue-haired girl said proudly, do you still want to fool me? Hillbilly. If you weren't in the same group as those people, how could they let you go? Tell me, yes, you three little kids and an old man drive those freaks away. These words. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Because it is difficult for him to find a point to refute, he can't admit that he owns the Omnitrix, right? Seeing that Xiao Chen was at a loss for words, the blue-haired girl's eyes were even more disdainful. You have been looking around since you came here. You must have been planning for a long time, right? You can't even pay for the loss of this gym if you go bankrupt. Be careful what you say. Mark angrily scolded several people, and at the same time did not forget to put his hands on Xiao and Xiaoban's shoulders, preventing the two of them from exerting their abilities. Security guard. The blue-haired girl was startled by Mark, took a step back in shock, and screamed at the security guard. Be honest? Don't think it's the elderly and children. We'll let you go. Don't try to sell sympathy as a vulnerable person. The security guards had a bad attitude. They looked at the clothes on Xiao Chen, Mark, and others, and they were also discerning. The whole body is worth no more than $200, and a group of people came to visit the famous school. They deserve to be offended. If you offend the students of this school, then they are finished. So, it doesn't matter if they are together. Take it back and talk about it. With that said, a group of security guards surrounded Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoan, and the others. At this moment, Xiao Chen's murderous intent rose. In an old broken car, Because he was not given a sharp weapon when entering the school, the Excalibur was in the old car, but at this time, the Excalibur quietly placed on the table was trembling slightly. It can feel the murderous aura of the host? This is exactly what the sword of the demon god wants. Fighting is what I want. Ghost Ying listened to all this, with a cold smile on his face. If it was Xiao Chen who was controlled by the Excalibur, for me, it would be a good thing, can be seen as accomplices. You have no right to arrest us, and you have no evidence. Even though Mark was angry, he tried his best to stand in front of Xiao Chen and others. I advise you to come with us, don't force us. A security guard looked bad and warned in a cold tone. He slowly raised his electric baton and aimed it at Mark. We make sense. Mark remained at the halfway point of anger and calm, insisting on restraint, even though his fists were clenched. But what he didn't notice was that the dissatisfaction in the eyes of the security guards on the opposite side was getting bigger and bigger. Hey, add some savage material. Ghost Shadow secretly released a little illusion at the security guards, that is, increased the savageness and anger of these security guards. Go, don't worry, they don't have the power to detain people without evidence. Mark grabbed Xiao Chen's shoulder domineeringly, and took Tian Xiaoben with the other hand, and walked forward. Xiao Chen's anger also dissipated a lot unconsciously. Qian Haozhao, why don't you listen to me? Look at Mark's straight face. The head of the security captain's palm burst into blue veins, his eyes were wide open, and his face was furious. This dead old man. Taste? He stretched out his electric baton, flickering with sparks. Mark subconsciously let go of Xiao Chen and Tian Xiaoben. Even if he was attacked, he subconsciously did not protect his Miao, but to protect Xiao Chen and Xiaoben. Sit size. Next second, the electric baton hit Mark's abdomen, and Mark's entire sturdy body trembled, trembling for only a few seconds. This old man, who seemed like a pillar and was extremely serious in the eyes of Xiao Chen and the others, was so weak and fell to the ground powerlessly. Boom! Tian Xiaoben instantly photographed the reactor grandpa. Tian Xiaoben exclaimed as he looked at Mark, who fell to the ground, tears welling up in his eyes. Mark's body twitched on the ground, his expression was extremely painful, his strong body shrunk into a ball, and the weakness in his heart caused him more pain than the weakness in his body. In other words, when he was young, he could definitely dodge, or even resist the next one, but now he can't. Now, listen to me now. The security captain's hand holding the electric baton was shaking, and he said with blue veins all over his face. The security guards behind him all looked at the back of the security captain with a ghostly expression, as if they had seen a stranger. Play big. The blue-haired girl who started the act hid at the back of the crowd and tried her best to get out of the relationship. Xiao Chen was so mad that he was about to make a move. Someone was one step faster than him. It's Tian Xiaoben. Wearing steel armor, he slowly came to a group of security guards. When the security guards saw Tian Xiaoben in this state, they were even more shocked and exclaimed. 837 did not lack words such as monster and robot. Oops, little class. When Xiao Chen saw Tian Xiaoben, his mind instantly calmed down for more than half, and he secretly cried out in his heart. Boom! Tian Xiaoben, who was already on top, raised his palm, first aimed the palm cannon at the group of people in front of him, and immediately, his palm clenched into a fist. After all, he didn't lose his mind to that point. Call out? Tian Xiaoben, who clenched his fists, came up and knocked down the security captain with one punch. The ordinary body of the security captain, facing Tian Xiaoben's steel fist, even if it was an attack after releasing water, it still flew out like a piece of paper. Boom! It flew out 20 to 30 meters before hitting the wall of the gymnasium and falling to the floor. In an instant, the whole gym was quiet. Only the security guard wailed on the ground in a low voice. His voice was extremely weak, the bones of both arms and legs were broken, there was blood on the corners of his mouth, and his breath could not get in. The security guards all looked at Tian Xiaoben in disbelief. The blue-haired girl was also stunned. Tian Xiaoben, his fists were shaking. Xiaoben. Xiao Chen looked at Tian Xiaoben, his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. There was gloom in Mark's eyes, he couldn't imagine the future of Xiaoben. What? The silent atmosphere was broken by a slow scream from the blue-haired girl. The security guards turned in panic and tried to flee outside the gym, all the while shouting, "There are monsters here." Tian Xiaoben's heart trembled heavily, he was at a loss. This may be the helplessness of these superpowers, generally referring to the combat ability surpassing ordinary people, and they must be patient with ordinary people at all times. 4 people. Only Xiao Chen's mind is very clear at this moment, perhaps because he has experienced too many life and death battles, it is easy for him to calm down and think. Xiaowen, close the door, now, immediately. He immediately roared at Tian Xiaowen. Hey, good. Tian Xiaowen hurriedly raised his hands, and the gate of the gymnasium was instantly enveloped by a thick pink light, forming an isolated gate. The security guard closest to the gate of the gym collided directly, and the people behind them collided one after another, smashing into a ball, wailing, yelling, and fear. All kinds of negative energy emotions spread among the group of people. What's next? Tian Xiaowen looked at Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and even Mark. They found out. Xiao Chen's expression was very calm, but there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes that was suppressed to the extreme. If you don't do it, you will never stop. He often suppresses his emotions and will not abuse his transformation ability to ordinary people, because he knows that once his identity is exposed, once his identity is known, the consequences will be very troublesome. Therefore, the provocation of ordinary people, he has a certain limit of tolerance. But, if really do, he will be crisp and decisive, better than the other three. If you don't do it, you will never stop. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan didn't understand. Mark reacted, and his first thought was that it was impossible. But, if not, you must know that although there are many enemies, they all know Xiao Chen and their secrets, but no one will believe the words of a group of criminals. If so many people have the information at the same time and bring this information out, then the problem will be quite serious. Ordinary people will know Xiao Chen's whereabouts. They'll be grilled over the fire. Therefore, Xiao Chen's idea is very direct: cut grass and root. Bio. The red light on the Omnitrix switched to green light. Xiao Chen looked down at Omnitrix, and looked at the three beside him with a stern face. Xiaoan, Xiaoben, Grandpa. You three go far away, it's better not to stay here. Don't ask me what I want to do, and don't ask this where are the crowds. Just need to know a little. I'll fix it. Even if he falls into darkness, he will help Xiaoben to deal with the aftermath. Instead, Xiao Chen was extremely calm. No more anger. At this time, he seemed extremely dangerous. The security guards, as well as the blue-haired girl, vaguely knew what was going to happen, and begged Xiao Chen for mercy with a look of fear, and they begged for mercy. Xiao Chen turned a deaf ear. From the moment the small class started, it is no longer a small problem. He raised the Omnitrix, ready to transform. His eyes suddenly froze, because the security guard on the opposite side, the blue-haired girl, changed from begging for mercy to extreme fear, looking at Xiao Chen behind him dumbfounded. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked suspiciously. A grimace. Behind him, look at him. That's the ghost's face. He twisted his face and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen obviously didn't expect the ghost to be here. He reacted in the next second, and hurriedly raised the Omnitrix and clicked the on-screen button. Boom! The ghost's hand suddenly grabbed Xiao Chen's left wrist, and his eyes did not forget to glance at everyone except Xiao Chen, releasing the maximum purple laser. The light shines on everyone. Nearby Tian Xiaoben, Mark, and the blue-haired girl farthest, without exception, all became dazed at this moment. They briefly fell into very shallow illusions. The light in Ghost Shadow's eyes disappeared, his body became a lot more transparent, and his voice was a little tired. Now they are trapped in my illusion. He looked at Xiao Chen again. Even though Xiao Chen's body was strengthened, he couldn't break free from the left hand that was caught by the ghost. Looking around, there was a long distance from the wall, and he couldn't use the wall to press the Omnitrix. Xiao Chen, borrow the Omnitrix. Ghost Shadow grabbed Xiao Chen's left hand with one hand, and the other hand grabbed Xiao Chen's right hand, because his fingers were very long, and it was enough to separate one finger to manipulate the Omnitrix. He skillfully turned on Xiao Chen's Omnitrix screen. Xiao Chen, who was struggling, did not forget to sneer. Ghost, are you trying to help me transform with Omnitrix? You may think so. Ghost smiled grimly, twisting the Omnitrix's screen. Four-handed Overlord, Flame Man, Flash Star. None of these are good, and it is difficult to control. Little Raiders are even harder to control, although their abilities are very powerful. Ghost Shadow often hears Xiao Chen calling out the names of these aliens, so he also forgets what these aliens are, and only remembers these strange names. Finally, the screen stopped in front of Crocodile Renekton. Ghost Shadow pressed the screen without hesitation. Call out? The Omnitrix released a burst of DNA light, which instantly surrounded Xiao Chen's body, and turned into light, that is, green light, and ghosts are also bathed in it. DNA can be integrated into Xiao Chen's body. His figure swelled up in an instant, obviously the Crocodile Renekton's overlord-like attitude. Ghosts are unable to absorb DNA, which creates a kind of error, and what he has to do is quite simple. Just lend me this DNA. Ghost Shadow let go of Xiao Chen, the palm of Crocodile Renekton, still flashing the light of DNA, and flew towards the security group in front. He flew past the group of security guards, hesitated a little, and then set his eyes on the security captain who fell under the wall. The man was not hypnotized by illusion, because there was no ability to stop ghosts. The ghost came to him and asked bluntly, I will give you a chance to take revenge on this group of people, do you want to have it? After he finished speaking, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, giving more hints to people's hearts. The security captain nodded desperately, his eyes fierce. The ghost figure also immediately approached the vicinity of the security captain, and the DNA light was directly attracted by the gene of the security captain, an Earthman. It stands to reason that Omnitrix can recognize the security guard's genes, not the monk's genes, and refuse to let him gain superpowers. But now, DNA is not inside the watch, it is outside, and naturally it cannot be recognized. The green light enveloped the security captain's body, and he let out a burst of screams in the light. The ghost eyes are very interested, because there is no Omnitrix, it will be very painful for DNA to blend. Only the ghosts of that watch can make countless DNA blends. This is in situ. It was the Crocodile Renekton who had transformed. He looked at the security captain who was enveloped by the light, and his ferocious expression froze. For flowers. Compared to his first transformation, he was more able to control his emotions, and also, the things in front of him made him a little unbelievable. Why? He felt familiarity in the security captain. It was the DNA that the ghost took away. The screams of the security captain gradually disappeared. A hint of suspicion appeared on the ghost's face. Roar! Immediately, a roar came from the green light. Although it seemed very depressed, it also resounded throughout the stadium, causing people to ring in their ears. The green light spreads out. It is a human-shaped crocodile with swamp-colored skin, broken clothes, and a height of 2 or 3 meters. Compared with Xiao Chen's crocodile, it looks a lot more wretched, but it also has a full sense of power. Very good. Ghost Shadow showed a gloomy smile, stretched out his hand and patted the crocodile man on the shoulder, giving the latter a lot of psychological hints. The crocodile also showed a more submissive attitude towards him. The previous roar also let everyone out of the illusion state. Two monsters. The security guards and the blue-haired girl saw the crocodile standing on both ends, and the terrifying figure of the ghost without exception, and ran out again in fright. Mark, Xiaoan, and the others recognized the crocodile Renekton that Xiao Chen transformed into at a glance, and stood beside crocodile Renekton without hesitation. Xiao Chen, what happened to that crocodile? Tian Xiaoan asked quickly. Crocodile Renekton said calmly, Ghost stole a piece of DNA from me, copied it to another person, creating a genetic monster. You guys find a way to deal with that crocodile, I'll deal with Ghost. Those people, what to do? Tian Xiaoban looked at the people who escaped worriedly. Crocodile Renekton's eyes darkened, and he took a deep breath. Forget it, we don't have the energy to deal with it anymore. The immediate urgency is to deal with ghosts and copy crocodiles. Billion the blue-haired girl and the security guards ran out. The crocodile man and the ghost, Xiao Chen, and his party, both of them stood in the same place, silently watching the two groups escape from the place, making the gym become empty again. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Go and test your abilities. Ghost Shadow stretched out his palm, patted the crocodile man's shoulder lightly, and instructed him. The crocodile man naturally hated Xiao Chen. He stared at Crocodile Renekton angrily, roared directly, and rammed towards Crocodile Renekton. Crocodile Renekton also showed no signs of weakness, and also bumped into it. Boom! The two huge figures collided, as if two high-speed cars collided, making a deafening sound. 837 immediately, the ground under their feet cracked open, and the surrounding area erupted. A blast of shockwaves. Call out! The crocodile man stepped back several steps in an instant, with a hint of pain on his expression, and mourned in a low voice. Crocodile Renekton is bloodthirsty, domineering, and has no intention of retreating. In terms of strength, he can obviously suppress the crocodile. After all, it's just a botched copy of DNA. Ghost Shadow was a little disappointed. Even if this crocodile man directly copies the source DNA, it is not as good as the alien transformed by Xiao Chen. However, it is better to have a subordinate than no subordinate. Come on. He thought of those who escaped. Boom! At this time, a golden laser wave flew towards the ghost. He immediately stopped thinking, leaned to his side, and easily dodged the attack of the laser cannon. The laser cannon flew directly out of the gymnasium, blasting a pothole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters on the flat ground outside, and a thick smoke of gunpowder appeared, as if to cover the entire campus. I'll deal with him. Tian Xiaoban's palm cannon was emitting black smoke, and his voice was cold. Someone is angry. Ghost Shadow looked at Tian Xiaoban coldly, and the figure gradually disappeared in place. Stealth state. Missing. Tian Xiaoban's expression changed and he looked around. In order to avoid accidental injury, Tian Xiaoban and Mark consciously avoided both sides. Boom! Sudden, a burst of punch came from behind Tian Xiaoban, which made his back hurt. Behind, Tian Xiaoban spun backwards, followed by a swinging punch. This powerful punch hit the air directly, so that the air exploded directly. There is nothing behind. Bang bang bang! Again, from the front, the back, the left, and the right, there are constant attacks from ghosts. His strength and defense are not as good as Tian Xiaoban, but his superpowers are strange and numerous, but he can easily play Tian Xiaoban. Look on the other side. Boom! Crocodile Renekton grabbed the crocodile man's shoulders very violently, raised it above his head, and threw it hard behind him. Roar! The crocodile man was smashed to the point of vomiting blood, bloodshot eyes bursting with bloodshot eyes, and his expression was terrifying, and suddenly a tail swiped towards the crocodile Renekton. Monument? This time, Crocodile Renekton just casually stretched out an arm to resist, but was hit by the tail and took 2 or 3 steps back. How come? Crocodile Renekton opened his arm, his eyes were amazed. The part of his arm that was hit was completely red and swollen, and it hurt like it was burning. Roar! The crocodile man in front slowly got up and roared again. His eyes were completely blood red. His body muscles also burst into countless blue veins, and his body seemed to be bloated. It is the ability of the crocodile, and the anger is strengthened. This makes the crocodile man's power go straight to the crocodile Renekton. Taste? The crocodile man pounced again, raised its heavy fist and swept it. The fist was covered with hard skin, like a heavy hammer. Crocodile Renekton also raised his fist. Boom! 2 punches collide. The figures on both sides also stood still, but there were tornadoes rolling up around them. My strength is not inferior to yours. I will break your arms and feet together to take revenge. The crocodile man roared fiercely, but he didn't realize that there was a trace of fire in the eyes of the crocodile Renekton on the opposite side. Anger. Such trash talk. Usually, Xiao Chen can be directly immunized. But in his alligator Renekton state, he hates trash talk. Boom! Another collision. Under the incredible expression of the crocodile man, his fist suddenly cracked and the skin was broken, and strands of blood seeped out from the 5 fingers that were clenched tightly, and the tiger's mouth was cracked. One punch from Crocodile Renekton? Squeeze his fist? What happened? The crocodile man waved another fist in disbelief. But before his fist reached Crocodile Renekton, boom! The Crocodile Renekton's tail was as fast as a golden lightning bolt, and it slammed into the face of the crocodile man. Ah! The crocodile man's palms loosened like a conditioned reflex, blocking his face, and screamed, but blood continued to flow from the gap between the palms. Boom! Next. Crocodile Renekton pounced on him, slammed over his shoulders, swirl fists, straight punches, big windmills, bombarded the crocodile man with various tricks, and completely turned into a violent and savage beast. The defective 4.5 crocodile man, in front of him, was like a docile little sheep. Only for death? Tian Xiaoan and Mark were both frightened when they saw it. Fortunately, they are not Xiao Chen's enemies. Although they were a little happy, the situation on Xiaoban's side was not optimistic either. Where are you? Where? Ming Tian Xiaoban had been standing in the same place, and the ghosts did not continue to attack, but he was still yelling hysterically. He was caught in a ghostly illusion? So, where did the ghosts go? This idiot! The ghost figure came to the side of Crocodile Renekton. Crocodile Renekton had already raised the crocodile man high and threw it hard towards the wall. When the ghost saw this, it flew out immediately. Boom! Crocodile Renekton looked at the crocodile man who flew out, and just wanted to pursue the victory, but a cold figure flashed past him. That's a ghost? He reached the crocodile man at a faster speed, stretched out his hands, and those slender arms directly hugged the cumbersome crocodile man. Idiot, let's go first, and we will settle the account with this kid later. Don't want to go. Crocodile Renekton looked at the backs of the two and roared. Whether you can go or not is not up to you. Ghost Shadow glanced at Crocodile Renekton with disdain, and immediately released a burst of illusions on Crocodile Renekton, and flashed a brief purple halo. But Crocodile Renekton's will is quite tenacious, and after a slight fluctuation in his eyes, he broke free from the shackles of illusion. He has been restrained by this kind of power too many times, and he is already immune. It's useless. He growled lowly and rushed towards them, but he didn't notice that Tian Xiaoban was behind him. Tian Xiaoban fell into illusion again. He saw the ghost and wanted to run out. Boom! The golden laser cannon 16 blew right up to the back of Crocodile Renekton, blowing him upside down and falling to the ground. His face was full of astonishment. After being bumped to the ground, he looked at Tian Xiaoban in disbelief. Tian Xiaoban's upright palm was still facing him, and wisps of gunpowder smoke emerged from the cannon in his palm. Who said that illusion is aimed at you? Ghost Shadow sneered, and continued to take the crocodile man out of this place unhurriedly, and Tian Xiaoban also got out of the illusion state, nervously came to the ground next to Crocodile Renekton. Xiao Chen, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tian Xiaoan and Mark also hurried over and tried to lift the Crocodile Renekton. Of course, their strength was far from enough. I'm fine. Crocodile Renekton had a look of pain on his face, and still said firmly, you guys find a way to chase down the ghost. I'm going, my magic power has always been sufficient. Tian Xiaoan said immediately. No, Crocodile Renekton also refused. You go with Xiaoban, it's too dangerous to be alone. But Xiaoban will be controlled by illusions. It is difficult for him to distinguish between illusions and reality. Tian Xiaoan gave Tian Xiaoban an embarrassed look, and Xiaoban also resented himself and released his transformation. Never mind. Crocodile Renekton sighed heavily and said to Tian Xiaoban, let's take a break first. Compared with ghosts and murlocs, I care more about the group of people who saw me transform. Things are troublesome. When the others heard this, their expressions sank. After resting for a while, Crocodile Renekton slowly got up, and his back was already charred black, showing huge burn marks. Fortunately, the thick-skinned Crocodile Renekton ate this shot, not necessarily leaving scars. For the Flash Star, the defense of gliding King Kong is not strong enough. You will be seriously injured in minutes. Let's go, Alligator Rexton said. With Mark they walked out of the gym. Inside the school, many students are blocking the school gate. You push me, I push you, and you can't get out. A group of security guards are overturning the railings. Everyone knows the rumors of monsters and naturally wants to escape from this school. Get off me, or I'll kill you all. Crocodile Renekton instantly burst into a thunderous roar, rolling between the whole world, extremely domineering. This roar. Countless security guards fell off the wall. The crowded crowd stopped surging for a while. The woods all around are swaying, as if a strong wind is coming. Tian Xiaoan, Tian Xiaoban, and Mark, the three suffered directly, and their ears were stinging from the explosion. Very moments, they can also understand. Crowd was intimidated. Crocodile Renekton took the lead and came to the front of the crowd, looking at the horrified eyes of this group of people. There were students and a few teachers. One of the blue-haired girls was even paler. You listen up. Crocodile Renekton's voice was dull. Stay at school obediently, hand over your mobile phone, and don't spread the news indiscriminately. I'll let you go when the time is up. The crowd was quiet, all staring at him blankly. At this time, the blue-haired girl did not know where the courage came from, and asked weakly, what if you don't keep your promise? Seeing her, Crocodile Rexton was furious. It was this bastard that indirectly caused his identity to be exposed to so many people. Although the ghost was the culprit, this blue-haired girl was equally hateful. I tell you, Crocodile Renekton did not have the slightest sympathy for Xiong Xianjiuyu, and immediately scolded, if you don't do it, you will die ugly now. Outright threats, full of murderous intentions. He opened his mouth slightly, showing his child's teeth. For a moment, everyone did not dare to act rashly, and stayed where they were, shivering. Grandpa, Xiaoan, find a classroom, watch over this group of people, and by the way, contact the Tianhui Association to find a way to solve this matter. Crocodile Renekton said to Mark and Tian Xiaoan. Xiaoan can be used as a force to suppress this group of people. Grandpa is careful enough to better control them, so the division of labor is clear. And he and Xiaoban are the power to take responsibility? Good. 837's top priority. Mark didn't talk nonsense. Tian Xiaoan also showed his magical ability and floated directly on the spot, making everyone dumbfounded. The blue-haired girl was even more jealous. A little girl whom I look down on actually has superpowers that can suppress her. So hateful. However, she suppressed this jealousy in her heart and did not dare to say it. Tian Xiaoan and Mark led the way and took them to a classroom to check one by one. Only the Crocodile Renekton and Tian Xiaoban are left in the School of Nova University. Xiao Chen, what should we do next? We don't even know where the ghost and the crocodile went. Tian Xiaoban stretched out his hands and asked helplessly. Biome. Omnitrix flashed. Crocodile Renekton changed back to Xiao Chen. He said decisively, didn't you notice? The ghost copy and the one went through the back door, and the bald bullies went to the back door too. Moreover, the ghost said that they will settle the account with me later. The answer is imminent. Tian Xiaoban immediately said, Ghost is looking for those three weirdos to join forces to suppress you. Xiao Chen nodded and said, Xiao Ban, I'll make a call first, you'll be patrolling by the side, we'll go to Grandpa's place later. After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. I need help, the fastest speed, Xiao Chen said with his back to Tian Xiaoban. Tian Xiaoban was also not very clear. All he knew was that someone would come to help. After a minute, Xiao Chen, who hung up the phone, said slowly, it will take a while for Ghost Shadow to find the bald bullies and then to convince them. Let's go back to the classroom first, no hurry. Good. Tian Xiaoban nodded. The two quickly found Mark's classroom. The classroom is very large, equivalent to that kind of university classroom, with rows of long desks. Dozens of people were sitting in the seats, either reading or whispering, and their mobile phones were all received on the podium and piled up into hills. Tian Xiaoan and Mark were standing on the left and right sides of the podium. Grandpa, how is it? Xiao Chen took the lead in opening the classroom door and walked in. After Xiaoban came in, he locked the door with his backhand. Not optimistic. Mark's expression was serious. The Tianhui Trade Union promised to help us deal with the aftermath, but there are a lot of people, and they need to mobilize people. In short, they can't dispatch people in a short time. There are dozens of people, which is very troublesome. After all, Xiao Chen and the others are different from those of Dongwu. Those people are those who disrupt the order, and they don't care about their identity, while Xiao Chen and the others are different. They are naturally the opposite of these people. Once their identity is revealed, it will be a big problem. Not to mention, even these eccentric criminals, whose identities have been deliberately hidden, are not too big. Remember, Xiao Chen looked towards the classroom again with a grim expression. Who of you dares to make small moves? Who dares to leak the news? I promise that next year's day will be your Memorial Day. Yes, I know. The voices of fear sounded slowly. Xiao Chen stopped talking, closed his eyes and rested. In the corner, the blue-haired girl secretly raised her head and glanced at an item in the corner of the ceiling. Time flies. Then, pleasant cooperation. Ghost Shadow stretched out his fist and bumped with the bald bully. You help me solve Xiao Chen, and I help you rob the bank. No problem. The bald tyrant said with a blank expression. After defeating Xiao Chen, it will be handed over to you. You can do whatever you want. Don't waste time, let's go now. The sour monster said eagerly. The snake-haired girl was still a little worried, but she still followed the ghost and the others back to school. Say it. Tian Xiaoban looked at Xiao Chen with his eyes closed and rested. Would you like to go to the car and get the Excalibur? We can also have a better chance of winning. It won't work like this. Once dispersed, we will be defeated one by one. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and rejected the proposal. Also, Excalibur is not suitable for dealing with ghosts. Okay. Tian Xiaoban shrugged, then looked at a group of people in the class, and chatted with them about the topic of electric play, but no one on the other side was interested in talking about it, and was even confused about it. It seems that they are really a group of nerds, Tian Xiaoban thought silently. Next. The class is extremely silent. A pencil is very loud when it falls on the ground, which can make everyone look there, and make the person who picks up the pencil feel ashamed. The atmosphere was awkward. Tick, tick. Coincidentally, the water pipe in the classroom leaked. Tian Xiaoban sneered. Your school also said that it is a famous school with good education. The primary school I went to did not have any leaking pipes. That's impossible. Our water pipes are maintained every year. A teacher said incredulously. What happened? Xiao Chen was irritated by the sound of water droplets. Tick, tick tock, tick tock. It sounds very subtle, but it keeps ringing, and it makes people quite irritable. Where did this drip come from? Xiao Chen looked around irritably, but Ben couldn't see the faucet in the classroom? Not nearby. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the ceiling. From the ceiling, the sound of dripping water is constantly heard, but the ceiling here is so good, how could there be the sound of water dripping? This shows that in the classroom at the same location on the second floor, water is leaking. How come, suddenly, there is a water leak? Xiao Chen looked at the ceiling, puzzled. Tick, tick, tick tick. The sound gradually went wrong, the ticking sound became hurried, and bursts of sounds like burning oil came from the top of the head. The next moment, Xiao Chen instantly raised the restored Omnitrix, opened the screen, and pressed the first alien without looking at it. Taste? He was enveloped in green light. Tian Xiaoben, Tian Xiaowen, and even everyone present, all looked confused. Sit size? Next moment, the ceiling above Xiao Chen's head was burned through a large hole, and white smoke came out, and a green sulfuric acid-like corrosive liquid could be seen sticking to it, constantly increasing the depth of the hole. You can see through the hole. The sour weirdo standing next to the skeleton on the second floor. Qian Haojiao, go to hell? The sour monster turned towards the green light, puffed out his mouth, spit out a large mouthful of corrosive liquid, and fell from the sky to Xiao Chen on the ground. Stinky stinky. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen also reacted immediately and were extremely alert. Around the teachers and students, some people looked out the window in horror. Outside the classroom window, seedling on the left, a tall bald man. On the right, a beautiful gorgon like Medusa. What? The figures of both sides smashed the glass on both sides of the classroom, and rushed into the classroom with a burst of glass fragments. One rushed towards Tian Xiaowen, the other rushed towards Tian Xiaoben. Taste? Underground. The ghost figure came out, just behind Mark. Raid the Tian family, sit size. The corrosive liquid suddenly fell on Xiao Chen, who was in the light, and there were bursts of burning sounds, and the sour eccentric looked overjoyed. Did it work? I am afraid this kid has been beaten down by my acid now. Monument? The bald-headed bully-like burly body slammed into Tian Xiaoben. His hands were in front of him, and he moved forward at a fast pace. Tian Xiaoben hurriedly dodged to the side. The gorgon also rushed towards Tian Xiaowen, but Tian Xiaowen's lucky magic pendant made her react first, and she easily avoided the gorgon's attack by turning her side. The first out was Mark. Ghost Shadow's hands grabbed Mark's legs directly and pulled it hard. Mark's center of gravity was unstable for a while, and he fell to the ground on his back, and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Old man, have a good rest. The ghost figure came out from the ground, said a word to Mark coldly, and looked forward. The light on Xiao Chen gradually dissipated. 837. It was a figure of perseverance, like a god of war, with unimaginable vigor all over his body, just standing there. There is an unparalleled attitude. Diamond god of war. Your corrosive fluids won't work for me either. The diamond god of war stretched out his palm at will, wiped the corrosive liquid that stuck to his face and his body, and sprinkled it on the classroom floor, penetrating one by one big holes. Damn it! When the sour monster saw the diamond god of war, his scalp became numb. The one that has changed is the most difficult to deal with. Hey! The diamond god of war raised an arm and released countless diamond flying knives towards the cave above his head. The ceiling of the first floor and the second floor was pierced into the heart. The sour monster hurriedly retreated to the side of the cave, not daring to look down, because he was afraid that he would be beheaded by a knife from the diamond god of war. How about the others? The diamond god of war looked around. His majestic golden eyes couldn't help but be stunned, his expression a little bad. The situation is not good. Grandpa Mark fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Ghost Shadow did not deal with Xiao Chen immediately, but instead helped the bald tyrant to catch Tian Xiaoben. Only Tian Xiaowen used magic to take the gorgon out of the classroom and fight with him outside. Xiaoben, I'll help you. The diamond god of war thought silently, and immediately raised his arms, transforming into a honeycomb-shaped gatling. However, go with. The ghost moved his head towards the diamond god of war. The bald tyrant took down Tian Xiaoben with both hands, lifted Tian Xiaoben, and placed it in front of him, and Ghost Shadow used Tian Xiaoben as a shield. This made the diamond god of war look very ugly. Of course, he has the confidence to bypass Tian Xiaoben's body and attack Ghost Shadow and Bald Bull. The problem is, you can also move the small class on the opposite side. Xiao Chen, it's okay, just hit me directly, I believe you can hit these weirdos. Tian Xiaoben shouted. Damn it. The diamond god of war was still a little hesitant, but his arms began to grow new diamond bodies. He had the only option to do it. As everyone knows, overhead, the stinky weirdo who heard the movement underneath turned back to the cave, saw the timing, bjit, and spit out a large piece of corrosive liquid towards the face of the diamond god of war. Monument? The corrosive liquid directly covered the face of the diamond god of war, making a zzz sound, as if his entire head was on fire. Many teachers and students screamed when they saw this scene. They thought that Xiao Chen's group was brutal enough. This new group of weirdos looks even more terrifying. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaowen, Tian Xiaoben, and the others looked at the diamond god of war anxiously. I'm fine, at least it's fine now. The diamond god of war hurriedly stretched out his hands and swayed. These corrosive liquids couldn't hurt him, but he couldn't see clearly now. Good chance. The sour monster smiled. Ghost Shadow patted the bald tyrant on the shoulder, and the bald tyrant lifted Tianzioben and threw it up. Tianzioben is like a basketball, flying through the cave in the ceiling, falling into the hands of the sour monster, and being tied up by the sour monster with a rope that has been prepared for a long time. Hey! The bald tyrant swooped towards the diamond god of war with great strides. His right hand quickly prepared an iron finger tiger, and a powerful swinging fist swirled and rushed to the chin of the diamond god of war. Boom! Hey! The bald man's fist shook, his face twitched a little, even though he put on the iron finger tiger, his fist still trembled with pain. Cough cough! And the diamond god of war raised his head, Changbiei opened slightly, and ran 2 or 3 steps behind him. After stopping, his whole body swayed slightly, and it looked like he had been beaten a little. There was a slight scar on the crystal clear diamond chin. Damn, my strength is still too small. The bald tyrant shook his hand, his face was ugly, and it was himself. This punch went straight to see the god. Taste, taste. The diamond god of war wiped his face with one hand, and the other hand turned into a diamond thorn, and stabbed the bald bully in front of him indiscriminately. The bald bully hurriedly dodged. Ghost Shadow also quietly activated the ability to assist the skinhead, so that the tricks of the diamond god of war have never been able to touch the figure of the bald tyrant, and the bald tyrant comes back with a punch. Even if the diamond god of war is reinforced with iron bones and a diamond super armor, he can't stand the heavy punches again and again, and soon there will be many scars on his body. Bang bang bang. Bald head punch after punch beat the diamond god of war back and forth. He looked at the scars that quickly appeared on the diamond god of war, and his face was overjoyed. Finally, under my heavy punches so many times, I finally hurt you. What? Another crisp cracking sound. It wasn't the bones of the diamond god of war, or the broken arm, but the bald-headed iron-fingered tiger that, under so many heavy blows, could not withstand the huge shock force, and shattered directly. Here it comes. Call out. The bald bully was very skillful and quickly took out a new pair of iron finger tigers from his pocket, replaced it, and threw the original iron finger's shell on the ground, and such a damaged iron finger tiger was enough on the ground. There are 3 or 4 sets. It can be seen how strong the body of the diamond god of war is. Directly beat the iron-fingered tiger that scrapped the bald tyrant. In addition, some strength, kill mansion. Ghost Shadow is looking forward to it, and constantly uses his mind power to slow down the action of wiping the diamond god of war, making it difficult for Chi Nan to wipe the corrosive liquid on his face. The bald tyrant is naturally chasing after victory. Boom! He hit the chest of the diamond god of war with another heavy punch. This time, the overwhelmed diamond god of war bent and flew backwards, falling heavily on the ground, and the surrounding tables and chairs were blown away by a huge force. And the iron finger tiger also shattered in an instant. Even the fist of the bald bully, which was protected by the iron finger tiger, suddenly cracked, and wisps of blood flowed out. A touch of ecstasy flashed across his face, and he endured the pain. Finally beat you. Nice job, bald man. The sour monster said with joy. Xiao Chen, Tianzioben looked at Xiao Chen underneath, and his heart was very anxious, but he was locked by the sour monster and couldn't move. I can only watch the diamond god of war fall there. Kill him. Ghost Shadow said coldly. The bald bully picked up the Taizhou on the ground, squeezed it hard, and abruptly kneaded the Taizhou into a metal stick, and then pinched the outside end to a pointy point. It looks like a gun head. Holding the gun head, he came to the diamond god of war, raised the gun head high, and locked his eyes on the neck of the diamond god of war. What happened? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a trace of blood on the neck of the diamond god of war. It's green blood. This alien blood looks strange. However, being injured to the point of bleeding means that the state of the diamond god of war is even weaker, right? Call out. Take advantage of your illness to kill you? The bald tyrant no longer hesitates and stabs him. Ping! The sound of metal colliding sounded. The body of the diamond god of war is upside down. However, his right arm turned into a thorn, and it blocked the top of his neck firmly, so that the iron spear could not get close. How could it be? The bald tyrant looked incredible. Didn't they all fall down? What he didn't know was injuries of this magnitude. For the diamond god of war. Only for enhancement? Taste? The diamond god of war's right arm blocked the bald tyrant's offensive, but his body suddenly stood up, his left hand turned into a heavy fist, and the stone struck the bald tyrant's chest in a shocking way. The first word of the bald man's sentence was just spoken. His chest was hit by the force like a landslide and tsunami. Boom! Instant time. Ghost Shadow watched the bald bully from the front, to fly past him, to smash the wall and fly out of the classroom dozens of meters away. The whole process did not exceed 3 seconds. Kill it, the first one. The diamond god of war lowered his head slightly. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were extremely terrifying, and his arms still maintained a domineering posture of punching. At this moment, he has a spike in one hand and a hammer in the other, fighting with the purest fighting instinct. This, so fast. Ghost still remembers clearly. When the bald tyrant flew past him, it was like a monstrous flood. Take your little self with you. So scary? This. The sour monster opened his mouth wide, and he looked at the bald man lying outside through the second-floor window. The bald tyrant fell to the ground in front of the school's wall. The back wall had been bumped with a big hole, and his body was lying there limply. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was full of blood. What is the situation? Needless to say, was instantly killed by the rage punch of the Diamond God of War. Look back at the Diamond God of War. The sour monster's eyes were full of shock, fear, and trembling, as if he had seen a living god, the reincarnation of Ares, the god of war. It was killed. That freak looks like he's been hit by a train. Ask for flowers. The students shivered as they looked at the angry Diamond God of War. Some of them were still fans of alien heroes, and they dared not associate the Diamond God of War in front of them with alien heroes. It's your turn, Ghost. The Diamond God of War slowly walked towards the Ghost Shadow Dragon. Taste? Ghost Shadow eyes released bursts of light. The Diamond God of War was firm in his footsteps, his expression remained unchanged, and he spit out the words coldly, as of now, the illusion will no longer affect me, I will not be trapped by the illusion. What? The ghost's expression became anxious, and the palms were raised again, and all the thoughts were aimed at the Diamond God of War. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The ground beneath the Diamond God of War suddenly cracked, and even turned into vertical and horizontal ravines, interlaced with each other, but it still could not stop his progress. He doesn't feel pain anymore. The only thought in mind. Only fight? Seeing that the ghost figure is doomed to die, the sour monster hurriedly shouted at the Diamond God of War, Stop, stop, if you dare to shoot at the ghost, I will kill this kid. After all, he lifted Tian Xiaoben's body, and his palms lifted Tian Xiaoben's neck. Because Tian Xiaoben was hanging in the air, all the force was on his neck, he had difficulty breathing in an instant, his face turned red, and he had no strength to speak. Diamond God of War finally stopped. He looked up at the stinky weirdo on the pothole, expressionless, Let go of Xiaoben, you won't die, I promise. You only have 5 seconds to think. These simple words, domineering and powerful. If the sour weirdo dares to do it, he will die horribly, terribly. Looking at the strong murderous intent in the eyes of the Diamond God of War, the sour monster's legs couldn't stop shaking, and a trace of fear rose. Beg for mercy? Okay, no more, go to die. Next moment, the Diamond God of War shrugged his shoulders gently, and spoke the death declaration in a plain tone. What the fuck? You haven't counted yet. The stinky weirdo yelled, but didn't notice. The Diamond God of War looked at him with a meaningful look. This. Ghost Shadow's pupils trembled. Second floor. Next to the cave, behind the sour monster, a tall figure stood there. Exterminate the prince. 100 million. The sour monster also noticed the change in Ghost Shadow's eyes, as well as the murderous aura behind him that made the solace of his feet cool. He came to his senses. His head looked back stiffly. What you see are rock-solid pectoral muscles. Look up again. A bald-headed alien looked down at him fiercely. Hello, alien friend, are you here to seek revenge for Xiao Chen's kid? The stinky weirdo smiled embarrassedly, and his legs were shaking when he looked at this monster with a bald head and a big bald head. Boom! One hand of Mi Langjun grabbed Stinky Stinkman's shoulder and easily lifted him up. Stinky Stupid Man was also holding Tian Xiaoben in his hand. This scene was very funny. He hung up the other hammer-headed hand and smacked the sour monster's cheek according to 837. Just a moment. The stinky monster released his hands, and Tian Xiaoben, who was being held, immediately fell back to the ground, and he hurriedly pulled him aside. Monument. Mi Langjun also threw the sour monster in his hand to the ground at will. The whole face of the stinky monster was distorted, and his facial features were completely displaced. It can be described as horrific, bleeding from 7 orifices, and fell to the ground without breath, obviously dead. This is a crispy skin, how could it be possible to catch such a close-range punch? Nice job, exterminate the prince. The Diamond God of War smiled and gave a thumbs up. I still think I'm late. After you called the plumber, he notified me, and I came over by a special plane immediately. Lang Jun said with a blank expression, and he was loyal to the Diamond God of War. Thank you. Tian Xiaoben also thanked Mr. Xia Langjun. Lang Jun Shui shook his head, indicating that there was nothing wrong. At this time, the Diamond God of War looked at the ghost with mocking eyes, and his arms instantly turned into diamond spikes. Now, it's your turn, ghost. Taste? The ghost suddenly turned around and tried to run backwards. Boom! Lang Jun Chuan jumped down the hole directly and landed heavily behind the ghost figure. As soon as the ghost figure turned around, he bumped into the sturdy body of Mr. Zy Lang Jun, and was directly knocked back. This time, the Diamond God of War and Lord of Extinction, one after the other, one left and one right, outflank the ghosts in 2 ways. However, Ghost Shadow can't use the ability to make his body transparent. This ability consumes a lot of power, and he has used it in previous battles, and also used illusions and mind power, and he can't afford this consumption at all. Now he only has enough superpowers to perform an illusion. Boom! Mi Langjun grabbed Ghost Shadow's shoulders with both palms, and the huge force made the face under Ghost Shadow's sleeves twisted, and his arms were almost torn off, let alone resisting. Ah, the ghost wailed. Give him to you, boss, said Lang Jun Chuan indifferently. Call out? Yeah? The Diamond God of War walked quickly, a stab that first penetrated the white shell of the ghost, then stabbed the body inside, and finally protruded from the back of the ghost. Cough cough cough. The pupil on the ghost's clothes suddenly enlarged several times, and the trembling body also stopped, and the world in front of him became dark and turned. Yeah? In order to avoid ghosts and come back to life. There is no nonsense in the Diamond God of War. The outline of the thorns is changed, and there are small thorns on the thorns, which are directly transformed into a cactus-like shape. Taste? The ghost's pupils flickered for the last time at the diamond god of war. Unfortunately, this time, the light in his eyes didn't even have time to release, and his neck was crooked, his body remained motionless, and it was completely cold. Ah! Countless teachers and students screamed. Because the direction of the ghost's neck crooked, it happened to be their side. They still saw Nang, the dilated pupil of the ghost shadow, and a ray of purple light that still didn't fade away. Of course, this purple light immediately disappeared with the light of life. Ghost, dead. The diamond Ares pulled out the diamond spikes. His entire arm was covered with terrifying black blood, like the blood of a devil, stench, and smell. Boom! Lang Junshui also let go of the ghost shadow, and the ghost shadow fell to the ground, and the black blood splattered all over the place. Ah! There was another scream, and the teachers and students shrank back into a large ball, directly sticking to the wall behind the classroom. Lang Jun, you look here, don't let anyone go, remember, don't use violence when it's not necessary. After the diamond god of war warned, he was ready to go outside. Wait, Xiaochan. Shui Langjun suddenly stopped the diamond god of war with a gloomy expression. What's wrong? The diamond god of war was a little puzzled. Could it be that the extermination Langjun is unhappy with his own arrangements? What does it mean not to use violence when it's not necessary? Said Lang Junzi solemnly. I don't understand what you have to say about this sentence. Watch them and don't let them go out. The diamond god of war has changed to a simple rhetoric, trying not to use double negative sentences. Okay, Lang Junshui nodded. The diamond god of war then left the classroom with confidence and walked outside. Outside, the snake hair 4.5 female snake hair is about to wrap around Tian Xiaoan. Hello, Gorgon. The diamond god of war called her name. Xiao Chen, why did you come out? The Gorgon was stunned, and looked at the diamond god of war in shock. The diamond god of war immediately pointed to the classroom behind him. Hey, why did you say I came out? Your accomplices, the bald tyrant, the sour monster, and that ghost, they are all dead. Died? The snake-haired girl's heart was pounding, her hair fell, and she looked at the classroom in disbelief. No movement at all. Give you a chance, to surrender or not to surrender. Surrender, spare your life. Do not surrender, the myth of the diamond war has not finished. I surrender. The snake-haired woman raised her hands, and half knelt on the ground. Diamond god of war looked at the Gorgon who was half kneeling on the ground, and was speechless for a while, and he was speechless. Is this surrender too fast? I know I can't beat you. Rather than die at your hands, I might as well go to jail. At least, I can be a prison tyrant or something. The Gorgon shrugged and said, you don't have the mood to avenge your comrade. The diamond god of war was a little different. The Gorgon said, to be honest, I am indeed friends with them, and I have some resentment towards you. But my fear of you is greater than my resentment. All right. The unexpected ease made the diamond god of war speechless. He walked over to the Gorgon and stretched out the diamond spikes. What are you doing? Under the pitiful gaze of the snake-haired girl Choo-Choo, and begging for mercy, Diamond Ares indifferently cut off half of the snake's hair, throwing the snake hair on the ground. After those little snakes broke away from the Gorgon's body, they struggled slightly on the ground and died quickly. My hair. The snake-haired girl held the remaining half of the snake's hair and wanted to cry without tears. It's just to make you feel less threatening. The diamond god of war looked at her coldly. Now, just stay where you are and wait to be arrested. Taste? His palm landed, and layers of interlaced diamonds instantly protruded from the ground, which just missed the snake-haired girl's body and back. Placing her in the middle would not only ensure that she could not get out, but also would not let her be directly crushed. Arrive. You just stay here obediently. Tian Xiaoan, who was on the side, came over, patted a layer of diamond crystals easily, took the mobile phone of the Diamond Ares, and called the local police station, asking them to send someone to arrest the Gorgon. Stand here, don't move. The diamond god of war warned Gorgon, I'll go back first, but I'll tell you in advance that even if I'm in the classroom, it's easy to kill you. Of course, I won't move. The snake-haired girl snorted. Go. The diamond god of war took Tian Xiaoan and hurried back. Xiao Chen, why are you in such a hurry? You and Xiaoban were taken away directly, so I didn't notice that Grandpa was attacked by ghosts. The diamond god of war hurriedly said. During the conversation, he had come to the side of the classroom and opened the window to enter. The classroom was quiet, and the teachers and students all returned to their seats safely. The deterrent effect of exterminating Langjun is even greater than that of the diamond god of war, because he didn't speak from the beginning to the end, and adhered to the habit of silence is golden. Mark collapsed tiredly on a table, arranged by Mr. Zy Lang. Grandpa, are you okay? When he came over, with a burst of light, Xiao Chen came to Mark's side with a concerned face and asked about Mark's situation. 7:15. Mark's face was in pain, his voice was weak, and his body was almost unable to straighten up. I don't know why, but I have always been in good health, but after being hit so hard by the ghost, I couldn't get up at all. Send Grandpa to the hospital. Tian Xiaoban's voice came from the door of the classroom on the first floor. He had just come down from the second floor, when he was holding the door of the classroom panting. I agree to. No doubt. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement, and asked Mr. Mizi again, Mr. Z, I'm afraid I will trouble you to continue to take care of this group of people for a long time. You're welcome, boss. Lang Junshui said forcefully, with me here, none of them can leave. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and Tian Xiaoan, the three of them were about to take Mark to the hospital. But embarrassingly, Mark is very heavy and strong, even Xiao Chen, whose physical fitness is far superior to that of a teenager, can hardly impress Mark. And only Mr. Zhuangzi can bring it along. Just when a few people hesitated, an alien wearing a plumber's uniform with a laser gun on his body but a crayfish head walked in. I am a member of the Tian Guild, and I am here to assist you. The people from the Heavenly Union are here. Here, a group of people here, all know our identity information, please help me deal with it. Xiao Chen pointed to the group of people behind him and said quickly. Understood. The crayfish alien glanced at Xiao Chen and his group, confirmed the identity, Mark, the old plumber of 837, and the alien who lives on Earth to kill Langjian. In view of your heroic deeds before and now, Tian Hui will help you deal with it. Then, he took out contracts from his clothes and walked towards the crowd. Mi Langjian obliged to carry Mark on his back, and the three of them quickly walked out of the school with Xiao Chen and came to the old car. It's easy to do when you come to the old broken car. Xiao Chen picked up the phone without hesitation, called the emergency number, and informed the ambulance to the location of the old broken car, and then he had to wait quietly. School classroom. The alien made a strange sound, and he looked at each classmate and the teacher's desk. There was a contract he quickly copied. But why? He still has a contract in his hand? It shouldn't be. Before I came, I already figured out the location and number of people. The alien plumber was very depressed. Why do you still have one more? It's not possible that one ran away. In the hospital, Mark lay on the hospital bed to rest, because his body was not in serious trouble, but a fall caused his body to weaken, and he needed a good rest for a period of time. Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoban, and others stood beside them and sat quietly. Mi Langjian was still in the old car, waiting silently. After all, if he came to the hospital, it is estimated that Xiao Chen and his party would not be able to get in. Grandpa, how is your health now? Xiao Chen asked with a look of concern. I feel a lot better. Maybe I can drive you away tonight. Mark resisted the discomfort and showed a smile. He also asked Xiao Chen with concern, what about the charges? I used my money to transfer the money to Xiaoban's parents, telling them it was your private money, and asking them to help pay for the medical bills. They will fly to see you tomorrow, and the follow-up medical bills are also strongly required to be paid by themselves. Xiao Chen continued. Fortunately, Mark has a strong backing, no, a group of strong backing. Grandpa, my lucky magic pendant will bless you. Tian Xiaoan searched for the lucky magic pendant on his body and quietly landed it on Mark's palm. Thanks. Although there is not much substantive effect, Mark's heart is much relieved. Even though the three juniors have their own shortcomings, their overall character makes him very relieved. By the way, what happened to the security guard Xiaoban injured? Mark asked this again. Late, that's fine, I've turned into an alien. Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly flashed a trace of gloom, and his heart jumped. Come on. Why did not see the figure of the crocodile in the battle? Where did he go? Ghost shadow, still left behind. This guy is not an existence that can be easily eliminated? What's the matter, Xiao Chen? Mark keenly captured Xiao Chen's emotion and asked. Fine. Xiao Chen smiled. It suddenly occurred to me that Mr. Michui is still in the old broken car. If the car has been parked in the parking area and is reminded by others, it is easy to find Mr. Michui, so I have to inform him. Go. Mark said. Be safe. After Xiao Chen took a deep look at Mark, he quickly left the hospital, as soon as he walked out of the back door of the hospital. One hand. The sword of the great river is coming from the sky. Call out. The Ike divine sword was hidden in the sky, flew down at once, and fell into Xiao Chen's palm. He is like an ancient knight, cold and domineering. Holding the Ike divine sword, he quickly rushed towards the old broken car. Because of the divine sword in his hand, Xiao Chen also activated a lot of abilities, enhanced his physical fitness, and ran very fast. After some time, Xiao Chen passed Times Square, stopped on the side of the road, and looked at the traffic lights in the distance. There are a lot of cars here, so it's not easy for him to shuttle. There is a big screen near Times Square, and many people gathered in front of the big screen. Xiao Chen casually looked at Times Square, but found that many people were there, with some emotion in his heart. If these people knew that there was a terrifying crocodile monster in this city, I'm afraid they would not dare to come out. The traffic light on the opposite side turned green. When Xiao Chen lifted his footsteps and walked forward, another group of people ran directly in front of them and ran towards Times Square, blocking Xiao Chen's path abruptly. Go and see, there's a video of an alien hero playing. I heard that there will be interviews with the parties at night. Several of these people, the content of the conversation, was accidentally overheard by Xiao Chen. His steps stiffened. He lowered his head silently and followed the group. When he came to the big screen in Times Square, he stood behind the crowd and could see the eye-catching, huge screen. His body trembled suddenly, holding the Excalibur sword in his hand, almost unable to hold it. In the screen, the alien hero Xiao Chen transformed into Ghost Shadow, is constantly fighting with the three monsters. Okay, come on alien heroes. Don't shout, this is not necessarily an alien hero, it looks scary. Yeah, no matter how evil those three monsters are, they are also human. This monster is not human at all. If that terrifying guy goes crazy, God knows what he will do. Many people looked at the ghost and talked about it. Xiao Chen looked at the screen, and a storm surged in his heart. This content is the surveillance video of that school? But why does it spread? Didn't the people from the Heavenly Union come out to control the situation? And, moreover, normal people wouldn't dare to spread surveillance. He's already done that, unless the whistleblower is going to die. Or something to do with that missing crocodile monster? Qian Hazeo, please, don't put out the picture of me transforming with Omnitrix. Probably not, right? Xiao Chen spoke intermittently, obviously not having much confidence, and after the ghost's fight was played on the screen went black. A trace of relief rose in his heart. Yes, Xiao. Next moment, the ease in his heart was shattered. The screen lights up. It is Xiao Chen and others facing the ghost, and the picture of the crocodile man. I see. Xiao Chen went out of the country on the screen, raised the Omnitrix, took a picture of the screen, and directly transformed into a ferocious and huge crocodile, and it was still a 360-degree shot, switching back and forth in every detail and angle. The crowd exploded instantly. Alien heroes are human. Is this true or false? So many shots, so many angles, how can it be fake? If it is fake, then our PS technology is too developed. Have you noticed? The details of creatures under PS technology can't stand scrutiny, and this transformed alien, its teeth are glowing. This is something that technology can't do. The voices of doubt in the crowd came one after another. Obviously, everyone can't believe that the alien gang with the same logo, Omnitrix pattern, is actually an Earth child. Use a watch. Transformed? This is too shocking. However, many doubts. They've all been shattered by justified words. Countless people were holding up their cell phones to record this scene on the screen of Times Square. Not good. Xiao Chen's mind was full of thoughts, his brain was thinking fast, and he quickly came to a conclusion. The primary goal is to turn into an outsider, unplug the circuit of this Times Square, and even block the mobile phones of these people. Let the people from the Tiangong Union take over the affairs of this group of people and sign the agreement directly. Although there are more people who know their identity and 837 is more troublesome, at least the situation will not expand. The most important thing is that aliens are human beings who transform themselves with watches, and no one will believe this kind of thing. There is only iron evidence video, put it in front of you to be convincing. Find a place to transform. Xiao Chen immediately prepared to turn around. However, again, a lot of people came running from behind and stuck to the back of the crowd, causing Xiao Chen to squeeze into the crowd at once, and it was difficult to move around, let alone put it up. He even had to protect the Omnitrix's screen from being crushed by these people. The internet. The aliens are suspected to be high-tech products? Another technology conspiracy theory. Shock. Urban legend alien hero transformed by a 10-year-old boy. Alien heroes? Alien criminals? Let's talk about why alien heroes and alien criminals are a gang. Welcome to the evening news to smash the double-read conspiracy of aliens. The scene in Times Square has long been uploaded to the internet by countless people. The internet, BJIT, is extremely developed. Aliens are a very popular existence. In this world, aliens are serious urban legends. Many people have heard of them, but very few people have seen them. The popularity is quite terrifying and exaggerated. So, this event has been uploaded. There are major media rushing to report it, analyzing the videos that have not yet been broadcasted one by one, and talking loudly. Some media even directly said that the alien heroes are just a mob. Them. Destruction. A group of good people, acting as a double read, while gaining the sympathy of the commoners. Destroying, gaining unearned wealth, killing humans, and earning fame at the same time. You can say it all. Over time, these evil and terrifying aliens have gained massive wealth and social fame. Finally, the two factions combined to erase human beings from the earth and become the new rulers of the earth. This conspiracy theory. It was just widely spread and was sought after by countless people, so that the media became popular, and many people made an appointment for the evening news and waited for the big news. Except for alien analysis. There is also an analysis of Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and others, and various in-depth excavations of their identities and families. Although Tian Hui obtained clues at the first time, they tried to warn these people not to touch their personal privacy. But I can't stand the revelations of countless classmates, countless teachers, and countless people who have seen Xiao Chen, Tian Xiaoben, and others. Even Haishi frantically told other prisoners about Xiao Chen's news in the prison, all of which were uploaded to the internet in real time. Dr. Dong Wu also spoke up in prison. It has been fully developed, there are many talents in it, and they speak nicely, including the eternal warriors of the TNG organization, and even higher-level existences, directly and actively throw money, launch propaganda machines, and secretly promote this wave of fishing reels. In normal times, our fishing reel would definitely not be able to be pushed up, and the Heavenly Guild would find trouble. But now, in front of this fishing reel, the Heavenly Guild can't stop it. The Eternal Samurai showed a gloomy smile. I hope Xiao Chen you guys can withstand the criticism of the internet. In short, the internet is in a mess. Correspondingly, reality will also change. Xiao Chen still doesn't know what will happen next. He is constantly rushing out now, and even wants to kill with the Excalibur, but fortunately he can't stretch his arms and legs, so he can't hold the divine sword, so he relies on his body. Quality rushed out. Hoo. Xiao Chen, who was far away from the crowd, took a few big breaths, like the rest of his life, and like he was suffocated out of breath. He didn't have time to take a breath, turned around and sprinted 100 meters to the hospital. If video exposure. He didn't have to think to know. Himself, Mark, Xiaoben, Xiaoan. Everyone's identities will be exposed. The abilities of Xiaoan and Xiaoben will also be exposed. What will happen in reality is unimaginable. He wants to make sure that he is by everyone's side. Hospital. At this moment, dark waves are surging. Many people got the latest breaking news. About alien heroes. Real or fake? Send. Let's not talk about alien heroes. This girl can actually know magic? Is she Harry Potter's sister? This looks like a special effect. It's fake. How can a child have such a steel mecha? Then how does a small reactor become steel? Nanotechnology. Why do these people look so familiar? They seem to be people from the hospital. In order to verify the answer in my heart, doctors, nurses, and many people who heard the news quickly went to Mark's ward, and among them, there were many people with bad intentions. If I can get that reactor, wouldn't I do whatever I want? Someone with a pistol in his pocket joins the crowd. A group of people came to the door of the ward aggressively and pushed the ward away. How come? Many people looked startled, and some people also let go of their hands holding pistols in their pockets. There was no one in the ward. Only the windows were still open, and the wind was blowing in from the outside, making it cool. Bang bang bang. People couldn't help but walked into the ward and found nothing, and some stuck their heads out of the window, but couldn't see anything. On the roof of the hospital, the fully armed Tian Xiaobenhuan supported Mark. Tian Xiaoan held the floating magic pendant and the fire magic pendant, secretly observing the movement of the ward, and said, "Grandpa, your prediction is too accurate. Someone has really found our ward. It doesn't look like an enemy, but rather like a group of ordinary people. Rest. It's not a prophecy. I found out that they were coming." Mark said, "The sound of walking outside the ward has always been constant, just a few people. There were so many footsteps suddenly increased just now, so I couldn't help it." In terms of details, Mark was so stubborn about it. "Why, so many people come to us?" Tian Xiaoben asked Mark in confusion. "It's not quite clear yet." Mark's heart was vaguely filled with a hint of unease. He held his body in his hands and shivered. The cold wind blew him a little cold. A lot more sensitive before. Taste? Under the hospital? The Flash Star carried the Ectowa Divine Sword on his back and quickly shuttled through every corridor on each floor of the hospital. Everyone only felt that there was a gust of wind in the corridor, and everyone swayed from side to side, almost being overturned by the strong wind. Why is there a sudden strong wind in such a good hospital? It's strange. Many people looked at each other and were very puzzled. No, still no. Flash Star's heart became more and more impatient, and as he crossed the last corridor on the top floor, his mood fell to the bottom, and he kept making the worst plan. If Grandpa and Xiaoben are caught, then it makes sense. Who? That damn crocodile. Damn it! Flash Star stopped, stretched out his fist at the end of the corridor, slammed the wall hard, and smashed a small hole. He looked up to the top of his head. There is also a skylight overhead. This shows that this hospital has a top floor. The flashing star ignited a little hope in his heart, stretched out his hand to open the skylight, and climbed to the top floor with his strength. The top floor was empty. Only porphyrin cold wind. Flash Star was even more anxious at this time. In a hotel in the distance. Because Grandpa Mark couldn't adapt to the strong wind, Xiaoben and Xiaoan volunteered to bring him to a hotel to rest, or in an abandoned room. Tian Xiaoben was very worried. "Grandpa, Xiao Chen is still outside. What should I do?" "Don't worry, Xiaoben." Mark coughed. "For Xiao Chen, his biggest weakness is us, not himself. He will take good care of himself. We can't hold back. Also, we have to find a way to understand why those people are looking for us." "Good." Tian Xiaoben nodded. Tian Xiaoan did what he said, found a mask, pushed open the door, went out, and came back with a cell phone. The three of them looked at the news forum on the cell phone. The Flash Star was still in a state of being kept in the dark, but he calmed down a little, took a breath of cold air, entered his lungs, and made people sober a lot. If Grandpa and the others were really caught, it would be impossible for them not to have the slightest sign of fighting. Maybe I took the matter too seriously. The Flash Star was worried, but he was more concerned about another thing. The identity has been exposed. This matter must be dealt with and the Crocodile Man is found. At this moment, Crocodile Man, hiding in a building. This building is the headquarters of the Evening News. The blue-haired girl succeeded in being interviewed by the Evening News by virtue of her identity as a witness at the scene and mixed into the recording studio. His eyes flashed with a trace of extreme darkness. "I want to bring Xiao Chen down. As a wicked person, it is easy for you to get the sympathy of many people for doing good deeds. As a good person in people's minds, you can't make mistakes. No matter what Xiao Chen thinks, it is impossible to think that he is actually here." And Xiao Chen did not expect this step. He used the Flash Star to return to the school, turned the school upside down and couldn't find it, and the surrounding campus was no exception, and there was no crocodile figure. "Ask for flowers. Transformation time, it's over." The flashing star stopped in an alley, and after listening to the familiar sound, with a burst of red light, he turned back into a human again. Xiao Chen immediately raised the Ectowa Divine Sword and protected it in front of him, resisting the huge killing intent. "Why can't I find the existence of those monsters?" Surveillance video, what is going on? Just think of this. He quickly took out his mobile phone and clicked into a large-scale social networking site that shared everyone's life dynamics, similar to a platform like Douyin. As predicted, the video that pops up as soon as you enter, the video in the search bar, and the comment area are frantically discussing alien heroes, and those who are not afraid of death are digging deep into the identity information of alien heroes. Countless keyboards are fast. Call the wind and call the rain. Attack in groups. Crazy criticism of ghosts, and all of them were transferred to Xiao Chen personally without exception. He's just a kid, why would you give him that kind of high technology? If you give the watch to an adult, you can better control your emotions and it's more suitable. That watch shouldn't belong to him, and those magic pendants, that iron suit. Not only the suspicion of Xiao Chen's behavior, but also the overwhelming consensus that Omnitrix does not belong to Xiao Chen, although Xiao Chen accidentally read it. Stand up for your statement. Among them, there is Captain Ken. There is the boss of Mirage Park. Those ordinary people who have been rescued, they spoke for Xiao Chen and the alien heroes, even if they were drowned in this monstrous sound, they did not attack Xiao Chen. There are Tian Xiaobin's parents? We don't know much about the grandchildren, please don't disturb us, and, we believe, they are definitely not such people. The video is the home of Tian Xiaobin's parents? The two were blocked by a group of people at the door, forced to help, half open the door for an interview, and then the door was closed heavily. Sure enough, all the relatives related to us have been picked up. Xiao Chen clenched his fists with both hands and thought anxiously. Correct. They are all exposed, so what about the old broken car? There must be danger there too? Billion Xiao Chen will not be able to go to the old broken car for a while. He still has to wait. Wait for the cooldown of Omnitrix to expire and switch to the fully charged state. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous to go to the old broken car with his identity as an ordinary person. Not to mention that there are reporters and ordinary people, there must be countless people with bad intentions. More than 4 minutes passed. Watch the Omnitrix cooldown top out. Xiao Chen raised the Omnitrix, quickly flashed the screen to the star, thought for a while, then quickly turned the screen, and finally landed on the electric lizard. Run, the electric lizard is fast, although not as fast as the flash star. As a means of attack, the electric lizard can attack from a distance or in melee combat, which is more suitable for the current situation. Boom! Xiao Chen took the Omnitrix and transformed into a huge humanoid beast. Electric 837 lizards. Taste? The electric lizard looked up at the sky, and with a slight jump, the whole person turned into a terrifying electric current, soaring in the sky, like a stream of light. Near the old broken car. Omnitrix is here. It turned out that watch is called Omduan Kessi. It is mine? Countless robbers, subordinates of various organizations, mercenaries, and people of all shapes and sizes marched toward the old car, and the reporters and civilians around were scattered, for fear of being accidentally injured. The footsteps of the group finally stopped in front of the old broken car. They were very puzzled. What the hell is this? Could it be that child turned alien? Looking at Lang Jun Zy standing in front of the old broken car, a group of people were quite puzzled. Lang Jun Shui slowly raised his head and said word by word, "This is my boss, and also my friend, they're home. You, get away." Bang bang bang. A robber raised his submachine gun in an instant, and opened fire at Mi Lang Jun. Bang bang bang. Others also opened fire one after another. All of a sudden, the whole situation got out of control. When the electric lizard was about to arrive at the parking lot where the old broken car was located, he did not rush over immediately, but stood at the gate of the parking lot and looked inside from a distance. Parking lot. It's an underground parking lot. The old broken car is parked inside. Therefore, looking from the outside to the inside is endless darkness, nothing can be seen clearly, no sound can be heard, and it is eerily quiet. Whirring. A gust of wind came, blew into the underground parking lot, and then blew out. Moment. The strong smell of blood is blowing along with the wind. The complexion of the electric lizard changed instantly. The front is like a battlefield. How can there be such a strong bloody smell? And it's deadly quiet. Call out? The electric lizard couldn't help but raise his finger, and a trace of electric arc popped out of his fingertips. The arc, piercing the darkness, flashed across the entire underground parking lot. The entire underground parking lot was illuminated for a moment. In an instant, the electric lizard seemed to see the battlefield. Countless people with pistols fell to the ground and died, or poured into a pool of blood, or died, and even their appearance was terrible. It is very tragic and blood flows into rivers. And the old broken car in front. There is even a tall, half-red, half-yellow giant statue standing tall, because it only illuminated for a moment, so that the electric lizard didn't see it very clearly. Taste? The electric lizard suddenly turned into a light and rushed into the underground parking lot, illuminating the parking lot like the sun, and stopped in front of the statue. He stopped and released the light on his body, shining in front of him. See everything clearly. Not a statue, but to kill the prince. There are countless gunshot wounds on Mi Langjun's body, some penetrated him, and some still remain in his body, all bleeding, and it may be the blood of others. His body muscles were completely stiff, and he maintained the posture of punching, but he couldn't retract it again. He was fighting with his mind. And behind him, it's an old wreck that looks like it's been drenched in red dye. You can't even see the crater. Zy Xiao Langjun. Looking at Zy Langjun's stiff face, the electric lizard asked in a trembling voice. Died? He couldn't believe it. My only trusted alien ally, just like that? Hashtag. Suddenly, the facial features of Mr. Shui Lang were still stiff, but his mouth opened slightly, and he made a small voice. Pay it back, your life. Next moment. Boom! His body fell heavily to the ground, as if it had burst and collapsed, completely falling apart. He was already dead. Just with the last breath. The last bit of strength. Shout out this sentence. He owed Xiao Chen his life, and he would pay it back no matter what. Although he is a cruel warrior, he doesn't know what benevolence and morality are, but he only knows to repay Xiao Chen. Destroy your majesty. Looking at the fallen Lang Jun, the body of the electric lizard froze in place, and his eyes were stunned. Why so much flavor? It's disgusting. Maybe the people inside are killing each other. There were bursts of mercenary exchanges from outside, and they looked extra relaxed, apparently the next group of people to get the news. The electric lizard slowly raised his hand and aimed at the gate. There was a golden light in his eyes. Boom! A shockwave-like electric light burst out from the palm of the hand, which suddenly illuminated the entire underground parking lot, and instantly bombed to the gate of the parking lot, making a deafening bombing sound. The entire gate was blown up in an instant, including the group of mercenaries, and even the entire underground parking lot trembled wildly, and huge smoke covered the gate. The electric lizard that killed everything in an instant, slowly put down his hand, and firmly grasped the shoulders of Mr. Zy Lang. Jun Zy, go well. There was a monstrous killing intent in his heart, and there was no endless anger. The Ektuwa divine sword, which was always on his back, also felt the monstrous wrath of the master, and also made the power of the electric lizard continuously enhanced. Can't stay long? I have to get out of here. The electric lizard looked up at the old broken car. I want to transfer the car first. He immediately raised his hand and faced the wall several meters high in front of him. Boom! A random electric current blasted the entire wall in front of it to ashes, opening a huge cave. The electric lizard grabbed the body of Mi Langjun with his left hand, and a tire of the old broken car with his right hand, lifted it steadily above his head, and flew out of the underground parking lot through the cave. In the back, there is an open space. The electric lizard quickly shifted its position and left this ghost place. Only a group of terrified mercenaries remained, and they dared not come in. Boom! The electric lizard flew out of the underground parking lot. The speed did not decrease, it was still flying fast in the distance, and left this place of right and wrong. 2 or 3 minutes have passed. A forest in the suburbs? The electric lizard fell on a clearing in the middle of a forest, and a thunderstorm hit the ground, blasting a large pit directly on the clearing. Boom! The old broken car also slammed down to the ground next to it. The huge impact made the whole car sway, and the 4 tires shattered in unison, leaking air and all the objects in the car. Things you don't need to look to know, it will definitely break a lot of objects. Mi Langjun's body also fell heavily on the other side. Blood dry wine. Integrate with the body. But he stood tall like a warrior. Here, it's safe. The electric lizard quickly turned out of the pit and looked around. In the woods, the poisonous snakes merged with the branches, many herbivores asked and ran farther, and a few big bad wolves stopped by the big trees, facing the electric lizards. Except for -16 some animals, Mai is uninhabited. Call out? The electric lizard snapped its fingers and released a trace of electric current, which suddenly flowed through the bodies of several big bad wolves. Zizi? The big bad wolf trembled continuously, and after a few seconds, he turned his head and ran away with a whimper. Destroy your majesty. The electric lizard's gaze fell on Mi Langjun again, somewhat bleak, self-blame, and more of anger. He felt sincerity in this alien friend. What made him feel guilty and sad the most? Save your own boss. It is indeed with a purpose to make Mr. Zy Langjun as his subordinate. But Mi Langjun was so straightforward and decisive at the moment when he risked his life. This made the electric lizard with a complicated purpose even more guilty. I'm sorry, I'm late. The electric lizard firmly grabbed the palm of Jun Xiaolang Jun and said word by word, if you can live again, I will let you live for yourself. But Mi Langjun will never come back. The palms, too, lost their temperature. Boom! Now is not the time to be sad. The electric lizard lifted the body of Mr. Xiaolang and put it into the previous pothole. The potholes are deep enough. He hoped that Mr. Xiaolang could be buried in peace, although he did not know the method of burying the deceased in the hometown of Xiaolangjun. But he wanted to use his own ideas to bury the exiled prince. We must not let Mi Langjun die like this on other planets without resting his eyes. The electric lizard started to hold up a large piece of soil with both hands and threw it into the ground to cover up the big hole. Burying with his own hands is better than burying with superpowers, and he will remember it more in his heart. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Chen had 2 rounds of transformation. Only then did he completely bury Mr. Xiaolang under the ground. The 4-handed overlord stepped on the soil again, and with his powerful feet, he directly stepped on the uneven ground into a flat ground for thousands of miles. Of course sad. But you can't stay here for long. The 4-handed overlord stretched out his 4 hands, carried the old broken car directly on his back, and placed the car directly among the big trees next to the flat ground, hiding it in the woods. After doing all this, he was ready to leave. He had to kill the crocodile with his own hands, because his identity was exposed, and even his grandfather disappeared. The cause and mystery of all this must lie in this crocodile. Find it. Destroy it. Always. It was about 6:50 in the evening. Inside the hotel, Tian Xiaoban and Mark were still resting in the room, while Tian Xiaoan relied on cleverness to pass over some food and drinking water, and put them in the room to ensure that the three of them would not go hungry. And they are constantly swiping mobile phone information and observing the dynamics on the internet. It's not cool at all. Looking at the parents who were blocked by reporters, and the comments about him in the school, Tian Xiaoban's expression was particularly ugly. Especially the bashing on the internet extends to the maliciousness towards them in reality. It made the heroic dream in his heart a little shattered. Xiaoban, relax with dim sum. Tian Xiaoan picked up a packaged hamburger tiredly and said while eating the hamburger, now Xiaochan is still missing. Where did he go? Trust Xiaochan. Mark rubbed Taiyang Shui with a headache, feeling particularly heavy. God knows if anyone else will come to them. Now, self-preservation is the most important. At this time, in an internet cafe box, Xiaochan lay quietly on the chair, looking at the desktop computer in front of him. The computer screen is the data of each row and column, and each data represents the surveillance video of the same coordinates. At the same time, the city's radio stations and programs were all recorded in the data table in real time by him. In other words, as long as that bastard crocodile monster dares to appear under any surveillance video, or any show, he can immediately flip to where he is. Find the crocodile man. And 837 one of the data. It is through alien bashing, conspiracy theories, and evening news broadcasts of fame. A few minutes passed. The host of the evening news slowly came to the scene of the show. Opposite is the auditorium, which can accommodate dozens of people, and every seat is full, and no one is absent. The camera was shooting at him from all angles. Hello everyone. With a warm smile on his face, the host said swayingly, I'm the host of today's evening news. Welcome. Forget it. I won't speak today. Let's get straight to the point. He withdrew his smile and turned into a solemn expression, which drove the atmosphere of the scene. Behind him, various props such as a big screen were prepared for him. On the big screen, there is a ferocious and terrifying appearance. The host started bashing the ghosts with a lot of buzz. There were also many cheers at the scene, calling the host a warrior who is not afraid of the dark, and there were also a few voices of doubt. I believe that video alone cannot convince you. The host shrugged his shoulders, facing the camera, facing the countless people watching in front of the TV, and those who were watching the internet, and said, so, our evening news, we are honored to invite a party. So, we are honored to invite a client on our evening news. The host's voice just fell. All the audience, including the audience in front of the TV, all eyes lit up, and there is a huge sense of anticipation in their hearts. Please come out. The host looked behind him. It turned out that the screen is a big screen, not only used to display the picture, but also can cover the studio behind the live room. And a small figure slowly walked out from behind the curtain. It was a girl with blue hair. She is not very old, her face is full of immaturity, and her height is only about 1 meter, but her steps are very steady, and there is no sign of stage fright. The school uniform you are wearing is the school uniform of that school? Looking at this familiar school uniform, everyone at the scene exclaimed. It's that Bancroft uniform. Yeah, those aliens did the damage at Bancroft, I remember it well. But even if she wears Bancroft's uniform, it doesn't prove that she is from that school. If I wear Bancroft's uniform, then I'm also a student of this school. There are still many viewers questioning the identity of the blue-haired girl. She didn't refute at all, just walked to the host's side, and turned to look at the audience seat and the camera with calm eyes. The blandness made the host a little surprised. Is this girl really never on TV? Why isn't this little girl talking? Still looking at us. At first, the audience was a little surprised, puzzled, and amused. Over time, they felt a trace of fear. The blue-haired girl's eyes seem to have a primitive darkness in the depths of her eyes, which is frightening. It's her? I remember her face, she's Bancroft Academy. Soon, someone broke the silence and exclaimed that the blue-haired girl's face was very familiar. More and more people also learned the identity of the blue-haired girl. They were all excited. This is the witness at the scene. Well, can we start? The host looked at the taciturn blue-haired girl beside him, a little reluctant in his heart, but he couldn't bear to ask. Okay. The blue-haired girl suddenly showed a smile and nodded to the host. Good. The host nodded. Are the ears, the microphone, all worn? Let's start, said the blue-haired girl. Okay, I'll get straight to the point. The host pointed to the screen behind him, which was a ghost. You were there at the time. How authentic is this video? It's all true? The blue-haired girl nodded vigorously and put on a terrified gesture. You didn't pay attention to our fears at that time. An existence that everyone calls an alien hero shows no mercy to us humans. Has it hurt you? The host asked seriously. There's a security guard who has broken bones all over his body. The blue-haired girl took a deep breath, her face pale, and continued, and many of our teachers, students, and security guards are threatened by this alien monster. Poor. It all died in his hands. You know, this is a human boy changed. Didn't there be a lot of people saying that this shapeshifter is an alien hero? The host asked suspiciously. Alien hero? He's not a hero at all. Didn't you find it? Every time the fire monster appears, it happens to be where the fire happens. Every time all kinds of buildings collapse and the ground shakes, four-handed freaks are there too. The fact that these alien geeks can appear on various occasions by coincidence can only mean one thing. She looked at the host. The host understood, these disasters are actually caused by the aliens he transformed into, or by the alien monsters he summoned, who came back and rescued mankind, and carried out a kind of self-directed and self-acted thing. That's it. The blue-haired girl nodded vigorously, and her voice suddenly increased a lot. Let's go back to this boy my age. Do you really think that a little boy deserves such technology? Shouldn't be given to scientists, special forces, or combatants home. When my son was the same age as this boy, he was still imitating the tricks of cartoon characters. The host smiled knowingly as if talking about crosstalk. There was another burst of laughter. More, it is the discussion of Xiaochen on the internet. It can even be said to be a crusade. Everyone is already arguing, who should the Omnitrix be given to, not whether it should be left to Xiaochen. But, the blue-haired girl's crusade did not play a big role. Many people watched her and the host in the evening news, and they were more curious than resentful to condemn the alien hero. At least, don't hate Xiaochen. And, in the box, Xiaochen looked at the blue-haired girl on the screen with a livid face. The anger in my heart can't be suppressed. Especially the darkness in the eyes of the blue-haired girl, although it was hidden deeply, he could see that this girl must be abnormal. If it wasn't for the crocodile man, I would have given you to. Suddenly, Xiaochen's words stopped. He looked at the blue-haired girl on the evening news, and a huge, Qian Haozhao, possibility suddenly appeared in his heart. That crocodile monster. Will it accompany this blue-haired girl around? It was they who were behind the scenes, exposed their identities, took things out of context, and launched a fishing reel war to crush Xiaochen and others. With this possibility, Xiaochen couldn't sit still anymore. He's not one to sit still. Especially in such an emergency, it is even more impossible to sit still. Boom! With a burst of green light, the flash star appeared again, carrying the Excalibur on his back, rushing out of the internet cafe, and heading towards the location of the evening news. Taste? Hotel top floor. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaoan took off angrily and flew towards the same position. It's just that the two of them didn't notice. The huge flame erupted by Tian Xiaoben while flying was accidentally seen by many mercenaries in the distance. Live. The blue-haired girl and the host continued to criticize Xiaochen incessantly. As everyone knows, catastrophe is coming. Among the crowd, a person shrouded in a black robe was sitting at the back of the auditorium. A pair of angry eyes stared at the blue-haired girl in front of him under the black robe. Flash Star did not shoot directly. He was not so impulsive, because his primary target is still the crocodile. Where? The flashing star turned his eyes and looked around the scene, but no matter what, he couldn't find the figure of the crocodile man. There was no crocodile man in the auditorium, and there was no place that big enough to accommodate the crocodile man. Not to mention on the stage. Such a big place, a curtain, 2 sofas, and nothing else to hide. Only after that is possible. The flash star suddenly looked towards the curtain. Rear. Is the studio. If the crocodile man is going to hide, it can only hide somewhere in there. 837 Now that we have finished talking about this alien, then his grandfather, there is another boy named Tian Xiaoben, and a girl named Tian Xiaoan. Do you know them? The host asked. The blue-haired girl said plausibly, they are all the same people. Especially his grandfather, who relies on the old to sell the old, is unreasonable, and because he is old, he wants to blame our school. She slandered Mark, attacked, and made Flash Star aflame. He can put up with some attacks, but he does not allow anyone to attack his grandfather, his most respected elder, Grandpa Mark. Looking at the blue-haired girl, the anger in Flash Star's eyes became more and more terrifying, and there was only one figure left in the world, quickly twisting. Taste? The flashing star moved. He is fast. As fast as it was elegant, it flew out of the auditorium and passed over the heads of countless people. What a great wind. Many people's hair was blown away, and their hats fluttered toward the host with the strong wind. Many outstretched hands couldn't catch the hats that flew away quickly. Research. A figure, sitting on the host stage. Bang bang bang. Immediately, countless hats, swirling, flew around him. It was a black robe. This audience, don't get excited. Calm down. The host suddenly took 2 steps back and looked at the flashing star in front of him in panic. Taste? The flashing star tore off the black robe expressionlessly, and exposed the Omnitrix pattern in front of him, the familiar alien figure, to the public's field of vision. Evening news ratings start to grow explosively. But the protagonist of the news, the host with super alien technology, personally drove to the scene. Good evening, alien hero. The blue-haired girl showed a smile at the flashing star. Her eyes were extremely cold. Taste? The flashing star stretched out its claws and landed directly in front of the blue-haired girl's neck. The sharp teeth poked the latter's neck with a little force, poking out a trace of red marks. There was an uproar in the audience area, and the white light captured by the camera flickered wildly. Flash Star was icy cold and looked at the blue-haired girl in front of him angrily. Click. The claw slammed into the skin. A bright red appeared in front of the blue-haired girl's neck. Immediately, the flashing star pulled out its claws inconceivably and took 2 or 3 steps back. The blue-haired girl raised her hands with a pale face, covered her neck, turned around and slowly looked towards the camera. Call, doctor. Boom. Next second, she fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Soon there was no breath. The flashing star looked at everything in front of her, gasping for breath. eyes full of shock. Because just now, his claws were about to retract, and he was about to calm down. And the blue-haired girl leaned over herself and killed herself with a knife? No, it should be said, she killed herself with a knife. Why are her eyes so familiar? Looking at the blue-haired girl's eyes that were still open after she fell to the ground, her eyes were full of gloomy, murderous aura, like the moment before her death, when all disguises were removed. And ghostly eyes. Almost exactly the same? The scene was dead silent. No one dared to speak out. Everyone looked at the flashing stars on the stage with fear, anger, disgust, and extreme disgust. Countless spectators in front of the TV, or passers-by watching the broadcast in front of Times Square, also felt deep disgust for the flash mob and even Xiao Chen's actions. How can he treat a child? A supporter looked at the screen in Times Square in disbelief, and gradually let go of the balloon with the cartoon image of the flaming man in his hand, and floated away with the wind. A little boy holding a four-handed bully doll showed fear, and threw the doll on the ground, looking at the doll on the ground in a strange and terrifying manner. He will never believe this again. Lu Zishao, it's an executioner. Whether it's the scene or the people in front of the TV, everyone, without exception, yelled angrily at the flashing star. Blame him for being cool to a little girl? If before, Xiao Chen's fishing reel was 7 points black, 2 points, and 1 point support, then now, all members are black. I saw with my own eyes what this alien did. Just like the conspiracy theory said, this terrifying alien, or a human being, or some damned species, can't hold it anymore. Only the flash star knows the most clearly in his heart, and is also the most shocking. In the consciousness of the blue-haired girl, there is the consciousness of ghosts. Maybe it was the ghosts that affected her and changed her before she died. So much so that she launched a fishing reel battle against Xiao Chen. But, this is not the last step. She used her death just now to discredit Xiao Chen's behavior. Is the last step. Ghosts fight back. At this point, he suddenly woke up. But it was too late. Abuse and attacks are constantly launched from reality and from the internet. Flash Star looked at the blue-haired girl who fell to the ground without breath. Even if she suddenly realized at this time, it would not help. Ghosting is the last resort. Really hot? Security, security, hurry, hurry, destroy this alien monster. When the host saw the Flash Star's dead hand, his brain was blank until, and then he reacted and panicked, shouting. The security guards in the audience were all dumbfounded. They looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't dare to move forward. They only know how to deal with Earthlings. How to deal with aliens, they have no experience and dare not. Go away. The Flash Star reprimanded the host coldly. The host ran down in a hurry. The flashing star's eyes fell on the curtain again, ignoring the abuse and attacks of those people, but went to the backstage behind the curtain. Only by finding out that Crocodile Man can this matter be truly resolved. He walked to the curtain, grabbed the bottom of the curtain with one hand, and prepared to lift it. Bang bang bang, there were loud footsteps in the background. Boom, immediately, the curtain was smashed open by a giant. Even the flashing star standing in front of the curtain was blasted out by a huge force. What kind of monster is this? 2 aliens? Has our headquarters been occupied by aliens? The host and the security guards were all stunned, while the audience screamed in fear. The behemoth stopped after hitting the flashing star, and the shattered curtain covered him. Although I can't see it carefully, I can see it. That's a huge silhouette. A monster more than 3 meters tall? In contrast, the flash stars all look like dwarfs. Boom! And after the flashing star was hit, it just flew a few meters away, and his body quickly curled up in midair, hitting the wall like a ball, and then bounced to the ground. Call out? He stood up instantly, his face expressionless, but his back was a little numb. You're still here. The crocodile ripped apart the curtain on his body, looked at the flashing star in front of him fiercely, and roared violently, I'm going to tear up your vile alien in front of the camera. He took another look at the blue-haired girl who had fallen to the ground and died of anger, feeling a little chill in his heart. This boss used his 2 deaths in exchange for Xiao Chen's disgrace. Even if it is counted, Xiao Chen will not be able to hold back his anger and go to the TV station to look for his traces and let him finally deal with Xiao Chen. Simply scheming. Don't be stunned, just call. The mask of the flashing star slowly fell and walked towards the platform in front. The audience on both sides of the path shrank into a ball in the opposite direction. Why are you okay? The crocodile looked at the flashing star in astonishment. The vibe is so terrifying, even scarier than ever. Taste? In an instant, a walking flashing star appeared in front of the crocodile. Boom! The crocodile man panicked and stretched out his fist, slamming the flashing star's head fiercely, and Flash Star suddenly raised one of his arms and blocked it on his head. His curved arm seemed to be bowing and shielding all the time. Take care. The crocodile man's huge, heavy fist was like an enlarged hammer, and the flashing star's body appeared weak in front of this fist, as if it was about to be instantly crushed. Actually, boom, the punch fell. Flash Star's arm only trembled a little. It was full of blue veins, moving like a mountain to resist the heavy punch of the crocodile man. What? The crocodile grinned. He felt that his heavy punch was like hitting a condensed iron block, but his fist was stinging. I am invincible now. Flash Star's mask slowly opened. His eyes were filled with a terrifying chill, and deep in the pupils, it seemed like a blood moon hung with a tinge of red. The power of the demon god of the Excalibur has been continuously providing the flashing star with power enhancements again and again, which makes him unprecedentedly powerful. The crocodile man in front of him made him feel slow, powerless, and weak like a chicken. The crocodile man fought a cold war before, like a devil. Make him resign. No anger is allowed. Taste. The flashing star suddenly stretched out another hand and quickly knocked on the crocodile man's chest. Puff. The sturdy body of the crocodile man suddenly curled up, eyes burst, BA opened, and animal blood spurted wildly. Crack crack. Immediately, another crisp sound of broken bones. The flash star is an alien known for being fast, but his punching power is close to that of a four-handed tyrant, plus his terrifying speed. For flowers. His punches, even Mohath can't take it. The blood of the demon god, so that the flash star can drive the Excalibur sword. The monstrous killing intent has brought the power of the divine sword to the extreme, and all of it has been amplified to the aliens. This sword, the real way to use it, is a collection of hatred, murderous, and violent, so it is called the weapon of the devil, and Flash Star also experienced the terrifying increase of divine sword. Monument. Just after the terrifying power of this punch, the crocodile slowly took 2 steps back, holding his stomach for a long time and couldn't get up. Yeah. Flash Star's fist opened, and his claws were gently used towards the crocodile man. Taste. The crocodile's body was in place. The crocodile head fell on the ground like a football and rolled away. 1 strike. Instant kill. It's over. Flash Star slowly put down his claws, turned around, and looked at the camera. His eyes were cold. His toughness is on full display in front of the camera. For a while, all those who cursed him seemed to be deaf and mute. All of them did not speak. They looked at the flashing star in silence. If we assume, before, Flash Star was an evil monster in their minds. Now, it is an uncompromising dark king. I don't even have the courage to face it. Of course, this is the negative impact. I won't kill you. Go away. Flash Star retracted his claws irritably, and left the place with a flavor. He had figured out the ghost's entire plan. Ghost Shadow didn't actually die. Before he died, he launched the last illusion, which seemed to be aimed at the flashing star, but it was actually aimed at the blue-haired girl. In other words, the blue-haired girl at this time has her own personality and a ghostly personality, mixed into a new person. The only thing that has not changed is the unforgettable hatred for Xiao Chen. The ghost of the corpse, exposed the surveillance, revealed the identities of Man Chen and others, launched a fishing reel battle, and died in front of the camera at the last moment. All of these are calculations for Xiao Chen, and quite successful. Ghost Shadow's ingenuity is different from the tyrant-like strength of Mahaz, and the calmness of Diamonds, but it makes people step into the pit, but they don't know it. The level of danger is unimaginable. The good news is, ghosts and crocodiles were wiped out. The bad news is, Xiao Chen's fishing reel was even worse, and they couldn't find Grandpa. Everyone's identities were revealed. 100 million flash stars appear on the roof of the evening news. He came over in an instant. Buzzing. However, in the dark night sky, many armed helicopters approached here quickly, some from the police, some from mercenaries. The forces of several parties actually maintained a strange balance, and they all wanted to seize the Flash Star. Flash Star took a deep breath and quickly walked to the edge of the roof. Look down. It is more than 20 floors high, as high as 60 to 70 meters. The vehicle was not as big as one of his fingers, and everything seemed so small. He can't run away. In such an open place, unless he chooses to jump off the building, he has no choice. The 837 soldiers were hired for money, and they played very aggressively. Suddenly, someone leaned out of the helicopter with a bazooka on their shoulders. Be careful. The police became anxious when they saw this, and hurriedly reminded, there are still people inside. What should you do if you heard someone like this? Besides, this person has nowhere to go, so go down and arrest him. Okay. The mercenaries then reluctantly retracted the bazooka. But, this Xiao Chen can't run away too? Everyone suddenly got up from the position of the helicopter and watched the scene on the building through the glass, so that the pilot almost stood up. Taste. The flashing star jumped directly and jumped off the 20-story building. In their view, undoubtedly in a contemplative way, shhhhhhh. The flashing star that fell down, his legs suddenly exerted their strength to the extreme. One leg was a terrifying blue storm, and the other leg was a huge tornado, creating a continuous terrifying wind. The legs of the wind god, the power of the devil god, all kinds of power are superimposed together. Call out. The fast-falling flashing star burst into a dazzling blue light, and his body curled up in the air, like a blue UFO. The speed of the landing is getting slower and slower. Up to the 4th and 5th floors, when it was very close to the ground, the blue UFO seemed to have broken the gravitational force and stood in the air, stopped. Whether it is the crowd on the ground around the gate, or the people in the helicopter, they all opened their mouths wide, watching this scene in shock. It's crazy. Aliens are really not what we humans can imagine. The mercenary licked his lips, looking greedy, and thought to himself, if I can get the high-tech watch, maybe I can also have one. A bunch of alien warriors? Or just transform. Then he can unify the world? The fighting power shown by this alien is really too powerful, but they don't know that the Flash Star at the moment has pulled all buffs to the extreme. It can be said that on the planet of this race, there is no Flash Star that is stronger than the Flash Star transformed by Xiao Chen. The presence? Taste? Flash stars don't just stop in midair. Like a comet, he broke through the darkness ahead, quickly disappeared from everyone's field of vision, turned from a light to a ray of light, and finally completely disappeared into the night sky, and his whereabouts and traces could no longer be seen. Several helicopters hovered in the sky for a long time, unwilling to move. They are not reconciled. Also tried to wait for the flash star to come back. Too bad they can't wait to come back. And in the direction the flashing star left, another two figures with a much slower speed flew from the ground, because the flashing stars were passing from the sky, and the two figures were flying at a low altitude and were very close to the ground, so they happened to pass by. That figure was so familiar just now. Looking at the figure passing by in the sky, Tian Xiaoben was puzzled, but he didn't care too much. He always wanted to go to the evening news to clarify his own affairs. The girl must not be allowed to discredit him and his family at will. It can't be Xiao Chen. Tian Xiaowen's heart was inexplicably throbbing. If so, he is going to the hotel where Grandpa is, so he might meet. But if it is the enemy, the consequences are disastrous. What the two didn't know was that, when they stopped in front of the building for the evening news, the crowd of Wu Juju blocked the gate, holding up signs constantly, protesting the atrocities of Alien and discussing angrily. Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen were all stunned when they heard the topic they were discussing. How is it possible? What nonsense are you talking about? Tian Xiaowen just wanted to avoid him, but Tian Xiaoben took the initiative to stop, came to the back of the crowd, and shouted with reason. It's him, that alien friend. He is also one of the accomplices, we must not let him go. When everyone heard the voice, they turned around and saw Tian Xiaoben's well-armed appearance. They dared to condemn Tian Xiaoben and Tian Xiaowen. The armed helicopters in the sky and the mercenaries who came one after another also noticed the existence of the two and came one after another. 4.5. A battle is imminent. After the flash star left the TV station, he always felt as if he had passed by someone, and he was a little puzzled. Maybe a mercenary? Call out? The flashing star fell from the sky and slowly landed on the silent street. It was silent because there was no one there. Everyone has rushed to the vicinity of the evening news building, and other places are naturally deserted. If you continue to fly. Instead, it was loud. So the flashing star floated on the ground at a speed, turned into a blue afterimage, and moved forward quickly, trying to stay away from the city center. Ahead, a building appeared. That building. It happened to be a hotel. The hotel has a sense of history. It is an old-fashioned building with 7 or 8 floors. It may not even have an elevator. The windows on the top floor are all black, and it may be directly abandoned. Just in front of such an ordinary abandoned hotel. But a group of mercenaries gathered in the gate library. They were wearing body armor, walkie-talkies, all kinds of thermal weapons, thermal imaging goggles on their heads, and they were constantly communicating. It's a mercenary. The flashing star stopped abruptly, his eyes narrowed, and countless thoughts crossed his mind. Are these mercenaries coming for him? But, obviously, the mercenaries in front had been blocking the gate, and they never meant to search on the street. Flash Star temporarily breathed a sigh of relief. It's not here to catch me. Although I am unstoppable now, it will still be very troublesome to be intercepted by this group of high-tech mercenaries. But he didn't leave immediately. You must know that although you and Grandpa Mark were not directly wanted, these mercenaries and many people with ill-conceived intentions were eyeing them. Maybe, the ones in the hotel are Xiaoben and them? As long as these people dare to move, they are dead. The Flash Star stared ahead. No matter who the mercenaries caught, he would intercept it. The mercenaries kept switching firearms at the door, took out grenades, and tried to blast in, but the bosses and guests inside the door dissuaded them in horror. Their voices were loud, and all of them were so ambitious that they wanted to tell everyone. The watch that turns a person into an alien is theirs? Cough cough. Hotel top floor. A sturdy figure suddenly appeared behind the window. Looking down through the window, the huge sound below finally made him unable to bear it. The mercenaries below do not know. His every move was watched by the people upstairs. And the people upstairs don't know. On the opposite building, one in a black night suit, Barrett on his shoulders. A viper-like sniper quietly aimed at him. Boom! He pulled the trigger, and Barrett's muzzle blasted, causing his arms to dislocate. A large-caliber bullet that looked like a small drill exploded, spinning in the air while advancing, as if it could crush a person like a vortex. Bullets are extremely fast. The sound came out. Even the people inside the window reacted and squatted down in a hurry. He can't even escape. Click! Barrett's bullet came directly in front of the window, and the huge impact shattered the entire window. The bullet flew past. Quick Flash Star saw this scene and was shocked, and there was a very bad omen in the vagueness. And because his attention was on these mercenaries, as soon as he heard the sound, when he reacted, the bullet had already broken through the window. That's too late. Boom! In an instant, the bullet hit the sturdy figure who was about to crouch. The figure's movements stiffened at first, then fell straight back. A strand of blood flew out from the broken window and splashed on the ground outside. Because it flew down from the air, it was scattered and many people were drunk. Huh? This doesn't seem to belong to aliens. Something's wrong. This group of mercenaries looked a little bad. They touched their faces, or a wisp of blood on their bodies, and when they weighed it, they found that it was not alien blood. It was obviously the blood of the earth. But, the two alien figures clearly flew out from here. That sturdy figure should also be an alien? What happened? After the sniper put on the thermal imaging, he looked again at the room where the strong figure appeared. The house has no heat and is directly see-through. A red figure can be seen falling to the floor, and it is rapidly becoming weak, and the body temperature is disappearing. Is the outline of the individual, and it's fat. Disappointed, the sniper took off the thermal imager and replaced the bullet, wasting one of my bullets. If I had known, I was just an ordinary person, and I wouldn't need such a good sniper rifle. Such a waste. Taste? He didn't notice. Rear. A thin figure appeared. Flash Star has already reacted, and quickly found the sniper's position, and found the sniper without knowing it. He raised his paw. The sniper suddenly trembled. He had a genuine sense of fear, the kind of long-lost feeling of facing death. It's like going back to the fledgling days. The feeling of meeting a tiger for the first time. All human power appears weak and insignificant. And he experienced it again? 853. Click. The claws of the Flash Star easily penetrated the body armor, ripped off like a ripped paper, and penetrated the sniper's body. Before dying, the sniper turned his head desperately, and finally saw the flashing star behind him. The figure of the alien was imprinted in his pupils. Too insidious. Pulling out his claws, Flash Star looked embarrassed. These mercenaries deliberately stayed at the gate to attract firepower. In fact, the real main force is only this sniper, and I didn't even notice it. The figure at the window probably fell. The flashing star looked at the window, because the person was upside down and the sky was late, and the inside of the window was blurry, and nothing could be seen clearly. He logically picked up the thermal image that fell on the ground, similar to a telescope, and placed it in front of his eyes. Because it doesn't fit the outline of the eyes very well, he can only narrow his eyes into a slit. Under thermal imaging, the man behind the window. It is a sturdy shadow, just a touch of orange. Why, a little familiar. The heart of the flashing star trembled. It should be just my delusion. The thermal image of the flashing star fell to the ground, and he didn't even notice it, and his tone became lost. Taste? His figure suddenly turned into a beam of light through the broken window and moved to the dark room. There is a faint smell of blood in the room, and it is rapidly spreading. Not far away, a figure lay quietly on the ground. Although it is dark, the flashing star can clearly see the familiar facial features, white hair, and the red vest that has remained unchanged for thousands of years. There is no evidence of the identity of the fallen man. Grandfather. Flash Star shouted Mark's name in grief, half knelt on the ground in despair, put his hands on Mark's cold arms, and pushed gently. On Mark's chest, there was a terrifying hole about the size of a basketball. Because it was a penetrating injury, the blood flowed non-stop. I am afraid that the internal organs and bones were severely injured. On the wall not far away, there is also a cave that was blasted out by Barrett's bullet. Flash Star gave Mark first aid as in the movie, but it was still to no avail. Mark just closed his eyes and fell to the ground peacefully, unable to sleep. Such an injury, even if it is an adult, is very likely to die. Not to mention an old man like Mark. A full 10 seconds passed. Flash Star was always half kneeling on the ground, silent. Only his heart. Boom, boom, like the sound of hammering iron, it is beating loudly and powerfully. Even the breathing became extremely heavy, like the gasping sound of a ferocious beast. Angry. Endless anger surged into my heart. The terrifying anger that is enough to tear the world apart and destroy the world. To the top floor. Are we killing ordinary people or aliens? Don't get the target wrong. Idiot, what if it's an ordinary person? The people who can live in this kind of place are either illegal black households or homeless people. Yeah, this kind of bug-like guy, no one cares if he dies. There were also some relaxed words from the mercenaries at the door. They were indifferent to Mark's death. They only cared whether the target alien was killed. Others don't yet know how Omnitrix works, whether it's a transformation mechanism or a summon mechanism, or what technology. Boom! The first mercenary pushed open the door with a smile on his face and a submachine gun in his hand, but he was the first to see it when he entered the door. It was a slender figure, half knelt on the ground, silently saddened by a burly figure. This is. The mercenary stopped, his smile solidified, he hurriedly put on the thermal imaging. Under the scanning of the thermal imaging, an alien silhouette different from man, presented in front of him. The others also put on thermal imaging one by one. When they found that the Flash Star was half kneeling in front of them, they all became excited, and they didn't care about Mark who was accidentally killed by their people. Found yes, the aliens are here. Everyone come in, line up and shoot. The mercenaries swarmed in, lined up in a row in the room, set up their submachine guns, and aimed at the lost flashing star. Flash Star is still in that grief-stricken state. For everything that happens outside. He noticed it, but the whole person was dumbfounded, unable to move. Bang bang bang! The mercenaries opened fire without hesitation. They felt unexpectedly smooth. The huge sparks caused by the countless bullets in the chambers illuminated the bloodthirsty smiles on their faces. Call out? This moment. The sound of the bullet being fired made Flash Star completely come to his senses. He raised his head and looked at the bullets. SHHHHHH. Moment? A light swept past countless bullets. All the bullets fired suddenly disappeared, along with the figure of the flashing star. What happened? What about bullets and aliens? The mercenaries were puzzled for a while. Call out? The figure of the flashing star rose again like a strong wind and appeared in front of everyone. His hands were clasped together, slowly raised, and released. Bang bang bang! Countless gunpowder that was crushed into powder by the punches splattered on the ground in front of him. This scene let the mercenaries look terrified. Bang bang bang, they started firing like crazy again. Shhhhhhh. Just as all the bullets flew out of the muzzle with sparks, they disappeared again and again. Even a lot of bullets were shot back with a click, penetrating the body of the mercenary who shot. In an instant, the hit flash star was unscathed. The mercenaries who fired were knocked to the ground one after another and died of anger. Fafa submachine gun also flew aside. Until the last man falls, the flashing star also stopped, his palms slowly loosened, and another large group of gunpowder fell on the ground. His speed has reached a level that is invisible to the naked eye, and his strength is enough to crush the bullet made of alloy into pieces. This is still a flashing star? If it is the king of four-hand cream, Qian Lihao, then the power is more likely to move mountains and seas. Grandpa, I'll help you get revenge. Flash Star slowly lowered his head and looked at Mark, who fell to the ground, but his hands were tightly clasped. But Grandpa Mark couldn't stand up anymore. Destruction is easy. Can be created, very difficult. No alien hero has the power to create life. At least he doesn't have such an alien hero now. Grandpa, I'll take you out of here. The Flash Star carried Mark away in a chaotic manner and disappeared here. After a minute, he went back to the old broken car in the woods and put Mark in the driver's seat, until the Flash Star tiredly opened the refrigerator and saw that Grandpa had already prepared dinner for him, as well as Xiaoan and Xiaoban. The grief in his heart made him unable to bear the roar any longer.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.